bold, "What are you guys doing? How can you dare to yell here?" At this moment, a burly man in blue armor led a group of soldiers, and flew out of the light door in a menacing manner. Pointing at Xuanhuan, he shouted loudly. However, before he flew close to Xuanhuan and the others, Liu and Ba's sledgehammer hit his head and face. Boom! There was a loud noise that shook the sky. Most of the team that just flew out were killed or injured. In an instant, everyone at the door was stunned. "How about it, does anyone doubt me?" Xuanhuan's voice was as domineering as ever. He glanced around at the frightened crowd, then shouted loudly, "You Tian, get the hell out of here, you either hand over God's domain or die." Xuanhuan's voice resounded all over the planet again. "System, can I teleport 12 people at a time?" That's right, Xuanhuan just wanted to send the 12 ancestral witches over. He is going to come to a 12 ancestral witch to make a big disturbance in Tianwu. No, with the host's current authority, only one person can be teleported at a time. Xuanhuan was not surprised by the system's answer. System, use a teleportation opportunity to teleport Zulong and Yingjing over here. When he comes over, first let his primordial energy quench his body, and then awaken Hongmeng again. Xuanhuan ordered in his heart. He intends to use up all teleportation opportunities here. Since the 12 ancestor witches are a bit unrealistic, let's have an ancestor dragon. He had just finished giving orders when Yingjing, who was practicing in his own cave in Hongmeng Heavenly Court, suddenly disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already beside Xuanhuan. Seeing Xuanhuan, Yingjing was overjoyed immediately, and he knelt down to salute. But it was sucked in by the system immediately. 10 seconds later. Ding! The awakening of Yingjing, Hongmeng, is complete. May the host choose to release, and call up his attribute list. Qin Shi Huang, from Ancient Myths and Legends. Identity, Primordial God. Inheritance of Taoism, Flying Dragon Avenue. Belonging Fortune, Zulong Fortune. Lucky Level, Immortal Law Innate, 9th Level Dzogchen. Cultivation Method, The First Emperor's Sutra. Supernatural Powers, Zulong Transforms. The color of the mountains and rivers has changed. Magic Weapon, Subduing Dragon Sword. Special Attribute, The Power of the Ancestor Dragon. Yingjing is the Emperor, born with dragon power. In front of the Emperor, he will release the power of the Ancestor Dragon, and his strength will be doubled. With his current strength, it is not a world to fight against the immortal god. Question. Loyalty, 100/100. Immortal Dharma Innate Dzogchen. It's not bad. If it is created at the limit, it will definitely surpass the Immortal Divine Sense Emperor. It can be of great use. Immediately, Yingjing flew out from between his eyebrows. Faced with such a strange scene, the eyes of the hundreds of millions of creatures around them immediately widened. Just now they clearly felt that Yingjing's aura was only as good as Taishu God's, but after only 10 seconds, how could it be so hard to see through it? My God, who are these guys? This is too mysterious. How do you feel that guy can instantly create a strong man? This kind of supernatural power is unheard of, and it is simply against the sky. It's over. Tianwu is about to change its owner. Just when everyone was discussing, Xuanhuan walked towards Guangmen. Yingjing, Yuanba, Zumo, take this god's domain for me. Your order. While speaking, the 4 of them had passed through the light gate and appeared on the planet. What presented before the eyes of the 4 people was an extremely prosperous Scene, with pavilions, towers, pavilions, flying islands, countless. Everything that one expects to find. Seeing this scene, Xuanhuan was immediately happy. Soon, this place will be mine. While Xuanhuan was muttering to himself, a loud shout suddenly came from a huge palace on the planet. Which thief dares to break into my domain? A majestic and angry voice came, shaking all the creatures in front of the light gate dizzy. As the sound sounded, a blue light flew out from it. At the same time, the flying islands, shrouded in celestial energy, were also shining with light. It was obvious that some strong men were flying towards this side. Soon, the blue light arrived first. When the light faded, a muscular man with a height of 5 feet exuding blue light appeared. He is wearing blue armor and a blue flying dragon helmet on his head, showing the majesty of the emperor between his brows. Haha, the domain master is here, these intruders are dead. The domain master is the emperor of immortal divine sense, can these guys still live? The thief should surrender quickly. The creatures around were excited when they saw the big man appearing. But there are also some creatures with erratic eyes and no words. And most people. Obviously, this Yu Tianwu is not a piece of Taitong. 1 Immortal Divine Sense Emperor Level 1, 1 Level 4. Li Yuanba immediately saw the cultivation level of the flying man. Humph, how dare you challenge me, Yu Tian, you should stay here today. The man in the blue armor stared at Li Yuanba with anger in his eyes. At the same time, a devastating coercion suddenly erupted from him, making everyone in the void feel short of breath and chills down their backs. And the hundreds of people behind him also released their aura loudly, rushing towards Xuanhuan and the others like raging waves. Just because you want to keep me? However, I will definitely stay, because Yu Tianwu will belong to me. Xuanhuan said loudly, and with a slight smile, one after another heavenly emperor clones flew out from behind him continuously, reaching hundreds of thousands in the blink of an eye. Hundreds of people headed by Yu Tianwu Lord on the opposite side were surrounded in it. Yuanba, Yingjing, go. Kill these self-righteous guys. After Xuanhuan finished giving his instructions, he secretly gave instructions to the system. Awaken Hongmeng, the ancestor of Zumo. Xuanhuan sucked the void demon into the center of his eyebrows, while continuing to separate the clone. One after another heavenly emperor avatars flew out like snowflakes, and immediately suppressed the Yu Tianwu Lord and all his subordinates on the opposite side. There are millions of avatars of the heavenly emperor, and they all have the same cultivation level as the deity. Such supernatural powers have never been heard, and have never been seen. Who are you? Master Yu Tianwu stared at Xuanhuan, and a huge wave had already set off in his heart. The battle, which was supposed to be a surefire victory, suddenly took a turn for the worse with the appearance of hundreds of clones of the Heavenly Emperor. Don't you want to chase me down? I have sent you to my door. Xuanhuan said with a smile. As soon as this remark came out, Master Yu Tianwu's eyes widened immediately. You are the Emperor of Heaven? How is it possible? How can you be so strong? I ignored Yu Tianwu's question, because at this time, the system prompt sounded. Ding. Void Demon Hongmeng has successfully awakened. May I ask if the host chooses to release it? Release, and call up his personal attribute list. Void Demon Ancestor, from Ancient Myths and Legends. Identity, Primordial God. The Avenue passed on, the Avenue of Heavenly Demons. Belonging Creation, Devil's Creation. Lucky Level, Immortal Divine Sense, Great Emperor Second Realm. Cultivation Method, Heaven and Earth Jew. Magical Weapon, Death Scythe. Supernatural Powers, Cut the World. The Devil is all over the sky. Loyalty, 100/100. The Immortal Divine Sense, Great Emperor, 2 worlds. That's right, with 2 immortal gods, plus a Yingjing who is comparable to the God of Gods. The 3 of them are enough to win the Yutian God realm. Watching the Zumo Patriarch fly out from between Su Haoyan's eyebrows. Master Yu Xianyu could no longer be calm. Emperor, what are you going to do? Are you really going to fight to the death with my heavenly God realm? Yu Xianyu Lord admits he is cowardly. Su Haoyan instantly created an immortal god, which made him feel extremely absurd. Is Yutian Xinyu amazing? My goal is not Yutian Xinyu. As soon as this remark came out, Master Yu Xianyu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. But before he was happy, Su Haoyan's voice sounded again. My goal is the stars and the sea. Your Yutian Xinyu is just hugging the grass and beating the rabbits to pick up the feet. Puff. As soon as the words fell, Master Yu Xianyu and all his subordinates almost stopped spraying. Stop talking nonsense, die or surrender. Su Haoyan didn't talk nonsense, and directly threatened. You want me to surrender? You are delusional. Master Yu Tianyu gritted his teeth. Go to hell then. Yuanba killed him. Su Haoyan pointed at Lord Yu Xianyu and shouted. Li Yuanba couldn't bear it any longer, so he flew up, coming from the void with a destructive aura. Master Yu Xianyu didn't expect Su Haoyan to fight as soon as he said it, and hastily and subconsciously stretched out his palm to block. A blue long knife appeared very abruptly, blocking in front of him. Rumble. The giant hammer collided with the long knife, and with a bang, Master Yu Xianyu felt a monstrous force coming from above his head, and before he could react, he was smashed and fell from the sky at an extremely fast speed. With a loud bang, he directly smashed into a flying island of 1,000,000 miles. Suspended below. Feidao couldn't bear the bombardment of this huge force, and instantly collapsed and fell apart. A wave of dust was splashed. The golden-winged rock is extremely powerful. Seeing this, the subordinates behind Lord Yu Xianyu's complexion changed. Abruptly, they all looked at Li Yuanba, who was carrying a hammer, and swept down with horror. It was as if he had seen something unbelievable. Is this too powerful? This is true of all the powerhouses whose strength is second only to Yutian Yuzhu, not to mention those onlookers watching the excitement. Am I dazzled? Is that Yu Xianyu, Master? Isn't this too easy to hit? It was blown away with a single hammer? Is this still the Lord Yu Xianyu in my impression? Master Yu Xianyu kicked the iron plate this time. It seems that our Yutian Xinyu is going to change the domain owner. The creatures around talked a lot, and the look they looked at Su Haoyan was no longer contempt, but changed to awe. Go, kill them, those who don't surrender will die. As soon as Su Haoyan finished speaking, millions of clones of the heavenly Emperor, as well as the Void Demon Patriarch and Yingjing rushed towards each other. A big battle is imminent. Su Haoyan did not participate in the battle, but sat on the Supreme Nine Dragon's chair and flew towards the Domain Master's palace below. Su Haoyan had already predicted the outcome of this battle. So don't worry at all, and prepare to go to the Domain Master's palace too. Wait. Sure enough, about half an hour later, Li Yuanba carried the dying lord Yutian, Patriarch Zumo, and Yingjing led the local monks who surrendered into the palace of the Lord. Su Haoyan's mind moved, and the millions of heavenly emperor clones outside leisurely disappeared. The creature standing in the void let out a long breath. Another 10 minutes passed. I am the Emperor of Heaven. From today onwards, Yu Tianxinyu belongs to me. You can continue to trade. In addition, the previous rules are abolished, and you can enter and leave the main star of Yu Tianxinyu at will. Su Haoyan's voice suddenly sounded on the main star. All the powerful people on the planet were stunned for a moment, but they immediately cheered. Chi-Chi knelt on the ground. Shout hooray. In this way, Su Haoyan easily captured the Yu Tianxinyu. At the same time, the news quickly spread to the surrounding gods as if spreading its wings. Ding. Complete the side mission, subdue Yu Tianxinyu. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to awaken the Supreme Being, a chance to be empowered with divine power, a chance to achieve extreme good fortune, a chance to reawaken the primordial being, a chance to cross the tribulation of the primordial, a chance for primordial awakening, a chance for primordial recruitment. Sitting in the Domain Master's palace, Su Haoyan looked at Yu Tianyu Master, who was kneeling on the ground trembling in front of him, and the system notification sounded in his mind. With a slight smile on his face, he pointed to Master Yu Tianyu and said, "Kill him." Upon hearing this, Master Yu Tianyu's expression changed drastically. Before he could say anything, he was blasted into blood mist by Li Yuanba's hammer. This move shocked everyone immediately. You have something to say? Su Haoyan asked. My name is Yun Tong, and I would like to worship His Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven. Among them, the strong man from the realm of the immortal divine sense great Emperor said hastily. System, Hongmeng recruitment, Yun Tong. Su Haoyan ordered. Now his reward is too much. Inexhaustible use, since this is the case, why not use the function of primordial enlistment? Although there are other ways to control these people, he only believes in the system. Although the cultivation base of the strong recruited by Hongmeng cannot be improved, their loyalty is 100%. This is what he needs. Soon, the strong man named Yun Tong was sucked in by Su Haoyan with his eyes wide open. This move made everyone dumbfounded. I don't know where Yun Tong went. Soon. 10 seconds passed. Ding. Yun Tong Hongmeng was recruited successfully, and the system directly sent him to the peak of his loyalists. Did the host choose to release? Freed. Su Haoyan called out his attribute list while talking. He is not interested in Yun Tong's supernatural powers and spells, but only in his loyalty. From this look, it really is 100 loyalty. What is worth mentioning is that Yun Tong has been promoted directly to the second realm of immortal divine sense emperor. So, when he came out, he was immediately stunned. Fuck, Your Majesty has promoted you, and you still don't kneel down to thank you. The corner of Li Yuanba's mouth twitched, and he thought to himself that he had only raised a small realm, and this talent was too inferior. It was only then that Yun Tong came to his senses, and immediately kowtowed to thank him. He is now 100% loyal, and he is extremely loyal to Su Haoyan, so he is naturally grateful. Seeing this, the other strong men immediately became excited. They all expressed their willingness to pay homage to Su Haoyan. In the time that followed, Su Haoyan selected a few promising ones with high cultivation bases to call for the Grand Mist. Then I was relieved. The star field of the Xuanhuan Protoss is different from that of Hongmeng. The creatures here only believe in the strong. Whoever has the biggest fist can become the master. As a lower-level creature, he will never fight the invader because of a certain domain master. If you are strong, I will obey you. If he is strong, I will obey you. Subdue him. This provided Xuanhuan with the opportunity to seize control of a divine domain with only a few superpowers. Just when Xuanhuan was carrying out drastic reforms on Master Yu Xianyu, the news that Master Yu Xianyu was captured by the Heavenly Emperor by means of thunder had already spread on the 9th source plane. What the hell? The Emperor of Heaven seized control of the Yutian divine realm? How is it possible? Heavenly Emperor, why is this name so familiar? I seem to have heard of it somewhere. Having the entire God realm taken away by an outsider, Tianwu master is really a waste. What did you say? The Heavenly Emperor has seized the Yutian divine realm? Apocalypse God's realm. The Apocalypse Empress immediately stood up on the dragon chair when she heard the news. There was a look of disbelief on his face. Empress Apocalypse never expected that the Heavenly Emperor who had appeared in her territory would make such a huge commotion in such a short period of time. What kind of method is it to easily seize a god's domain with only 3 or 4 people? Suddenly, Xuanhuan's words appeared in her ears. One day, this place will all belong to me. Perhaps what he said was true. Empress Apocalypse's eyes were full of splendor. In the endless starry sky, a colorful galaxy crashed down from above. Nothingness, majestic, like a shooting star, shooting in a certain direction, attracting the attention of all living beings. Next to the colorful galaxy, there is an incomparably huge 3-color palace. Suspended. The palace is stepped, narrower and narrower from bottom to top. But even so, it is wide at its narrowest point. At this moment, in that huge palace, on a square, there are tens of thousands of figures kneeling. Each of them has a grand aura, is extremely domineering, and has an extraordinary momentum, which is by no means easy. At this time, these figures are all looking up at the top, a tall figure sitting on the top. That's the breath of the ancestor god. Could it be that the ancestor god was born? An extremely indifferent voice sounded, and it was the tall figure at the top. Who spoke? At this moment, he slowly stood up, his 3-foot-tall figure, matched with his 3-color brocade robe, the pair of jet-black wings on his back, and his incomparably majestic face made him even more majestic. My lord, the Emperor's court issued a notice ordering us to stop. What should we do? A voice came from below, and the words were full of deep awe. God of Death. This name was like dropping a heavy bomb in the starry sky, immediately shaking the colorful galaxy in front of the huge palace. Hearing this, the tall figure above looked down. Looking at the many figures below, he spoke majestically. As the Emperor, the domain master, the Emperor of one side, the domain master, are you still afraid of a small imperial court? Ming Shenmia said as he raised his head and continued to look at the colorful galaxy. There is something wrong with this colorful galaxy, it doesn't seem to be from the lineage of the ancestor god. No, this is not the lineage of the ancestor gods, but the inheritance of the ancestor gods? His words immediately confused the hundreds of figures below. Their faces changed drastically. The catastrophe of the Xuanhuan Protoss is approaching, and only the return of the ancestor gods can solve this problem. But after the tall figure muttered to himself, there was no sound for a long time. In the triangular area of Yutian God Realm, Apocalypse God Realm, and Xuanhuan God Realm, there is a magic guard mountain. The Demon Show Mountain has existed for countless thousands of years, and the demonic energy inside is surging, and the blood and demonic energy erupted. From time to time will heat the nearby starry sky for hundreds of millions of miles into black purple. Because of this situation, there are no other stars nearby. From a distance, Shumo Mountain looks like a demonic wolf crouching in the starry sky. It is eerie and terrifying, but also howls. The howling sounds from inside make people feel scalp numb. At this moment, among the mountains, Emperor Qian sat cross-legged in a cage, surrounded by demonic energy. He frowned tightly, his face was black and red, intertwined, revealing a look of pain. Clearly suffering some kind of torment. At this moment, he slowly opened his eyes and looked towards the top of the mountain ahead. Wherever the place was shrouded in endless devilish energy, there stood several tall figures. Just like several demons. I didn't expect that my majestic god Emperor Yue would be reduced to the level of a prisoner. Wouldn't it make people laugh when it was spread? If His Majesty saw it, would he be very disappointed with me? Emperor Qian muttered to himself, his face unconsciously revealing the meaning of longing. When he finally found out about his life experience, and was finally able to fight for Xuanhuan, he ended up in such a situation. But then he relaxed. What is there to fear of death? At least he was here. Waste, you still have the heart to laugh, hurry up and tell me the address of the treasure house left by the god emperor here, or you will suffer from the burning pain of thousands of souls. At this time a voice full of contempt came from above. Don't think about it. If you have any tricks, just use them. Grandpa is not afraid. Emperor Qian roared angrily, shaking the cage. Madman. With a cold snort, the voice ignored Emperor Qian. At this time, many creatures had already appeared on the Shumo Mountain. They looked at the Shumo Mountain shrouded in demonic aura, and even though their eyes showed greed, they did not dare to take a step further. The reputation of keeping the Devil's Mountain is not for nothing. At the same time, they looked at the figures on the top of the mountain, discussing in low voices. Are they the emperors of the imperial court? I don't know, but I feel that the auras are all powerful, at least all of them are above the 5 realms of the immortal divine sense great. Hey, Emperor Chongtian, didn't he die in the last siege? Don't tell me, it's really Emperor Chongtian. It is said that after he slaughtered the Yutian divine realm last time, he was captured by a strong man from the imperial court. Unexpectedly, he joined the imperial court. The creatures secretly thought in their hearts that if this news spread, it would definitely be shocked by all parties. However, Yutian divine realm has changed hands, even if they knew that Emperor Chongtian was still alive, no one would come to seek revenge on him. I didn't expect someone to remember you in Chongtian. At this time a disdainful voice sounded from the top of the mountain. The corner of the mouth of Emperor Chongtian, who was standing among the crowd, was slightly raised, but he didn't say a word. Emperor Chongtian was a burly man with a height of 5 feet, exuding a billowing devilish energy all over his body, coupled with a pair of blood-red eyes, giving people a bloodthirsty visual impact. It's just a huge head like a millstone hidden in a black helmet. No one knows what kind of dignity he looks like. How long do we have to wait? The great Emperor Chongtian looked ahead and asked coldly. A voice that seemed to come from hell sounded. After 3 days, you can do it. The voice came from the demonic energy behind everyone. In the main palace of Yutian Xinyu domain, Xuanhuan sat on the chair of the golden domain master, drinking tea leisurely. In front of him, Hong Dasheng, Shen Gongbao, and Qin Hua were standing there respectfully. It's just that the auras of the three of them are extremely powerful at this time, and they have all reached the innate level of the immortal law. Shen Gongbao, who is the leader, is the cultivation base of the immortal divine sense Emperor's second realm. Have you remembered what I told you? The mission of the three of you is to instigate the entire ninth origin plane. I will arrange for the strong to subdue the main planet of the god's domain to pull your progress. Your order. The three strong men saluted Xuanhuan respectfully, then turned and left. These three people were teleported from Hongmeng Heavenly Court by Xuanhuan, using 3 teleportation opportunities. He just used Hong Daxing's mouth, Shen Gongbao's flickering, and Qin Hua's leading troops to fundamentally disintegrate the dominance of the ninth source. In addition, he also interrupted the transmission of several strong men, and used the strategy of nibbling step by step to occupy all these gods. Your Majesty, some creatures discovered the whereabouts of Emperor Qian on the Shumo mountain at the intersection of the Tianqi God Realm, the Shenfeng God Realm, and the Yutian God Realm. Many creatures have already rushed there. At this time, Yuntong came in and reported. Well, I understand, you go and call Li Yuanba in for me. Xuanhuan ordered. In the starry sky, Xuanhuan took Void Demon Patriarch and Li Yuanba into a stream of light and rushed towards Shumo Mountain. He left Yingjing in the Yutian God Realm, and took advantage of Yingjang's imperial aura to guard the Yutian God Realm while subduing the remaining small forces around him. With the help of Yuntong, a local monk, Xuanhuan believed that Yingjing would soon take full control of Yutian Xinyu. Zumo, don't you have any ideas? During the flight, Xuanhuan asked the void demon next to him. Now Zumo's cultivation base has reached the second realm of immortal divine sense great Emperor, and he already has the strength to dominate one side. Your Majesty, you mean to let me? Zumo's eyes lit up, and he asked uncertainly. Idiot, His Majesty is asking you to go out and make meritorious deeds, and occupy God's domain. With military exploits, His Majesty will reward you and improve your cultivation. Li Yuanba said with some taste. In fact, he also wants to go out and make contributions. Just, sorry to speak. Your Majesty must win the divine realm for His Majesty. Void Demon said excitedly. Well, very good. Here is a magic whip, which is a primordial treasure. You can take it to any god realm, but don't go to the Apocalypse God Realm. Just go to the Xiongfeng God Realm. After all, the Empress Apocalypse saved him, so he is too embarrassed to avenge him. The ancestor Zumo happily left. This trip will definitely set off a bloodbath. Yuanba, when Zhao Yun comes later, you also leave, seeing how anxious you are, you can't stand it anymore, right? Xuanhuan said jokingly. At the same time, he ordered in his heart. System, use a teleportation opportunity to teleport Zhao Yun over. He has no chance to teleport now. If you were using it, apart from getting it in missions, there will be fusion rewards. Ding. The system is sending Zhao Yun to the host for the host. After he comes, first let him awaken his primordial essence, and then limit his creation. As the system prompt sounded, Zhao Yun, who was practicing in his mansion in Hongmeng Tianting, suddenly disappeared. Reappearance has already appeared beside Xuanhuan. But before he could show surprise, he was sucked in by Xuanhuan. 10 seconds later. Ding. Zhao Yun's ultimate creation is complete, may the host choose to release it? Release, call up his attribute list. Zhao Yun, from Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Race, primordial god. Inheritance, fighting avenue. Lucky level, immortal divine sense emperor 7 realms. Cultivation technique, battle dragon profound kung fu. Magic weapon, Hongmeng silver dragon spear. Special attribute, god of spears. When fighting with people with guns, you can easily crush the battlefield. Play a dominant role. The combat power will be doubled. Ultimate creation, Taitsong silver dragon. Loyalty, 100/100. As Zhao Yun's attribute list appeared in front of Su Haoyan's eyes, Zhao Yun flew out from between his eyebrows. Your Majesty, I can fight side by side with you again. Zhao Yun was already farting in the sky behind, so he was very happy to be able to follow Su Haoyan. Okay, Zilong, I'm relieved to have you by my side. Next, I'm going to conquer the city for His Majesty. See you later. After Li Yuanba finished speaking, he clasped his fist at Su Haoyan, got away from Lu Guang, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Zhao Yun was a little dazed, but after Su Haoyan shook his head and told him his plan, Zhao Yun suddenly became excited. This is not to follow Su Haoyan to conquer the city in Hongmeng, but to fight for a god's domain. A great opportunity to leave a name in the land of the Siyuan Protoss. And knowing that he would also have this opportunity, Zhao Yun was even happier. At this moment, a white figure suddenly flew in front of them on the left, as fast as lightning. Su Haoyan turned his head to look, a little stunned. This figure turned out to be the domain master of the Tianqi god realm, the Queen of Tianqi. Sensing Su Haoyan's gaze, Empress Apocalypse smiled slightly, as if she was not surprised to see Su Haoyan here. Are you going to guard the magic mountain too? Su Haoyan asked. With Su Haoyan's current strong spiritual consciousness, he can already see his cultivation. Immortal Dharma innate Dzogchen. With such a cultivation base, she can become the domain master of a domain. Obviously, she either has a backer behind her or has some special means. Yes, not only me, but also prominent figures from other domains also went to Shumo Mountain. The Apocalypse Queen said with her lips parted. Afterwards, she automatically joined Su Haoyan's stream. But when she saw Zhao Yun, she was a little stunned. She remembered that Su Haoyan was surrounded by a black and thin young man named Li Yuanba. Why was he replaced by a young general in silver robe? However, this is their own business, and she will not ask it out of shame. But she still couldn't help asking another question. Emperor Heaven, it is said that you took down the Yutian divine realm, and I don't know if the legend is wrong. You will know in a few days. Not only Yutian god realm, but other realms are also in my plan, including your Apocalypse god realm, of course. Regarding Su Haoyan's words, Queen Apocalypse rolled her eyes, but said nothing. I thought to myself, just brag, there are so many gods, how many subordinates do you have? Even if each god has only one person, you still have to have those people? She couldn't believe what Su Haoyan said. Streamer continued to fly. 2 days passed by in a hurry. Shumo Mountain has already gathered millions of souls, and all of them are powerful. Most of them come from several nearby gods. They are all suspended in the starry sky, and they dare not enter Shumo Mountain. The starry sky here is extremely dim, and the devilish energy is billowing, mixed with bloody rays of light. These creatures all came to watch the excitement after hearing the news, and there were quite a few people who fished in troubled waters, and some who wanted to join the imperial court. It can be said that the minds are different. It is said that that guy used to have a high status. What is the reincarnation of the God Emperor's Guard? You kidding me? Returning to the God Emperor, that's just a strong man. Fabricated by history, do you believe it? It is said that he knows a cave that the God Emperor left in the world, and there are countless rare treasures in it. I don't know if it is true or not. It's probably true, right? Otherwise, why would the imperial court send several emperors to protect him? TSK, if there really is a God Emperor's cave, doesn't that mean we have a chance to go in too? The creatures talked a lot, and they all became interested in the cave of the God Emperor. When Xuanhuan and the others came here, Emperor Chongqian's voice happened to sound. As the guards of the imperial court, we should expel the aliens from the lower realm. However, in order to demonstrate the justice of the imperial court, this person is publicly judged here today. He claims to be the divine guard of the God Emperor, but we all know that the God Emperor is the legendary God residence, the God in everyone's mind, and cannot be profaned, so today we will let this creature defend himself. What evidence does he have to prove? Are you the God Emperor's guard? After Chongqian finished speaking, he looked in a certain direction. That's right, unless he can come up with something related to the God Emperor, he might as well be executed. A creature suddenly clamored. Yes, if you can't get it out, kill him. The imperial court is just and we must support the imperial court's decision. The creatures began to clamor. Let the starry sky suddenly become lively. Just. This is the slogan that the Emperor's court has been playing to the outside world all the time. Those who have lived for a long time know the twists and turns. In fact, the justice of the imperial court is a means to arm oneself. They use the source plane as the radiation point to enslave various god domains. Damn it. Judgment, you kill me if you have the ability. I am the God Emperor's guard in life, and I am the God Emperor's guard in death. Isn't it? The pain of soul-eating heart? Come if you have the ability? Emperor Qian scolded angrily. There is no fear on the face. Quickly explain, where is the God Emperor's cave? As long as you tell it, not only will you not die, but you will also make meritorious service and become a hero of the Emperor's court. You can enjoy the glory and wealth. A voice sounded in the black cloud. Immediately afterwards, a big man in black armor stepped out of it. Then void flew above Chandi's head, staring at Chandi firmly. Emperor Chongqian and the other 5 figures also flew into Shimo Mountain. The violent aura of the 7 gathered together, making the starry sky tremble. Let the minds of millions of souls be shocked. They are so powerful. Empress Apocalypse stared at the 7 people with her beautiful eyes. She couldn't help but think of Xuanhuan, and turned her head to look. Seeing that Xuanhuan was calm and relaxed, there was no trace of fear. I couldn't help but wonder in my heart. Is he really fearless, or is he pretending to be deep? But no matter what, he alone can't make much impression on the imperial court. He is just a passerby. And he really can't make any big waves. You idiot, do you think I'll say that? Seeing this, the man in black armor had a hideous look on his face, and gusts of bloody air surged into Emperor Qian's body. Emperor Qian's face changed, and then he roared. Ha ha ha, you bastard who deceives the world, come on, Grandpa is not afraid. Emperor Qian's screams and roars were full of pain and resentment. It makes your scalp tingle when you hear it. Emperor Chongqian looked at the painful Emperor Qian with no expression on his face, just waiting for Emperor Qian to call out the whereabouts of the God Emperor's cave. Ding. Trigger the side mission, kill the Emperor. Mission details, Emperor Qian was persecuted by the emperor, and the host has already developed anger in his heart. If the host kills or expels the emperor, the system will reward. The host wants a chance for divine power empowerment, a chance for extreme good fortune, a chance for primordial awakening, a chance for the strong to teleport, 3 chances for the inheritance of Taoism, 3 chances for primordial awakening. At the same time, the host and the imperial court became opposites relation. At this moment, in Xuanhuan's mind, the system prompt sounded, and a cold breath burst out of his eyes. Zilong, take action and save that man. Xuanhuan said without hesitation. Hero, you are a tough guy. Let Zilong come to save you. At this moment, a roar sounded, shaking the entire starry sky immediately. It was Zhao Yun, Zhao Zilong. With the sound of his voice, a silver dragon burst out from behind him, skyrocketed, and became billions of feet in size in the blink of an eye. It roared at the Shumo mountain, and then rushed towards those emperors with the force of Mount Tai. Xuanhuan didn't hold back either, he transformed into Taishu divine body in an instant, and avatars of heavenly emperors swam out from behind him, surrounding the Shumo mountain in the blink of an eye. This is not over yet. When his right hand swung forward, it instantly turned into a crystal. The crystal clear palm stretched out flatly, and immediately, a colorful hill rushed out from the palm. It is Taishu Shinshan. As soon as Taishu Shinshan appeared, it suddenly disappeared in place, and when it reappeared, it had become billions of feet in size, and came over the Shumo mountain. Just before everyone reacted and didn't know what happened, Zhao Yun's silver dragon spear had already appeared above the head of the black-armored man. He reacted quite quickly, blocking the top of his head with a long black knife. Boom! Hearing a loud bang, the black-armored man's body collapsed directly, turning into a cloud of blood mist, filling the starry sky. Changshan Zhao Zilong, who killed a powerful enemy with one move, was extremely powerful. The 6 people beside him, including Emperor Chong Tian, all looked at Zhao Yun in horror. All of them opened their mouths wide open, looking like hell. However, before they could react, a loud bang suddenly came from above their heads. Several people looked up subconsciously, only to see a multicolored giant mountain turning into a stream of light, roaring and blasting hard towards them. Zilong, save Emperor Qian, and I'll take care of the rest. Xuanhuan's voice came at this time. Zhao Yun turned around without any hesitation, and took the stunned Emperor Qian into his hand, and disappeared as soon as he turned around. At this moment, the Taishu mountain above was ruthlessly pressed down. Who dares to oppose the imperial court? Emperor Chong Tian roared furiously, and took out a treasure in a hurry, intending to fight against Taishu Shinshan. However, what made him utterly horrified was that, not to mention the inability to activate the treasure, it was the inability to mobilize all of his divine power. He took the time to look at the other great emperors, no surprises, all of them. So the 6 people just watched the Taishu Shinshan fall, and they were about to turn into minced meat. At this moment, a roar rumbled from the depths of the starry sky. Where did the thief dare to kill the emperor of the imperial court? Don't he want to live? As the sound came out, a golden streamer came to the front with only a flash. As the light faded, a tall man with a golden armor and a muscular body appeared. Who are you? Why do you want to be an enemy of the imperial court? You. The big man in golden armor pointed at Xuanhuan and stopped drinking. But when his eyes fell on Taixishan Mountain, he was stunned. After a while, he pointed to Taishu Mountain and shouted in amazement. Taishu Divine Mountain? It turned out to be a legendary artifact? How is it possible? The legendary artifact? As soon as these words came out, the shocked creatures in the starry sky immediately exploded. No way, that hill shining with colorful light turned out to be a legendary artifact? Sacred weapon? Even if it is as powerful as the Emperor's court, it can't surpass 3 pieces. That is a treasure handed down from ancient times. It is said that it was created by the God Emperor. There are only a dozen or so in the whole world. I didn't expect to encounter one today. The creatures talked a lot, and all of them stared at the gradually falling Taishu mountain with bright eyes. Your Excellency, who are you? Do you really want to live forever with the Imperial Court? A hint of greed flashed deep in the eyes of the man in golden armor. Glancing at Xuanhuan, who was so young, he asked tentatively. However, what made his eyes tear open was that Xuanhuan didn't pay attention to him at all, and his expression moved slightly. In the next second, a burst of 7-colored air suddenly spewed out from the bottom of Taishu Shinshan Mountain. With lightning speed, it instantly engulfed the 6 people below, and even the entire Shumo mountain was covered in it. Then, Suhao turned his head and said to the golden-armored man, Emperor Court? Is it amazing? Zilong, kill him. Xuanhuan had already seen the eagerness in Zhao Yun's eyes, and said, immediately. Your order. After Zhao Yun finished speaking, he put Emperor Qian down, brandished the silver dragon, and charged at the golden-armored man. Humph, you, the Emperor of the 7 realms of immortal spiritual mind, dare to show your teeth and claws in front of me, you are really courting death. Haha, whether you want to die or not, let's talk about it after hitting. While speaking, the two fought together. On this side, Xuanhuan didn't hesitate, he directly urged the Taishu mountain, and pressed the 6 emperors including Emperor Chongtian under the Taishu mountain. However, soon, Xuanhuan felt something different. He was surprised to find that Taishu Shinshan was actually absorbing the spirit and flesh of the 6 great emperors below the mountain. Under his divine thoughts, he clearly saw that the flesh and blood of the 6 people turned into a skeleton in an instant, and soon, the skeleton was also absorbed. The 6 people really disappeared in the blink of an eye. Immediately afterwards, Taishu Shinshan was not finished yet, the 7-colored aura continued to disperse into the depths of Shumo Mountain, and soon it found the core of Shumo Mountain, and absorbed the core of Shumo Mountain without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, Shumo Mountain became vast, gray, and dilapidated. In the blink of an eye, it turned into dust with a bang and dissipated into the starry sky. After seeing this scene, all the creatures immediately widened their eyes, showing horror. My God, this artifact is too overbearing. Sacred weapon, it really deserves its reputation. It can even destroy the famous Shumo Mountain, which is really extraordinary. TSK, who is this guy? He actually possesses a divine weapon, it's incredible. Xuanhuan ignored the comments of the surrounding creatures, because at this moment, the Taishu Shinshan had absorbed everything and became the size of a palm, whirling up and down around him, appearing extremely agile. It seems that as my cultivation continues to improve, many powerful functions of Taishu Shinshan will also be stimulated. Xuanhuan looked at the constantly flying Taishu mountain, with anticipation in his eyes. Empress Apocalypse was already stunned. She never thought that a guy who accidentally broke into her territory would have such a great ability and be able to control ancient artifacts. Ding! Complete the side mission, kill the Emperor. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to be empowered with divine power, a chance to achieve extreme good fortune, a chance to awaken the primordial being, a chance to be teleported by the strong, and 3 times, to draw the inheritance of Taoism opportunity. 3 chances to awaken the primordial spirit. At the same time, the host and the imperial court have become antagonistic. The system prompt sounded, and Xuanhuan looked up at the battle in the starry sky. At this moment, Zhao Yun was grinning grinningly at the controlling Taizong silver dragon chasing and bombarding the golden-armored man. Who the hell are you? You have the cultivation base of the immortal divine sense Emperor, and you will not be used by the imperial court to do evil. Do you want to die? The big man in golden armor couldn't calm down anymore, and he rushed towards Zhao Yun with an angry face. At this time, he was surrounded by this blood energy, transformed himself into a billion feet tall, and attacked Zhao Yun. Although Zhao Yun was a level smaller than the other party, with his attribute of leapfrog fighting, he had no fear of this person at all. Fool, die. Zhao Yun yelled at the golden-armored man, causing eardrums of countless creatures in the starry sky to ache, and some were immediately exploded. The starry sky was in chaos. The man in golden armor who flew towards Zhao Yun felt a devastating aura rushing towards him before he could react. It collapsed in an instant, collapsed and disappeared, turned into a little bit of starlight, and scattered between heaven and earth. Shouted loudly. The majestic emperor, the immortal divine sense emperor, fell in this way. Seeing this, the creatures who suffered from the indiscriminate disaster all gasped. They all jumped together. Seeing this, some creatures who wanted to fish in troubled waters, bullied Xuanhuan for his low cultivation, and planned to take over the Taishu mountain. Immediately died down and retreated one after another. Ding. Complete the main task, save Chandi. The system specially rewards the host with 1 chance for divine empowerment, 1 chance for supreme awakening, 10 chances for primordial reawakening, 10 chances for primordial chi-quenching body, 10 chances a chance to overcome the tribulation of the primordial, 10 chances to awaken the primordial, 20 chances to awaken beyond the limit, 20 chances to awaken the diehard loyalists, 20 chances to be blessed by the system, 20 chances to copy the strong, 20. This is a chance for the next strong to reach the pinnacle. Hearing the system prompt sound, Xuanhuan couldn't help showing a bright smile. He turned his head to look at Emperor Qian, who was still in a daze, feeling filled with emotion. This is comparable to his own, from the time of chaos to the beginning of the primordial world. Emperor Qian met himself several times. He didn't know until now that this guy turned out to be one of his left and right hands, Yu Shenwei. Shenting Yue Tua Bong pays homage to His Majesty, the God Emperor. When Emperor Qian saw Xuanhuan's appearance, he suddenly became clever. Knelt down and shouted. His voice was already very high, but at this moment, the starry sky was extremely quiet, and the eyes of all creatures were focused on Xuanhuan. Again. So his words and actions immediately caused Xingkong to explode. What did that guy say, God Emperor? Impossible, that young man is actually a God Emperor? Nonsense? The God Emperor is the ancestor of the Xuanhuan God race, how could it be this young man? Some time ago, there were rumors that on the edge of the 9th source plane, a god established a new source plane. It is said to be a young man. Could it be him? TSK, do you think he is the reincarnation of the God Emperor? Facing the discussion of hundreds of millions of creatures in the starry sky, Xuanhuan ignored it, but said to Emperor Qian, How do you feel when you see me again? I didn't expect you to be my guard in the previous life. What a joke. However, what the hell are they talking about my cave? Xuanhuan asked, strangely. Your Majesty, the cave you left behind in the mortal world is of great importance. At the time only Lord Xuanhuan and I knew about it. When we were reincarnated, the two of us shared half of the map. Only by piecing together. Can we get the exact location? So, the most important thing for us now is to find Master Xuanhuan. Tu Bahong said quickly. At the same time, a look of excitement appeared on his face. He paused and said again. However, I still know the approximate location of the cave. After Tu Bahong finished speaking, he changed his voice to voice transmission and encryption. This is entirely to prevent outsiders from eavesdropping. Your Majesty, one of your caves seems to be somewhere in the seventh source plane. Ding. Trigger the main task, find the cave that the host left behind. Task. Details, if the host wants to return to the origin of time, he must find everything about himself. If the host finds this cave that was lost in the mortal world, the system will reward the host with a chance to awaken the Supreme Being, a chance to be empowered with divine power, a chance to create extreme good fortune, a chance to awaken the primordial being, a chance to be teleported by the strong, a chance to inherit Taoism, a chance to awaken primordial spirit, and a chance to awaken diehard loyalists, thus triggering the supreme level mission. At this time, Xuanhuan, who was listening to Chandi Tu Bahong, heard a system prompt in his mind, making him slightly taken aback. He doesn't care much about those rewards, what he cares about is the supreme level task. Once a supreme level task appears, it will definitely be earth-shattering. For a moment he looked forward to it. Afterwards, Xuanhuan joined Zhao Yun and left the starry sky under the awe-inspiring eyes of hundreds of millions of living beings. In the starry sky as vast as the sea, Xuanhuan sat on the clouds and said to Emperor Qian Tu Bahong, I'm going to promote you now. When Tu Bahong heard it, he was taken aback for a moment, but he immediately spoke. It has long been heard that His Majesty possesses a supernatural power that can instantly increase one's cultivation. I never thought that I would have such an opportunity today. It's just that I don't know much about the memories of the past, so I can't help His Majesty restore his memory for the time being. I'm incompetent. Tu Bahong said with emotion. Seeing this, Xuanhuan patted him. Then he gave instructions to the system. Conscript Chandi Tu Bahong, awaken beyond the limit, then inherit the Tao of boxing, cross the tribulation in Hongmeng, and finally quench the body with the original energy. After Xuanhuan gave his orders, Tua Baong was sucked in by the system. With Emperor Qian's current cultivation base, after this set, it is impossible not to break through the immortal law. The reason why the Tao of boxing was passed on to Tua Baong was because he used boxing, and he practiced the 5-phase magic skill, which is rare in the world. With the blessing of the Tao of Fist, Tua Baong will be a super strong man again after he comes out. Soon, a minute is fleeting. Ding. Emperor Qian Tuoba successfully quenched his body with the qi of Hongyi Yuanchu. May the host choose to release it? Release, and call up his attribute list. Tu Bahong, from the outer world. Identity, primordial God. God Emperor Guard. Inheritance of Taoism, the Tao of Fist. Affiliated good fortune, Fist good fortune. Lucky level, Immortal Divine Sense Emperor 9 Realms. Cultivation Method, 10,000 lives create the world and determine the third world. Magic Weapon, none. Supernatural Powers, Heaven-Shattering Dafa. Regrettably Fist. Special Attributes, Loyalty to the Liver and Courage, with a heart of loyalty. To the liver and courage, standing by the host's side and guarding it will double its strength, and it will be the master without fear of anyone. Loyalty, 100/100. Immortal Divine Sense Emperor 9 Realms. It can be said that this realm has broken the highest realm of Hongmeng at this time. Immediately, Emperor Qian Tubahong flew out from between Su Haoyan's eyebrows. Your Majesty, Tubahong, thank you for your kindness in rebuilding. With a plop, Tua Baong knelt on the cloud. His face was full of excitement. After countless millions of years, he was finally able to serve the god Emperor again. After helping Chandi Tubahong up, Su Haoyan thought for a while and asked, "Do you know the whereabouts of the essence of origin?" What he is most concerned about now is his cultivation base. Only by constantly improving his cultivation base can he improve his subordinates infinitely, and then his return path will be faster. Tubahong thought for a while and said, "I only know that God Emperor, you have the essence of Xuanhuan in your cave. And the rest are in the hands of the Source Masters." However, the Source Masters generally do not sit on the Source plane with their real bodies, and they all practice in the holy land of Xuanhuan. If you let them come out, you can only show up unless something big happens on your own interface. As soon as Su Haoyan heard this, he already knew that he had to go to the seventh source plane this time. In order to get back what he lost, he must take risks. System, send Dou Yu over. He still has a chance to teleport now, if not, he can exchange for one. Since the Source Master is not in his own source plane, he will turn the ninth source plane upside down. Holding the ninth origin plane in his hands is also beneficial to Hongmeng. Therefore, he has to attack the ninth source plane out of emotion and reason. Ding. The system is sending Dou Yu to the host's side. After the system prompt sounded, Su Haoyan continued to give instructions. As soon as he comes, let him awaken his primordial spirit, and then limit his creation. Although he now has 2 opportunities for divine empowerment and 2 opportunities for supreme awakening. However, because of where the system authority is, he dare not use it. If the system crashes in this dangerous world, he will instantly fall into a passive position. Dou Yu, who was drinking in his mansion in the Hongmeng Heavenly Court, sighed. He was thinking of Su Haoyan. When can he bring him to fight against the stars? However, at this moment, he suddenly disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already beside Su Haoyan. He was very excited when he saw Su Haoyan, but he was immediately sucked in by the system. In this regard, the 2 standing on the clouds have long been prepared in their hearts. Zhao Yun looked at Su Haoyan. He had already made up his mind, so he spoke immediately. Your Majesty, I also plan to go out to practice and win a god realm for your Majesty. Well, I'm very relieved that you have this plan, but as you, the Taitsong Erlang, you can't just pick those soft persimmons. You have to get a bigger God's domain for me. Su Haoyan said half-jokingly. Don't worry, Your Majesty, after a while, you will be able to hear my name. Taitsong Erlang, in the starry sky. Zhao Yun said excitedly. Then, he turned around and disappeared. Your Majesty, what about me? Emperor Qian Tubahong also had a look of excitement. He also wants to make contributions to Su Haoyan. You stay by my side for the time being, I have other tasks for you. As soon as this remark came out, Gandhi suddenly felt his blood boil. Ding! Guan Yu's ultimate creation is complete. Ding! System-friendly reminder, because the host has entered a new interface. The system's self-repair time has been extended. Guan Yu's cultivation has exceeded the range that the system can bear at this stage. If he releases it, the system will crash again. The shortest repair time is 1 month. Listening to the system prompt, Xuanhuan was a little depressed. He found that the system could no longer keep up with his pace. Ding! If the host wants to increase the authority of the system, first of all, the host's own cultivation should be improved as soon as possible, or the territory should be expanded. Or if he can find a treasure similar to Shumi, cave and let the system devour it, the system itself will naturally be enhanced. Hearing this, Xuanhuan fell into deep thought. After a while, he glanced at Chandi Tubahong, and an idea immediately appeared in his mind. System, can my subordinates inherit the Taoism inheritance again? That is, more than 2 Taoism inheritances? Based on the authority of the current system and the qualifications of the strong, it is impossible to inherit the second inheritance of Taoism. However, if the system is upgraded at a high speed, it may unlock the inheritance of the Great Tao. Inheritance of the Ultimate Avenue? Upon hearing this function, Xuanhuan's eyes began to light up. After promoting his subordinates several times, Xuanhuan found that their progress was different from before. In the past, people with good aptitude could advance to several major realms in a row, but now the highest one is a major realm, and even only a few small realms. It seems that the progress of the system limits its own development. In the final analysis, the system upgrade is too slow. If the host wants to unlock more system functions, in addition to the above-mentioned conditions, if the host finds the real source of the system may grow infinitely. Hearing the system's explanation, Xuanhuan couldn't help but secretly sighed, finding the real cause of the system. How easy is it? Let it go. System, don't release Guan Yu for the time being, call up his attribute list. First, Guan Yu, from Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Identity, Hongmeng Dragon God. The said Avenue, Wuxing Avenue. Ultimate Creation, Longxiang Ditian. Cultivation Technique, Heaven and Earth, Profound Kung Fu. Lucky Level, Immortal Divine Sense Saint Venerable One Realm. Supernatural Powers, Qinglong Yao Tian. Wuxing Shenwei. Special Attribute 1, Martial Saint is angry, once he goes berserk, he will activate the unparalleled combat power, and his strength will be doubled. Special Attribute 2, Qinglong Xuantian, at this time, Guan Yu has already surpassed the scope of a great emperor. Once he shows his power, it only takes one thought to destroy a god's domain. Immortal Title, Wuxing Zuan. Loyalty, 100/100. Damn it, Immortal Divine Sense Saint One Realm. Xuanhuan almost jumped up from the Supreme Kowloon chair. This is so. Could it be that the Immortal Divine Sense Lord is the next realm of the Immortal Divine Sense Emperor? So how many realms does immortality have? Sure enough, the road to the strong has no end. TSK, Wuxing Zuan, if Guan Yu is born, it will definitely stir up the situation in all directions. Thinking of this, Xuanhuan shook his head with a wry smile and ordered secretly. System, use 20 other rewards to exchange for a teleportation opportunity, and send Yang Jian to me. Although he has a Chandi Tubahong by his side, he has other tasks entrusted to him now, so it is better to get a strong person to protect him. The news about the killing of the 6 emperors in the imperial court spread quickly. Along with it, there was news that a young man who was suspected to be the reincarnation of the God Emperor had appeared. At the same time, Tubahong, the former right guard of the God Emperor, also appeared. All these news gathered together, and all those who heard it exclaimed, denying the rumor immediately. It is indeed the God Emperor and the God Guard, which has become an eternal legend. How could it suddenly appear, and there is no sign at all? Who is Li Yuanba? Is he so powerful? Emperor? Never heard of it? Isn't it the God Emperor who came out again? In order to deceive people, he deliberately created the name of a heavenly emperor? Haha, it's funny, this time, the emperor's court will lose face. However, this mysterious powerhouse dared to openly kill the emperor level powerhouse. It seems that the power behind it is not small. In any case, Li Yuanba became famous in the first battle, and the Emperor of Heaven became famous along with him. Even Emperor Qian Tuobahong resounded through the starry sky. However, what attracted the most attention was the news about the God Emperor's cave mansion. So, even 9 out of 10 people think the news is nonsense. But there are still a lot of forces, and the hermits sent spies one after another, and the strong went to the 9th source plane to find out the news. Ding. Trigger the main mission. Destroy the Emperor's court. Mission. Details, because Li Yuanba killed 6 Emperor-level powerhouses in the Emperor's court, he has already angered the higher-ups of the Emperor's court. For a long time to come, the host will be hunted down by the imperial court. If the host defeats the next wave of imperial court pursuers, the system specially rewards the host with a chance of extreme good fortune. A chance to awaken the primordial spirit, a chance to temper the body with primordial chi, a chance to be teleported by the strong, 5 chances to overcome the tribulation of the primordial, and 5 chances to awaken the primordial, 5 chances to be recruited by the primordial spirit, 5 chances to awaken beyond the limit, 10 chances to be the peak of the strong, and 10 chances to copy the strong. The system prompt sounded suddenly, making Xuanhuan slightly taken aback. At this time only 1 day had passed since the battle at the Devil's Mountain, and the news spread fast enough. However, he doesn't care. He is mainly measuring how strong the strong man sent by the imperial court is now. If he really surpassed the immortal divine sense emperor, he might have to release Guan Yu. Ding. Yang Jian's ultimate good luck has succeeded. If released, the system will collapse. Just then, the system beep sounded again. It made Xuanhuan want to scold his mother. What the hell, it still can't be released. Don't release it yet, call up his attribute list. Yang Jian, from ancient myths and legends. Race, primordial god. The avenue passed on, the avenue of the god of war. Ultimate good fortune, Erlang Xingzuan. Lucky level, 3 realms of immortal divine sense Saint Venerable. Cultivation method, 89 mysterious kung fu. Supernatural powers, 72 transformations of Earth Fiend. Destroy the magic eye. King Kong is not bad. Turn things upside down. Magic weapon, 3-pointed double-edged knife. Special attribute, on the battlefield, it can maximize the oppression of the enemy. Loyalty, 100/100. Xuanhuan is very depressed now. Extremely depressed, and the 2 powerhouses were teleported one after another because they were too high to be released. What can he do? What should I do? Let it be cold. What can I do? At the same time, Xiao Tianyuan, who was playing in the Tiandi Palace in Hongming Tianting, suddenly fell from the sky, but was fortunately picked up. by Su Tianfeng, who followed him all the time. Immediately afterwards, he burst into tears in Su Tianfeng's arms. At the same time, his face turned pale and his breathing became disordered. After hearing the news, Bai Suzhen and Su Haoyan's concubines suddenly changed their expressions drastically. Today happened to be Su Tianyuan's third birthday. Everyone chatted in the gazebo while watching Tianyuan flying around outside. But why did he fall for no reason? Still screaming in pain? Soon the imperial physician was recruited into the palace. At the same time, Wang Mabai, who was drinking with Mo Yantian in his mansion, suddenly felt his heart beat faster and faster, as if the heart was about to jump out of his chest. He quickly put down his wine glass, then covered his chest, coughing violently. Mo Yantian next to him was stunned for a moment, but his expression changed immediately. Wang Mabai, what's wrong with you? I don't know, I feel very uncomfortable all of a sudden, and, not good. Before Wang Mabai finished speaking, he disappeared out of thin air. Mo Yantian's outstretched hand froze in mid-air, and his eyes widened. It's unbelievable. But he immediately took out the sound transmission jade slip, said a few words quickly and threw it out. Hey, what's wrong with me? Mother, why are you crying? The moment Wang Mabai disappeared, Tianyuan, who was in great pain in the Tiandi palace, suddenly stopped hurting, like a good person. This made the women look at each other in blank dismay. At the same time, Su Haoyan, who was flying in the outer space, also suffered the same thing. At this moment, he clutched his chest and panted violently, as if his heart was about to fall out. Emperor Qian Tuobahong was shocked when he saw this. He didn't know what to do. But soon, all the pain disappeared. Hey, what's going on? Why did the pain suddenly disappear again, as if it didn't happen? Su Haoyan was puzzled, and Tuobahong was also puzzled. Will there be strong enemies around? Is it an ominous sign? Could something big happen in Hongming Heavenly Court? Questions flashed in Su Haoyan's mind. But he denied them all. System, do you know what's going on? At no point, Su Haoyan finally had to ask the system for help. I don't know. The system doesn't feel the danger from the outside world at all. Obviously, the problem is caused by the host itself, but the system hasn't detected any changes in the host's body yet. The system explained. Su Haoyan was even more puzzled. Could it be that something happened in Hongming Heavenly Court? To be on the safe side, he hastily exchanged 20 rewards for a powerhouse teleportation. System, send Patriarch Bodhi here. What happened to Hongming Heavenly Court? Patriarch Bodhi must be very clear. He originally wanted to teleport Xuanhuan, Xiaotian over, but if he left inexplicably, it would definitely cause panic in the entire Heavenly Court. And Patriarch Bodhi is the prince's teacher, and he often travels outside, so no one will doubt it. Soon, Patriarch Bodhi appeared next to Su Haoyan. Your Majesty? Patriarch Bodhi was in a trance, just about to be shocked, when he saw Su Haoyan standing beside him. He said in surprise. But immediately his expression changed wildly, and he said hastily, Your Majesty, something happened in heaven. As soon as these words came out, Su Haoyan's face darkened. Sure enough, what he was worried about happened. However, when Patriarch Bodhi told the story, he was immediately stunned. Tianyuan suddenly yelled in pain. My father suddenly disappeared for no reason? Su Haoyan was stunned. Tuobahong was also stunned. Thinking of the situation where Su Haoyan was clutching his stomach just now, Tuobahong felt incredible. Xuanhuan fell into deep thought. Wang Mabai, Xin, Tianwu, and the other children are all fine? Xuanhuan seemed to have found the problem, but he couldn't catch it at all. And many more. Suddenly he thought of his human father who had disappeared inexplicably in the mysterious world. Is it really related to me? Your Majesty, this matter has not been made public in the heavenly court. Her Majesty the Holy Empress has already suppressed this matter. I just wait for Your Majesty to go back and investigate. In addition, Emperor Hongmeng found many unidentified strong men in Hongmeng, and they mentioned it intentionally or unintentionally. The name of the prince, Tianwu. After hearing the news, the prince has transferred the emperor teacher and several other experts into the palace to protect Xiao Tianwu. Hearing this, Xuanhuan felt his head roar and explode, one head and too big. Fortunately, Bai Suzhen and Su Lingtian controlled the situation within a certain range. As long as I control the ninth origin plane in my hands in a very short period of time and then fuse the primordial origin with the ninth origin plane, I can relieve the Xuanhuan god clan's covetousness on the primordial origin. But what puzzled him was why they were interested in Tianwu. Could it be that Tianwu has some special identity? Your Majesty, what should we do next? Tu Bahong asked. Just now, Xuanhuan had introduced Tuo Bahong to Patriarch Bodhi. The two are also familiar. Go to the edge of the eighth source plane. I want to unseal all the direct lineages of the Xuanhuan god clan, which is the foundation of whether I can gain a foothold in this starry sky. In addition, Tu Bahong, your mission is here. Once I unseal the direct line of the Xuanhuan god clan, you will lead them to form a force to stand firm in the starry sky and fight against the imperial court. I want to be upright, return to the Protoss. Your order. In addition, Patriarch Bodhi, I want to promote you. System, let Bodhi Patriarch Hongmeng reawaken. Immediately, the system sucked Patriarch Bodhi into the system. 10 seconds later. Ding. Patriarch Bodhi succeeded in extreme good fortune. May I ask if the host chooses to release it? Hearing what the system said, Xuanhuan felt relieved. Since it can be released, then the Bodhi Patriarch has not surpassed the immortal god. Release, and call up his attribute list. Patriarch Bodhi, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, primordial god. Bloodline, primordial creature. The Preached Avenue, Bodhi Avenue. Good fortune, innate Bodhi root. Lucky level, immortal divine sense Emperor 4 realms. Supernatural powers, proficient in the 3 religions. 72. Transformations of Earth Fiend. The power is boundless. Dojo, Ling Tai Fongsuan Mountain, Slanting Moon Samsung Cave. Magic weapon, the Lotus Throne. Floating dust. Loyalty, 100/100. Immortal divine sense, Great Emperor 4 realms. It's not bad, there is no chance to drive now, so we can't let him go out to practice. Later, Patriarch Bodhi appeared, and after being polite, the 3 continued on their way. Such 3 days are fleeting. On this day, the starry sky of the 9th source plane was shaken by 2 news. The mysterious strongman, the golden-winged rock Li Yuanba, suddenly attacked Yunlan God Realm. It only took 3 moves to smash the body of the master of the misty cloud region and crush the fairy baby. Then, within a day, Yunlan God Realm changed its owner. The mysterious powerhouse Taitsong Yinlong challenged the 8th-ranked Jade Bone God Realm on the 9th source plane, and killed the Jade Bone Realm Lord and Jade Bone God Lord with 1 move. In less than half a day, the Jade Bone God realm also changed its owner. As soon as this news came out, it once again shocked the entire ninth source plane. Fuck, what's wrong with the ninth source plane? Why are there so many unfamiliar strong people recently? The sky is about to change. First, a strong man suspected of being the reincarnation of the God Emperor turned out to kill the Emperor, and then two super strong men appeared, and they took over the second God domain. It's changed. Xiongfeng God Realm, Yutian God Realm, Cloud Mist God Realm, Jade Bone God Realm, and the ninth origin plane have lost 4 domains in just 1 month. It seems that a big battle is inevitable. The creatures in the starry sky were talking about it. At the same time, the 4 names of Jiuling Yuanxing, Zhao Yun, Li Yuanba, and Yingjing resounded throughout the ninth source plane. At the same time, the name of the Emperor of Heaven followed. There are rumors that the Emperor of Heaven is actually the force behind these powerful men. But until now, it has not been confirmed. Another day passed, and another piece of news caused shock among the creatures. A strong man named Zumo Patriarch attacked the 10th-ranked Gumming God Realm. It only took half a day to take the Gumming God Realm into his pocket. So far, the ninth source plane has had 5 domains change hands. This matter has aroused the great attention of the main star of the ninth source plane, and sent supervisors to the 5 God domains. Ding! Trigger the side mission, the wrath of the main star of the ninth source plane. Mission details: because of the high-profile behavior of Jiuling and other powerhouses, the main star of the ninth source plane has already touched the great attention, and has dispatched the Emperor-level powerhouse. Go to the occupied God's domain to investigate. If the host's subordinates kill the special envoy of the ninth origin plane, the system will reward the host with a chance of extreme good fortune, a chance to awaken the primordial spirit, a chance to be teleported by the strong, a chance to awaken the primordial spirit, and a chance to awaken the loyalist. Chance. Just when the 3 of Xuanhuan had arrived at the edge of the main star of the ninth source plane, the system prompt sounded in Xuanhuan's mind. Suddenly, Xuanhuan was taken aback for a moment. System, is this okay? He didn't expect that the task could be triggered without his presence. Of course, now that the host has established a teleportation relationship with the powerhouses, the strong men under the host can already indirectly affect the host's luck. In addition, if the host and his subordinates can withstand this wave this time, the system's luck will be improved. Again, Guan Yu can be released, but Yang Jian can't. Hearing what the system said, Xuanhuan's heart suddenly moved. It seems that my reputation can also promote the improvement of the system. Call out. The 3 of Xuanhuan drove at high speed. In this generation, there are fewer and fewer stars, but there is still no end in sight. However, Xuanhuan has a feeling that he is not far from the habitat of the second direct descendant of the Xuanhuan God clan. Another half-day passed. Xuanhuan, who was speeding at high speed, stopped suddenly. His eyes were fixed on nothingness in front of him. Your Majesty, I can feel the aura of the tribe. Tubahong's excitement was beyond words. Patriarch Bodhi also sensed something different ahead. Yes, I didn't expect these guys to hide so deeply, but it's time to hide. Xuanhuan muttered to himself. However, at this moment, an extremely majestic voice suddenly sounded. The starry sky was shocked immediately. Let them hide, because they will never be free. The voice sounded suddenly, but no one appeared. Who? Get out? Tubahong roared angrily. He couldn't even catch his breath. It was obvious that this person was by no means an idle person. Could it be the strong man sent by the imperial court? As soon as Tubahong's voice fell, a fiery red figure suddenly appeared in front of Xuanhuan and the three of them. The whole person was shrouded in flames, making it impossible for the three of them to see his face. Your Majesty, be careful, this person is extremely dangerous. Patriarch Bodhi appeared in front of Xuanhuan with a teleportation and blocked him. Xuanhuan stared at the fiery red figure and said, "Who are you?" "My name is Huiyunzi, but you must have never heard my name before." The red flame man spoke slowly. Ding. Found a trace of the origin of the flame. If the host devours this person, the host will get incredible benefits, and the control of the flame will be improved. At the same time, the system will become stronger again. At this moment, the system prompt sounded suddenly, causing Xuanhuan's eyes to light up suddenly. Win-win. Then take him at any cost. What are you trying to do in front of me? Well, yes, those high-level officials in the imperial court guessed well. You really have a trace of the blood of the ancestor gods. No wonder you can control the artifact. However, with your current strength, you can't release the true power of the artifact. And you are now facing the entire ninth, the anger of the source plane. Very dangerous. How about it, join the imperial court, it will be good for you and your source plane, and as long as you join the imperial court, the siege you are facing now will be easily resolved. Huiyunzi didn't make any detours and said straight to the point. Originally, the emperor wanted to kill Xuanhuan to avoid future troubles. But after investigation, he found out that he also has a god-defying supernatural power that can make people instantly stronger. He immediately changed his strategy and decided to let Xuanhuan join the imperial court, and then put him under house arrest, which became a sharp weapon for the imperial court to control his subordinates. What if I refuse? Xuanhuan asked with a half-smile. He is the God Emperor, the ancestor god who created all these things. How could he be subservient to the creatures he created? If you refuse, you have only one way of thinking. Are you relying on them? If you have these things, it's not enough. At that time, if you are captured by me, you won't be relying on them, but you will be a prisoner. Huiyunzi continued to persuade. If it wasn't for Xuanhuan's special role, he would have made a move a long time ago, so what nonsense would it be? I refuse. Xuanhuan said lightly. At the same time, he asked in his heart. System, release Guan Yu now, how long will it take for you to wake up? If the host gets his flame source, and the host absorbs and refines it, the system will be repaired in about a month, and at the same time, the maximum limit will also be increased. The system explained. Let Xuanhuan make a decision immediately. Humph, you don't have to drink a toast and your fine wine. Since you're looking for death, don't blame me for being rude. After Huiyunzi finished speaking, the flames surrounding him spread instantly, and the starry sky became scorching hot immediately. At the same time, traces of the original breath of flame rose into the sky. I saw a sea of flames flowing across the sky, and the crazy waves of fire were higher than the waves. They bared their teeth and danced their claws, as if they wanted to swallow the starry sky. On top of the highest fire wave, a 6 or 7-year-old child appeared. He stepped on the flames and walked from the flames. The whole body is full of explosions, as if to destroy everything. What was even more shocking was that he was holding a fiery red gourd in his hand. Streams of flames burst out from inside, causing the pupils of the three to shrink immediately. It's the source of the flame, and it's also turned into a human form? Patriarch Bodhi suddenly exclaimed. My dear, it seems that the Emperor's court is determined this time, and even sent out the third-grade flame source. Tubahong said in amazement as he looked at the flame boy rushing towards him. The origin of the third-grade flame? What do you mean? Xuanhuan asked with a heartbeat. The origin of the 5 elements is the foundation of the Emperor's court, and they are all in the hands of the Emperor. They divide the origin of the 5 elements into 9 ranks, with the lowest rank and the highest rank. 9th rank is equivalent to the ordinary primordial ancestral cultivation level, that is, ordinary single-attribute monks. The 1st rank origin is extremely mysterious and has never appeared in the starry sky. Even so, their strength is indeed the same level, they are the best. But they also have one of the biggest shortcomings, that is, adhering to the natural law of mutual generation and mutual restraint. Once the strong person with the original flame element encounters the strong person with the original water attribute, they will only be restrained. Tubahong quickly explained. After Tubahong's explanation, Xuanhuan suddenly seemed to have something wrong, and he always felt that he seemed to have caught something. But the flash of inspiration suddenly disappeared without a trace. It's like he found a treasure and wanted to grab it, but he caught nothing. Let him have some regrets. However, now is not the time to think about these things, because the boy transformed by Huiyunzi has come close. Your Majesty, the source of this third-grade flame is beyond what we can fight against. I will block it first, and the Patriarch will lead your Majesty to escape. Tubahong said with a resolute face. As soon as this remark came out, Patriarch Bodhi looked at Tubahong in surprise. At the same time, I appreciate his loyalty very much. It's okay, we don't need to take action, His Majesty will solve him. Knowing Xuanhuan's character deeply, he didn't believe that Xuanhuan was not fully prepared. Haha, whoever knows me is Bodhi. Xuanhuan laughed out loud. Immediately, he ordered in his heart. System, release Guan Yu. As soon as Xuanhuan's words fell, Xuanhuan's brows flashed with a ray of purple golden light, and Guan Yu in a blue armor came out. I saw him wearing a set of blue cyan armor, with a pair of blue cloud boots on his feet, a shining blue heart goggle on his chest, and his shoulders turned up high. It was 2 ferocious dragons, one blue and one blue, with their heads held high. God, make a roar. His helmet is also blue and blue, covering his resolute face, and there are 2 long horns that bend upwards, like dragon horns, like a dream. It can be said that the current Guan Yu has completely evolved into a dragon. A panlong with dual attributes of water and wood. Seeing this, Tubahong's eyes flashed brightly, and he said to himself after a long time, Your Majesty is indeed farsighted. Patriarch Bodhi smiled and said nothing. At the same time, Ying Jing, who was integrating some forces in Yufeng Xinyu, felt something. He looked in the direction of Xuanhuan and the others with a look of horror. Dragon God's breath? And this breath is very familiar, who could it be? Hey, is it General Guan? Has he become a god? Ying Jing is the reincarnation of the ancestor dragon, the first dragon in the world, so he is most sensitive to Guan Yu's breath. At this time, he looked in the direction of Guan Yu with complex expressions of relief, joy, and envy. He also sensed Taizong Yinlong and Zhao Yun in the Jade Bone God realm together with him. At this time, he was also looking excitedly at the direction of Guan Yu's breath, and besides excitement, there was also a look of refusal to admit defeat in his eyes. They are both dragons, and apart from their loyalty to Su Haoyan, they are also secretly competing with each other. General Guan, next time we meet, I will definitely surpass you, Zhao Yun muttered to himself. At this time, there was still one person who was in shock, and that was Huiyun. Boy who was the incarnation of Huiyun. He was looking at Guan Yu on the opposite side in shock. He really has this kind of supernatural power, but what is this person's cultivation level? Why can't he spy on him? Could it be that he has surpassed the immortal divine sense lord? How is it possible? Immortal divine sense lord. Even if placed in the imperial court, he is still a powerful man with noble status. Only the masters of the second rank have such a cultivation level, right? Thinking of this, Huiyunzi was not calm anymore. He is also the great perfection of the immortal divine sense emperor, and he can be invincible among the divine sense great emperors. But in the eyes of the immortal divine mind, to be honest, it's not even a fart. Just as his thoughts turned, Guan Yu had already stood up from the cloud. Your Majesty, I will bring you this kindling. With Guan Yu's current cultivation base, he could tell at a glance that Yunzi was transformed by a fire seed. Guan Yu is still as indifferent as ever, but he is still full of loyalty to Su Haoyan, even though he is the Hongming dragon god. As soon as Guan Yu finished speaking, he turned around and disappeared. When he appeared, he had already reached the sky above Huiyunzi. A small tinder dares to block the way of my Majesty, it really does not know how to live or die. As soon as Guan Yu finished speaking, he raised his hands. Roar. Longxiang Ditian. Suddenly, on his shoulders, the blue dragon head that was originally like an ornament suddenly squirmed. Roar. A loud roar suddenly sounded. Immediately afterwards, I Ching, Elan and two coiled dragons soared into the sky from his shoulders. Opening his teeth and dancing his claws, he roared towards Huiyunzi below. Seeing this, Huiyunzi's face changed dramatically. Hastily commanded the sea of flames under his body, and rushed away from the bottom up. Rumble. A loud bang resounded in the starry sky. Huge roaring explosions spread out in all directions at lightning speed. The berserk energy and the roaring noise caused the starry sky to instantly fly sand and rocks, and the nearby stars instantly disappeared. Even those extremely huge planets and continents were also reduced to flying ash under this impact. Su Haoyan and the three of them had already controlled Yun Duo to retreat quickly at the moment when the battle broke out. Withdrew fully for hundreds of millions of miles before leaving the scope of the war. My dear, the battle of the Holy Master is really not what these minor repairs like me can compare. Tubahong sighed while looking at the dusty scene in the distance. Do you know Guan Yu's realm? Su Haoyan asked suspiciously. Your Majesty, the appearance of Huiyunzi just now gave me a little more memory. I remember that the immortal realm is divided into three realms, that is, the immortal Fa Xiantian, the immortal divine sense Great Emperor, and the immortal divine sense Saint Venerable. Once the cultivation level has reached the realm of the immortal divine sense, its divine consciousness has been formed and strengthened. It can be transformed into a substance and change with the mind. It is easy to kill the enemy's soul in an instant. The reason why General Guan did not use this magical power is because this Huiyunzi has no spirit, only original consciousness. Only his deity, the second rank, and the first rank have the same origin as living beings, and have produced spiritual consciousness. Therefore, General Guan's divine sense has no effect on him. Tua Bahong's explanation suddenly made the two of them suddenly awake. If the immortal divine sense lord had only a brute strength, he wouldn't believe it if he killed Xuanhuan. Soon, the flames filled the sky, and the smoke and dust dispersed. In the distance, a green dragon and a water-wave blue dragon hovered around Guan Yu's body. Guan Yu held a crimson flame in his hand. There are traces of silvery brilliance in the crimson flame. It looks beautiful in silver and white. Afterwards, Guan Yu's divine sense moved, a blue light flashed, and it turned into a dragon's head again and returned to his shoulders. He took a step forward, and the clouds under his feet surged, hundreds of millions of miles, and arrived in an instant. Your Majesty, this is the source of the flame. However, the rank is not too high, it is only about the third or fourth rank. Guan Yu handed over the origin of the flame to Xuanhuan and said at the same time, well, although the grade of this flame origin is slightly lower, it can also improve my cultivation base. After Xuanhuan finished speaking, he put it away. He intends to find the habitat of the direct descendants of the Xuanhuan god clan and refine it. At this moment, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Ding. Because the host released Guan Yu, the system crashed, and it is about to enter self-sleep and repair. The host only needs to refine this flame source, and the system may wake up in advance. However, because the host killed a third-grade flame, the original source, resulting in an increase in system permissions, during the self-repair period, still maintains the function of publishing tasks. After the system prompt sounded, there was no more movement. Seeing this, although Xuanhuan was a little surprised, he didn't pay much attention to it. Your Majesty, I intend to go to the starry sky for training, please allow me. At this time, Patriarch Bodhi suddenly spoke. When Xuanhuan heard it, he was taken aback for a moment, but immediately nodded and said, Okay, go, remember, don't weaken the prestige of our heavenly court. One day, I will let this starry sky belong to me. Patriarch Bodhi left with fighting spirit. I don't know which god realm will suffer when the patriarch goes. Tu Bahong said with a smile. Well, your Majesty's method of encroaching step by step is very good. It is a brilliant move to first empty the source master and then seize it. Guan Yu stroked his beard and said, Okay, it's time for us to look for the particle world that leads to the direct descendants of the Xuanhuan god clan. Afterwards, the three of them turned to the depths of the starry sky, and flew away into nothingness. At the same time, in a fiery starry sky, here is a desolation, without any other stars, only endless fire. Fire is the mainstream world here, and in the center of this fire world, there is a 1,000-foot-sized planet. The surface of this planet is shrouded in flames of various colors, like a colorful fireball. At this time, the fireball was expanding and shrinking at a strange frequency. Strangely, as this frequency continued to accelerate, a golden flame gradually formed in its innermost layer. Seeing that the surface of the fireball is about to turn into 7 flames, suddenly, the golden flame that was about to take shape suddenly flickered a few times and exploded with a bang. In an instant, a world-shattering force exploded inside the fireball. Rumble. The fireball exploded directly in the violent tremor, and all the 6 flames around the fireball exploded. For a moment, the starry sky trembled violently at a frequency visible to the right eye. At the same time, a cold, furious voice exploded. Bastard, Who is it? If you dare to extinguish my fire, I will destroy it. Ding. Trigger the main task, the anger of the flame source. Mission. Details, because the host destroyed the fire seed kept outside by the flame source, it has aroused the anger of the flame source. I want to kill the host. If the host is killed and refined, the system will reward the host with 1 chance of supreme awakening, 1 chance of divine empowerment, 1 chance of ultimate good fortune, 3 chances of powerhouse transmission, 5 chances of primordial awakening, 5 chances of Tao. There are 5 chances to inherit the law, 5 chances to cross the tribulation, 5 chances to awaken beyond the limit, and 5 chances to awaken the loyalists. At the same time, trigger the next task. Xuanhuan, who was flying in the starry sky, suddenly heard a system prompt. In his mind, is the source of the flame the deity? It's just right for me to grasp the source of the flame. Xuanhuan muttered to himself. Suddenly, Dou Yu, who was exploring the way ahead, stopped. Your Majesty, I found it. Dou Yu stared at the nothingness in front of him. Open your mouth and say. If someone looked carefully, they would find countless tiny dust-like particles floating in that nothingness. In one of the particles, there was a faint breath of life floating out. It was clearly felt by Dou Yu. Yes, it is indeed one of the direct descendants of the Xuanhuan god clan. Let's go in now. Xuanhuan stretched out his hand forward, and with a very ordinary move of grabbing the dragon's hand, he took the different particle into his hand. After a few glances, he muttered to himself. Then, the 3 of them disappeared into the starry sky. Not long after the 3 left, countless small holes like honeycombs suddenly appeared in this empty starry sky, and then figures in golden armor flew out of them continuously. They don't have a substantial body, only the extremely dense white gas inside the armor. Just like soldiers. It looked weird and unpredictable. At this time a golden light fell from the sky, the aura dispersed, and a young woman with 3 pairs of silver-white wings appeared on her back. She has long golden hair that flutters in the wind. She wears a set of tight golden battle armor, which perfectly sets off her exquisite curves. As soon as she appeared, she frowned and looked around and said coldly, "Why is the breath gone, shouldn't it be? Did something change? No, there is a fire emissary's aura here. Could it be that the Emperor sent not only my wave?" After thinking about it, the woman's cold voice sounded again. "Spread out, and see you in Tianwu God Realm in half a month." After the woman finished speaking, she glanced around coldly, then set her gaze in the direction of the Apocalypse God Realm, and muttered to herself. "Now that you have returned to the 9th source plane, let's go see your old friends. Tianwu, my sister, how are you doing now?" A strange smile appeared on the beautiful face of the 6-winged woman. The ball of light that Xuanhuan transformed stared blankly at the colorful ball of light that gradually stretched and became longer. At a certain moment, the ball of light finally stopped growing. It is about the size of a normal human being, with arms, hands, and feet, and nothing but 5 sense organs. It circled around in place, and finally made a contemplative gesture. Suddenly, Xuanhuan discovered that it was actually looking at the light ball he had transformed into. No way, it could have been discovered. Just as he was thinking, the human-shaped ball of light quickly floated in front of him and began to circle around him. It took a long time before he pointed at him with a hand that was still composed of light elements. Inexplicably, Xuanhuan seemed to understand its meaning. It even said, "I seem to be missing something after my transformation?" Can you help me? For a long time. Xuanhuan, who was in a palace in a small world, slowly opened his eyes. The world he is in now is the small world of the direct descendants of the Xuanhuan god clan. With the first experience, Xuanhuan already knew how to get along with these local creatures. Coupled with the addition of Tuobahong, the ancient god Emperor's guard, he soon gained the approval of the direct descendants of the Xuanhuan god clan. Walking into a temple, he once stayed here, after absorbing the source of memory contained in it, he remembered the previous memory intermittently. In his memory, he inexplicably transformed into his current appearance. Seeing this, the ray of light that had turned into a human form was overjoyed. And forgot, and shaped itself according to his appearance. So in a very, very long time, a creature that looked exactly like him was born. At the same time, he is also revered as a god by the creature shaped in his image, honored as the ancestor god. Seeing this, he had a bold guess. Could it be that he really created all of this? He is the ancestor god of the Xuanhuan Protoss, and everything was created by him? Then who was I? Who created me? Where did I come from? Could it be that the Xuanhuan Protoss is still not the beginning of me? Questions filled his mind in an instant, making his brain feel like a paste. Chaos. In the end, with this question in mind, and with the mentality of giving it a try, he accidentally passed the Xuanhuan creation art to this original creature. The memory stops here. Xuanhuan woke up completely. At the same time, the Xuanhuan chi floating in the hall seemed to have found a vent, rushing towards Xuanhuan crazily. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Xuanhuan was wrapped into a rice dumpling. At the same time, the Xuanhuan creation art began to operate crazily, absorbing the origin of the outside world into the body. There is no need to refine it, because this is your own mana. Once the pure Xuanhuan chi entered his body, it instantly transformed into Xuanhuan divine power. Boom! At a certain moment, Xuanhuan's cultivation level broke through again. Immortal Law innate level 8. After a strong breakthrough in cultivation, Xuanhuan's aura also stopped growing. Everything seems to be subdued to peace. However, at this moment, Xuanhuan took out the flame source. He started refining without hesitation. Rumble. When Xuanhuan began to refine the flame source, a huge coercion descended from the starry sky, which immediately alarmed the creatures in the entire small world. They all flew out of their caves one by one, looking at the palace where Xuanhuan was in horror. Even an immortal god like Tuobahong felt extremely trembling. Dou Yu naturally wouldn't be affected by this power. But he was also very surprised by Xuanhuan's power to draw his breath. At the same time, in the palace, purple flames were burning fiercely. Xuanhuan, who was in the sea of flames, was surrounded by a layer of silver flames, his eyes were closed tightly, and a huge strange, but familiar memory occupied his mind. Rule. Mysterious and mysterious, the rule of fire located on the avenue. It is said that before the chaos, there was a Dao. That was the avenue that evolved from the beginning of the primordial realm. But before that, the rules came first. In other words, Hongmeng produced rules before. After the rules, there is the Dao, and then the Dao of heaven is established, and then the chaos is shattered, and the great thousand world evolves. Therefore, everything evolves under the cycle of rules. Therefore, at this time, the source of flame that Xuanhuan absorbed was making rules. Once the rules are complete, the flame rules will come into being. In a sense, the systematic Dou inheritance is also established and derived under certain rules. Therefore, at this time, Xuanhuan, who has a system, is better than any flame cultivator in comprehending the rules of fire, including grade flame cultivators. If his flame origin is sufficient, it is no problem to break through the shackles in one fell swoop and complete the flame rules. Soon, Xuanhuan fell into a mysterious state. The karma-cleansing flame in his body was instantly assimilated, including his flame Dou, which also disappeared in an instant. Now in the Dantian universe in his body, there is only a trace of flame, a trace of silver flame, which is slowly burning. Incomparably weak, it seems that a breeze can blow it out. However, it is stubborn, unyielding, and swaying, slowly sucking the flames from the outside world. At this time, the hall full of ancient atmosphere has disappeared. Xuanhuan sat cross-legged in the void, the purple flames around his body were slowly shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the silver flame in the Dantian universe in his body gradually solidified, flickering, shining with brilliant glaze-colored brilliance. A devastating, terrifying aura slowly spread out from his body. Boom! At a certain moment, a lofty mountain below Xuanhuan collapsed with a bang. And collapsed, and the purple flame suddenly expanded, and then suddenly contracted. After repeating this several times, suddenly, all the flames disappeared out of thin air, and they all fled into Xuanhuan's body like swallows returning to their nests, and were completely absorbed by the glazed flames. Boom! At this moment, Xuanhuan's cultivation made a strong breakthrough again. Immortality Method Innate Level 9. Boom! Immortal Divine Mind, Great Emperor Realm. At this moment, Xuanhuan finally broke through the shackles with the help of the power of the flame source, becoming the immortal divine sense emperor. The unparalleled coercion swept across the entire small world like a crushing force. The calm face of an old man with white eyebrows standing below suddenly changed drastically, and then became extremely excited. The ancestor gods are back, the ancestor gods are back. Our Xuanhuan Protoss are saved. He felt the breath of the ancestor god from Xuanhuan, and he no longer doubted Xuanhuan in his heart. Just like that, he was the first to kneel on the ground. Behind him, the mighty direct descendants of the Xuanhuan god clan knelt down after seeing this. At the same time, the glazed flame in Xuanhuan's body was no longer swaying, but formed a flame-shaped glazed leaf, which slowly floated up and landed on a branch at the top of the world tree. Like a glazed flame burning slowly. Boom! Xuanhuan's momentum soared again. But this time it's not a cultivation promotion. Rather, his body was at the moment when the glass-colored leaves appeared. It was suddenly covered by a set of glazed armor. Specifically, a set of armor surrounded by glazed flames was worn on his body. This glazed armor is like a dream, shining brightly, and the glazed flames on its surface further set off Xuanhuan's tall figure at this time. At the same time, a momentum like burning the sky and boiling the sea erupted. The huge momentum and coercion finally burst the overwhelmed small world. All the creatures of the Xuanhuan Protoss were immediately exposed to the void. Starry sky. Everyone was stunned. The creatures of the Xuanhuan Protoss have not left the small world for countless millions of years. Has left the main world. Suddenly let them return to the main world, and they became at a loss for a while. Even the face of the white-bearded old man who was the great elder changed. Don't panic, I broke your seal in order to lead you to the starry sky. Today is the time for you to return to the starry sky. Xuanhuan, who was dressed in glazed armor, stood tall in the starry sky. Like a god's mansion, making people afraid to look directly at him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully refining a trace of the flame source. The system rewards the host with a chance of extreme good fortune. The system beep sounds at this time. Xuanhuan was very excited. He raised his arm empty. A cluster of glazed flames appeared in the palm of his hand. Although it was young, it spread out from it with a destructive aura. A brand new source of fire. Guan Yu's expression changed dramatically. Although he didn't comprehend the supernatural power of flames, he was the immortal spiritual sage, and he was able to perceive some of the mysteries of the origin of this world. He didn't expect that Xuanhuan's refinement of this ray of flame origin could be done by analogy, creating a brand new ray of flame origin. Although the kindling contains a trace of flame origin, if it is refined by ordinary people, it can only increase its own supernatural power. I should have thought about this result a long time ago. Because His Majesty is not an ordinary person. Guan Yu muttered to himself. In fact, Xuanhuan has several avenues in his body, especially the avenue of good fortune and the avenue of karma, which have a powerful role in promoting creation and creation out of nothing. Use a trace of flame origin to create a brand new flame origin. For Xuanhuan now, although it is not particularly easy, he is already ahead of all creatures. Flame is glass. Even if you absorb the essence of a first-grade flame, it is difficult to change its origin. It can only increase its power. If this is the case, then I will give this flame a domineering name, so no matter what you become in the future, what kind of color, what kind of flame, I will call you void glazed fire. Because the origin of this flame itself was created by Xuanhuan using his super creativity to create something out of nothing, it is no different from being born out of nothing. So the name void glass fire is very suitable for it. As for the glazed armor on my body, since it was also born with the void glazed fire, let's call you the Lone Star glazed armor. The Lone Star glazed armor, as the name suggests, is the armor that belongs exclusively to his emperor, Xuanhuan, created by him, unique, like the lone star in the sky. Although it is lonely, it cannot be ignored. Congratulations to your Majesty for creating the source of flames and improving your cultivation. Tuobahong couldn't bear the frenzy on his face any longer, knelt down in the void, and shouted loudly. Immediately after, Guan Yu had already knelt on the ground. Together with the direct descendants of the Xuanhuan god clan below, they shouted loudly. Although countless billions of years have passed, and the descendants of the Xuanhuan god clan have withered talents, there are still hundreds of millions of people living. At this time, hundreds of millions of people shouted together, shaking the starry sky in an instant. Immediately, it attracted the attention of the golden-armored soldiers of the emperor's court hundreds of millions of miles away. Soon, countless imperial court soldiers surrounded from all directions under the leadership of a few tall golden figures. Elder, it's not good, it's the emperor's court shadowless army, what should we do? The direct descendants of the Xuanhuan god clan immediately discovered the arrival of these shadowless troops. Suddenly exclaimed. Countless billions of years of chasing and killing by the imperial court have made these descendants of the Xuanhuan god clan lose their blood, and they only know to hide blindly. Now when they see these soldiers from the imperial court, they choose to hide instead of going up desperately. Seeing this scene, Xuanhuan shook his head, but he didn't feel disappointed. with them, because it was already a miracle that they survived. Guan Yu, to Obahong, protect them, leave these enemies to me. After Xuanhuan finished speaking, his mind moved. One statue, the clone of the heavenly emperor wearing the lone star glazed armor surged out, and in an instant there were millions of clones. These celestial emperor avatars are all wearing the lone star glazed armor. And they are all cultivated by the immortal divine sense emperor, and each one of them will release all their cultivation bases. In an instant, the aura of 100 immortal divine sense great emperors was released suddenly and spread in all directions, which stunned the shadowless army of the imperial court. Just when they were stunned, the avatars of the million heavenly emperor surrounded all the direct descendants of the Xuanhuan god clan and protected them well. Afterwards, Xuanhuan licked his lips, showing eagerness to try. Since you have come to your door, let me try the power of the void glazed fire. While muttering to himself, Xuanhuan suddenly disappeared in place, and when he appeared, he had already rushed into the million shadowless army of the imperial court. Suddenly, a glazed flame appeared in Xuanhuan's hand. It is nothingness glazed fire. Immediately afterwards, he scattered this void glazed fire like a seed to the densely packed shadowless army all around. Wu Dajuan, who was still in shock, only felt a blur before his eyes, and then, it was as if he had entered a world of colorful and glazed glass. Immediately afterwards, a sea of glazed flames exploded around Xuanhuan. It spread in the blink of an eye. 5 miles, 10 miles, 100 miles. In the beginning, the flames spread slowly, but in an instant, they spread rapidly like a prairie fire, spreading across the starry sky for millions of miles within a few breaths. See it from the eyes of Guan Yu, Tubahong, and all the descendants of the Xuanhuan god clan. The starry sky all around is the color of glazed glass, and you can't see the edge at a glance. Incomparably dazzling and dazzling. After a dozen breaths, the sea of flames shrunk suddenly, and finally disappeared. In the vast starry sky, there is also the shadowless army of the emperor's court. Only Xuanhuan is alone, wearing a lone star glazed armor, surrounded by nothingness glazed fire, standing in the starry sky like an ancient giant. God. In a breath, destroy the army of millions of imperial courts. No screams, no fighting fluctuations. The imperial court army just disappeared. This situation completely shocked all the direct descendants of the Xuanhuan god clan. They were completely dumbfounded. Everyone opened their mouths, stared at the figure standing in the starry sky, and remained silent for a long time. Your Majesty is still as domineering as ever. The power of the heavenly emperor is getting bigger and bigger. Guan Yu stroked his beard with a smile on his face. When Tuobahong was stunned, fanaticism appeared on his face. He suddenly flew into the air and said loudly, "Everyone, our invincible Majesty is back. He will lead us to take back our homeland and everything we have. So, rise up, our Xuanhuan Protoss is invincible." Tubahong knew the meaning of what Xuanhuan did just now, so at this time, he would naturally cooperate with Xuanhuan with all his strength. The ministers must cheer up and fight for the revival of the Xuanhuan Protoss. The old man who was the leader of the direct descendants of the Xuanhuan god clan suddenly knelt down in the void and shouted excitedly. Seeing this, the other creatures also knelt down one after another, and shouted frantically. Uniform voices filled the starry sky, heralding the official start of the return of the direct lineage of the Xuanhuan god clan. Ding! Complete the main task. Destroy the imperial court. The system. specially rewards the host with a chance of extreme good fortune, a chance to awaken the primordial spirit, a chance to quench the body with primordial energy, a chance to be teleported by the strong. 5 times there are 5 chances to awaken the primordial, 5 chances to be recruited by the primordial, 5 chances to awaken beyond the limit, 10 chances to reach the pinnacle of the strong, and 10 chances to copy the strong. At this moment, the system prompt sounded suddenly, and Xuanhuan remained expressionless. With a move of his divine sense, he took back all the avatars of the heavenly emperor, glanced at the crowd and said, "Let's go, I will lead you to the main star of the 9th source plane, and regain your former dignity." As soon as Xuanhuan said this, everyone was excited. Gearing up, they all showed excitement. "Humph, it's really shameless. A native from the lower realm dares to speak out like this again. It's really courting death." At this moment, a disdainful voice suddenly sounded above everyone. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly looked for the sound. I saw, in the void above everyone's heads, at some time, a tall figure in blue armor appeared. This person is tall and burly, wearing a set of pure blue armor with flowing water. Standing in the void gives people an absolute sense of oppression. Immortal divine sense great 4 realms cultivation. Your Majesty, I will take him down. Guan Yu said softly. Talk about moving. But Xuanhuan stopped him. Give him to me. After Xuanhuan finished speaking, he walked towards that person in a void. Asked while walking. What are you? Report your name, and my subordinates will not kill the unknown. When the big man heard this, he was taken aback for a moment. But immediately burst into laughter. That's right, no wonder it can turn the 9th origin plane upside down, it's arrogant enough. Well, I'll make you understand. Big Han paused for a moment, then continued. I am Xuanhuan, the 3rd deputy source master of the 9th source plane. Remember my name, because I am your nightmare. Xuanhuan. The top 5 powerhouses on the 9th source plane have divine power, and no one dares to provoke them. They are good at strength. Your Majesty, you have to be careful. At this time, the old man from the direct descendant of the Xuanhuan god clan reminded Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan nodded at him. Then continue walking towards him. Although he has just entered the immortal divine sense great emperor realm. With his many means, it is not a problem to leapfrog challenges. The mere 4 realms of immortal divine sense great emperor was not taken seriously by him at all. He focused on the big man's arms. It is no exaggeration to say that it is like a door panel. Obviously, he is a strong man of strength. Since you are good at strength, then I will defeat you in strength, and let you know why there is a sky beyond the sky, and there are people beyond people. As soon as Xuanhuan said this, the old man of the Xuanhuan god race suddenly became worried. His name is Chu Feng, and he has a cultivation base of the 9th level of immortal law. He has completely trusted Xuanhuan. At the same time, he also treats Xuanhuan truly as his ancestor god in his heart. What, the ancestor god chose to confront Xuanhuan head-on? Isn't the ancestor god's choice inappropriate? General Guan, why don't you quickly replace his majesty? Chu Feng said with a worried face. In my heart, I somewhat despised Xuanhuan. After all, I'm still a young man. If I think I'm capable, I won't know the north, south, east, and west. He shook his head nonchalantly. But Guan Yu said with a smile. It's understandable that you don't know how powerful His Majesty is, so don't worry. Guan Yu was extremely confident in Su Haoyan's ability. Even blind self-confidence. Chu Feng and the other descendants of the Xuanhuan god clan looked puzzled, but immediately they opened their eyes, and they kept zooming in until they protruded out of the eye sockets. Seeing that, Qiu Yun grinned grimly and said, "Emperor of Heaven, you are too arrogant, die for me." The huge arm like a door panel was raised, and the huge palm like a millstone was grasped suddenly. Next second, a terrifying giant fist with a world-shattering, earth-shattering force blasted out. Along the way, the huge power even pierced the starry sky, layers of space. Cracks appeared, and the momentum along the way collided with Su Haoyan's ordinary punch like a broken bamboo. Silently, a white, slender fist that was more delicate than a woman formed a stark contrast with the huge fist that looked like a millstone, giving people a huge visual impact. However, the picture of Su Haoyan rewinding and collapsing as expected by Chu Feng did not appear. The two seemed to have fallen into an extremely strange static state. At this moment, everyone in the starry sky heard Su Haoyan's faint voice. "Xuanwu's heaven-breaking fist, blow it up for me." In the next second, Qiu Yan's ferocious face changed drastically. He felt a terrible force coming from Su Haoyan's slender fist, like overwhelming mountains and seas, making him powerless to parry. "Do not!" Qiu Yun roared in horror. Click! With the crisp and piercing sound of bone cracking, Qiu Yan's huge door-like arm suddenly bent, twisted, and deformed. Bang! Bang bang bang. Then his body involuntarily flew backwards, like a cannonball. It even exploded with a bang at the moment it flew away. Su Haoyan was unreasonable, and the void-glazed fire followed it, and it was destroyed by void in an instant. Everyone was stunned. Even Guan Yu, who had great trust in Su Haoyan, widened his eyes in disbelief. Chu Feng's body swayed and almost fell out of the starry sky. That is the ninth plane of origin, the number one person in terms of strength, just being bombarded so that his body collapsed? Are they dreaming? Are you dazzled? Haha. His Majesty is still as powerful as ever. Guan Yu finally gave this comment. Tuo Bahong's face was no longer fiery, but fanatical. Ding. Complete the side mission, the wrath of the main star of the ninth. Source plane. The system specially rewards the host with a chance for extreme good fortune, a chance for the awakening of the primordial, a chance for the strong to teleport, a chance for the awakening of the primordial, and a chance for loyalty, a chance to wake up. When the system prompt sounded in Su Haoyan's mind, he slowly withdrew his fist. A face of calm color. Like doing a trivial thing. Su Haoyan turned around and glanced at all the people in the starry sky. Wherever his gaze went, there were admiration and surging eyes. Everyone faced him again without any doubts or mistrust, and everything turned into deep awe and faith. At this moment, the direct descendants of the Xuanhuan god clan really returned to their hearts. Seeing this, Su Haoyan felt relieved. His series of operations seemed arrogant, but they were actually done for the direct descendants of the Xuanhuan god clan. They have lived in dwellings for countless millions of years, and the ruthless years have obliterated their hearts of revival. Since he was born, he wants to awaken this revival heart, and the most direct way is to show a domineering, and incomparably powerful strength in front of everyone, so that they can belong. Feelings can awaken their hearts that want to return to the top. It now appears that he succeeded. Afterwards, Su Haoyan moved his mind, and the lone star glazed armor disappeared. At the same time, the center of his eyebrows, where the flames of karma had been cleansed, was replaced by a cluster of glazed flame totems. Putting on the Hongming Taishan robe again, under the backdrop of the glazed flame totem, he looks even more evil and charming. Sitting on the Supreme Nine-Dragon chair, with the clouds controlled by Guan Yu under their feet, everyone rushed to the main star of the ninth origin plane. Ding. Trigger the side mission chase and intercept from various forces. Mission details, because the means by which the host can create a strong man is known to the sidelines of the Xuanhuan Protoss and other forces, which has aroused the greed of various forces. Now it is advancing in the host besieged and intercepted on the road. If the host completely eliminates and kills all the interceptions of hostile forces, the system will reward the host with a chance of divine power. Empowerment, a chance of extreme good fortune, a chance of powerhouse. Teleportation, a chance of supreme summoning, and 3 chances of awakening. Of primordial mist, 3 chances to cross the catastrophe, and 3 chances to awaken the loyalists. At the same time, the name of the Emperor of Heaven will be completely famous among the Xuanhuan Protoss. The system prompt sounded, causing a wicked smile on Xuanhuan's face. These guys really came in time. The name of the Emperor of Heaven, let's rise from you. Afterwards, Xuanhuan began to chat with Chu Feng. He mainly wants to learn about his past from Chu Feng's mouth. However, the more we talked, the weirder Xuanhuan became. According to what the old man said, why is his style of acting different? Could it be that my personality has changed after billions of years? Or is there something weird about it? Xuanhuan was extremely puzzled. Is the Emperor of Heaven ahead? Pack up quickly and follow me. At this moment, a haughty voice suddenly sounded in the void ahead. Immediately afterwards, a young man holding a paper fan came at a high speed with a group of menacing black-armored soldiers. What are you, dare to disturb my majesty Luanjia? Tu Bahong shouted loudly. Originally, I wanted you bastards to die immediately. Since you must die too. Understand, I will tell you reluctantly. The young man had a handsome face, but the 7 fluffy tails fluttering behind him betrayed his identity. Yaozu. And it's a big monster. This seat is Morong Shuayun, the left god envoy of the 8th source plane. I am here today, and I specially invite the Emperor of Heaven to accompany me to the 8th source plane to meet Solo Source Master. From now on, you will host Solo Source. Let's do it. Hiss. Morong Shuayun. My god, he turned out to be Morong Shuayun? All members of the direct descendants of the Xuan god clan gasped for the first time. Although they don't care about world affairs in the particle world and stay away from the main world, the powerhouses who are famous in the main world still know a little about the distribution of power in the main world. Morong Shuayun. The 8th source plane can be ranked among the top 10 existences. With the cultivation base of the immortal divine sense, great emperor of the 3 realms, and the position of the left god envoy, no matter in terms of strength or status, he is an extremely high existence in the main world. Unexpectedly, even he was startled. The ancestor god is really a blockbuster. You said to go with you, just go with you, why? Xuanhuan said casually. The voice was indifferent, without a trace of ripples. Bold, my god envoy invited you personally to give you face, don't be ignorant, or let you taste the taste of being beaten. At this time, a black-armored soldier behind Morong Shuayun stepped forward and shouted angrily. There is no lack of contempt in the words. Tuoba, kill them. An immortal divine sense emperor, 3 realms cultivator, he is really not interested in doing it himself. He had already made up his mind that he would never make a move without the appearance of a powerful person above the 5 realms of the immortal divine sense great emperor. He wants to see where his limit is. Your order. A ferocious look flashed onto Obahong's face, and with a few moves, a long crystal stick appeared in his hand. It was the 5-pole crystal stick that Xuanhuan exchanged from the lucky Mall, the most precious treasure of Hongmeng. The frightening number of 10 billion reputation points allows Xuanhuan to squander at will without any interruptions. Because every moment, his fame value is increasing, and as his fame spreads in the source world, his reputation value will become even greater. Act recklessly. Seeing this, the black-armored soldier immediately sneered, took up a black spear in his hand, and blasted at Obahong. However, Obahong just waved the crystal stick in his hand lightly, and the black armored soldier exploded instantly, turning into a cloud of blood mist and spreading loudly. This action immediately suppressed Xuanhuan and the others. Who are you? Why can't I see through your cultivation? Although Xuanhuan was arrogant, he was not stupid. It was obvious that Obahong's cultivation was either much higher than his, or he possessed some kind of treasure that concealed his cultivation. However, he prefers the latter. He didn't think Xuanhuan had any existence beyond him. Otherwise, it would have risen long ago. But no matter which one, he chose to explore the road, and he really couldn't fight anymore. The person who wanted your life. Remember, it was Obahong, the right guard of the Emperor of Heaven, who killed you. As soon as Obahong finished speaking, he disappeared in place. Seeing this, Xuanhuan's pupils shrank suddenly, her heart sank, and she had to choose to dodge. However, it was too late. Only when his body was shattered by a giant stick falling from the sky did he understand. He was dead wrong. He still underestimated this native from the lower realm. After killing Xuanhuan brutally, Obahong swept across, and the 1,000 black armors brought by Xuanhuan suddenly turned into blood mist. Bang, bang, bang. It bloomed like fireworks, and the blood mist filled the sky. Such a tragic scene instantly caught the attention of all the direct descendants of the Xuan god clan. Simple and brutal. The strong return of the Emperor of Heaven kicked off the curtain. This scene was inadvertently seen by the creatures of the Origin realm who passed by the starry sky. They all shook. Who is that, so powerful? Even dare to kill Xuanhuan? He seems to be a foreign monk who has recently become famous in the 9th Origin plane. What is his name, the Emperor of Heaven? How powerful is he? TSK, he got into big trouble this time. Hey, they're gone, there's nothing left and right, let's go and have a look. Seeing Xuanhuan and others leaving, those monks watching the excitement followed curiously. 3 days later, the Xuanhuan sword, the left god envoy of the 9th source plane, appeared, and the cultivation of the immortal divine sense great Emperor of the 5 realms shocked the creatures in the starry sky. Xuanhuan sword, the 3rd strongest power on the 9th source plane, is known for his viciousness and cruelty. He is called the god of death by all the creatures in the Origin realm. It is said that where he walked, there must be dead bodies everywhere. Blood flowed like a river. Just when everyone thought that Xuanhuan was going to be ruthlessly killed, Xuanhuan took action himself, and killed this notorious god of death with just one punch. In the starry sky, whether it was following the spectators or the direct Descendants of the Xuanhuan god clan, they were all shocked. What is leapfrog killing, easy and comfortable? Xuanhuan let everyone understand this truth. Such a powerful method, not only did not reduce the number of creatures who followed to watch the excitement, but more and more. On the 10th day, Xuanhuan and others ran into the deputy domain master of the 8th source plane, and many went to Xuanhuan alone. The body of this creature is a black tiger, which is different from heaven and earth, and is good at attacking with the 3 attributes of water, fire, and metal. His powerful strength and the cultivation base of the immortal divine sense Emperor in the 7 realms made him full of confidence in defeating Xuanhuan. Everyone didn't express any opinions this time, because Xuanhuan is a person who is good at creating miracles. Sure enough, this time it was still Xuanhuan who made the move. He was dressed in the Lone Star glazed armor and coupled with endless tricks. It only took a few minutes to force many people to come up with the supernatural powers at the bottom of the box. However, once Xuanhuan's Taishu Shinshan came out, many people could not escape the fate of being suppressed and swallowed. After this battle, Xuanhuan, the Emperor of Heaven, became famous in the 9th and 8th source planes. How many waves of invading enemies has the Heavenly Emperor defeated? It's the 5th wave, and 4 of them were killed by the Emperor himself. Are all the people from the lower realms so powerful? It is rumored that the Emperor of Heaven is the reincarnation of the ancient God Emperor and rebuilt. I don't know if it is true or not. If this is true, then wouldn't the world of origin be about to usher in a big war? TSK, I still hope to change the dynasty. After all, the imperial court is getting more and more excessive. The creatures following behind Xuanhuan and others talked a lot, and their eyes were full of curiosity, anticipation, and other expressions. Listening to the discussions of the creatures behind him and the crazy increase in fame, Xuanhuan was very satisfied. On this day, everyone was already in front of a certain god realm not far from the 9th origin plane. Suddenly a roar sounded from God's domain. Outside is His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, and a certain house is Nalan. Zong Nalange. Please come to the Tiger Roar God realm to tell the Emperor of Heaven. I wonder if His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven would dare to come in. As soon as the voice came out, all the creatures following behind him immediately exploded. Oh my God, even Nalan Deneng of Nalanzong has his eyes on the Heavenly Emperor? It's over, Nalange is not an ordinary immortal god. He was already at the peak of the immortal god hundreds of millions of years ago. He should be even stronger now. Nalan sect, an ancient sect, its history can be traced back to the time when the god emperor ruled the origin realm. It is said that its suzerain is the god emperor Xuanhuan. I don't know if it is true or not. TSK, the world is changing, and the Xuanhuan world is getting more and more lively. Just as the creatures were discussing, Xuanhuan stood up. Narango? Does the strong man of Nalanzong have some kind of connection with that fellow Nalan King? After Xuanhuan muttered to himself, he spoke. Guan Yu, come with me. After Xuanhuan finished speaking, he and Guan Yu disappeared above the clouds. Seeing this, all living beings became nervous and once again fell into discussions. The reason why Tiger Roar God Realm is called Tiger Roar is because its domain master is a colorful tiger, and also an ancient alien species with great strength. Although the black tiger killed by Xuanhuan is also an ancient alien species, the two tigers, but it is the enemy of life and death. To use an idiom to describe it, one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. Which is the truth? At this time, when Xuanhuan and Guan Yu appeared in the Tiger Howling God realm, they saw the domain master of the Tiger Roar God realm and a young man standing beside him on the top of a giant peak. However, to Xuanhuan's surprise, the domain master of Tiger Roar actually knelt at the young man's feet, which is a bit intriguing. TSK, recently, there have been rumors in the starry sky that His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor leapfrogged the challenge, and I don't know how many great Emperor-level powerhouses have fallen under your hands. Seeing you today, His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor really deserves his reputation. He is really a dragon and a phoenix. No, other than that, this set of armor is unusual. Seeing Xuanhuan's arrival, the young man began to size him up. He was looking at Xuanhuan, and Xuanhuan was also looking at him. This young man is more than 3 feet tall, wearing a black brocade robe, with long black hair tied behind his head casually, and looks very handsome. However, those eyes were somewhat cloudy, as if they had experienced endless vicissitudes. Are you Nalanqing's subordinate? Where is Nalanqing? Why don't you come to see me? Xuanhuan asked lightly. Instead, the young man was taken aback. However, he immediately found that he seemed to have gone too far to pay respects to Dou Nalang, the first elder of the lower Nalan sect. The suzerain is now competing with the imperial court for the entrance to a secret cave-in. Qinlongling. To be honest with His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, the suzerain sent his subordinates here just to tell His Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven, that if you do not have the strength to surpass the immortal divine sense Emperor, you must not participate in it. Although that cave may be left by the ancient god Emperor one of the caves. However, the Emperor's court sent 3 powerful men of the holy level this time with great determination. So the suzerain is afraid that you will go rashly, the Emperor of Heaven. That's why he sent his subordinates to report. As soon as Nalang said this, a strange look appeared on Xuanhuan's face. God Emperor Dongfu was born? Emperor Ting and Nalanqing are fighting for control of the cave entrance? But he still doesn't know about this matter. But immediately he coughed and said, I have a question for you, and I hope you can answer it truthfully. Xuanhuan didn't talk about the birth of the God Emperor Dongfu, but remembered another thing. With a move in his heart, he asked. Nalang was taken aback for a moment, but immediately said respectfully, Please ask His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor. Before leaving, Nalanqing repeatedly ordered to be respectful to Xuanhuan and not to overstep. Faintly put Xuanhuan and Nalanqing on the same level. Although Narange felt strange, he still complied. I don't know how many forces there are in the Xuan world, and how are they divided? Who is the real controller behind the Xuan Protoss? This question has been bothering him. For some reason, he discovered that there were no historical records or other documents in the Xuan world. And the ancestors of the direct descendants of the original gods no longer exist, and they are equally vague about history. So this is the problem. No wonder Your Majesty the Emperor of Heaven is confused, because the imperial court has destroyed all historical documents. The documents that are circulating now are all documents obtained after the new imperial court. It is rumored that the current imperial court was not created by the orthodox Xuan God clan at all, but by a branch of the Xuan God clan. Moreover, the Xuan God clan in ancient times was not called the Xuan God clan, but the Tianwu God clan. Now the imperial court is just a collateral branch of the Tianwu Protoss. It is not authentic. Only the authentic descendants of the Tianwu God clan are the real masters. of the Xuanhuan realm, because they have the ability to create the source plane. It is said that a few epochs ago, a certain powerful person of the Tianwu god clan was somewhere in the Xuanhuan realm. A brand new source plane has been opened up, but no one knows where the new source plane is. But we, Nalanzong, know that your primordial realm, Emperor of Heaven, is this new source plane. Moreover, the imperial court has realized this a few years ago. It secretly sent troops to investigate. However, the soldiers sent out were like mud cows. It's gone forever. This matter is very strange. However, after seeing you, Emperor of Heaven today, this subordinate will know everything. Nalanj talked eloquently, his eyes were full of curiosity, admiration, and surprise towards Xuanhuan. It is said that the ancestors of the Tianwu Protoss were the highest beings in the origin realm. He created all this. Created immortality, created eternity, and created mythology. In other words, he is the strongest. However, these things are just the only information that our Nalanzong has. If the Emperor of Heaven wants to know more detailed things, he needs other channels. Nalanj was filled with emotions, shaking his head, a little bit sad. But when Xuanhuan heard this, his eyes widened. Tianwu Protoss. It turns out that the predecessor of the Xuanhuan Protoss was the Tianwu Protoss? But why did the Tianwu Protoss disappear into the long river of history for? No reason? What is the unknown secret here? Tianwu? He suddenly thought of his youngest son, Su Tianwu. He was the one who gave the name Tianwu back then. Didn't he do it at will? Is there some kind of implication? Fuck, it's all messed up. Your Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, although the imperial court has completely destroyed all historical documents, there is still a place in this world where ancient documents exist. For example, the God Emperor's cave will be unearthed soon. Naranj said suddenly. Then without waiting for Xuanhuan's reaction, he continued. At that time, my suzerain will receive the inheritance of the heavenly Emperor's cave mansion. Based on the relationship between you, the suzerain will definitely agree with you to go in and take a look. Ding. Trigger the main mission, return to your own cave. Mission details, the host already knows the secret of the ancient Tianwu Protoss hidden in a cave he left in the world. If the host returns to his own cave, the system will reward the host with a chance to awaken the Supreme Being, a chance to be empowered with divine power, a chance to create the ultimate creation, a chance to be teleported by a strong man, 3 chances to cross the tribulation of the primordial, and 3 chances to awaken the primordial opportunity, 10 opportunities to awaken beyond the limit. And find the secret of the Tianwu Protoss. At this moment, the system prompt sounded, bringing Xuanhuan back to reality. When was the Dongfu born? Xuanhuan asked, with a dark breath. Hearing this, Nalanj was taken aback. Is the Emperor still going? Isn't he looking for death with his strength? The Emperor's court sent 3 saint-level powerhouses, wouldn't he hit a stone with an egg? Although there was some disdain in my heart, it didn't show on my face. He thought for a while and said. It is said that after 1 month, there will be a vision in Qinlongling, and the God Emperor's cave will emerge at that time. Hearing that there was still a month to go, Xuanhuan felt relieved. 1 month is enough for him to plan. The most urgent task is to take down the 9th source plane first. With Hongming guaranteed, he has the confidence to go to Qinlongling with confidence. In that case, I will bid farewell if I go down again, please take care of the Emperor of Heaven. Nalanj clasped his fists at Xuanhuan and said. But immediately he pointed to the master of the Wind Hell domain who was kneeling next to him. He has good aptitude, so I will take it away first, and give it to His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor as a gift. After Nalanj finished speaking, he roared into the sky with a resentful expression on his face, and disappeared in the realm of the gods in a blink of an eye. Half an hour. Su Hao said to Guan Yu, ingenious. Go and tell everyone to come in, and we'll be stationed in the Wind Hell God's domain. As soon as Su Haoyan's voice fell, Tubahong fell from the sky in a panic. Your Majesty, it's not good. The Empress Tianqi was besieged by the 8 desolation evil kings of the imperial court in the Tianqi god realm. Just now, we met what a sergeant who ran out from the Tianqi god realm to deliver a letter said. Hearing this, Su Haoyan narrowed his eyes. The Empress Apocalypse was the first domain master person he encountered when he came here. And if it wasn't for her, he might have died. He has to help him. Out of emotion and reason. Ding. Trigger a side mission, rescue the Empress Apocalypse. Mission details. The Empress Apocalypse is in danger. If the host rescues the Empress Apocalypse, the system will reward the host with a chance to be teleported by a strong person, a chance to create an ultimate fortune, and 3 chances to be recruited by Hong Meng. 3 chances for primordial awakening, 3 chances for Taoism inheritance, 3 chances for superlimit awakening. At the same time, the host will completely oppose the imperial court. At this moment, the system prompt sounded, making Su Haoyan slightly taken aback. However, he immediately opened his mouth to talk to Tuobahong. In this way, you rectify in the tiger-roaring god realm and turn this place into our territory. In addition, you send the strong descendants of the Xuanhuan god clan to another small world where the seal has been lifted to pick them up. Come. As soon as the words fell, Su Haoyan, led by Guan Yu, left the tiger-roaring god realm. At the same time, the central star field of the Apocalypse god realm was surrounded by dense golden soldiers. Looking around, there are as many as 1 million. But what is shocking is that these armored soldiers have no bodies, only a mass of black air, which looks weird. Heck. Empress Apocalypse, don't struggle anymore, let's surrender, quickly. In the starry sky, the 6-winged woman of the imperial court was holding a bloody arm and gnawing on it. The bright red blood stuck to her beautiful face, and the picture looked extremely pervasive. The Empress Apocalypse, who was floating in the midair of the star field with the soldiers, was a little messy, and her face turned pale. At this time, seeing the murderous intent in the 6-winged woman's eyes, she said coldly, Ba Huang, you are the Holy One, how could you do such a thing that is inferior to a beast? The creatures who can join the imperial court, and they are also the strong leaders who lead the team, have the lowest level of the emperor. The 6-winged woman in front of her is called Ba Huang Xia Wang, who used to be called Shiyuan Shuangjiao, together with Empress Tianqi, but it is a pity that this woman turned into hate because of love, and finally evolved into the current appearance. He is also known as the 8 Desolation Evil King. The 8 Desolation Evil King sneered. This time I will not only eat your subordinates, your people, but also you. I want you to know the fate of offending me. When Empress Tianqi heard this, her pretty face turned even paler. She gritted her teeth. Aren't you afraid to let him know? With your current strength, you still can't disobey him? Heck, I'm still dreaming. If I don't have the courage, I can come to trouble. you unscrupulously? To tell you the truth, the emperor's court and the major forces are now confronting each other in Kinlongling, and he is the commander in chief of the team this time. How can you have the time to manage your life and death? When you're dead, will he still come to trouble me for a dead person? Heck. Tianchi, despair. You should know that in the entire imperial court, who dares to meddle in my business and don't want to live? The 8 Desolation Evil King said confidently. When Empress Tianchi heard this, a hint of despair appeared on her face. What the 8 Desolation Evil King said was right. With the 8 Desolation Evil King's status in the imperial court, there really was no one to take care of this matter. Are we really doomed to die? Behind Queen Apocalypse, a creature said sadly. What else can I do? It's not like you don't know the style of the 8 Desolation Evil Kings. Wherever they pass, they don't leave a blade of grass. What's more, the army she brought is the notorious Soul Eater army. We creatures are theirs food. Why would they let us go? It would be great if His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven did this again. He will definitely make a move. Someone mentioned Xuanhuan. In Empress Tianchi's mind, the handsome figure of Xuanhuan immediately appeared. Will he come to my rescue? Empress Apocalypse couldn't help thinking foolishly, but immediately laughed at himself. How is it possible? Why did he come to this muddy water? Tianchi, stop talking. In your sleep. Hee, it looks like you bitch won't give up until you reach the Yellow River. If that's the case, then don't blame me for being rude. The 8 Desolation Evil King shouted in a cold voice. Fuck, are you talking loudly? At this moment, Xuanhuan's majestic and disdainful voice suddenly sounded in the starry sky. Xuanhuan's voice, Empress Apocalypse froze immediately. This voice. Heavenly Emperor, it is the voice of Heavenly Emperor. My God, the Emperor of Heaven has come to save us, we are saved. The powerhouses behind Empress Apocalypse immediately boiled over. The arrival of Xuanhuan is undoubtedly a life-saving straw, which made all the strong people in the Tianchi God realm look excited. Empress Apocalypse trembled even more, her eyes widened. She never expected Xuanhuan to appear at this time. Such an act of sending charcoal in the snow immediately captured her heart. As Xuanhuan's voice sounded, the figures of Xuanhuan and Guan Yu appeared from the starry sky. At this time, Xuanhuan had removed the Lone Star glazed armor and resumed his own attire. Standing in the starry sky, there is a natural coercion overflowing. Emperor? So it's you. The 8 Desolation Evil King narrowed his eyes in an instant. After the Battle of the Devil's Mountain, the Emperor's court knew Xuanhuan's appearance immediately. Everyone in the Emperor's court knew Xuanhuan's voice, appearance, so she recognized Xuanhuan immediately. When Empress Tianchi saw Xuanhuan appearing, joy flashed on Yu's face, but immediately she saw something was wrong. Why did the Emperor of Heaven bring a subordinate? That Li Yuanba, where did Zhao Yun go? Not good. She exclaimed without thinking. Heavenly Emperor, run away quickly, she is the strength of the Emperor's court, she is not something you can deal with. Run for your life quickly. The strong men behind her also saw this, and shook their heads in disappointment. Everyone thought that Xuanhuan was looking for death, so all the excitement was replaced by endless disappointment. Xuanhuan ignored the expressions of Empress Tianchi and the others, but calmly looked at the 8 Desolation Evil King and said, "Get out now, or die." When the 8 Desolation Evil King heard this, he immediately laughed loudly. and said, "You want me to get out, but you don't know. You are throwing yourself into a trap. If I capture you back, I will do a great job. Maybe His Majesty the God Emperor will let me enter the ancestral land." While speaking, her body moved, and suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed on the surface of her body, and a layer of pitch-black armor emerged. At the same time, an incomparable aura burst out, shaking all the fairy islands in the star field, and big and small world. Immortal Divine Sense Lord. Very powerful. In that case, you should die. Guan Yu finally made a move. He stepped forward, and a set of blue armor appeared on his body in an instant. At the same time, the powerful aura of the immortal divine mind burst out, forming a storm, and slammed into the opposite 8 Desolation Evil King fiercely. At the same time, his whole body also disappeared on the spot, and when he reappeared, he was within walking distance of the 8 Desolation Evil King. And he punched him out. Ba Huang was still in the shock of Guan Yu's immortal divine mind, and he had no time to dodge being hit by Guan Yu's punch. Rumble. In an instant, the nearby starry sky shattered, and she was instantly thrown into the turbulent flow of time and space. Disappeared. Guan Yu frowned. He had already used a bit of divine power just now, but there was a tingling sensation on the fist of the 8 Desolation Evil King. He could feel that the black armor on the 8 Desolation Evil King's body was not simple. Bold thief, dare to attack the strong man in the imperial court, take your life. At this moment, the imperial court soldiers in the distance suddenly became angry when they saw this. Although they have no body, they can still make sounds. The hoarse shouts of millions of soldiers mixed together, shaking the starry sky in an instant. Guan Yu snorted coldly when he saw this, and raised his arms in the air. With a roar. Longxiang Ditian. Accompanied by the sound, there was a flash of blue and blue light on his shoulders. Next second, 2 gigantic coiled dragons soared out behind Guan Yu. In an instant, an incomparably huge coercion erupted from the 2 giant dragons. Roar, roar. Immediately afterwards, the 2 giant dragons roared twice at the densely packed soul-body soldiers in the starry sky. 2 huge destructive sound waves spread in all directions as waves visible to the naked eye. Wherever they passed, those soul and body soldiers suddenly became pieces, and the pieces collapsed, and they really turned into air and dissipated. With just a few breaths, the army of millions of souls and bodies dissipated. In an instant. In the entire starry sky, there are only 2 coiled dragons swaying and roaring. There is also Guan Yu, who is standing under the panlong, calmly. Everyone was stunned by the scene before them. Killing millions of soldiers by one person is already beyond the scope of the immortal divine sense emperor. He is the immortal god sage. Queen Apocalypse said slowly. In an instant, all the powerhouses in the Apocalypse god's domain were silenced. Emperor, you are fine, but everything should be over. At this moment, a voice full of anger sounded, with an annihilating coercion. It instantly shattered the fairy island in the Apocalypse god's domain, and countless creatures died tragically on the spot without even screaming. Immortal Divine Sense Lord. Guan Yu said slowly. Another super strong man came. Su Haoyan's eyes turned cold when he heard this. Just as his mind was spinning, another voice rang in his mind. Ding. The system repair is complete. Because the host has injected new energy into the system, it is fully adapted to the new interface, making the system more powerful. Ding. At this time, the range that the system can withstand has reached the highest level of the immortal divine mind, and the host can use it at will. Even if it collapses again, it can be repaired within 10 breaths. However, it still cannot exceed a large level. A series of system prompts sounded, making Xuanhuan smile immediately. The system really didn't lie to him. After absorbing the source of the flame, the repair time was really shortened. It only took 15 days. Xuanhuan didn't hesitate anymore, and ordered secretly, "Release Yang Jian." Following Xuanhuan's instructions, a purple streamer shot out from between his brows, and Yang Jian's figure stepped out of it. At the same time, a stalwart figure appeared above the apocalypse god realm. He exudes endless water vapor all over his body, as if he is the sea, and the sea is him, and the whole person is hidden in the sea, with only a pair of blue eyes on his face, hiding in it. He stared at Guan Yu firmly, as if he was looking at a dead person. As for the new Yang Jian, he didn't pay attention because he hadn't shown his strength yet. "I am the Emperor's court Tuatian, a small foreign monk, dare to step into the holy realm. Have you got the consent of my Emperor's court?" The water wave man shouted. The sound shook the starry sky, making everyone feel a trembling from the soul. There is an uncontrollable force acting on them, wanting to bow down to it. Tuatian. All the creatures in the starry sky were shocked, their faces were dumbfounded, and they were completely unbelievable. Tuatian? The Xian-level holy venerable of the imperial court? Could it be that he is the third-class saint who swept across the 100 regions without encountering an opponent? However, didn't it mean that Tuatian was once one of the founding gods of the 8th source plane? Tuatian, the legendary saint of the imperial court. It is said that he has hundreds of emperor-level powerhouses under his command. I'll go. How long has it been? Tuatian is still alive. For a moment, the creatures exploded. There was a lot of discussion and surprise. Although the Emperor's court often has strong people acting outside, it is rare for saint-level powerhouses to appear. Holy One. Those are all high-ranking existences, and they generally don't communicate with ordinary creatures. It can be said that the Holy One has surpassed the scope of ordinary strong men. It can already be regarded as a real god. The entire imperial court divided the emperor into 9 classes, the first class being the strongest, and the 9th class being the lowest. The saints are divided into heaven, earth, Xuanhuan, death, and other saints. The status of a Xian-level saint has surpassed all the great emperors' respected status. Guan Yu frowned, feeling great pressure. Although he is also a holy man, he has not yet reached the level of a holy man. So in front of Tuatian, he still felt the pressure. However, before he could react, on the other side, Yang Jian, who had just appeared, took the lead in killing him. At this time, Yang Jian did not call out his armor, and the third eye between his brows had completely deteriorated. At this time, like the stars in the sky, there was a kind of destruction in the twinkling, and the breath of death overflowed from it. "I am the heavenly court of Hongmeng, under the throne of the Emperor of Heaven. Erlang is the sage and true monarch, so is Yang Jian. How do you want to die today?" When Yang Jian said this, although he didn't shake the starry sky like Tuatian, it still caused an uproar from all the creatures in the starry sky. "What, Grand Mist Heaven? What is it?" "Erlang God Yang Jian, haven't you heard of it? Is it very powerful?" "It looks good, but I don't know if it's a silver pewter tip." "Brother, stop talking nonsense, come back quickly, that is a Xian level saint, can you do it?" The creatures talked a lot, only the beautiful eyes of Empress Apocalypse revealed a strange light. Whether it is Guan Yu or Yang Jian, he has never seen it. Could it be that the Emperor of Heaven really has the legendary supernatural power that can make people stronger in an instant? Seeing this, Tua Tian frowned slightly. He actually felt a hint of danger in Yang Jian's body. Could it be his eye? Playing tricks. Since you want to seek death, then this sage will fulfill you. Seeing this, Yang Jian's face was filled with coldness, his whole body was immediately surrounded by a layer of silver radiance as soon as his divine thoughts moved. In the blink of an eye, a set of splendid golden armor appeared on his body. Three-pointed knife in the universe. Following Yang Jian's soft shout, a golden beam of light shot up into the sky from behind him, and it turned into a gleaming golden three-pointed knife in an instant. With a knife in his hand, he didn't stop, and directly stabbed at Tua Tian, who was opposite him. The speed was faster than lightning, and he arrived in front of Tua Tian in an instant, and the golden light shone fiercely towards him. Tua Tian's pupils shrank suddenly. He didn't expect Yang Jian's speed to be so fast. In a hurry, he only came to summon a black giant sword, and left across it. Boom! A destructive, death-filled storm erupted centered on the two of them, and spread out in all directions like lightning. Next second, Tua Tian rolled backwards at lightning speed, and all the obstacles he passed along the way were instantly turned into flying ash. Yang Jian was so unforgiving that he chased after Tua Tian in a blink of an eye. Wow! Seeing these scenes, the creatures in the starry sky suddenly exclaimed. He knocked Tua Tian away? That's Tua Tian, the Shan-level holy venerable of the imperial court, who was blown away by that guy? How is it possible? My God, there are such strong men under the Emperor of Heaven. Then why are they so unknown? When all the creatures looked at Xuanhuan again, their faces showed awe. At the same time, the 8 Desolation Evil King, who was blasted into nothingness by Guan Yu, flew back again. The 8 Desolation Evil King came to the top of the crowd, grinned, and grabbed Xuanhuan directly. Guan Yu snorted coldly, a green dragon soared straight up, and in the flickering blue light, it directly turned into a gleaming blue long knife. Guan Yu held it in his hand, swung his hands and slashed down on his head and face. Seeing this, the 8 Desolation Evil King had no choice but to give up the idea of arresting Xuanhuan, and fought with Guan Yu. Seeing this, Xuanhuan asked secretly. The system is now, and I can send several subordinates at once. As Xuanhuan further becomes stronger, will his awakening function also become stronger? It can transfer 2 people. The system's answer is simple and clear. Then use 2 teleportation opportunities to teleport Bai Qi and Xing Tian. Over. Bai Qi, kill God. Xing Tian, God of War. The arrival of these 2 will not overthrow the 9th source plane and the Imperial Court. Ding. The system is sending Bai Qi and Xing Tian to the host. As the system prompt sounded, Bai Qi and Xing Tian in silver and white armor appeared beside Xuanhuan. System, let Bai Qi inherit the Tao of slaughter, then go through the tribulation of Hongmeng, quench the body with the primordial qi, and finally limit the good fortune. System, let Xingtian inherit the God of War Tao, then go through the tribulation of Hongmeng, and quench the body with the original energy. Finally, limit the good fortune. The 2 who had just appeared were sucked in by Xuanhuan's eyebrows before they could say anything. This move was noticed by the Empress Apocalypse, who had been paying attention to Xuanhuan. At this time, seeing 2 people suddenly appearing beside Xuanhuan Haotian. Before she was surprised, the two were sucked into Su Haotian's mind. This made her beautiful eyes widen immediately. When looking at Su Haotian, he muttered to himself. Who is this man? He was able to recruit his subordinates to his side, and what does it mean that they were sucked in? At this moment, she became very interested in Su Haotian. What? Who are you? Tuatian's painful voice resounded through the starry sky, not only the Tianqi God's domain, but also the creatures in other surrounding God's domains could hear Tuatian's painful voice. Tuatian, Xian level Holy Venerable? Please remember my name, the person who killed you, Erlang Xianqing's engine. Yang Jian's unruly and wild laughter followed, shaking the starry sky. Instantly. Boom. Several god realms vibrated instantly. Erlang Xianqing, true monarch Yang Jian? What's the situation? Apocalypse God's domain is fighting? This coercion is too terrifying. So what happened? Who was that voice just now? It sounds really familiar. Countless creatures remembered Yang Jian's name, and soon some creatures remembered Tuatian's voice. All those living beings who have lived for a long time know that Tuatian's demeanor once dominated the powerhouses of the 100 domains, and was once invincible. At this time, there was a sound of pain. Immediately, all living beings were puzzled. Could it be that Yang Jian is stronger than Tuatian? At the same time, the space of the Apocalypse God's domain exploded one after another. Although the surrounding God's domain was far away from the battle center, they still received endless pressure. Ding. Bai Qi's ultimate creation is complete, may I ask if the host chooses to release it? Ding. Xingtian's ultimate creation is complete, may the host choose to release it? At this moment, two system prompts sounded in succession, bringing Su Haotian, who was watching the battle, back to reality. Freed. At the same time, Su Haotian checked the attribute lists of the two. Bai Qi, Immortal Divine Mind, Great Emperor 2 Realms. Xing Tian, Immortal Divine Mind, Great Emperor 3 Realms. Looking at the attribute lists of the two, Su Haotian felt very satisfied. 2. Immortal Divine Sense Emperors are enough to subvert more than 3 god domains, greatly speeding up the speed of taking down the 9th source plane. Following Su Haotian's instructions, Xing Tian and Bai Qi flew out from between his eyebrows in tandem. Rumble. At this moment, there was a loud noise, and a strong aura erupted from the battlefield where Xuanhuan was located. In an instant, the aura belonging to the 8 desolations suddenly disappeared. Even her spiritual aura disappeared. Everyone understood that a generation of evil kings had just fallen. Ding. Complete the side mission, rescue the Queen of Apocalypse. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to be teleported by a strong man, a chance to create an ultimate creation, 3 chances to recruit the primordial beings, 3 chances to awaken the primordial beings, 3 chances to inherit the Taoism, and 3 chances to inherit the Taoism. An opportunity to awaken beyond the limit. At the same time, the host will completely oppose the imperial court. Hearing the system prompt sound, Su Haotian didn't show any surprise on his face. Xuanhuan will definitely be able to catch Ba Huang. Ding. Trigger an epic mission, destroy the Emperor's court. Task details. Because the host killed several strong men in the Emperor's court, the Emperor's court has already regarded the host as a thorn in the side. In addition, because the Emperor's court ruled the 7th, 8th, and 3rd 9 origin plane, if the host destroys the Imperial court, it will directly rule the 3 interfaces. If the host defeats the emperor's court, the system will reward the host with a chance to supreme awakening, a chance to be empowered with divine power, a chance to achieve extreme good fortune, a chance to reawaken the primordial spirit, a chance to temper the body with primordial chi, 10 primordial awakenings, 10 chances to cross the tribulation, 10 chances to be recruited by the primordial, 10 chances to awaken beyond the limit, and 10 chances to be the peak of the strong. The system prompt sounded, indicating that Xuanhuan had fallen. At this time, Yang Jian and Guan Yu appeared in front of Xuanhuan and reported loudly, "Your Majesty, the enemy is dead." Yang Jian said proudly, "Become the immortal divine sense lord, and let the former Erlang god come back." Empress Apocalypse gasped when she heard that. It's fine if the 8 desolation evil king is dead, after all, she is just a saint who is not yet popular, so it is normal for her to be defeated. But Xuanhuan, who was a Xian-level saint, also fell, and she was a little uneasy. "God, what are you going to do next?" After stabilizing her mind, the Apocalypse Queen asked. "I want to replace the Emperor's court and merge my source plane with the 9th, 8th, and 7th source planes." As soon as Xuanhuan's words came out, Empress Apocalypse showed shock again. "Replace the Imperial Court. Fusion source plane. What kind of arrogant words are these?" If the words came from other living beings, even a saint, she would scoff at it, disdain it. But the words came from Xuanhuan's mouth, she thought it was very possible. This is not trust, but a deep feeling. "Tianqi, this time your god domain has been severely damaged. In the future, when I unify the Xuan realm, I will let you stand higher." After speaking, Xuanhuan turned and left. Yang Jian, Guan Yu, Bai Qi, and Xing Tian followed closely behind. Soon the group disappeared into the starry sky. "God, I am waiting for your good news," Queen Apocalypse muttered to herself. There was a look of anticipation in his eyes. The imperial court's rule is too domineering, making them, the masters of the domain of the gods, miserable. Although they are under the jurisdiction of their respective source planes, the imperial court has direct mobilization rights over the domain of the gods. The relationship between the source master and the emperor's court is like the relationship between the celestial dynasty and the vassal states. They restrict each other, but they suffer from the divine realm below. This caused Xuanyu to hand over a huge amount of resources to the imperial court on the one hand, and to hand over resources to the source master on the other hand. Miserable. But because of his lack of strength, he could only endure it. Thinking of this, Empress Tianqi turned around and flew towards the ruins below. No matter whether Xuanhuan could overthrow the imperial court, she would rectify the Tianqi god realm to avoid riots in the god realm. At the same time, the news that the 8 desolate evil kings of the Guan Yu imperial court and the Xian-level holy venerable Xuanhuan was killed by Yang Jian and Guan Yu of the heavenly court quickly spread. Immediately, it caused a great shock in the entire imperial court and the 3 source planes. This time is different from the past. The one who died was a low-level saint. And there was also a Xian-level saint. Although it would not shake the foundation of the entire imperial court, it slapped the emperor's mouth fiercely, making the imperial court lose face. Heavenly court? Are they all under the heavenly emperor? TSK, there is only one word difference between heavenly court and imperial court. Is there any unknown relationship between the two? Heavenly Emperor, Yang Jian, Guan Yu, and the powerful men who recently attacked various gods, are they all related? My God, what's the situation? Tian is dead? Impossible? By the way, who is the Emperor of Heaven? In the three source planes, the creatures in each god's domain are talking about it. Ding. Complete the side mission, the chasing and interception from various forces. The system specially rewards the host with 1 chance of divine power. Empowerment, 1 chance of extreme good fortune, 1 chance of powerhouse. Teleportation, 1 chance of supreme summoning, and 3 chances of awakening. Of primordial origin, 3 chances to cross the tribulation of Hongmeng, and 3 chances to awaken the loyalists. At the same time, the name of the Emperor of Heaven will be completely known to the Xuanhuan god clan. On this day, the system prompt sounded in Xuanhuan's mind, who was flying. Xuanhuan was taken aback for a moment. But I'll understand right away. This is the chain reaction caused by the previous battle. If this is the case, let's go straight to Huanglong. Xing Tian, Bai Qi, do you two want to make contributions? Instead, Xuanhuan asked. When the 2 people who followed closely on the left and right heard it, they immediately understood. In the past few days, they heard the passing creatures talking in the starry sky. Li Yuanba, Jiuling Yuanxing, Zhao Yun, Zumo Patriarch, and Ying Jing all made contributions to the Hongmeng Heavenly Court, won a divine domain, and stabilized it. Hearing that the 2 of them were excited, they wished they could go out and make contributions. At this moment, upon hearing Xuanhuan's question, he immediately became excited. Your Majesty, I want to become a killing sword in the Heavenly Court, and let the name of the Heavenly Court be known in the Origin Realm. Your Majesty, Xing Tian will fully display the posture of a god of war and fight for His Majesty in all directions. The 2 knelt down on the clouds with a plop, and said firmly, Very good, here are 2 primordial treasures, and now I give them to you too. To kill the enemy for me. As Xuanhuan said, he took out a black spear and handed it to Bai Qi. This is the celestial meteor gun, with its own magnetism, which can break the 5 elements power and help you achieve the road of killing gods. Immediately afterwards, he took out a golden axe and looked at Xing Tian and said with a smile, This is the primordial axe, the most precious treasure of the primordial origin. I bestow it on you. Take it and show off your invincible posture, to your heart's content. The 2 took the radiant treasures respectively and left under Xuanhuan's instructions. However, their direction is not the god domain of the 9th source plane, but to fly to the depths, the 8th source plane. Xuanhuan wants them to penetrate deeply into the 8th source plane like 2 sharp knives, laying a solid foundation for him to conquer the 8th source plane. Soon, everyone returned to Tiger Roar God domain. As soon as he returned to the domain master's palace, Xuanhuan was stunned by the scene in front of him. I saw that the huge square in front of the domain master's palace was full of soldiers dressed in golden light. They are full of energy and majestic, there are tens of millions of them. The moment Xuanhuan fell, thousands of creatures knelt down and shouted loudly. The direct descendants of the Xuanhuan god clan pay homage to His Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven. Thousands of creatures shouted in unison, shaking the entire god realm in an instant. Xuanhuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Your Majesty, all the direct descendants of the Xuanhuan god clan who have been unsealed are gathered, and they are waiting for your order to attack the Imperial Court. Take everything back. At this time, Tubahong said with his hands clasped. Very well, all soldiers are ready. 10 days later, I will lead you to the main star of the 9th source plane and seize the 9th source plane. As soon as Xuanhuan said this, thousands of creatures below immediately cheered. Afterwards, Xuanhuan recruited the elders of the two direct lineages of the Xuan god clan into the palace, and conscripted them. Only in this way, Xuanhuan will rest assured that they will conquer the Xuan realm on behalf of the heavenly court. System: use 40 rewards in exchange for 2 strong teleportation opportunities, and teleport Yu Fei and Yuan Xuanhuan over. Ding. The system is fusing the transmission opportunity for the host. Ding. The system is sending Yu Fei and Yuan Xuanhuan to the host. As the system prompt sounded, Yu Fei and Yuan Xuanhuan suddenly appeared beside him. The two were originally cultivating in their own cave, but in a blur, they came to Xuanhuan's side. Seeing this, the two hurried to meet. Xuanhuan cut to the chase, and briefly introduced the current situation of the Xuan realm. When the two heard it, they immediately understood. Yu Fei cupped his fists at Xuanhuan and said, "Your Majesty, do you mean that the two of us form an army to conquer the 3 source planes?" Seeing this, Xuanhuan smiled slightly. "Yes, if I want to replace the Emperor's court, I must first take down the 3 source planes. That's why you two are needed to form our heavenly court's army in the origin realm. Before that, I will promote the two of you." After speaking, without waiting for the two to answer, Xuanhuan ordered in his heart. System: let Yu Fei inherit the Tao of soldiers, and then awaken beyond the limit, go through the tribulation in Hongmeng, quench the body in the primordial qi, and finally limit the creation. System: let Yuan Xuanhuan go through the tribulation of Hongmeng, awaken in Hongmeng again, quench the body with the original energy, and make good fortune at the limit. Xuanhuan ordered one after another. Immediately, the system sucked the two into it. Soon, 10 seconds later. Ding. Yu Fei succeeded in extreme creation. May the host choose to release it? Release, and call up his attribute list. Yu Fei, from folk tales. Identity: primordial god. The preaching method: the way of soldiers. Ultimate creation: soldiers are precious and fast. Lucky level: immortal law innate level 3. Cultivation technique: extremely heavenly magic technique. Magic weapon: death gun. Loyalty: 100/100. That's right, to be able to reach the 3rd level of the immortal law, Yu Fei's aptitude is really not covered. Ding. Yuan Xuanhuan succeeded in extreme creation. May the host choose to release it? Release, and call up his attribute list. Yuan Xuanhuan, from Ming history. Identity: the number 1 monkey in the world. Hongmeng god. Inheritance of Taoism, god of war avenue. Ultimate creation: heavenly creation. Lucky level: immortal divine sense emperor 4 realms. Cultivation method: Kunling Xiangong. Supernatural powers: Chao Tianjia. The world is shaking. Magic weapon: shocking whip. Loyalty: 100/100. Very well, with the cooperation of these two, an invincible army will soon be born. What's more, someone has already paved the way for them. Hong Dashing had already been sent out by him, and has already made a lot of achievements in the 8th source plane. Just wait for the two of them to go. Afterwards, the two appeared and disappeared in the tiger-roaring god realm, under Xuanhuan's order. At the same time, on a huge dark blue planet. This place is filled with endless energy of origin, turning this place into a fairyland. Immortal islands lingering in immortal energy are floating in the planet, and white cranes are singing, echoing in the archipelago. At this time on one of the largest fairy islands in a huge blue palace. Crowded, standing full of all kinds of creatures. They all lowered their heads, remained motionless, and stood in the hall in an orderly manner, not daring to make a sound. He raised his eyes and looked towards the top of the deep hall. There sat a tall figure in blue armor, which is a figure that makes people feel oppressed even sitting there. He is like a vast ocean. When he is still, he is like a sleeping lion. Once angry, there will be violent storms, and the lion will be angry. Who can tell me what happened to the ninth source plane? Why did I lose so many gods? What the hell is that heavenly emperor? Also, you. The figure above pointed to a shivering figure kneeling below and shouted sharply. This person is none other than the Xuanhuan origin master of the ninth origin plane, one of the 10 Earth-level saints of the imperial court. He, together with the Source Lord Xueki from the 8th plane of origin, and the Source Lord Tianwu from the 7th plane of origin, are known as the 3 major source masters of the Xuanhuan world, and they are also the top 10 Earth-level saints in the imperial court. At this moment, he was angry in his heart. Millions of years ago, he was allowed to enter the depths of the holy land of the emperor's court to cultivate. It was not until a few days ago that he completed his practice and returned to the ninth origin plane. However, when he came back, he immediately became angry. The good source plane is now fragmented. One's own right-hand man will die and disappear. He didn't understand why this happened. Who gave you the right to mobilize the seat's subordinates to go to the new source plane to make trouble? Do you know that because of your mistake, this seat has lost more than a dozen of Li's subordinates, and where are the domain masters of this seat? Why have they all disappeared? And what the hell is Li Yuanba, Zhao Yun, and Ying Jing? The figure above flew into a rage. The roar of anger rolled out, carrying a monstrous coercion, and immediately pressed the figure below hard to the ground. Original Master Xuanhuan, why are you so angry? He is also following the orders of the imperial court. Could it be that the source master of Xuanhuan is also turning a deaf ear to the orders of the imperial court? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in the silent hall. Immediately afterwards, a man in pitch-black battle armor suddenly appeared in front of the already shattered and dead creature below. The Emperor's court is invincible? Why do you dictate to me, Xuanhuan? Don't think that you are the Emperor of the Emperor's court and I am afraid of you. Even the God Emperor should be polite to me. What are you? As soon as the figure of the man in black armor appeared, the tall figure above immediately became angry and stood up from the chair. Pointing at that person is a curse. Original master of Xuanhuan, after all, Zhan is the Emperor's sacred venerable, please keep your mouth clean. Otherwise, so what? Seeing this, Xuanhuan Yuanzhu above could no longer suppress the burning anger in his heart, and took a step forward while speaking. Rumble. An unparalleled terrifying coercion suddenly broke out. It was like a monstrous wave crashing down on the man in black armor below. Holy venerable peak. The face of the man in black armor suddenly changed drastically. At the same time, Xuanhuan sat in the main palace of the tiger roaring territory, looking gloomy at the group of black shadows opposite him and asked, Your Excellency broke into my tiger's roar domain in such a brazen manner. What is your intention? Being questioned by Xuanhuan, Haiying didn't panic at all. He stared at Xuanhuan with his blood-red eyes, then looked at Yang Jian and Guan Yu beside Xuanhuan and said, TSK, I didn't expect you to be so heaven-defying, the Emperor of Heaven. To have cultivated a holy level powerhouse so quickly. It stands to reason that once you have a holy level powerhouse in your hand, its power will automatically rise to the first-class power in the origin world. But it is a pity that you are a foreigner, and this identity cannot be approved by all the forces in the origin world. However, if you can join me, Mingshin Mia, this problem will not be a problem. How about it, Emperor Tian? Please think about it. Death of God? It's interesting, but what if I don't agree? Xuanhuan asked with a smile. He is the reincarnation of the God Emperor, and this origin realm was originally his. Why do you need the consent of all the forces? If they don't agree, it will be destroyed. Regarding Xuanhuan's words, Soying was still calm. He spoke. I can understand this question from the Emperor of Heaven. Are you planning to refuse? Yes, I refuse, not only you, but any force I will refuse. What is Mingshin Mia? It is not as domineering as his primordial heavenly court. That's the case, then I'll leave, but you can do it yourself. Your series of actions have attracted the attention of the imperial court, and even the three masters, and they will not let you go. In addition, the golden-winged roc, Taitsong's silver dragon, Yingjing, etc. are all your subordinates, right? Heavenly Emperor, I have already developed a strong interest in you. I will always pay attention to you. After the black shadow finished speaking, it disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Your Majesty, why did you let him go? Yang Jian asked suspiciously. It's just a clone. What's the point of killing him? If it's the main body who came today, you can play with him. But, what kind of power is this Mingshin Mia? Xuanhuan asked, muttering to himself. Beside, Tua Bong saw this, his heart moved. Opened the mouth. Your Majesty, according to the documents I searched in the wind-howling god realm these days, I really found information about Mingshin Mia. It is said that Mingshin Mia is a strong man who rose several epochs ago. Later, he became famous in the Xuanhuan world, and then established this organization called Mingshin Mia. It is worth mentioning that Mingshin Mia is the same emperor. Court, the three source planes are hostile relationships. And no one can do anything to each other. And Mingshin Mia's whereabouts are also erratic. Even the high-level internal officials have never seen his true face. It can be said that he is the most mysterious powerhouse in the entire Xuanhuan world. Ignorant foreigners dare to occupy my source plane, they really don't know how to live or die. At this moment, a tyrannical voice suddenly sounded in the sky above the tiger. Roaring God's domain, followed by a monstrous coercion, descending upon it. Boom, boom, boom. The huge coercion caused countless fairy islands to explode. The huge roar and explosion instantly caused the entire divine realm to explode. Who is this voice? Could it be that someone is coming to snatch our domain? It's been a troubled time recently. Ever since the domain master of Tiger Roar was subdued by the Heavenly Emperor, it hasn't stopped. This person's voice is so arrogant, it seems that he is not an ordinary person. It depends on whether the Emperor of Heaven can resist it. Just when all the creatures in Tiger Roaring God Realm were discussing outside, in the Domain Master's palace, Guan Yu said with a smile. It's just a clone, only the immortal divine sense Emperor's 7 realms of cultivation. Hearing this tone, it should be the clone of the Xuanhuan source. Master. Your Majesty, let me go. Tu Bahong said. After Xuanhuan nodded, he teleported and disappeared into the palace. Xuanhuan stroked his chin, thought for a while, and then secretly instructed The system. Exchange 40 system rewards for 2 powerhouse teleportation functions, and teleport King Huangfeng and Shui Rengue over. After what the Nether God Mia avatar said just now, he suddenly had an idea. Instead of being beaten passively, it is better to take the initiative to attack. He wants his subordinates to disrupt the 3 major source planes, so that the Imperial Court, the 3 major source planes, he lost sight of the other, and then he went straight to Huanglong and won the Imperial Court in one fell swoop. Unify the 3 source planes. Lay a solid foundation for entering other source planes. Ding. The system is sending King Huangfeng, Shui Rengue, to the host for the host. As the system prompt sounded, King Huangfeng and Shui Rengue appeared beside Su Haoyan. The 2 were in a trance, and when they saw Su Haoyan, they were overjoyed and immediately bowed down. System, pass the divine wind Dao to King Huangfeng, and then let him go through the tribulation of the primordial, then let him awaken the primordial. Quench the body with the primordial qi, and finally let him limit the fortune. System, pass the Tianying Dao to Shui Rengue, and then let him quench his body with the original energy, and then let him awaken the primordial energy. Quench his body with the original energy, and finally limit the good fortune. Su Haoyan issued 2 commands to the system in a row, and the 2 of them were sucked in amidst a flash of purple light. Afterwards, Su Haoyan said to Guan Yu and Yang Jian, "When we head to Qinlongling, I will make a plan to let them mess up the 9th origin plane." When the 2 strong men heard this, knowing smiles appeared on their faces. Su Haoyan's approach was still as domineering as before. Ding. King Huangfeng has succeeded in extreme creation. May I ask if the host chooses to release it? Ding. Shui Rengue succeeded in extreme creation. May the host choose to release it? 2 system prompts sounded in succession. Su Haoyan thought secretly. Freed. Immediately, Su Haoyan checked the property list of the 2. The Yellow Wind King, Immortal Divine Sense, Great Emperor 1 Realm. Shui Rengue, Immortal Spiritual Mind, Great Emperor 3 Realms. Seeing the cultivation of the 2, Su Haoyan finally showed a relaxed look on his face. Then he said to the 2 people who came out, "Go ahead, use as much power as you can, and mess up the 3 source planes." When the 2 heard this, their eyes sparkled, they smiled knowingly, and then they said goodbye and left. 3 days later, Su Haoyan handed over the Tiger Roar God Realm to Bahong, and at the same time told him to secretly collect the essence of origin. Then Su Haoyan took Yang Jian and Guan Yu on the journey to Qinlongling. 3 days later, a piece of news shocked the 9th origin plane. An old man named Patriarch Bodhi visited the number 1 Dragon God Realm on the 9th origin plane. With just one move, he wiped out the master of the Dragon Realm. Shenlongjiu was seized, and at the same time, it was announced that Shenlongjiu was separated from the 9th source plane and controlled by the Imperial Court, and returned to the control of the Emperor. A day later, a strong man named Yellow Wind King suddenly attacked the Hurricane God domain, brutally killed 17 experts including the domain master, and successfully captured the Hurricane God domain. Immediately announced to the public that the Hurricane God realm was separated from the 9th source plane and the control of the Imperial Court, and was respected by the Emperor of Heaven. Half a day later, less than a day after Hurricane God realm underwent drastic changes, the neighboring Tianlang God realm was also attacked. A strong man named Shui Rengue held a magic bow in his hand and shot one after another, killing the lord of Tianlang God realm. the deputy domain master, as well as several strong men, took strong control of the Tianwu god realm, and immediately issued a notice that the Tianwu god realm also respected the heavenly emperor. One after another, explosive news exploded on the ninth source plane. Let all creatures explode. Oh my god, what's going on here? Where do these strong men come from? Why do they only pick God's domain to attack? Emperor, who is the emperor? What is he going to do? Is the heavenly emperor the one who killed the emperor's court a few days ago? What is he going to do? The starry sky vibrated, and the main star of the ninth source plane vibrated. The imperial court shook. Even the adjacent eighth and seventh source planes vibrated accordingly. Every place where there are living beings is talking about the emperor of heaven, and they are all guessing who the emperor of heaven is? At this time, Xuanhuan, who was the instigator, was sitting on the clouds, chatting with Xuanyu and Yangjian. Your Majesty, where is your ultimate goal? Xuanyu stroked his beard and asked. As soon as this remark came out, Yangjian couldn't help looking at Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan said lightly at the corner of his mouth. Of course it is the strongest person in the world, there is no one. Although there are people outside of people, there is a sky beyond the sky, but I want to be that piece of sky. Strongest. It is very easy to open and close the mouth. But it is full of unpredictable variables. At least neither Yangjian nor Xuanyu knew how strong the strongest was. Haha, if His Majesty becomes the strongest, shouldn't a worldwide feast be held to celebrate His Majesty's ascension to the top? Xuanyu said with a smile. No, I think it should be the last time to start the conferring god ceremony. In the name of His Majesty, conferring the gods. Yangjian has a different opinion. Seeing this, Xuanhuan smiled and said nothing, and then, the two strongest men in Hongmeng Tianting began to speak freely. They are all Xuanhuan's old subordinates, they know Xuanhuan's character well, and it doesn't hurt to joke occasionally. At this moment, a strange figure suddenly flew in front of him. It's strange, because the person who came was a baby about 40 to 50 centimeters tall, wearing a black bellyband, with two braids tied into the sky. His skin was white and fat, but his appearance was like an old man. He was sitting on a blue gourd, with a deep breath, which instantly attracted the eyes of the three of them. Stop! Yangjian shouted immediately. He can't do without making a sound, because the other party is flying straight towards him, with no intention of avoiding it at all, and anyone with a discerning eye can tell that he is coming for Xuanhuan. Hey, is the Emperor of Heaven ahead? The old baby ignored Yangjian's roar, never leaving Xuanhuan's eyes, and said with a chuckle. When Xuanhuan heard it, it turned out that the other party was coming towards him. Yes, old man, what can you do? Xuanhuan said with a smile. This strange man didn't act immediately, which means that he is not from the Emperor's court, from the source plane, but probably a casual cultivator, or an unknown force. At the same time, Xuanyu and Yangjian immediately stood in front of Xuanhuan. Even with their cultivation bases, they couldn't see how deep the other party's strength was, so both of them put up 12 points of energy at the first time. My name is Master Tianwu, but it doesn't matter who I am, what matters is that you are facing a huge challenge, because you are a variable, a huge variable, so I advise you, go back to the original point, don't show your face in public, otherwise you may fall into a place of eternal doom. Venerable Tianwu stared at Xuanhuan firmly, his expression became extremely strange, it was that kind of very secretive smile. Ding! The system detects that an unknown energy body is trying to invade the host sea of consciousness, and the system turns on the firewall to automatically block it. May I ask the host whether to take warning measures? At this time, the system prompt sounded suddenly, causing Xuanhuan to narrow his eyes suddenly. Old boy, are you really good at acting? System, teach him a hard lesson. Xuanhuan ordered secretly. Just after Xuanhuan issued the order, what did the baby have to say? Suddenly, his old eyes widened suddenly, and he was about to speak. Sudden puff. He suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his breath became sluggish. At the same time, his height and appearance changed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a boy. The three of them were stunned and felt incredible. You, why is my celestial secret technique ineffective on you, instead being injured by the mysterious power in your body? Who are you? The biggest variable between heaven and earth? Could it be that you have escaped the shackles of the Tao? Is this impossible? Looking at the strange man who was so proud just now, but now showing a frightened look, Xuanhuan smiled slightly. Okay, now we can have a good chat. Xuanhuan adjusted his sitting posture, and then continued. First of all, do you know who I am? The weird man who had turned into a teenager and had a much younger face took a deep breath and said, I don't know who you are. I only know that you are related to the Tianwu God clan and the most mysterious person ever. But no matter what, your appearance will awaken the ancestors of the Tianwu God clan from their slumber. So, now the prosperous and peaceful world will no longer exist. Are you from the Tianwu God clan? Xuanhuan still asked with a smile. No. Then get out. Although go away, or you will become a young man, or even a middle-aged man. You. Master Tianwu trembled from Xuanhuan's anger. I really want to argue with Xuanhuan, but with Xuanhuan's unpredictable power, even if he surpasses the immortal God, he will be injured. If he delays here, he may die here. This is not what he wants to see. Actually, Venerable Tianwu gritted his teeth and continued trying to speak. Unexpectedly, a cyan knife shadow suddenly appeared above his head. He was just injured, and before he could react, he was shattered by the knife and turned into nothingness. However, the gourd under his feet was not injured in the slightest. Seeing this, Xuanhuan was greatly surprised. He stretched out his hand and photographed him. At the same time, hundreds of millions of miles away, Master Tianwu reappeared, but at this time he had turned into a young man, and his breath fell again. Immortal Divine Sense Lord. Why, you still have something to say. I don't mind making you an old man, or even letting you die in peace. Facing Xuanhuan's cold voice, Master Tianwu glanced at his gourd. Reluctantly, turned around and fled, disappearing instantly. Yang Jian cursed. What the hell, it's really weird. The bigger you are, the lower your cultivation level. If you beat him back into his mother's womb, wouldn't he become a god immediately? Let's go, move on. Xuanhuan looked at the direction where Master Tianwu disappeared, with a thoughtful look on his face. What kind of person is the Master Tianwu? He can actually spy on other people's inner thoughts, as well as past and present lives. What is the relationship between this person and the Tianwu God clan? Through many things, he has now confirmed that he has a great relationship with the Tianwu God clan, and even, he is the founder of the Tianwu God clan. But whether it is true or not, he still needs to continue to search for his memory. In addition, I don't know if I can travel through again. Everything is unknown. Ding. Trigger the main task, the spying of unknown forces. Mission. Details: because of the appearance of the host, the plan of an unknown force was disrupted, and it wanted to be detrimental to the host. If the host finds out this unknown force, controls or defeats it, the system will reward the host with a chance to awaken the Supreme Being, a chance to be empowered with divine power, a chance to create extreme good fortune. 3. Chances to be teleported by the strong, 3 chances to cross the tribulation of the primordial mist, 3 chances to awaken the primordial being. 10. Chances to be a strong man at the peak, and 10 chances to be a dungeon of a strong man. At this moment, the system prompt sounded suddenly, making Xuanhuan slightly taken aback. Could it be that this old boy is someone from an unknown force? Holding the gourd in his hand, he fell into deep thought. At the same time, Master Tianwu, who is turned into a young man, is galloping in a certain starry sky. Damn Emperor, I kindly remind you that you don't know how to be grateful, and dare to hurt me? Congratulations, you have successfully offended Tianji Pavilion, and you will regret it. Master Tianwu roared in a low voice while flying. I don't know if he will regret it later, but you will definitely regret it. At this moment, a gloomy voice sounded in front of him. Immediately afterwards, a strong suction force came suddenly, causing him to fly over. Involuntarily caught off guard, Master Tianwu was shocked. Grandma Inhun, why are you here? No, stop now, can't you devour me? Hurry up, you damn bitch, damn it, What? System, what exactly is this gourd? Can you tell it apart? In the starry sky, sitting on the Supreme Nine Dragon chair, Xuanhuan, who was flying in the starry sky, fiddled with the blue gourd in his hand and asked secretly. This object has gone beyond the scope of the system's cognition and cannot be detected. With systematic analysis, this object does not seem to be from this world, and it is likely to come from other worlds. As soon as the system said this, Xuanhuan was shocked immediately. It took him a while to ask. Could it be that there are other worlds in this world, besides primordial origin and Xuan? The system is not very clear, but because the system has been infinitely enhanced now, the system feels that there may be more than these two in the world, and there may be more than one system. There may be another system outside. The system's explanation didn't matter, but Xuanhuan was taken aback. There are other systems? How is that possible? Isn't the system a unique benefit for traversers? There are other systems. And many more. Could it be that there are still traversers in this world? As soon as this idea popped up, Xuanhuan suddenly turned pale with shock. Although he didn't show it on the outside, his whole body was instantly drenched with sweat. If there are other traversers, what should I do? Half an hour. Suhei Genius asked the system in his heart, not sure. The system, it stands to reason that once this time, there should be a task. Trigger? Why not now? Because all of this is just a system guess, the task will not be triggered. Although the system's answer was simple, Xuanhuan was secretly relieved. The system is right. Everything is guessing secretly. Why should I worry about it? As long as I am strong, everything will be solved. In the face of absolute power, other traversers can only bow their heads and surrender. Thinking of this, Xuanhuan suddenly became enlightened. In the following time, Yu Guanyu and Yang Jian chatted happily. Hongmeng Heavenly Court. Bai Suzhen was chatting with her sisters, and the topics they talked about were all the trifles of Hongmeng today. However, at this moment, there was a roaring sound from the sky in the distance, and the expressions of Bai Suzhen and the other women suddenly changed. "It's not good, Queen Mother, younger brother." At the same time, Su Tianfeng ran over in a panic and shouted with a pale face. However, there is no need for him to say anything more, because everyone knows what happened to Su Tianyuan. "I saw that in the high sky, above the sea of clouds, the young Tianyuan closed his eyes tightly, suspended cross-legged, and the chi of Xiuan surrounded his body, making him look like an ancient god descending from the earth. The female ancestors of Qingling, Zixia, Shui Miao Miao, Feng Huang, Lei Yao, and the Taishang Laojun, Hongjun Daozu, Yuanshi Tianzuan, and other strong men appeared around Tianyuan immediately. Emperor Hongmeng teleported directly to the vicinity of Tianyuan to protect the Dharma. She glanced worriedly at Tianyuan, who had her eyes closed tightly and her breath growing, and said to everyone, "All primordial spirits come over, draw out your primordial aura to suppress his growing aura. If you don't suppress it, Tianyuan will very likely explode and die." As soon as this remark came out, all the primordial gods came out one after another, and even the new primordial gods teleported here. There are as many as 100 Hongmeng gods surrounded Tianyuan, and gathered their godly power above Tianyuan. The continuous stream of milky white Xiuan qi formed a white cloud with a size of billions of feet to suppress Tianyuan's breath. "Hongmeng, what happened to Tianyuan?" Bai Suzhen came behind Hongmeng Emperor and asked. Upon hearing this, Emperor Hongmeng said with a wry smile, "Actually, I don't know for sure. However, my brother seems to be awakening some kind of mysterious bloodline. It's just that this kind of bloodline should not be awakened at this time, because my brother is still young. Once he awakens, he will either explode and die, or become a human being. The devil, a devil who only knows how to kill. That's why I want everyone to suppress his blood." When Bai Suzhen heard Emperor Hongmeng's explanation, instead of alleviating her own pressure, she became even more worried. Not knowing what to do, at the same time, Su Haoyan couldn't help but hear what Su Haoyan said before he left. "If there is any change in Tianyuan, quickly send someone to deliver it to me. I am the only one in the world who can protect him." Bai Suzhen thought about this, her eyes lit up. Hongmeng, His Majesty said before leaving that if there is any change in Tianyuan, he can be sent to His Majesty. When Emperor Hongmeng heard this, his eyes lit up suddenly, and then he took a deep look at Tianyuan without saying a word. But her lips twitched a few times, and on the other side, Monkey King, who was still pumping out Xiuan qi, moved his ears slightly, and nodded without a trace. Soon, under the joint suppression of more than 100 masters, Tianyuan's aura finally calmed down. "Wow, Queen Mother, I want royal father, I want royal father." Tianyuan, who woke up, immediately burst into tears. It seemed that he didn't know what happened just now. At the same time, in the origin realm, in the huge space covered by the milky white chi of origin, this place is like a fairyland, densely packed with fairy islands of various sizes. There are pavilions, terraces, fairy grass, and spiritual springs on the fairy island. Creatures wearing various armors flew in and out of the immortal island spirit mountain, smiling all over their faces, and the atmosphere seemed harmonious and peaceful. In the center of the numerous fairy islands, there is a huge island that exudes colorful rays of light floating in the air. In the very center of the huge island stands a huge palace that is full of radiance. On the huge square in front of the palace, there is a huge statue standing. Tall and proud. The statue is dressed in colorful robes, and has a handsome appearance. In particular, there is a colorful flame totem burning fiercely between the eyebrows of the statue. He holds a colorful mountain in his left hand, and a book full of boundless atmosphere in his right hand. The whole statue is majestic, giving people an absolute sense of oppression. If Xuanhuan were here and saw this statue, he would definitely be shocked. Because this statue looks exactly like him. At this time, in the huge palace, behind the statue, in a secret chamber. This is a secret room half the size of a basketball court. On the walls around the secret room, various colors of light shone indefinitely, and every time it shone, it blocked a mysterious force emanating from the secret room, preventing it from leaking at all. The shining light is obviously a kind of mysterious rune. Full of mystery. Look into the secret room. Inside is a golden cauldron that is several feet in size. The surface of the cauldron is also covered with mysterious runes. In the secret room, besides the huge cauldron, there was also an unusually tall figure sitting cross-legged in the open space, beside the cauldron. On the other side, there was also a delicate figure sitting cross-legged. It's just that this figure was imprisoned by some kind of magical power, making her unable to move an inch. Through the aura, this delicate figure was immediately visible. If Xuanhuan came here again, he would be shocked, because this woman disappeared after leaving him and coming to the Xuan realm. Tianwu. The moment Hongmeng Tianyuan's aura was suppressed by everyone. The huge golden cauldron that was constantly emitting colorful energy suddenly began to shake violently. The huge figure who closed his eyes tightly and seemed to be performing some ancient ritual suddenly opened his eyes. In the face of drastic changes, what measures must be taken, but boom! The cauldron exploded with a bang. A certain power stored inside suddenly spread out in the secret room. Wow! The tall figure seemed to be involved in something, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Bastard, who is it? Dare to destroy my good deeds? The tall figure leaned on the ground with one hand, roaring angrily. Hee hee. Tianfeng, you should give up your heart. If you dare to touch his son, you won't be afraid that he will find out and kill you in your hiding place? When Tianwu saw this, a look of surprise flashed on his pale face, and he laughed out loud. Humph, it's just a reincarnated body, even those collateral clansmen can't deal with it, so why break into the Xuan main world? In order to revive the Tianyuan god clan, I must take away his son's divine power, and his divine power. Don't you think that he has no value in existence? You think the Emperor of Heaven is invincible, but you never think that he is just a pawn. It's just a raw material library for others to promote. Others can use it, why can't I use it? The tall figure spoke louder and louder, until finally he was a little crazy. Tianwu looked at the figure with a frosty face and remained silent for a long time. Origin world. In the vast starry sky, on a huge land full of green mountains and green waters, there are many fairy islands, large and small, where all kinds of rare birds and animals once again inhabit and live and work in peace and contentment. Next to a blue lake, there is an exquisite gazebo. At this time, a tall man in white clothes was sitting in it, playing with a piece of blue token in his hand. He has long black hair, loosely scattered behind his head, and a golden black bird faintly flashes in his eyes. This person is none other than Nailan Qing. Next to Nailan Qing, there was another beautiful woman sitting on a stone bench, with an exquisite figure and a delicate and beautiful face. Nalan, what are you thinking? From the beginning to the end, the woman's eyes, which were as beautiful as Wang Qingchuan, never left Nalan Qing. I said, Xiaolan, have you seen enough? Nalan Qing asked. No, I can't see enough in a lifetime. Nalan Qing, who has always been cold and stays away from strangers, couldn't help showing a bright smile when he heard this. At this moment, Narange suddenly appeared in the gazebo. Sovereign, the Heavenly Emperor is here. He is now heading straight for Qin Longling. Nalan Qing frowned when he heard this. Asked, coldly. Didn't you tell him what I mean? When Nalan heard this, his head was sweating for no reason, and he said hastily, this subordinate has already told the truth. However, His Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor doesn't seem to take it seriously, and besides, there are two saint-level powerhouses sitting beside him. Narange replied truthfully. What? He actually has a saint-level powerhouse in charge? Could it be that the rumors of the past few days are true? God, you really surprised me? However, are there only two saints? It's still not enough. If this is the case, it's time for me to go out. Pass down the order to order the three elders, Feng, Lei, and Dian, to follow me to Qinlongling. It's time for a showdown with the imperial court. Upon hearing this, Nalanj immediately left excitedly. Heavenly Emperor? Is it the reincarnation of the God Emperor you said? The woman asked, curiously. She had rarely seen Nalan Qing showing respect and a smile on his face. Nalan Qing nodded, and then asked Nalanj. Heavenly Emperor, what did you do after you came to Xuanhuan realm? Because he has been in seclusion all the time, he doesn't know the earth shattering things that Su Haoyan did in Xuanhuan realm. As soon as the Emperor of Heaven appeared in the Xuanhuan realm, he lifted the seal on the descendants of the Tianwu god clan. At the same time, he dispatched his subordinates to turn the ninth origin plane upside down. The God realm under the ninth origin plane has basically been controlled by him. The source master of Tsonglong has basically become a polished commander. Imperial court? Tsonglong source master? A cold light flashed in Nalan's green eyes. Qin Longling. This is a huge land floating in the starry sky. It is about the size of 3 big worlds, and it is dotted with pavilions. Towers, pavilions, mountains, rivers, and rare birds and animals. However, the weird thing is that all this seems to be an illusion. Everything is still. It seems that Qinlongling's time has been taken away, so that it still retains its prehistoric appearance, full of vicissitudes and ancient atmosphere. At this time, the stars, planets, continents, and meteorites around Qinlongling were all full of tall figures. Their auras were so huge that even if they were hidden in the fairy mist, they could not erase the majesty of their bodies. Shine. On a huge abandoned road, Li Yu and Ba sat, cross-legged on a huge meteorite. Grinning and looking at Qin Longling, his eyes sparkled, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Behind him, the entire huge continent was full of soldiers with bright armor. At a glance, there are millions of them densely packed. Suddenly, Li Yuanba turned around and shouted. You bastards, listen to me. When His Majesty comes down later, his voice will shine brightly for me. You can't lose to that lion over there, understand? Follow your lord's orders. The millions of troops answered in unison, and the sound shook the starry sky. Let countless creatures look sideways. Where did the Langtao King not know that all the saints of the imperial court are here? This person is like a consumptive ghost. It seems to be Li Yuanba, the flying Rock who has recently frightened countless creatures on the ninth origin. Plane. Hey, he is Li Yuanba, please be good. I heard that he has smashed the 3 domain masters recently, and his actions are extremely cruel. Pull it down, another master who can't be offended. Let's watch the show. Listening to the voices of countless creatures talking in the starry sky. Jiuling Yuansheng, who was standing on a star, shook his head with a smile. However, he quickly turned his head to look at the black-armored soldiers behind him with deep and far-sighted eyes. Lord Jiuling, don't worry, we will never lose to them in terms of momentum. The 12 men in golden armor, standing in front of the soldiers, shouted in unison. Seeing this, Jiuling Yuansheng showed a bright smile. At this moment, a gust of hurricane whizzed past, and then, in the depths of the starry sky, the silver light shone, and when it suddenly exploded, a group of silver-armored soldiers with millions of silver helmets flew over very quickly. The leader is the Taicong Yinlong Xiaoyun. Phew, we have finally caught up. The gathering of Qin Longling, the imperial court and other forces is just an opportunity for His Majesty to make his name known in the Xuanhuan realm. You all listened clearly to me. The voice must be louder later, do you understand? Your order. A full million soldiers shouted in unison, shaking the starry sky immediately. Who are these guys? The silver dragon of Taicong, Xiaoyun, now owns 3 god domains, and his power is no less than that of Li Yuanba and Jiuling Yuansheng. It is said that he is also a subordinate of the Heavenly Emperor. Who is this Heavenly Emperor? He actually has so many superpowers? TSK, Emperor Court versus Heavenly Emperor, I don't know who will win. Amidst the discussions of countless creatures in the starry sky, Xiaoyun led 1,000,000 soldiers and headed straight for a star. There were already creatures stationed on the star. Seeing Xiaoyun approaching aggressively, an old man with a strong breath frowned and said, "There are people here, you." However, before the old man finished speaking, a middle-aged man behind Zhao Yun stepped forward, without hesitation. Boom! The old man only felt a huge force coming, he didn't even have a chance to react, and was kicked to pieces directly. From the beginning to the end, Zhao Yun didn't raise his eyelids, and his footsteps didn't slow down at all. Tung, tung, he landed on the stars. Roll. Huge, enough to destroy everything suddenly sounded, and the closest to him. His face changed dramatically, and the creature that hadn't had time to retreat exploded instantly with a bang, startling the rest of the creatures to fly away, and in a blink of an eye, the star became silent. Stand up. With a wave of Zhao Yun's hand, all the soldiers behind him fell on the star. One after another, and soon covered the entire star. Seeing Zhao Yun's outrageous behavior, the other creatures in the starry sky immediately became silent. Everyone looked sideways, but quickly retracted their gazes, not daring to look at him in the slightest. Half a day later, Yingjing and Zumo Patriarch arrived at Qinlongling with uniformed troops. Each occupies a star or continent, waiting for Su Haoyan's arrival. Soon, Patriarch Bodhi, King Huangfeng, and Shui Rengue also arrived. All of them used the same brutal method to expel the original creatures occupying a place alone. Looking at these strange faces, familiar names came to Qinlongling, and they all brought troops. All the forces around Qinlongling couldn't help thinking about it. At this time, in a huge star, on a tall mountain top, stood several straight, tall figures. They are the holy masters of the Emperor's court's trip to Qinlongling. At this time, the saints have already felt the strange atmosphere in the starry sky. Whether it is Zhao Yun, or Li Yuanba, Jiuling, Yuanxing and others' actions have been sensed by them. At this moment, they were communicating with their spiritual consciousness. These should all be the subordinates of the Emperor of Heaven, right? The Emperor of Immortal Spiritual Mind. Where did the Emperor of Heaven get so many great Emperor-level powerhouses? Why hasn't the Emperor of Heaven arrived yet? Hurry up and get rid of him so that we can explore the cave of the God Emperor. Don't forget what you promised me. Now that the ninth source plane has caused this result, isn't it caused by your imperial court? The one who spoke was a blue figure more than 3 feet tall. It is the source master of the ninth source plane, the source master of the Conglong. Original Master Conglong, the God Emperor has already given orders, and I will definitely give you an explanation this time. Isn't it just a dragon crossing the river? Just solve it. It is said that there are many treasures in the cave of the ancient God Emperor, and this time we have another treasure to reap. Everyone was talking and laughing, but they didn't pay much attention to Su Haotian and his subordinates. Although some saints died tragically at Su Haotian's hands, they were only Xian-level saints, and they were all Earth-level saints, and there were 4 of them. They didn't believe that the 4 Earth-level saints couldn't kill Su Haotian. About half an hour later, Su Haotian finally arrived on a cloud under the protection of Yang Jian and Guan Yu. It's such a powerful coercion. It has never been seen since entering the world of origin. Is this the power of the Emperor's court? Guan Yu muttered to himself. There is no fear in the eyes, but there is a kind of excitement and eagerness to try. This battle was more dangerous than ever. Looking at the densely packed creatures in Qinlongling and those dangerous auras among them, Yang Jian, who was as arrogant as himself, became serious. Seeing that Su Haotian and 2 strong men came from the depths of the starry sky, the creatures along the way stepped aside one after another and distanced themselves from Su Haotian, fearing that they might have something to do with endangering themselves. Most of the living beings are well-known people in the original world, and they all know that the Emperor of Heaven is the chief culprit who disturbed the ninth source plane and caused restlessness. They all know that today's battle is a battle over who will be the master of the ninth source plane in the future, and it is also a battle over whether the authority of the imperial court can be broken. It can be said that this battle is destined to become an epic battle. They seemed to be laughing at Su Haotian, belittled Su Haotian. In fact, there was a glimmer of hope deep in their eyes. All living beings hope that Su Haotian, the dragon crossing the river, can overthrow the rule of the imperial court. Today's Emperor's court can be said that the Emperor's court covers the sky. With one hand, that is, the source masters of each source plane have lost control over the subordinate gods. The Emperor's court can order the domain masters of the gods' domain at will. But the source master needs the Emperor's court's permission to mobilize the god's domain under him. This emptied the 3 source masters, and at the same time made all the gods miserable. It can be said that the 3 source planes under the direct jurisdiction of the imperial court are full of complaints. Coupled with the retreat of Ming Xinmia, the disappearance of Nailan sect, and the disregard of Yaoyuan sect, the Emperor Court, the former branch of the Xuanhuan god clan, became more and more inflated. Soon, the 3 of Su Haotian entered within 1,000,000 miles of Qinlongling. Suddenly, a voice sounded from a star 100 miles away from Su Haotian. Qinzumo leads the destruction of the heavenly god realm, and the Tianjiao God realm soldiers will meet with His Majesty. Your Majesty will see you. Following the voice of the Void Demon Patriarch. In an instant, a million voices soared into the sky, shaking the starry sky of Qinlongling. Shocked all living beings. Xuanhuan forgot to glance in that direction, and nodded slightly. The three moved on. Chen Bodhi leads the Bailing God realm and the Tuatian God realm, civil servants and generals, to meet His Majesty. The minister waits to see His Majesty. The sound shook the sky. The brows of the creatures were all wrinkled, but immediately became appalled. Follow Xuanhuan's figure and continue to move forward. Your Majesty, Huang Feng, lead the wind and sand God realm and the rain curtain God realm, to meet His Majesty. Minister Shuirengue, lead the three God realms, to meet His Majesty. Chen Yingjing leads the three major gods, to meet His Majesty. Your Majesty Li Yuanba leads the five great gods, to meet His Majesty. Qin Jiuling leads the five great gods to meet His Majesty. My minister, Zhao Yun, leads the five great gods, to meet His Majesty. Xuanhuan traveled all the way, and the voice shaking the starry sky never stopped. One after another, it deeply shocked the hearts of all living beings. The power of the Emperor of Heaven, even if the Emperor of the Emperors court comes, it's nothing more than that? Oh my God, there are only so many God domains in the ninth source plane, and there are only about 20. It's over. Songlong Yuanzhu has really become a polished commander this time. Unexpectedly, in just 2 months, the Emperor of Heaven actually infiltrated the ninth source plane to such an extent. Heavenly Emperor, it seems that he is not a good stubble. Isn't this nonsense? How come so many masters support such a good stubble? Listening to the discussions among the creatures in the starry sky, Songlong Yuanzhu's body trembled and his face was gloomy. Obviously very angry. The sound of shaking the starry sky lasted for half an hour before Xuanhuan came to Qinlongling. Where is the source master of Songlong? I am the Emperor of Heaven. Your source plane is about to be emptied. Why don't you come out and find your place? Xuanhuan spoke first. The voice was full of jokes, and he didn't take the heavenly court lord seriously. He came to find fault today. At the same time, regain their own dongfu. If there were no more important things to do, how could the source master of Songlong allow Xuanhuan to make a fuss in the ninth source plane? Humph, boy, it's wishful thinking to let the source master of my family come out to talk to you. The Emperor of Heaven, right? I'm going to let you come and go today. At this time, 8 figures in blue armor rushed out from the star where the imperial court was. All of a sudden, the coercion of the 8 great emperors suddenly spread from there, rushing towards Xuanhuan and the 3 of them. Seeing this, Xuanhuan turned his lips up, revealing a defiant smile. Kill. With Xuanhuan's order, Li Yuanba, Zhao Yun and other powerhouses who had already been unable to bear it all flew out from their respective habitats. And the pressure of the great emperor level overflowed, blasting and killing the 8 flying people. Li Yuanba took the lead and took the purple gold hammer in his turn, and it was indisputable that it was a hammer. The guy who flew over first had the cultivation of the 7 realms of the immortal divine sense emperor, so he didn't pay attention to Li Yuanba at all. With a long spear flashing blue light in his hand, he blocked it at will. When he thought about it, wouldn't this block knock Li Yuanba's sledgehammer into the air? You must know that he is much taller than Li Yuanba, and he is also known for his great strength. However, the ideal is beautiful, but the reality is skinny. It was too late and then too soon. Li Yuanba slammed a hammer, and the man felt a monstrous force hitting him hard. Before he could react, the spear in his hand was knocked away, and then the purple-gold sledgehammer flew away. It fell hard on his chest. In an instant, he was about to be hit head-on by an oncoming train. With a bang, an explosion. In fact, all of this, from Li Yuanba's killing, he raised his gun to resist. To being blasted, was just a matter of 2 breaths. In the blink of an eye, a great emperor in the imperial court was killed with a single hammer, shocking all the surrounding creatures. Haha, what a piece of crap, I can't even take a blow from the young master. Emperor Ting, I think it's just a fart. Li Yuanba brandished his sledgehammer and roared to kill the great emperors in the imperial court. In the blink of an eye, Ting collided with Li Yuanba and the others while losing one person first. The war broke out completely. The incomparably loud roar and explosion shook the entire starry sky. Violently. I could see the incomparable nervousness of countless creatures. Looking at the scorching battlefield, Xuanhuan frowned. Going on like this, although one's own side can win this fight, but it can't even touch the confidence of others. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell at a glance that the real strongman in the imperial court has not yet appeared. It seems that it is necessary to force the powerful emperor to come out. As Xuanhuan thought about it, his eyes unconsciously landed on the seemingly calm Qinlongling tens of billions of miles away. Hey, time stands still? Because he has the avenue of time, he is very sensitive to the passage of time. Just now, because his attention was all on Ting, he didn't pay attention to Qinlongling at all. Now when he saw it, his eyes lit up. This is the cave I left behind? Xuanhuan muttered to himself. Looking at Qinlongling, he began to think. Heavenly Emperor, with your strength, it is more than enough to be a source master, even if you are the protector of the Emperor's court. Why don't you surrender to the Emperor's court, and the Emperor's court will assign Hongmeng to you, and officially canonize you as the source master of Hongmeng? How about it? The Heavenly Emperor is sure to make money from this deal, isn't he? At this time, a middle-aged man in a Confucian shirt flew out of the stars, where the imperial court was. He waved a paper fan and flew towards Xuanhuan. With a smile on his face. The aftermath of the surrounding battle was blocked by a layer of 3-color mask released from his body. He walked towards Xuanhuan like walking in a leisurely manner. The attitude cannot be insincere. Peak of immortal divine sense Emperor, Guan Yu said softly. The casual tone seemed to ignore the other party at all. As soon as this person came out, those watching creatures in the starry sky suddenly exclaimed. Isn't this the first-class Emperor Xuanhuan of the imperial court? Unexpectedly, the imperial court sent him out. It seems that the imperial court intends to bring the Emperor of Heaven into its camp. That's right, the Emperor's court must not let a powerhouse like the Heavenly Emperor control one of the source planes go by. TSK, the imperial court is really good at calculating. Who knows if the Emperor of Heaven will agree? It will definitely be, but it can officially become the existence of the Source Master. How tempting. Just when all the creatures in the starry sky were discussing, thinking that Xuanhuan would agree without hesitation, Xuanhuan's voice sounded. Killed. As soon as the words fell, Guan Yu disappeared from Xuanhuan's side, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Tianwu. While the opponent was still in doubt, Guan Yu's punch directly blasted him into pieces. Only a few breaths before and after, the well-known Ting Ji Duishing was smashed to pieces with a single punch. In the starry sky, apart from the sound of fighting one after another, all the creatures looked at Guan Yu and Xuanhuan, who smiled and said nothing in Amazement. Damn it, the Heavenly Emperor actually killed the #1 think tank in the Imperial Court. How is this possible? Who gave him the guts? That's the #1 person in the God Emperor's think tank. Now the Emperor of Heaven has stabbed a hornet's nest. Just when the creatures were screaming in surprise, an extremely powerful aura suddenly erupted from the stars where the Emperor's court was located, and a tall figure shot out of the sky like a rampage, and appeared within 1,000 miles in front of Xuanhuan in the blink of an eye. For strong men like them, this distance is no different from close combat. Heavenly Emperor, how dare you kill Sun Wu, you have completely angered the Imperial Court. Today, I, Luo Ke, will teach you how to behave on behalf of the Imperial Court. Immortal Divine Sense Lord Yang Jian said lightly. Xuanhuan was greatly relieved by his casualness. Killed. Xuanhuan's voice sounded in the starry sky. Luo Ke on the opposite side was taken aback for a moment, but immediately became furious. I'm not ashamed to say anything, I want to. Never mind. Die with me, bastard. Yang Jian arrived in a flash, without any nonsense, he just slashed away. Simple, brutal. Don't be so stupid, let's talk about it after calling. Facing Mount Tai's overwhelming knife, Luo Ke's face darkened, and he fought Yang Jian without neglect. Seeing this, Xuanhuan frowned more and more. He took a deep look at the huge stars tens of billions of miles away, and made a decision in his heart. The system uses 20 system rewards in exchange for a teleportation function to teleport Xiangyu over. Xuanhuan ordered secretly. Ding. The system will integrate 20 rewards and send Xiangyu to the host. The system prompt sounds. Immediately afterwards, Xiangyu appeared beside Xuanhuan. As soon as Xiangyu appeared, he suddenly felt as if he had fallen into a huge quagmire, unable to extricate himself. At the same time, the mana in his body was sluggish, and the tyrannical aura made him tremble with fear. Xiangyu, I want to promote you now. As soon as Xuanhuan finished speaking, he ordered secretly. Let Xiangyu Hongmei reawaken, quench his body with the primordial qi, then limit his good fortune, and finally empower him with divine power. This is the first time he has used divine power empowerment on his strong subordinates. Don't know what the outcome will be. With Xuanhuan's expectation, Xiangyu was sucked in by Xuanhuan. This action immediately attracted the attention of all creatures in the starry sky, including the Imperial Court powerhouses tens of billions of miles away. See? He's using that trick again? On the star where the Imperial Court was, a figure wrapped himself in a layer of golden air mass said slowly. After this series of trials, he was finally forced to use this trick. I don't know what kind of powerhouse he can make this time. I'm really looking forward to it. What if he creates a strong man who surpasses the Holy One? One of the strong men suddenly asked. Don't worry, with me here, he still can't make any big waves. The sudden sound startled several figures in the Imperial Court, but they immediately became quiet again. But there was already a huge wave in his heart. In order to obtain Xuanhuan, specifically to obtain Xuanhuan's supreme supernatural power that can instantly increase the cultivation of the strong, the Emperor's court has risen to dispatch an immortal god. It seems that Xuanhuan is very important to the Imperial Court. The powerhouses in the Imperial Court had different thoughts, but the source master of Songlong had a gloomy expression on his face. Things seemed to be beyond his imagination. After thinking about the repeated warnings from the Imperial Court, telling him not to trouble Xuanhuan, it can be seen that Xuanhuan has risen to a very high level in the imperial court. Just when everyone in the imperial court had different thoughts, a system prompt sounded in Xuanhuan's mind. Ding! Xiangyu's divine power empowerment was successful. May the host choose to release it? Don't release it yet, call up his attribute list. Xiangyu, from Unofficial Legends. Identity, Xuan God. Inheritance of Taoism, Tao of Divine Power. Ultimate Good Fortune, Overlord of Western Chu. Lucky Level, Immortal God Venerable Rank 7. Kung Fu, Xian Tianju. Magic Weapon, Moon Sky Halberd. Supernatural Powers, Double Pupil Divine Power. Overlord the World. Special Attribute, Overlord's Godly Power, after extreme good fortune, Xiang. You've fully displayed the Overlord's godly power. When fighting with the enemy, he would use his Lord's power to double his combat power. Loyalty, 100/100. The 7th rank of Immortal God Venerable? Fuck me. Could it be that the immortal gods judge the realm by quality? After being stunned for a while, Xuanhuan thought in his heart. However, the reward of divine power empowerment is really not covered. Thinking in his heart, Xuanhuan's eyes swept over Li Yuanba and other strong men. He was thinking about the candidate for the next god. At this time, Yang Jian had already fought with that Luo Ke. Although Luo Ke belonged to the emperor's court, a Xian-level sage, he was no match for Yang Jian at all. The two fought for only a few rounds before Luo Ke was shot to pieces by Yang Jian. Only the dilapidated fairy infant was left and fled back to the star where the emperor's court was. The strong man in the imperial court was naturally furious, and once again dispatched 2 Earth-level saints, and Yang Jian and Guan Yu fought together. The other side, Li Yuanba, Zhao Yun and others slaughtered all directions, killing the emperor-level powerhouses of the imperial court and defeating them one after another. This move shocked the creatures in the starry sky. While marveling at the bravery of the emperor's subordinates, they were also full of expectations for the result of Xuanhuan replacing the emperor's court. The stars where the imperial court was located were silent. My lord, are you going to let them massacre the great emperor of my imperial court like this? Songlong Yuanzhu couldn't help but said in a deep voice. Why hasn't he come out yet? For a long time, the dark strong man murmured to himself. He ignored the words of the Songlong source master. However, he ordered immediately. Send out the Earth-level saints, except for the Emperor, the rest are up to you to deal with. As soon as Songlong Yuanzhu heard this, he disappeared in place without even thinking about it. When it reappeared, it was already beside Li Yuanba. Fuck, why are you so fast? The appearance of the source master of the Songlong really shocked Li Yuanba. However, before Li Yuanba could react, Songlong Yuanzhu punched Li Yuanba out. Li Yuanba felt a strong force coming towards him, and before he could react, he rewinded back at the speed of a meteor, and disappeared into the starry sky. In the blink of an eye. At the same time, the stars where the emperor's court was located shone with light, and 4 monstrous forces suddenly erupted, and when they soared into the sky, they had already appeared in the starry sky. This move immediately made the surrounding creatures gasp. The Emperor's court is serious. TSK, 5 Earth-level sages, how should the Heavenly Emperor respond this time? If the Emperor of Heaven can survive this wave of attacks, the head-on will be very big, otherwise he will be defeated. It will even affect the source plane behind him. There were discussions one after another, but Xuanhuan showed no sign of fear. System, release Xuanhu. Following Xuanhuan's instructions, Xuanhu stepped out amidst a burst of purple gold light. After the systematic divine power empowerment, Xuanhu has undergone earth shaking changes. Not only his cultivation has improved, but his physical body has reached an incredible level. The aura of the whole person is like a steel knife, sharp, full of invincible, defiant aura. Xuanhu, kill them. Your order. Xuanhu agreed, and a bloody light flashed in his eyes. Boom, boom, boom. The emperors who were fighting with Zhao Yun, Ying, etc., at hundreds of millions of miles exploded so suddenly that even the fairy infant could not escape. For a moment, the starry sky roared and exploded, and all the powerhouses belonging to the imperial court, except for the few earth-level saints, all exploded and fell. Seeing this scene, countless creatures stared wide-eyed, and Songlong Yuanzhu turned his head violently, his eyes almost protruding. The immortal divine mind is the word to determine life and death. The immortal God Venerable is indeed determined to live and die with one thought. One thought is life and death. One thought can reach all worlds. Determine the life and death of all living beings. A dozen or so powerhouses at the imperial court level all fell instantly. The starry sky was silent. The 6 immortal saints in the imperial court were stunned as if struck by lightning, and at the same time a chill rushed from their heels to their foreheads, making them tremble even in their souls. Songlong Yuanzhu's body trembled even more, and he didn't dare to move an inch. When he stood still. Don't look at him as an earth-level sage, who has a high status in the imperial court, but he is not even a fart in front of the gods. It can be said that his life and death are completely in Xuanhu's mind now. Immortal God? How is this possible? At this time an angry and horrified voice sounded from the star where the imperial court was located. Immediately afterwards, a substantial cyan light flickered, and it came to Xuanhu in an instant. Seeing this, the bloody light in Xuanhu's eyes flashed out, and in the illusion, a blood-colored halberd rushed out from between his eyebrows, and directly hit the blue light. Rumble. The blood-colored halberd was invincible, and instantly shattered the blue light. In a flash, it blasted towards the star. What? Why is your divine sense so powerful? Among the stars, a 9-foot-tall man in golden armor was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were wide open, and his eyes were almost protruding. He couldn't believe that Xuanhu's divine sense was so powerful. Then it occurred to me that Xuanhu was created by Xuanhuan. Then what kind of God-defying supernatural power is it? How long has it been? It can turn an ant into an immortal god? Never seen it before, never heard of it. No wonder the Lord of the Imperial Court, His Majesty, the God Emperor, wants to get that man at all costs. Although he felt emotional in his heart when he thought of his current situation, he was immediately horrified, and quickly opened his mouth sternly. Xuanhu took a step forward, ignoring the voices in the stars, but walked towards the source master of Songlong and other emperors and earth-level saints. Looking at his back, Li Yuanba and Zhao Yun were both shocked by his methods. Xuanhu's eyes were fixed on the star, and his eyes flicked for hundreds of millions of miles, and he fixed on the golden-armored man on the star. His intentions are obvious. He wants to keep everyone in the imperial court here. Boy, what do you want to do? We are the sages of the emperor's court. If you offend us, you will surely die in the future. Turn around now, and there is still time to join us. Songlong Yuanzhu shouted with a sullen face. Xiangyu didn't care about that much, his eyes were fixed, and in an instant, surging spiritual thoughts poured out. Boy, you are bold. The golden-armored man on the stars didn't care about other things, and blasted out his divine thoughts, without reservation. He wanted to prevent Xiangyu from bombarding and killing Xuanhuan Yuanzhu and other Earth-level saints. However, although he successfully blocked Xiangyu's divine sense, but this time, Xiangyu's intentions were obvious, and naturally, he would not only use this trick on the body of the ground-level saints such as Xuanhuan Yuanzhu. Rumble. In an instant, Xuanhuan Yuanzhu and the other 6 powerhouses had no power to resist at all. When they were blown away, they exploded one after another, destroying both their bodies and spirits. Qin Long Ling, which was tens of millions of miles away, began to shake. Although it didn't shatter, the power of time stillness above was also distorted and deformed by the touch, but it still didn't shatter in the end. But the hundreds of millions of living beings in all directions did not have such good luck. They were all fascinated and fainted on the spot. Powerful. Unprecedented power. Incomparable powerhouse. In front of Xiangyu and the golden-armored man, all living beings are ants. There are no flashy moves in their battles, no superfluous movements. One is above the stars, and the other is standing in the starry sky. The sound of booming and explosions is endless. Everything is shattering except Qin Longling. Is this the immortal god venerable? But this is just one of the strongest in the imperial court. He was amazed at the unfathomable depth of the imperial court, and also at the power of the immortal god venerable. Of course, he is not afraid, on the contrary, he has a strong self-confidence. He is confident that the imperial court will be completely disintegrated. Ting is awesome, can his system be awesome? At this time, after killing Xuanhuan Yuanzhu and other powerhouses, Xiangyu continued to move forward and went straight to the star. Seeing this on the stars, the man in golden armor suddenly changed his face, and his heart was full of despair. Even if he wanted to escape, it was impossible. The most terrifying thing about the immortal god venerable is not his combat power, but his divine sense. How can he escape from a source plane in an instant? It can be said that once the battle between immortal gods starts, unless other gods intervene, they will be immortal. At this moment, the golden-armored man felt extremely regretful. If he had known that the Emperor of Heaven was so perverted, he would not have accepted this task. Although the God Emperor promised that once the task is completed, he can enter the Holy Land to practice for a month. But now, it is no longer a question of whether one can enter the Holy Land to practice, but whether one can survive. Soon, Xiangyu came to the star where the Emperor's court was. Standing here, he could already see the terrified, golden-armored man inside. Although you are an immortal god, you are very unfortunate to have met me. Xiangyu stared at the golden-armored man and said seriously. Killing is nothing more than nodding, you have to forgive and forgive. I think it's better for everyone to sit down and have a good talk. At this moment, a gentle voice suddenly sounded in the starry sky. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. Everyone is looking for prestige. I saw, in the depths of the starry sky, a group of creatures looted. The leader is a burly man who is 5 feet tall and exudes purple gold light all over his body. He is wearing a set of purple gold armor and a purple gold helmet. Behind him were 100 armored soldiers with strong aura, and at the same time as they roared, a world-shattering coercion overflowed from them. In an instant, everyone in the starry sky trembled. Li Yuanba's hand holding the hammer trembled unconsciously, and while he was Shocked, his legs also trembled, and he had the urge to kneel down. Damn, how is he so strong? Zhao Yun gritted his teeth tremblingly and growled. Those millions of soldiers on the various stars directly knelt down in the dust, and those with weak cultivation directly vomited blood and fainted. Third grade god venerable void lord? The golden-armored man who was in despair suddenly exclaimed in surprise. The sound of surprise rolled out, instantly resounding in every corner of the starry sky. The creatures in the starry sky were in an uproar. Third-grade gods are vain? I remember that there was once a demon king who sacrificed blood to several gods, and he was called Wu Wang. Could it be this person? Didn't it mean that this person was captured by the emperor's court and died? It turns out that nothingness is still alive. It's over, we are all over. I heard that nothingness is the most cruel. All the creatures who saw him kill died. All the creatures were whispering, and at the same time a terrifying atmosphere spread across the starry sky. Fill the place with a deadly silence. Xuanhuan sat on the supreme nine-dragon chair, quietly watching the flying void. His mind turned. Xiangyu was the only one who didn't turn his head to notice the emptiness. As if he didn't hear the voice, he continued to walk forward and came directly to the golden-armored man. With a flash of cruelty on his face, he was about to blast the golden-armored man into pieces. Boy, our reinforcements have arrived, there is still time to retreat. Otherwise. Seeing this, the big man in golden armor widened his eyes and shouted loudly. In his mind, Xiangyu must run away. As long as you are not a fool, you will not confront nothingness. Heavenly Emperor, I am the third-rank god of the imperial court, Vain, and Vain, immediately ask your subordinates to stop, we can talk. At this time, nothingness spoke again. It seems to be a negotiating tone, but there is an undoubted domineering in the words. Ding. Trigger the main mission, kill the third-rank god venerable Wu Wang. Task details, Wu Wang, the third-rank god venerable in the imperial court, wants to be disadvantageous to the host. If the host kills nothingness, the system will specially reward the host with a chance of divine power empowerment, a chance of extreme good fortune, a chance of extreme summoning, a second chance of powerhouse teleportation, a chance of quenching the body with primordial chi, 10 chances. 1 chance to cross the tribulation of the primordial, 10 chances to awaken the primordial. 10 chances to awaken beyond the limit, 10 chances to be the peak of the strong, and 10 chances to copy the strong. At this moment, the system prompt sounded, causing Xuanhuan's eyes to narrow. Immediately. The rewards are so rich and vain, you deserve to come out and give them. Rewards. Wow. I'm so mad, you bastard, see if I don't hack you. At this moment, Li Yuanba flew back from the depths of the starry sky with disheveled hair. Soon, he appeared in front of Xuanhuan, and when he saw nothingness, he wanted to kill him without even thinking about it. Yuanba is back. System, empower Li Yuanba with divine power. Awaken and supreme. It's time for Li Yuanba to wreak havoc on the starry sky again. Before Li Yuanba could react, he was sucked in by the system. As soon as this scene came out, Su Wushu's eyes suddenly lit up. Up to now, it is no secret that Xuanhuan can promote his subordinates and instantly double the monk's strength. Everyone in the imperial court knew about it. If it wasn't for this matter, Xiangwu Wang would not be able to invite such a third-rank deity and emperor at all. There are 9 ranks in the god realm, with rank 1 being the highest and rank 9 the lowest. It can be said that the status of the third-grade god venerable is extremely Respected if he is not interested in Xuanhuan's god-defying supernatural power, he will not make a move. Damn it, what are you doing? Stop it, you. At this moment, a terrified voice sounded, and before he could finish speaking, he was cut off by a loud explosion. Immediately afterwards, on the star where the emperor's court was located, a burst of blood mist rose into the sky. Then, Xiangyu's figure stepped out of it. Hiss. This guy's head is showing off, he dares to kill people here, doesn't he want to live? Is this guy confident? It's over, the heavenly emperor has completely offended the imperial court. This time, the two families have long been on fire, okay? The creatures talked a lot, and their eyes on Xianyu became playful. Seeing this in vain, he frowned. Asked coldly. Didn't I tell you to stop? Didn't you hear? Very ordinary tone, without a trace of waves. It seems that the fall of an immortal god has nothing to do with him. In fact, a ninth-grade god venerable was really not looked down upon by the imperial court and nothingness. What are you? My majesty didn't stop, even if the king of heaven came, I would not stop. Xiangyu replied forcefully. A smile immediately filled Xuanhuan's face. Immediately, a red light flashed in Xiangyu's eyes, and a blood-colored Feng Tian painted halberd flew out of his eyes at a high speed, and rushed towards nothingness a million miles away. The starry sky trembled wherever it passed, and even distorted. The power of the immortal god venerable is so powerful. The light of the firefly dares to compete with the bright moon. You, a seventh-rank immortal god, are still not enough to look at in front of me. Facing Xiangyu's spiritual attack, he smiled vainly and contemptuously, and raised his eyebrows lightly. In an instant, a coercion burst out from his body as if the sky was falling apart, making the spines of the creatures in the entire starry sky shiver, and their scalps go numb. Immediately afterwards, a huge golden sword flew out from between his eyebrows, disappeared in the blink of an eye, and when it reappeared, it was already in front of Feng Tian's painting, halberd. Rumble. A sword and a halberd crashed together. The halberd was like a porcelain cup, it shattered when touched. Instantly vanished. Puff. Xiangyu vomited blood and flew backwards, his whole body rewinding like a cannonball. Seeing this scene, all creatures gasped, and even Xuanhuan frowned. How strong Xiangyu was before. Killing several saints in the imperial court with one thought is like mowing grass. Under the coercion of nothingness, in the meaty court ninth-grade god venerable. His brave and invincible posture subverted the cognition of all living beings in the entire starry sky. But now Xiangyu can't even catch a vain move? The starry sky was silent. Deathly silence. Ding. Li Yuanba's divine empowerment is over, may the host choose to release it? After thinking about it, Xuanhuan asked. System, how far has Li Yuanba reached now? If he is released, what will happen to the system? The system will collapse, but because the system has fully adapted to the Tao law of this world, even if it crashes, it will still recover within 10 breaths. Xuanhuan was very satisfied with the systematic answer. Release Li Yuanba and call up the attribute list. Li Yuanba, from ancient myths and legends. Race, origin god. Lucky level, immortal god venerable first grade. Cultivation method, Jinping transformation. Supernatural powers, Jinping transforms. Destruction. Yin and yang change. Magic weapon, golden thunder double hammer. Inheritance of Taoism, the way of King Kong. Ultimate good fortune, Pengzu good fortune. Special attribute, Pengzu Xuanhuan, after extreme fortune, Li Yuanba has become the ancestor of all Pengs in the world. Once there is a Peng's monster, he will actively gather its power for his own use, and his strength will double in an instant. Loyalty, 100/100. An immortal god venerable. My rock can finally take off again. In the excitement of Su Haotian's blood, Li Yuanba flew out from between Su Haotian's eyebrows. At this moment, nothingness flew towards Su Haotian like teleporting. Guan Yu, who was going to intercept along the way, was blown away by his palm. And Yang Jian was kicked so that he didn't know whether he was alive or dead. Not to mention Zhao Yun and other great emperor-level powerhouses. Wu Wuwang smashed all the way, knocking away the strong men of the primordial heaven, and stood in front of Su Haotian in the blink of an eye. Let the eyes of the powerful be split. Wu Wuwang stretched out his hand to grab Su Haotian with a kind smile on his face. He said unhurriedly, Emperor of Heaven, it is said that you can create strong people. This time, what kind of strong people are you going to create to save yourself? But as soon as he spoke, Li Yuanba flew out of Su Haotian's eyebrows. Li Yuanba was secretly feeling happy. He now felt that his whole body was integrated with the starry sky, regardless of each other. This feeling is very mysterious. Let him have endless aftertaste. However, just as he flew out, he saw a withered claw like 4 people grabbing him, and he was furious. Grass mud horse. You dare to bully my majesty, don't you think about it? Li Yuanba let out a furious roar, and immediately shocked the hundreds of emperor-level powerhouses in the emperor's court tens of billions of miles behind Wu Wuwang, dizzy, stumbling around, as if they were about to fall down at any time. As for the surrounding creatures who were waiting and watching, they suffered an indiscriminate disaster again, spurting blood and falling. All of a sudden, a meteor shower rained down on the entire starry sky, and the scene was incomparably magnificent and spectacular. The power of a roar is so powerful. Wu Wuwang frowned. Because of the suddenness, he didn't check Li Yuanba's cultivation at all. Li Yuanba slammed into the withered claw. Wu Wuwang saw a black shadow flashing in front of him. Immediately afterwards, he felt a huge force rushing towards him, and then, he seemed to be hit head-on by a train traveling at a speed of 180 kilometers per second. The outstretched right arm burst directly, blood and flesh flew across, and with a scream, it flew out backwards. Su Haotian's cold voice still lingered in his ears. Xuanhuan, since you want to see it, then I will grant it to you. Yuanba. Kill him. Hiss. All the creatures gasped. Xiangyu, who had just flown back from the crack in space, had no time to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and was stunned by the scene in front of him. Looks like a hell. In the distance, Guan Yu, Yang Jian, Zhao Yun and other strong men who had been injured to varying degrees all opened their mouths wide, unable to utter a single word. A random fit and a collision smashed an arm of nothingness? What kind of power is this? Su Haotian's heart was pounding, pounding, pounding like a war drum beating inside his body. Li Yuanba's extremely brutal strength made his blood boil and his heart surge. This is the arrogant posture that his golden-winged rock should have. All the creatures watching the battle were petrified, including the great emperors and saints of the imperial court. He opened his mouth wide, not knowing what to say. Where did you come from, wild boy? How dare you hurt me? Wu Wuwang's face twisted, and he roared in a deep voice. At this time, he flew back from nothingness with a disordered breath, and his right arm had recovered. His gaze was fixed on Li Yuanba, full of endless murderous intent. No nonsense, with a movement of his divine sense, a golden broadsword flew out from between his eyebrows. As soon as the flying sword flew out, it immediately became huge, and the dazzling red light suddenly burst out, dyeing the starry sky of tens of millions of miles into golden yellow in an instant. As soon as the golden giant sword came out, it seemed to be spiritual. It was raised high, and it slashed at Li Yuanba fiercely with the momentum of Mount Tai. Seeing this, Li Yuanba grinned. "You idiot, I'm going to smash you to pieces." After Li Yuanba roared, he saw an illusory black figure rushing out from between his eyebrows. The black figure was exactly the same as Li Yuanba's. He waved the golden sledgehammer in his hand and blasted towards the golden giant sword. Although the two parties meet tens of millions of miles away, this distance is still very short for them. Almost as soon as Li Yuanba's shadow appeared between his brows, the giant sword collided with the illusory golden giant sword. Rumble. Both of them are fighting with divine sense, outsiders can't see it at all. All of a sudden, I felt a burst of roaring and popping sounds bursting out in the starry sky. The sound pierced the eardrums of many living beings, and the weak ones were directly decapitated, destroying both body and spirit. Immediately, the creatures saw nothingness bang, their heads exploded, and their bodies plummeted straight down. The two seemed to be on different levels, and Li Yuanba's magical powers seemed to be much stronger than nothingness. As a result, if a face-to-face was not available, Wu Wuwang was blasted out. First his arm was exploded, and then his head was shot. While the emptiness and arrogance during the inverted flight were mixed with shock and anger, the mind was even more shocked. He kept yelling, "How is it possible? Spiritual thoughts condense, like substance. This? An immortal god venerable." Although Wu Wuwang lost his head, the fairy baby was still there, and in an instant, his head returned to its original state. He looked at Li Yuanba, his eyes filled with disbelief. The four realms of immortality, immortal method innately gathers spirits. Immortal gods conceive the emperor to refine the gods, immortal saints temper the gods, immortal gods and gods become a body, and can truly wander in the mind, and determine life and death with one thought. However, reaching the 9th rank of immortal god venerable is only the beginning of the attack of divine sense. 9th rank to 7th rank can only attack with ordinary spiritual thoughts, without a specific form, and the mind moves at will, unexpectedly, which is also the terrible thing about the initial state of the immortal god. But from the 6th rank to the 3rd rank of the immortal god venerable, the divine sense transformed again, and could change the divine sense into any form as one wished, such as the magic weapon for one's own fame, and then determine life and death with one thought. Once the cultivation level has reached this level, one can truly kill the enemy with one thought. But this is not the strongest. The immortal god venerable has reached the 2nd rank, the rank of the 1st rank, and the divine sense has completely transformed into a clone-like existence. But this clone is not that clone. This is the clone of divine sense, which can freely control your own treasures and the enemy's divine sense to fight in nothingness, magic weapons, spells, and even fighting in different places. This is the terrifying aspect of immortal god venerable. You, immortal god rank 1? Is this impossible? Wu Wuwang looked at Li Yuanba in horror, completely unable to understand why. Li Yuanba, who was so weak just now, suddenly became an existence beyond him. Could it be that the divine power of the Emperor of Heaven is really so Against the sky? Only now did he really understand why the boss of the imperial court insisted on getting him. Hey, chop suey, die. At this time, the phantom image of the divine sense transformed by Li Yuanba flashed, and in the next second, in the void of consciousness, in front of his trembling divine sense, Li Yuanba appeared there holding a sledgehammer. Looking at the weak and shivering primordial spirit of Wuwang, Li Yuanba smiled cruelly and slammed down with a hammer. Outside, the creatures could see the emptiness floating in the starry sky in the distance, holding up the giant sword in their hands for no reason. Boom. Burst. The whole person suddenly exploded, shattered, and soon turned into blood mist and scattered in the starry sky. A generation of powerhouses, the third-rank gods in the imperial court, and the great demon king were vain, and they fell. This scene left hundreds of millions of creatures in the starry sky dumbfounded. Then the back felt cold, and the scalp felt cold and numb. The power of the immortal god venerable is so terrifying. Li Yuanba vividly interprets the meaning of life and death with one thought. Seeing the 100 holy venerables, brought by Wuxuang, the great emperor. Level powerhouses were all trembling with fright. Then some reacted, gritted their teeth, turned around and ran away. However, bang, bang, bang. Xuanhu had been holding back his anger for a long time, and with the movement of his divine sense, hundreds of strong men burst open one after another. For a moment, the starry sky continued to thump, as if a firework had been set off, and in a blink of an eye, 100 powerful men from the emperor's court were used as punching bags by Xuanhu and fell on the spot. Such a bloody scene made the watching creatures in the starry sky shocked and trembled even more. They are all worried that when they are attracted by the other party, they will be treated like fireworks, but all the dishes will be cold. At this time, they really realized the feeling that people are fish and meat. And I am Dou Yu. Ding. The system has been repaired successfully. Ding. Complete the main task, kill the third-rank god Venerable Wuwang. The system specially rewards the host with a chance for divine power. Empowerment, a chance for extreme good fortune, a chance for extreme summoning, a second chance for the strong to teleport, and a chance for the beginning of origin. The chance to temper the body with the qi, 10 chances. To transcend the tribulation of the primordial, 10 chances to awaken the primordial, 10 chances to awaken beyond the limit, 10 chances to be the peak of the strong, and 10 chances to copy the strong. The system prompt sounded in his mind. Xuanhuan smiled slightly, glanced at the starry sky full of blood, and said slowly, I want the Emperor's cave mansion on Qinlongling. Who has any objections? God Emperor cave mansion is shaken. Who has any opinion? Domineering, arrogant, seeing billions of creatures in the starry sky as nothing. Xuanhuan is crazy. Xuanhuan is overbearing. But so what? They have arrogance and domineering capital. I have no opinion. I wait no comment. I wait. Xuanhuan stood up with a smile, covered his hands, and walked towards Qin Longling. All the creatures in the starry sky fell to their knees and shouted loudly. Hundreds of millions of living beings shouted in unison, with a huge momentum. And a magnificent sight. Soon, Xuanhuan came to Qin Longling. Ding. Found that there is a space-time source ahead. Does the host choose to refine? At this moment, the system prompt sounded, making Xuanhuan's eyes suddenly brighten. Previously, he got a trace of the source of flame from a burning man in the imperial court, and now he saw the source of time here. System, if I integrate the source of time, what will happen to my avenue of time? Because the host's avenue of time comes from Hongmeng, if the source of time is integrated, the host's avenue of time will transform into the law of time. In the law of Grandmeng, the system's explanation made the brilliance in Xuanhuan's eyes more and more intense. Without saying a word, he sat cross-legged in front of Qin Longling, with a thought. Unleashing his own time avenue with a bang, the rolling out power of time enveloped the entire Qinlongling in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the power of time filled the entire starry sky. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the forced refinement of the time source on Qinlongling began. This action immediately caught the attention of the creatures who were unwilling to disperse in the starry sky, and they all looked at Xuanhuan suspiciously. What is the emperor going to do? Could it be that he wants to undo Qin Longling's shackles that have lasted for hundreds of millions of years? You're kidding? All the creatures in the starry sky know that Qin Longling has been like this since its appearance until now. Although the exotic animals, flowers, insects, and fish are vivid, they are all strangely still. From ancient times to the present, it has never changed. Even if the lord of the emperor's court, the god emperor, came in person, he could not release Qin Longling's shackles after exhausting various methods. It is imprisoned by the power of the power, unless the great power who created Qin Longling personally takes action, it will never be untied. However, at this moment, under the watchful eyes of everyone, the heavenly emperor from a foreign race wanted to undo the shackles of Qin Longling, and all living beings were not optimistic that the heavenly emperor would be able to undo the shackles. However, what happened next gave everyone a shocking perception of Xuanhuan. I saw that as Xuanhuan manipulated the avenue of time, Qin Longling was covered. Qin Longling was slightly shocked. Immediately afterwards, in the depths of Qinlongling, a loud roar resounded. At the same time, Qin Longling began to tremble violently. All the birds, beasts, insects, and fish imprisoned by the power of time on the gigantic Qinlong mountain began to squirm at this moment. But the weird thing is, they didn't show any panic, instead they seemed to wake up from hibernation. Their expressions were lazy and confused, and then their eyes widened, and then they all cheered. Chasing and running after each other, birds chirping and beasts roaring were deafening, causing the whole Qinlongling to become jubilant in an instant. At the same time, the plants above, as if awakened, began to grow, streams and rivers, gurgling water, and the sound of frogs. At this moment, the whole Qinlongling boiled. It revived a continent that had been dormant for countless years. Xuanhuan was in a trance, and a white light flashed in front of his eyes. In the next second, he entered a resplendent world. This is a huge palace that covers an area of hundreds of millions of miles and is full of rays of light. The palace floats in the endless void, surrounded by billowing colored gas. Surrounding the huge palace. Ding. Complete the main task, return to your own cave. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to awaken the Supreme Being, a chance to be empowered with divine power, a chance to create extreme good fortune, a chance to be teleported by the strong, and 3 chances to transcend the tribulation, 3 opportunities to awaken the primordial, 10 opportunities to awaken beyond the limit, and find the secret of the Tianwu Protoss. At this time, the system prompt sounded, letting Xuanhuan understand that he should have come to Qinlongling, the cave he had left here. However, before he could understand, a voice full of vicissitudes and comfort sounded from the depths of the huge palace. Instantly caught his attention. My child, 5 million trillion years have passed, and you are finally here. Immediately afterwards, Xuanhuan appeared strangely in the empty hall of the huge palace. Xuanhuan stood in the hall in amazement, looking at everything around him suspiciously. At this moment, in front of him, a colorful light flashed, and then a huge figure with a height of 7 feet appeared out of thin air. This figure is wearing a colorful armor and wearing a colorful crown. At this moment, he was looking at Xuanhuan, who was looking over with a look of relief. However, when he saw this person's appearance clearly, Xuanhuan was immediately stunned. Half an hour. Xuanhuan took a long breath, frowned, and said, "It's you?" The appearance of this person is actually very similar to his father, Xuanhuan. This life, except for his temperament, he is basically the same. Xuanhuan was his father in this life, the patriarch of the Su family of the Tianwu kingdom. Later, after he replaced the original head of the Tianwu kingdom and became the first monarch of the Haoyan kingdom, Xuanhuan died suddenly, which surprised Xuanhuan at the time. Seeing that the 7-foot-long giant in 7-color armor looked very similar to Xuanhuan, he suddenly felt that Xuanhuan's sudden death was extremely strange. Hearing this, the middle-aged man smiled slightly and said, "Child, long time no see. Is that you? Who are you? I need an explanation." Xuanhuan had already calmed down. Although he is in a different place now. Since the other party is related to Xuanhuan, there must be no problem with his safety. However, he was not surprised to see Xuanhuan again. He is no longer the ignorant boy he was back then. He is now the Lord of the Heavenly Court, the Lord of the Primordial Plane. The teacher of all living beings, his heart is already like a rock, and he will no longer be impulsive. However, seeing the expression of the middle-aged man in front of him, he thought he knew that he would come here, the only difference was that it was sooner or later. Ding! The system detects that there is an unknown energy in the depths of the host's memory. Because the level is too deep, the system cannot expel it temporarily. At this moment, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Xuanhuan was startled. Suddenly. System, do you know what kind of energy that is? Can it be suppressed? Xuanhuan asked quickly. It cannot be suppressed. However, after a brief analysis by the system, this kind of energy only has the effect of sealing, and has no effect on endangering the life of the host. With the system's explanation, Xuanhuan was a little relieved. However, the doubts in his heart grew stronger. The primordial realm you are in is a brand new source plane. You will know who I am sooner or later. It's not yet time for you to know. Back then, the Tianyuan god clan was entrusted by me. In order to protect you, they sent down a strand of my soul and reincarnated as the patriarch of the Su family of Tianwu kingdom. And your name has a special meaning, and I didn't give it to you. Actually, I don't know who it is. In fact, even your mother is just a phantom that appeared for you to be born. At the beginning, after I became the patriarch of the Su family, I found you, who were about to be extinct in a slum in Tianwu kingdom. Suffering from samsara, I sealed your main soul and only waited for you to become stronger and release it. Unfortunately, I was recalled by the higher authorities before I unlocked the main soul for you, but I secretly left Qin Longling as a post station for unlocking your main soul in the future. Now it seems that the original decision was completely correct. A little afterwards, I will unseal your main soul, but because the sealing time is too long, in my current state, I can only unseal part of the seal. I know you're curious about your true identity. Actually, I don't know. Either. I only know that that person thinks highly of you, but because of many unavoidable reasons, he couldn't come forward to help you in person, so he let me go down. Hearing this person's explanation, Xuanhuan was dumbfounded. Such a lot of trouble, what a big game of chess. Across several source planes, and more importantly, according to this person, he does not seem to be a creature of this source plane, or even this world. Somewhere, he seemed to have caught something, but it was too illusory. He wanted to catch it, but he couldn't. Son, don't resist now. I will try to unlock the seal of your main soul. How much you can unlock depends entirely on your luck. He looked at Xuanhuan with sincerity on his face, and he didn't act rashly. Waiting for Xuanhuan's decision. Ding. The system's friendly reminder, the host can rest assured to let the truth be, the system will secretly assist and strive to unseal the host's sealed main soul, to the greatest extent. The system notification sounded again, making Xuanhuan narrow his eyes slightly, and then said, "Okay, for Su Yan's sake, I agree with your proposal." Xuanhuan took a deep breath, and decided to take a gamble, based on his trust in the system. Very well, you don't have to do anything, just stand there. The tall man smiled and said immediately. After a pause, he suddenly said, "Again. Later, no matter what happens, don't fight and don't say no, because you deserve it." After the tall man finished speaking, he smiled and floated towards Xuanhuan. It seems that the movement is slow, but in fact it only appeared in front of Xuanhuan in an instant. But it didn't stop, instead, it accelerated. Suddenly, just as Xuanhuan's eyes suddenly widened. With a bang, it directly crashed into Xuanhuan's body. At the same time, his voice came into his ears leisurely. "Just use my divine body avatar to help you unlock your memories, and at the same time help you achieve the Glare holy body, so that you can go faster on the road of chasing them. Son, after refining me, you can become the most powerful existence in the world. Next, break the seal first." A shout sounded. Xuanhuan felt that his head was hit by a big iron hammer. And he lost consciousness, with a bang. In the colorful hall, Xuanhuan stood there quietly, his eyes closed, his brows raised, and his forehead was already wet with sweat. It seemed that he was suffering some kind of great pain at this time. However, after only a few seconds, a horrified roar came from the depths of Xuanhuan's mind. "My God, what is this? Impossible, how can there be such power in his body? Haha, luck, it's luck. With this kind of power, even if the brat's memory can't be completely unsealed, he's still far ahead of those guys. It's not in vain for me to set up such a game." After the roar, it turned into surprise and laughter. And then, boom, boom, boom. Xuanhuan's body suddenly erupted with a dazzling colorful light, instantly filling the entire colorful hall. At the same time, the colorful gas floating outside the main hall seemed to have been summoned by some kind of call. They all swarmed and rushed into the main hall in an instant, wrapping Xuanhuan, who was in a state of emptiness, into rice dumplings. And Xuanhuan didn't know all this at all. At this time, his head was shrouded in a layer of colorful rays of light. The reason why such a strange phenomenon occurs. It is precisely because he has countless strange but familiar memories surging out of the depths of his brain. Ding. The system is helping the host unseal the seal of the main soul. During this period, the system will fall into a deep sleep. When the system wakes up, it will be the time for the host to return. As the system prompt sounded, Yunlong had no time to react, and his consciousness fell into a blank. Each of the 7 people from the lower realms will create a power, and whoever's power will rise to the god realm will become the next creation god. In a mysterious world, Xuanhuan found that he and 7 other creatures with different looks and breasts were kneeling in front of an incomparably majestic hall. Some of these 7 creatures are like stones, some are like wild beasts, and they are also wild beasts of different shapes, and he, to his unbelievable, turned out to be a pure human body. His body shone with colorful rays of light, and he looked extremely different among the 7 creatures. Just when he woke up in a daze, a majestic voice happened to sound from the hall. Full of doubts. Creator God? Where have I come? Hey, the 7th boy is not bad, he has developed a sense of consciousness. Not bad, not bad. This was the last voice Xuanhuan heard before losing his will. Then he was plunged into darkness. I don't know how long it has been. In a daze, Xuanhuan's consciousness began to wake up. He opened his eyes with difficulty, and what caught his eyes was a piece of white light, dazzling white light, extremely dazzling. Just when he was about to adapt to the strong light here, suddenly there was a sharp pain in his mind. He couldn't help but let out a scream. Half an hour. He finally remembered everything. He remembered that he was born in the nothingness of the god realm, and after countless years of gestation, he became the 7th son of the creation god. He was named Xuanhuan by the god of creation. The god realm is the place where the creator god was born and where the gods originated. One day after countless billions of years, the Chuangshi god called his 7 children to his side and gave them the task of creating the world in the lower realm. Whoever's world can be equated with the god realm will be the next god of creation. At this moment, he had just been blasted into the lower realm. Xuanhuan glanced at the white light all around, and a wry smile appeared on his face. He didn't expect that he had such a great background, that he was the 7th son of the creator god. What's more, he didn't expect that an unsealed memory would send him to the moment when he was blasted into the lower realm. Shaking his head, Xuanhuan stood up, and he found that the surroundings were full of white light, strong white light, and nothing else. The whole world is like only him. There is no ground under his feet, only light, no matter whether it is up or down, there is no end in sight. Xuanhuan found that the light here was very gentle, making him extremely comfortable, and at the same time, he was even more shocked to find that all his divine power had disappeared. At this moment, he is immortal, even his spiritual consciousness has disappeared, and everything seems to have returned to the original point. Making him doubt himself was like being in a dream. He remembered that when he returned to the original period, he was still sober, and even the system followed. System, are you still there? Xuanhuan asked in his heart, without giving up. Unfortunately, there was silence in my mind and no answer. Could it be that the system really fell into a deep sleep in order to unlock the main soul for itself? He was already used to the existence of the system, but at this time the system suddenly disappeared, which made him really not used to it. After being silent for a while, Xuanhuan said to himself, since he accepted the task of the creator god and created his own world, let's start here. Having made a decision, Xuanhuan did not start his great cause of creation. First of all, he had to find out where this place is. With a little force on his feet, he began to probe in all directions with this place as the center. With this movement, he suddenly discovered that the light here is like substance, and it can be borrowed. All the way forward, after flying for about a month, he still didn't see other species, or even the existence of vegetation, rocks, etc., and his goal was still a white light. This situation is exactly the same as when he went to the beginning of time. So he didn't panic after gaining experience. A long time ago, he was thinking, what would the end of time be like when there is no birth time? I believe that the answer will be found here. I don't know how long it has been flying, but the surrounding area is still as white as ever, with light everywhere, endless white light. Could it be that at first, when there was no birth of time, all was at rest? Have I really come to the beginning of all things? If I start to create everything here, then when I face the Creator God again, I will have a great chance of winning. Thinking of this, Xuanhuan inexplicably felt a surge of emotion. It's not that he hasn't been the Creator God before. Whether it's the 7 gods of the beginning, or the Tianwu of the chaos period, he created all of them. But compared with this moment, it is a little bit pale. At this moment, starting from the origin of everything, what he wants to create is definitely the later supreme existence. But all of this requires cultivation, and without a strong cultivation, it would be useless. However, what makes him extremely sad is that there is nothing in his body. The wheel of fortune, everything in his dantian, is gone. Even the world tree is gone. Now, except for his physical body, which is still incomparably tyrannical. Everything else, even mana, has disappeared. Added to the internal situation, Xuanhuan's body trembled slightly. But soon, he calmed down. He kept telling himself that this was a dream, something he had experienced before, so don't worry. Steadying a bit, he forced himself to steady himself. He looked at the vast expanse of whiteness all around, revealing a pensive look. Time passed little by little, and he had stood in the light for a long time. This day, he looked at the ball of white light in his hands, and his brows were already twisted into a rope. Suddenly, he accidentally sucked the light into his body. In an instant, he felt that something in his body was tearing him, tearing his flesh, his bones, internal organs, and so on. The pain caused him to plop down and roll continuously in the light, his face extremely ferocious. Only then did he realize that the heart-piercing idiom was created by himself. He felt a little regretful that he shouldn't have touched those sanctimonious lights that seemed harmless to humans and animals. It's just too late to say anything now. I endured it silently, and I don't know how long it has passed. Thousands of pains suddenly receded like the tide. Immediately afterwards, Xuanhuan felt an unprecedented comfort in his body. A warm current like mana flowing in his body, but he still couldn't control it. Now, the pain receded, and it was indescribably comfortable. For a moment, Xuanhuan felt his whole body was moaning. If the pain just now had reached the peak, then the comfort now had reached the peak. Fuck, I found a way to cultivate temporarily by accident. Although it is a bit painful, it is already very good to be able to cultivate, so don't be greedy for too much. Thus, Xuanhuan began his painful but happy life of cultivation. It is still tortured to death every time it absorbs light, and then it is comfortable, incomparably comfortable. He began to become greedy, absorbing light crazily. I don't know how long it has passed, it may be 10,000 years, or it may be an extremely short time. In short, with his different cultivation, he found that his skin began to glow, just like when he opened the Taishu divine body. He didn't think too much, and continued to practice. His only belief now is to find his own cultivation as soon as possible, and then create everything. And time here has simply lost its proper meaning, or in other words, there is No time here, not even space, etc. Everything is really the origin of all things. I don't know how long it has passed, but Xuanhuan has fallen into a state of emptiness. On this day, 7 light groups of different colors floated in front of them. And they seemed to have a little spiritual wisdom. They circled Xuanhuan constantly, as if they were playing. But Xuanhuan was practicing, so he couldn't feel them at all. Xuanhuan didn't know how much light he had absorbed at this time, and he seemed to be a light man at this moment. Suddenly, he woke up, suddenly. He looked at his hands. No, now he couldn't see the lines on his hands. What caught his eyes was light, a piece of light. He seemed to be a naked man. What the hell, did I become the light? Although he is now in memories and dreams, he has imagined the scene of the place where all things began countless times, but he just didn't expect it to be like this. As a result, he became a little timid, not daring to absorb light, afraid that he would really become light. Hey, that's not right. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind, like a bright lightning flashed across. Is it possible that the origin of all things, their souls, bodies, etc., are all transformed by light? And all of these are created by themselves? Create all things with light. Conversely, the initial state of all things is light? Thinking about it this way, his eyes opened wider and wider, and his breathing gradually became more rapid. If this is the case, then I am really the creator of all things. So where to start? How can I create creatures without the 7-color god? Stone? Is it possible to use light to create light for people? It sounds crazy, unbelievable. But Xuanhuan has now determined that this world is created by himself, and the original form of all living beings is light. However, at this moment, he suddenly frowned. Immediately afterwards, he quickly turned his head and saw 7 fist-sized light clusters shivering behind him. Hey, there are light clusters that can fly by themselves, and their colors are actually 7 colors? And he also felt the emotional fluctuations in these 7 light groups. It seems that they used their wisdom. Where are you from? Xuanhuan asked tentatively. When the 7 light groups heard this, they stopped trembling, and immediately began to circle around Xuanhuan, looking extremely excited. He continued to try to communicate with them, but it was a pity that they only slightly understood what he meant, but they couldn't really communicate. Just when he was at a loss, a purple light ball suddenly floated into his body. This move caught Xuanhuan off guard, and he wanted to take some measures. However, as the purple light group entered his body, a short memory flashed in his mind. It was a world of light. What Xuanhuan knew was this world. Originally a piece of still light, suddenly with the arrival of a figure shining with colorful rays of light, it was stirred up like a cloud. The moment the figure appeared, the colorful rays of light on its body shattered and disappeared. Then the figure fell into a coma, just floating in the void. And after the colorful rays of light collapsed, after countless years, they condensed into 7 light clusters of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. The memory stops here. Xuanhuan was stunned. After playing for a long time, these 7 light clusters were born with the appearance of him. Because that figure was him. Thinking of this, he finally knew why the purple light group had escaped into his body. His breath made the purple light group attached. Feel close. Suddenly, he had another bold guess. Could it be that the first living beings were these 7 light clusters? Thinking of this, he said eagerly, "Do you all want to come in?" What he didn't expect was that the remaining 6 light clusters all trembled in unison. They don't have a body, so naturally they don't nod, and they can only express their thoughts in this way. Seeing this, Xuanhuan showed a bright smile on his face. Then he opened his arms and gestured for the 6 little guys to enter his body. He has no consciousness, so naturally he can't feel what the 7 light clusters are doing after entering his body. But he felt that with the entry of the 7 light clusters, he actually felt hungry. He needs to eat, and food is the light around him. Without hesitation, he began to absorb light, crazily absorbing. He is not worried that there is not enough light here, because this place seems to be endless, and light is the main theme of this world. It can be said that the most indispensable thing here is light. Time passed bit by bit. A life that is more boring than staying in the original period has begun. His job is to absorb light, every day, every moment. Since the 7 light clusters in his body entered his body, they disappeared. As if the world had evaporated, and he couldn't feel it without his spiritual consciousness. He has only one feeling, which is hunger, and he is hungry all the time. Then, it absorbs light and absorbs it continuously. I don't know how long it has been. Suddenly one day, the feeling of hunger gradually became less intense. Instead, a heat source was born in his body. And this heat source becomes stronger and stronger as time goes by. And when the heat source grows even slightly, he becomes hungry again. Then he absorbs light again, and after saturation, a heat source appears. Going back and forth like this, the heat source in the body has grown to a terrifying level. At the same time, he felt that his body had undergone tremendous changes. The first is that his internal organs seemed to be tougher than before. Then there was his head, which became clearer. At the same time, his internal organs and head flickered with lights of 7 colors from time to time. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, blue, purple, 7 colors. His brain was shrouded in a deep purple light, the most dazzling. Can Shangui. His entire body, skin, and bones were wrapped in a layer of green color. Xuanhuan watched the huge changes in himself, with unpredictable emotions on his face. I don't know if this change is good or bad. Xuanhuan muttered to himself. Immediately, he decided to try to arouse the Tai divine solution that he had practiced at the beginning, and he wanted to control the heat source in his body for his own use. The first time, failed. After hundreds of times, it still fails. After thinking about it, he changed another exercise. This time it is the indestructible Eucharist. After trying it still doesn't work. In the ensuing years, except for absorbing light when he was hungry, he kept changing his secret techniques in order to shake the heat source at other times. On this day, he tried all the exercises he knew, but he still didn't shake the heat source. Could it be that I was wrong? The heat source is not similar to mana at all. Or is it simply not moving? You must know that you have used all the skills you know. Hey, no, I still have a skill that I haven't used. He suddenly remembered that he still had a skill. Wanchen Creation Ju. This technique that has always confused him, although superficially successful, but in his perception, Xuanhuan thinks that the creation of the world is by no means that simple. I thought about it. Xuanhuan silently recited the first life of Wanchen Creation Ju. The first time, still failed. The second time, still no success. The third time, failed. Xuanhuan was not discouraged, and continued to try with a calm face. Finally, when he operated the first world of the Wanchen Creation Ju in his body for 99 and 81 great cycles. Finally, a trace of heat source began to be driven by the operation of the exercises and flowed in the body. It really works? Xuanhuan's face showed a look of incomparable excitement. Originally, he planned to try it for a while, but he gave up. After all, the key points of the Xuanhuan creation art are too general, and it seems to be just a formula for qi training. Although it is obscure and difficult to understand, once you understand it, it is not difficult. But what he didn't expect was that such an extremely ordinary method really aroused the heat source in his body. What surprised Xuanhuan was that any place in the body where this heat source passed would be filled with infinite power. This power was extremely terrifying and could destroy everything. This heat source is countless times stronger than the immortal power. And this is just a trace. If he mobilizes all of them and continues to increase the amount of heat source, how strong will he become? Xuanhuan was overjoyed, and continued to urge Xuanhuan creation Jews first. Life practice. In the place where all things originate, there is no concept of time, no worries. Xuanhuan can concentrate on cultivation. Gradually, Xuanhuan grasped more and more heat sources, and the light on his body became increasingly dimmer. He seemed to be recovering his original appearance. And the 7 light clusters in his body seemed to be contaminated by the heat source, becoming stronger and more solidified. All the changes made Xuanhuan overjoyed, as if he was not far from creating creatures. Therefore, for a long time to come, Xuanhuan will still feel hungry, and he will still feel extremely hungry. This time he will run the Xuanhuan creation technique to absorb light. What surprised him again was that he saved a lot of procedures because of this. The light absorbed into the body by the Xuanhuan creation technique will be directly transformed into a heat source, which will run along with the exercise. In the place where all things began, only Xuanhuan was a creature, extremely boring. Except for light, there was nothing else. After countless years, when he completely controlled the heat source in his body, he not only regained his human body, but also felt that his physical body was stronger than before the main soul was unsealed. Although now he has lost his previous divine power, but the current heat source is more powerful than those divine powers. Xuanhuan thought for a long time and decided to give this power a name. Supreme Divine Power. Only the Supreme can be worthy of this power, worthy of his identity. Xuanhuan looked at the light around him, and began to think about his creative plan. However, he still needs to be stronger. Only when you stand in the supreme place, turn your head around, and start creating everything, can you better demonstrate your identity as a creator. God. Practice, continue to practice. The first life of Xuanhuan creation Jew has not been cultivated to perfection. And he still needs to continue to absorb light and transform the supreme divine power for his own use. Gradually, the supreme divine power gathered more and more, gradually forming a small sapling in the body. It is the budding state of the world tree. The small sapling gradually grew up with the passage of time. To Xuanhuan's surprise, this small tree turned out to be colorful. Rooted in the dantian. His dantian was shrouded in colorful light. At the same time, his consciousness finally returned. He finally returned to the original moment. At this moment, the light around him also became thinner. Xuanhuan didn't know how long it had passed, but the power of his consciousness gradually grew, 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. Finally one day his spiritual consciousness can be extended crazily, and he began to understand what this world is like and how big it is. After a long time, Xuanhuan finally realized that this world is probably only as big as chaos. When his consciousness touched a glass-like barrier, it could no longer be extended. Obviously there is no obstacle avoidance, but it just can't stretch out. The current situation gave him the feeling that he was like being in a large container. In a round pot-bellied bottle. All around are invisible glass walls. He was in it, seemingly extremely free, but in fact he was like a prisoner. This feeling made him uncomfortable, but there was nothing he could do. At this time, he suddenly remembered the 7 light clusters in his body. The consciousness sank into the body, intending to check it out. It's just that he was stunned when he saw it. In his body, among his internal organs, there are actually 5 villains. Sitting cross-legged at this moment. In the center of the 5 viscera, there are 5 little light people. The human body is lifelike. Except for the lack of specific facial features, there is no difference from normal people. And in his mind, there are also 2 figures sitting cross-legged in the sea of consciousness. Seeing this, the corners of Xuanhuan's mouth twitched, and surprise flickered in his eyes. Immediately probe into it. He wants to help the 7 light groups to open their minds. Make them real creatures. Just like when he created the Yuanchu 7 gods. However, he was a little strange. Why did he count 7 every time he created creatures? Is it just a coincidence? With doubts, Xuanhuan began to teach the 7 light groups. He never forgot what the voice said before he lost consciousness, to establish his own power. However, he couldn't figure out why he had to reincarnate, or even disappear. So that he was reincarnated and rebuilt. Could it be that after he created this world, something happened that even he, the creator God, couldn't predict? Although there are many questions, he also knows that there will be no answers to all the questions now, and he needs to explore everything by himself. After the 7 light groups had fully developed their intelligence, Xuanhuan was finally able to communicate with them. I am the God Emperor, you 7 must remember my name. He originally wanted to talk about the Heavenly Emperor, but suddenly he had an idea and remembered the legend of the origin world. Then he changed his mind. Regardless of whether the 2 are related or not, he will occupy this name. Because there is only one creator God, and that is him. The 7 villains seemed to understand, but nodded blankly. Among them, the purple villain who was obviously bigger than the other villain suddenly asked cutely. Then what are we called? Hearing this, Xuanhuan smiled slightly. Do you want to think for yourself, or I will take it for you? A person's name is important, so it must be taken with care. What do you think? The green little man, who was about the same size as the purple little man, suddenly tilted his head and asked. Xuanhuan was taken aback for a moment, but he immediately understood that they are like a blank sheet of paper, whatever ideas they instill are what? Ideas. Eternal life is the same, at least the thinking is like this. Thinking of this, Xuanhuan made a decision. Anyway, he has been practicing for a long time, and he is already a little bored. Just pass on something for these 7 little guys. Come on, let me tell you a story. Xuanhuan sat cross-legged in nothingness, and began to talk about his own life. In a place called Xuanchu Great World, there is a man named Xuanhuan. At first, the 7 villains were still a little ignorant, and they all tilted their heads in confusion and listened. But Xuanhuan's voice was not an ordinary voice. Unknowingly, the voice became magical, causing the 7 villains to imprint everything he said in their little heads. This includes the history of Xuanhuan's rise, including the trajectory of the world, human geography, 9 palaces, gossip, for elephants, etc. Xuanhuan has been preaching until he unifies Hongmeng. In the future, he didn't say anything, because for him, the source world is Still uncertain, with a lot of variables. What if there is some kind of variable that he can't even predict in the future? You have to leave a way out for yourself in everything. Wow, you are really great. Those gods are really hateful. The 7 villains were indignant, they all raised their fists, and the words they said were indistinguishable from Xuanhuan's tone. Now, tell me, have you decided on a name for yourself? After the 7 villains were quiet, Xuanhuan asked with a smile. Because of his teaching, the 7 little people had wisdom and thoughts, and he had long regarded the 7 little people as his own children. He is looking forward to what name the 7 villains will give themselves. Perhaps the surprise is just around the corner. My name is Immortal. The little golden man raised his fist and said crisply. My name is Eternity. The little blue man also hurriedly said. As soon as these 2 names appeared, Xuanhuan was shocked. Immortal. Eternal. Xuanhuan stared at this little golden guy. Could it be that he has something to do with Immortal Realm? So what about the other one, could it be the Eternal Realm? Just then, another voice sounded. The little purple man said. My name is Light, and I will give light to everyone. Not to be outdone, the little green man next to him continued to speak. My name is the Law, so that there will be laws in the world, and there will be no chaos. My name is Tianwu. My name is Taisu. The last cyan villain tilted his head and thought for a while and finally said. My name is Time. Immortality, Eternity, Time, Light, Tianwu, Taisu, Law. When the 7 villains finished speaking, Xuanhuan was completely stunned. He has only heard of these names Tianwu and Immortal. Tianwu is the Tianwu Protoss, and immortality is the cultivation realm of Xuan realm. Confused, more and more confused. What exactly did he create for future generations? After thinking about it, he asked. Do you have any exercises? No. Bright said with some expectation. The other 6 people also looked very hungry and thirsty. Seeing this, Xuanhuan didn't hesitate any longer, and immediately entered the first life art of Wanchen creation Ju into the minds of the 7 little ones. Afterwards, Xuanhuan ignored Qixiao and began to practice on his own. The light here can be said to be too strong, so he has to hurry up and practice. In fact, since he got spiritual wisdom, Qixiao can practice freely in his body, so he doesn't need to worry about it at all. The passage of time without the passage of time is dull. During the long and boring years, Xuanhuan had nothing to do and named this world the land of origin. The place of origin. As the name suggests, it is the place where everything started, just like the original place of origin. There is nothing but the endless light of light. After a long time. Finally, on this day, the purple villain suddenly broke through the shackles and escaped from Xuanhuan's mind. I speak out brightly, and I will always worship the Emperor as the ancestor God, and I will never forget it. The little purple man roared in this world. Immediately afterwards he began to take shape. The so-called metamorphosis is to transform the 5 sense organs. Not surprisingly, Guangming took Xuanhuan as the prototype and took shape. A shrunken version of Xuanhuan was born. Xuanhuan watched all this from the beginning to the end, and did not intervene. Only after Guangming successfully took shape, he used the supreme power to transform into a purple gown for Guangming to wear. Ancestor God. Guangming jumped to Xuanhuan's side, showing an innocent smile like a child. Xuanhuan nodded in relief, motioning for him to sit beside him and practice. Not long after, the law also broke through the shackles and transformed from Xuanhuan's body. To Su Haoyan's surprise, La turned out to be a woman. Su Haoyan rewarded her with a long green dress, set off her charming and moving. In the following period of time, the 7 little ones took shape one after another. 6 men and 1 woman. Without exception, they all look exactly like him. Su Haoyan was very satisfied when he saw the 7 extra creatures in the land of origin. In any case, the self-made god plan finally started. Su Haoyan looked at Qi Xiao, who was sitting cross-legged in front of him. Su Haoyan's eyes were firm. In fact, in the past countless years, he has been thinking about whether he should follow the god-making model of the original period. But then he looked at the birth of Qi Xiao, and he seemed to have something to say. It is possible that he only created Qi Xiao in the early days of Xuanhuan, and Qi Xiao transformed into his appearance to create creatures, which is equivalent to creating the world by himself. Thinking of this, Su Haoyan's eyes became more determined. Afterwards, he told Qi Xiao to practice hard. He also started to practice. I don't know how long it has passed, but with Su Haoyan and Qi Xiao's cultivation, the light in this world began to gradually decrease. At the beginning, Su Haoyan, the 7th child, didn't take it seriously and continued to practice. It wasn't until the supreme divine power in Su Haoyan's body reached a terrifying level that the fact that the world was getting smaller and smaller finally attracted the attention of Qi Xiaoshu Su Haoyan. Why is this happening? Did I do something wrong? Seeing the world of light shrunk to tens of feet, and the endless darkness outside, Su Haoyan fell into deep thought. But Qi Xiao had no intention of practicing and hid in Su Haoyan's arms, shivering. When the place of origin shrunk to 1 meter, except for the place where Su Haoyan was, the rest of the place was dark. Qi Xiao's breath became weaker because of the disappearance of the light. Su Haoyan continued to meditate. Finally, one day, when only his body was left in the world of light, he finally understood. Break and stand. The only way is to break everything at present, and then use your own supreme divine power to create this world. Yes, that's it. After figuring this out, Su Haoyan's excitement was beyond words. Immediately afterwards, his eyes widened suddenly, absorbing the last ray of light. In an instant, darkness fell. Only 7 little guys are still exuding colorful lights. God Ancestor, is this what you call cold? Guangming, hiding in Su Haoyan's arms, trembled and said leisurely. It's just that the voice is getting weaker and weaker. Don't be afraid, the world behind will be warmer. Su Haoyan is in danger of the 7th child. Then he said again. Next, the 7 of you will become gods of creation, gods who created everything. God. Are you the same as your child, the 7 primordial gods? Tianwu blinked his big eyes and asked. You are much better than them. Really well. While comforting Qi Xiao, Su Haoyan began to stimulate the already perfect supreme divine power in his body. If there is no light, I create light. Without stars, sun and moon, I created them. With extremely firm belief, Su Haoyan began to mobilize his divine power non-stop, hitting the surrounding darkness over and over again. Qi Xiao's aura is getting weaker and weaker. If there is no light source supply, they should all perish in the end. Seeing this, Su Haoyan had no choice but to separate 7 strands of supreme divine power into Qi Xiao's body to maintain their vitality. Hitting again and again. Failed again and again. Su Haoyan was not impatient, but still persisted. After numerous failures. Boom! It sounded like an explosion that opened up the world. Wake up Qi, who fell into a deep sleep. At this moment, the supreme divine power turned into two bright beams of light and shot out from Xuanhuan's eyes, shooting into the depths of the darkness. In the blink of an eye, these two rays of light are the light of creation. 7 little eyes watched all this. The moment became their eternal, indelible memory. God Ancestor, you succeeded. Okay, we are going to become gods of creation. The 7 little guys rushed out of Xuanhuan's arms, returned to normal human size, and jumped excitedly in the light. Excited, Xuanhuan didn't pay attention to Qi, but continued to mobilize his divine power and opened up a path of light. Boom, boom, boom. Beams of light rushed out from all parts of Xuanhuan's body, tearing apart the darkness, breaking through the barriers, and ushering in the light. Qi was even more excited and kept yelling. Soon, when all the darkness was broken by the supreme divine power, when the whole world turned into a vast expanse of whiteness, Xuanhuan just opened his eyes. At this time, his supreme divine power has also been exhausted. But this white world is under his control, and he can control any part of this world with a thought. With the world, I will create the stars below. Xuanhuan shouted softly. In an instant, countless stars appeared in the white world. This is where the supreme divine power is against the sky, surpassing all powers in the world. Even more miraculous than the avenue of creation. It can be created according to the ideas in Xuanhuan's mind, and the things created are exactly the same. No, the sky is not enough, I need a piece of land. With the appearance of the sound, a continent suddenly appeared under his feet, and once it appeared, it automatically expanded in all directions. Haha, how can there be no trees, rocks, and sea on the ground? There should be some white clouds in the sky above. Xuanhuan kept ordering, and the world was changing according to his wishes. Gradually, a whole new world appeared before his eyes. Wow, it's so beautiful. Is this the world in the mind of the ancestor god? It's so beautiful. Qi has already been blinded, and is playing freely. Xuanhuan ignored it and continued to create until he is satisfied. Looking at everything in front of him from above, Xuanhuan said with a smile. I named this world the Era of Origin. The Origin Era. It all started. Xuanhuan muttered to himself, as if making some rules. At the same time, the sea continued to rush towards the end of the world, and the land was still expanding. The same is true of the blue sky and white clouds. Everything is there, and it is only left to create creatures. Everything is going in the direction set by itself. It's time to let the 7 little guys move around. Thinking of this, Xuanhuan had a thought. Bright, colorful 7 little guys appeared in front of Xuanhuan out of thin air. 7 people were stunned. Okay, don't you guys want to be gods of creation? Go ahead, use the creation art of creation that I entrusted to you to create creatures. As soon as Xuanhuan said this, boom! The 7 little guys suddenly became breathless. Rising to the sky, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, the sea tumbling, the earth trembled for it. It seems that this world is welcoming the birth of the 7 gods in its own unique way. Xuanhuan sat on the supreme place, looking at all this, like a loving father looking at his child. I hope you don't disappoint me. Then he shook his head again. Even if the 7 gods betrayed him like the original 7 gods, so what? He is the creator of all things, can create and destroy. With the support of his supreme divine power, the 7 little guys became stronger and stronger. It took a long time for them to break through After the success, the 7 small breaths have already surpassed the Taishu, god of the later generations. According to Xuanhuan's estimation, the 7 little guys should be in the Supreme Origin Taizu realm now. After successfully breaking through, the 7 little guys started chattering around Xuanhuan. Ancestor God, are we the god of creation now? Ancestor God, can we create the world for you? Ancestor God, you can rest now, we will finish the next thing for you. Hearing Qijiao's words, Xuanhuan's heart felt inexplicably warm. In them, Xuanhuan seemed to see the shadows of Su Tianfeng and other children. Very well, then you can start to show your creative abilities. When Qijiao heard this, he quickly turned around. At this time, although Qijiao had already put on human clothes, more than half of his body was still in a state of light. In the 7th elementary school, Guangming, who is wearing purple clothes, is taller than the other 6 elementary schools, so Guangming is called the elder brother. My name is Guangming, and now the first batch of creatures in the world are named Guangming Protoss. Guangming stretched out his hand, and then white light spots flew out of his body one by one, as many as 1,000, like stars, floating in front of him. As the 6th sister, Qicai was naturally not to be outdone, and shouted after Suisheng. My name is Qicai. I created the first batch of creatures in the world today. And I named them the Qicai Protoss. As soon as the words fell, light spots flew out of his body, still 1,000. Afterwards, immortality, eternity, God's mandate, reincarnation, and Tianyuan all created 1,000 points of light. At this point in the era of origin, the 7 great god races were born. Although it is only the form of light, it has already created a precedent. From now on, the 7 great god clans shall respect the god emperor, regard the god emperor as the ancestor god, and regard us as the father. The 7 little guys shouted in unison. It's a pity that no one can answer them. Now the newly created beings are as insane as they were themselves. Qi Shaojian didn't get a response, and suddenly became depressed, thinking that he had failed to create. Xuanhuan gave them a doting look, and then waved his hand. In an instant, 7,000 points of light were submerged by his supreme divine power, and in the blink of an eye, the minds of 7,000 creatures were developed. Do you still remember how the ancestor god explained to you back then? At this moment, Xuanhuan reminded Qijiao. They were taken aback for a moment, but immediately excitedly summoned their clansmen. Seeing this, Xuanhuan stopped intervening and turned to leave. Next, the development of the world will depend on the 7 little guys themselves, and he still has his own things to do. The task of creation is accomplished. He now has to find his way back. In addition, there is another thing that he is very puzzled. Why should he be reincarnated? Could it be that something happened to me after I created the world unknown, or something that caught him off guard? He believes that he already knows everything and has awakened the main soul. But some memories seem to have taken root, and it is difficult to recall them without experiencing them. Fortunately, the system has not yet awakened, and is still in a deep sleep. Once the system wakes up, he will return. During this period, he hoped to find the greatest confusion in his heart. Turning around, he came to the end of the sky, the corner of the sea. Outside the created world, there is still darkness. He tried to extend his hand out of the world to avoid obstacles and touched the darkness. He found that his hand could be stretched out, but it quickly dissipated and was swallowed by the darkness. He retracted his brows as soon as he frowned, and his right hand returned to its original state in the blink of an eye. It seems that it will take time to figure out the real reason why I am reincarnated. Another important point is that he found that the wheel of fortune in his body also stopped turning. Unable to mobilize, what does it mean? Explain that you are still in memory. That's all. Since that's the case, let's practice. Before, in order to break through and then stand up, he absorbed the entire world of light, and a large part of the light had not been transformed into the supreme divine power. After he transformed all the light and some heat sources into the supreme divine power, his cultivation it is bound to get a qualitative leap. Now he feels that he is more than 100 times stronger than before. According to his estimation, now he can beat the immortal god Venerable Emperor violently. Even facing the immortal Holy One is no problem. As for being compared with the immortal god Venerable, you can't win, but you can't lose either. Thinking of this, Xuanhuan began to practice. The mind of Xuanhuan creation art began to run at high speed. This exercise is very strange. After Xuanhuan's investigation for a long time, he found that this exercise has integrated all the great ways in it. It can be said to be the epitome of the 3,000 avenues. After figuring this out, Xuanhuan became even more puzzled. The Xuanhuan creation art was taken from the Zhenling monument where Hongmeng appeared, and he didn't know who created this exercise. So where did this set of exercises come from? According to the analysis of some of his scattered memories before, this Xuanhuan creation art should be created by him. Later, it was precisely because of the incompleteness of this exercise that he solved it, reincarnated in reincarnation, and wanted to complete this exercise, so the following things happened. However, later he found something was wrong with my own character. How could I put myself in a painful reincarnation for no reason for a practice? Unable to understand, Xuanhuan could only wait slowly. However, I have to say that this exercise is definitely the number one exercise in the world. The Xuanhuan era was created according to the big world in Xuanhuan's mind. There are day and night, and 4 seasons. According to the concept taught by Xuanhuan, the 7th elementary school began to allocate and regulate the time. At this point, the definition of time began to be formulated in the primordial era, and it was deeply imprinted in the hearts of the first batch of living beings. After about 10,000 years passed, there was a bang. Xuanhuan finally broke through at this moment. He finally transformed all heat sources into supreme divine power. At the same time, he also had a new understanding of the Xuanhuan creation art. In the past, there were 99 and 81 births in the Xuanhuan creation art, that is, 99 and 81 realms. But after tens of thousands of years of continuous deliberation and evolution, he suddenly reduced the 99 and 81 lives to 9, and each life is 9 realms. Now he has entered a whole new realm. Xuanhuan creation Ju first world, first realm. He named it Xuanhuan, to create a realm. Only now did he understand that the power that can really make the Xuanhuan creation art play its greatest role is the supreme divine power in this world. Because he felt that his supreme divine power could continue to evolve, so he conservatively named it the creation of all life. The reason why it was changed to the creation of all life, not the creation of the world, in his mind, he has already created the world, so the next step is to create thousands of things. So it is named Xuanhuan creation gong. At this moment, the entire world was ravaged by his majestic coercion. All living beings trembled, and even the 7 gods were so frightened that their faces changed drastically. Such coercion. Could it be the ancestor god who broke through? I want to be called the strongest, okay? The name strongest is not very good, why not call it God Emperor? Our ancestor god is God Emperor. Wow, that's amazing. The ancestor gods are much more powerful than the patriarchs. The first batch of creatures of the 7 Protoss huddled together and talked a lot. At this time, there is no jealousy, conspiracy, hatred, and other emotions among the 7 gods. So no matter how high Xuanhuan stood, they were all happy from the bottom of their hearts. The 7 gods were the happiest. The 7 gods, who had already condensed 2/3 of themselves into entities, were hovering in the air, waiting for Xuanhuan's return. After the world returned to calm, people from the 7 clans gathered on the plain, quietly waiting for Xuanhuan's return. At this moment, Xuanhuan appeared above the heads of the crowd out of thin air, causing 7,000 living beings to boil. Quiet. Xuanhuan's voice seemed to have some kind of magical power, which made all living beings quiet down instantly. Seeing this, Xuanhuan didn't hesitate, and with a flick of his right hand, a burst of supreme divine power was released by him. At the same time his voice sounded. Now I will teach you the supernatural powers of good fortune. Under the urging of Xuan Qi, I will help all living beings practice. This supreme divine power does not seem to be much, but it contains the essence of the great way of good fortune. It can create something out of nothing and create the qi of origin for all sentient beings to cultivate. In an instant, all the creatures felt the incomparable warmth in their bodies. As if an invisible force penetrated into their bodies, and instantly plunged them into emptiness. What they practice is the purest and most popular cultivation method in the world, qi training technique. Qi practice is regarded as the lowest cultivation method in later generations. But the qi training technique taught by Xuanhuan, the creator of all life, is not comparable to that of the common people. It can be said that if this set of exercises is used in later generations, it will definitely cause a bloodbath. Leading all sentient beings to cultivate is also in line with his idea of creating merit for all beings, so as long as it is taught by him, it contains more or less the essence of creating merit for all beings. Whether they can understand the tricks depends on their chances. It took a full 5 years for 7,000 souls to wake up from their trance. Now they have mastered the method of practice. After Xuanhuan activated the 10,000 lives creation technique, the whole world was filled with the qi of origin, which existed in the world in a formless and colorless state. Listen up, I will reward the top 20 creatures who successfully transform into forms. Xuanhuan looked down at all beings and said with a smile, these creatures are actually his children, so he feels extremely kind. As soon as this remark came out, the 7 gods suddenly became excited. Children, hurry up and practice, don't lose to the other 6 races. Bright shouted first. The other 6 gods were not to be outdone, and clamored one after another. In this way, the first batch of creatures in the Xuan era began to cultivate. The 7 gods didn't want to be surpassed by their juniors, so they worked hard to cultivate. Seeing all this, Xuanhuan nodded in satisfaction. Although he is the original god, there is no threat or intrigue, but Xuanhuan still hopes that the creatures will have a positive heart, and he does not want them to waste their lives because of slack. Compared with the original 7 gods, they are the first batch of gods. There are no other source planes, no other potential enemies of any kind. Time passed slowly in the practice of the whole people. About 10,000 years have passed. The 7 gods finally transformed the light body into a human form. All of them were boys of 17 or 18 years old. It is 89 points similar to Xuanhuan. As the boss, Guangming is very burly. Although Kaiyun is a woman, she is full of heroism and aura, not inferior to the other 6 gods. After the transformation, the 7 gods surrounded Su Haoyan and began to ask east and west, like a baby. Kaiyun even held Su Haoyan's arm, very attached. Looking at the 7 young faces, Su Haoyan began to look forward to it. He expects that everything he created will be able to dominate the stars and become famous in the galaxy in later generations. He didn't lose his mind, and he also knew that there were 6 other guys like him who were creating the world. So there are still other galaxies in this world. He hopes to make his people infinitely stronger before the creatures from other galaxies find him. He is sober, and he doesn't know if the other 6 guys are also sober, like himself. In order to prepare for a rainy day, he must change many possibilities in future generations. Fortunately, according to what he has experienced now, those guys haven't approached him yet, or haven't started the great cause of creation. So he still has time. Su Haoyan hopes that the 7 gods can become the strongest creation gods in one world. In this way, Su Haoyan was no longer practicing, but began to educate the 7 gods. Overlooking experience told Su Haoyan that one can strike iron while it is hot, and one must be educated from an early age. Because of the betrayal of the original 7 gods, he deeply realized that establishing a firm philosophy can affect life after life. Another 100,000 years passed. Finally, there is a living creature who does not need to transform from a light body into a human form like his patriarch, and then slowly evolve. He came out of form and directly turned into a human body. This is a creature of the eternal Protoss. Although the other 6 gods are a little tasteless, they still show a bright and sincere smile. Very good, tell the ancestor god, what do you want to be called? Su Haoyan called the creature closer and asked gently. The creature in the new form was different from his patriarch, in that he was extremely burly, stronger than the recognized big man Guanming. The creature thought for a while, then suddenly said, I want to be called the Eternal Master. Hearing this, Su Haoyan was taken aback. Eternal laughed loudly, and praised the creature without hesitation. Immortality, brightness, etc. also followed suit. Bright said with a smile, Ancestor God, what do you want to reward him? As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Su Haoyan expectantly. They still remember Su Haoyan's promise back then. Seeing this, Su Haoyan smiled slightly, raised his arm, and pointed at the center of the Eternal Master's eyebrows from the air. In an instant, the Eternal Master stared at his eyes, and then slowly closed them. Guangming and other 7 gods all looked at Su Haoyan expectantly, wanting to know what Su Haoyan rewarded. Sensing the eyes of the 7 gods, Su Haoyan said, This is a supernatural power. Being the first to transform into form must be extraordinary, so Su Haoyan had an idea and prepared to give them great opportunities and responsibilities. Su Haoyan knows that this world is just the beginning, not the end. He only needs to drive the general direction, and other magnificent eras need their new beings to create. A full month passed, and the eternal ruler hurriedly knelt down in emptiness and said excitedly, Thanks to the ancestor god for granting supernatural powers. Su Haoyan continued to evolve the Wanchen creation art, and finally successfully created the Wanchen creation art. At the same time, he also created many supernatural powers when he was idle. And they all evolved from the 3,000 ways. Another 10 years passed. The second creature came out of form. It is the creature of the bright Protoss. As soon as this creature appeared, it had its own halo, like the sun, even. Though it was short, it was extremely conspicuous among all living beings. Ancestor God, I want to be called Sunday. The creature tilted its head and said. As soon as Xuanhuan heard it, his head thumped and continued to explode. Sun? Could he be the earliest sun god? Why do you call yourself the sun? Xuanhuan asked with a smile. I feel that although the Patriarch of Light controls the light in this world, there is no warmth. I would like to be the sun and bring warmth to the world. As soon as this remark came out, the 7 gods were silent, and Guanming was excited. Xuanhuan's eyes flickered. Could it be that the existence of the Guanming clan has a special meaning? Just like the Hongming Emperor back then. It's just that now I'm dedicating myself to the world in a completely different way. Thinking of this, Xuanhuan immediately made a decision. He called the sun in front of him, and passed on a supernatural power to him. As he did to the Eternal Master. Dong Huang Tai's famous supernatural power. The sun god is coming. Sun, remember your promise to the gods, stand forever in the sky and bring warmth to the world. A few days later, a creature of the time Protoss appeared. Looking at this creature, Xuanhuan thought to himself, he doesn't know how to call Shurchen. When Xuanhuan was thinking about it, the creature spoke. Ancestor God, I want to be called the Lord of Time. He looked excited, apparently he witnessed the scene where the Eternal Master and Sun were questioned by Xuanhuan. The living beings now all worship Xuanhuan extremely. In their minds, it is such a glorious thing to be rewarded and praised by the Ancestor God. Xuanhuan was speechless for a while. He now has a feeling, is this really creating the world? Immediately afterwards, he also praised him a lot, and bestowed a supernatural power related to time. Next, creatures emerged one after another. Immortal God Venerable. Conservation of Tianwu. Elemental Lord. Zhou Tianwu. A total of 20 creatures came out of form, and when they stood in front of Xuanhuan in an orderly manner, Xuanhuan sighed endlessly. Could these names be any more familiar? Could it be that in later generations, these little guys have already blossomed and scattered leaves, covering every corner of the world? For example, the Time Monarch and the Sun, as well as the Elemental God and Zhou Tianwu, these are all great gods in their respective fields, great gods. On top. So it really appeared in front of my eyes? Xuanhuan felt incredible. He sorted out his thoughts, and then asked. Do you want to have a bigger world, a wider sky? Upon hearing this, the 20 changelings shouted excitedly in the air. Think. In the hearts of these creatures, the ancestor gods are high above them, and only the patriarchs of the 7 gods can chat and laugh with them. But now that the ancestor gods are going to give them a task, they feel very honored and naturally very excited. When more worlds appear, I will let you go and create your own world, just like I created immortal light and them, just like they created you. In the future, you must pass on to future generations like I, Guanming, and the others. Xuanhuan's voice was quite gentle, even doting. He really treats these little guys as his own children. So, I and future generations will call you the first generation gods of creation. Xuanhuan's voice suddenly rose, and immediately spread to every corner of the world. The 20 transfigured creatures were stunned for a moment, but immediately became short of breath. The creatures that hadn't yet transformed were excited and envious. They all secretly competed and prepared to transform into form as soon as possible, so that the ancestor gods would also praise themselves, thus obtaining the title. Ancestor God, what about us? What are we? The law froze for a moment and asked hastily. Xuanhuan stared at them and said, "You are you, just like your names, light, law, eternity, immortality, etc. This is not only your name, but also the meaning of your existence." The 7 people looked at each other with doubts in their eyes. Xuanhuan laughed out loud, turned around and left without breaking a sweat. Next, he will practice in closed doors. Seeing this, the unformed creatures became disappointed and discouraged for no reason. At this moment, Xuanhuan, who had his back to them, waved his hand, and a burst of supreme divine power suddenly swung out. In an instant, more than 6,000 living beings radiated bright light, and at the same time, they all began to take shape. Everyone has a chance, but don't let me down. As soon as Xuanhuan finished speaking, his figure disappeared instantly. But what he said deeply spread into the ears of every creature. But Xuanhuan didn't know that his words inspired so many souls. The God Emperor, the ancestor God, has become a kind of belief in the heart of the first creation God. In eternity, Xuanhuan is not a god, but like a loving father, he is the goal they pursue all their lives. Another 1,000,000 years have passed. Xuanhuan successfully broke through the second stage of Wanchen creation. Skill. His supreme divine power itself is full of infinite changes, and can grow by itself, and the creation of 10,000 lives can promote this growth rate. Therefore, he is now so powerful that it is difficult to estimate, at least. Now he has the confidence to defeat the gods of the imperial court. But it seems that he is making rapid progress, but countless billions of years have passed in the world of his memory, and it is actually normal for him not to reach the current level. At this moment, Xuanhuan was a little confused. He didn't know if he was really in memory, or if he had truly returned to the beginning of the world. I don't know why, but now he misses Hongmeng Tianting a little bit. I miss those strong people who accompanied me through the journey. Xuanhuan looked at the darkness ahead with reminiscence in his eyes, and his back was full of desolation. The 7 gods of distance, immortality, eternity, and light stood side by side, looking at Xuanhuan's lonely back, with confused expressions on their faces. "Why is the ancestor god always in a daze?" Bright asked suspiciously. It's a pity that no one answered his question, because no one could figure it out. In their eyes, they only saw the sky, and they couldn't understand Xuanhuan at all. Perhaps in the eyes of the ancestor gods, this world is too small to accommodate the ancestor gods. In this case, why don't we help the ancestor gods and expand the world so that the ancestor gods will not be lonely? When the 7 of them heard this, their eyes showed excitement. The collective disappears. Xuanhuan saw all this in his eyes. But he didn't stop him, he had already created the beginning, and the subsequent road should belong to the 7 great gods. I belong to the future, not here. I will leave sooner or later. I hope they can support this world by themselves earlier. Xuanhuan murmured to himself. Suddenly, he was a little bit reluctant. Although he knew that he would still meet them in future generations, but now and in the future, not to mention anything else, his state of mind is different. Shaking his head, he wasn't thinking about these things that made him unable to figure out. He continued to practice, and each of the 7 great god races occupied a direction, leading his clansmen to attack the darkness. What makes Xuanhuan a little puzzled is that he originally created the 7 great god races, but why in the later generations, only immortality is immortal? What about the other races? Did something unexpected happen in the course of history? Boom, boom, boom. The 7 creator gods constantly attacked the darkness in their respective directions, just like Xuanhuan did at the beginning, conquering the darkness and continuing to create the world. The world at this time is filled with the energy of origin, so the gods of creation at this time export the energy of origin. Failed again and again, but the 7 gods did not give up. Fortunately, there is no concept of time at this time. The Lord of Time and Time has not fully awakened his divine power. Gu Xuanhuan estimates that it may be a long time before the Time clan can officially enter the stage of the era. About 200 million years later, the creator gods continued to attack the darkness. On this day, Xuanhuan had nothing to do, and his consciousness was scanning the whole world aimlessly. At this moment, he suddenly saw a light man appear in a small space that still maintained the form of light. This light man appeared very abruptly, without any warning. Xuanhuan looked carefully and curiously. It's just that at this glance, his face suddenly became extremely strange. Fuck, no way, I will see my future self? Yes, this light man is the future him. From this, he instantly remembered the place where he in the future entered his memory when he unsealed the direct descendants of the Xuanhuan god clan for the first time. He also remembered that he was chasing a ball of light. Sure enough, in the following time, that ball of light really appeared. Just like the memory at that time, the ball of light flew aimlessly, and finally on a certain day it began to take shape. After taking shape, it should look like me. Xuanhuan sat on the highest point and watched the ball of light he was chasing, and it finally turned into his own image. Then, he gave a weird smile to his future self. Then, this memory will be passed on to the end, and it will disappear. However, at this moment, the future self suddenly raised his head, smiled at the space he was in, then fade away. Seeing that smile, Xuanhuan's whole body shook suddenly. In that smile, he saw a trace of relief, a trace of meaning to complete the task and retire. What's the situation? Did I have such an expression at that time? And why did he smile at me? And at this moment, his eyes suddenly widened. He watched helplessly that the transformed creature was struggling towards him. He is still in the broken and narrow space left over from when he created the world. He floated slowly as if he knew where he was. Soon, he came to Xuanhuan's side. He knelt down beside Xuanhuan in a well-behaved manner. He was only 7 or 8 years old, and he looked 7 to 8 points similar to Xuanhuan. Specifically, it is exactly the same as that future self. You just took shape, why did you come to me? Seeing the cautious look of the little boy, Xuanhuan, who was wondering, asked. Hearing this, the little boy took a deep breath, raised his head, and summoned up his courage to ask. Ancestor God, I want to know the meaning of our existence? Hearing this, Xuanhuan was taken aback. He suddenly remembered that Emperor Hongmeng had asked him the same question. In Yuanchu period. Could it be? Suddenly, his eyes widened, as if he had caught something, but it was illusory. After a long time, he took a deep breath and asked back. You, what's on your mind? Different from Hongmeng Emperor's bewildered eyes, the little boy seemed to have been prepared long ago. With a firm expression on his face, he said loudly, I feel like my name is as important as my existence. Oh, what's your name then? He was very strange, because this guy has been under his nose from the transformation to the present. How could he have time to choose a name? He would like to see what name this little guy gave himself. Ancestor God, didn't you just come out and tell me? Hee, I never thought that the ancestor God would forget things. The little boy covered his mouth and smiled. But he only thought that Xuanhuan was studying him. So say it next. I call the rules. But the little boy didn't know that Xuanhuan was in extreme shock at this moment. He couldn't understand why his future self appeared. But at that time, I didn't name this figure, and I didn't even let him find me, but why now? Xuanhuan was completely confused. He felt as if there was a big hand manipulating all this behind his back. I inexplicably entered the memory and walked the road I had walked. Then the future self reappeared in another way, seeming to change the things he had neglected, such as the little guy in front of him. He dared to be honest, this little guy never appeared in this world. He was thinking of the figure that appeared in the kinmongling space, or the old voice in his memory. And the voice of surprise that I heard last. Seventh boy is not bad, he has developed spiritual wisdom, not bad, not bad. Who is the owner of this voice? And who are the 6 guys who are the same as me? Thousands of thoughts flashed through Xuanhuan's mind as he looked at the little boy who was arranged by his side as if arranged by fate. He tried to find some clues from it, but he found that he couldn't start at all. Eventually, he gave up. Since you can't figure it out, just let it go. It's really not possible, with my ability to know everything in my previous life and this life, I can change history at worst. Taking a deep breath, Xuanhuan watched, and the little boy said, Rules, what rules do you want to create? Hearing this, the little boy tilted his head and thought for a while, then said with a bitter face, I don't know either. How about the ancestor god, give me some pointers. Hearing this, Xuanhuan became more and more sure that his later memory must have appeared with a certain purpose. Xuanhuan closed his eyes and fell into deep thought. The little boy didn't urge him either, he just sat down beside Xuanhuan and waited. Xuanhuan's mind was wandering outside, looking at all kinds of beings in the world. Hey, why are all beings so lazy? He suddenly saw that among the 7 great god races, only a few creatures were helping their patriarch to attack the darkness, and the others were floating in confusion, not knowing what they were doing. Xuanhuan suddenly realized. Rules? There are no rules in this world, not any rules. Then let's start with the concept of living beings. Thinking about this, Xuanhuan said to the little boy gently, If you want to create rules, then start with the concept of living beings. I allow you to create rules. As soon as the words fell, Xuanhuan injected his understanding of the rules into the little boy's mind. Your name is Rule, so how about I give you a surname? God ancestor, what is a surname? It is the beginning of the name, the origin of all things. Wow, ancestral god. Well, your surname will be Yuan in the future. Surname source? Source rule? Xuanhuan nodded with a smile. The little guy was taken aback for a moment, but immediately cheered up. Can he not be excited? He is the first of all creation gods to have a surname. Okay, go ahead, digest what I passed on to you, and then do what you should do. Xuanhuan got up and waved. The little guy left excitedly. However, just after he left, he was arrested by Tianwu and became a young man. But he didn't say anything about his surname Yuan. He regarded this as a secret between himself and the ancestor god, and he did not intend to tell anyone. Time continued to pass. While cultivating, Xuanhuan began to pay attention to every corner of the world to see if there were any existences that he ignored, or there were existences that could take on heavy responsibilities hidden in that corner. The time rule still hasn't appeared, but Xuanhuan is not in a hurry. Everything needs a predestined word, and you can't force it until the time comes. I don't know how long it has been. On this day, the supreme divine power of light suddenly extended into the darkness, but did not disappear, and placed a bright lamp in the darkness for him. Such a scene made all the creation gods extremely excited. Finally succeeded. Father God light is mighty. All creatures began to get excited. Xuanhuan also noticed their success. He smiled slightly and did not speak. Because of all this, it did not surprise him. Now Xuanhuan is still wondering when the system will wake up and when the wheel of fortune will be able to turn. Because he was so homesick. But what makes him depressed is that, in the absence of perfect time and space rules, he can't motivate everything anyway. No way, just wait slowly. And so on for a long time. On this day, Yuanrui suddenly shouted loudly, I am Yuanrui, and I am willing to make thousands of rules with my body, so that the world will have laws from now on, and all creatures must abide by the rules I made. His voice was so loud that it resounded through the whole world in an instant, causing all the creation gods to look at him. Even Xuanhuan, who was in the process of cultivation, was startled awake and turned his head to look. Source rules, so fast? Xuanhuan had a complex expression on his face. This unexpectedly appeared God of creation brought him a great surprise. Yuanrui stood in the void, with his arms wide open, and bright-colored light burst out from his body, illuminating the world. Source rules? What are you going to do? Tianwu roared angrily. Although he didn't know why the name of the source rule was so weird, but this was his child after all, and he didn't want the source rule to be sacrificed. In the intense colored light, the sound of the source rules sounded. Father God, this is my mission, and I am not dead at all. Where there are rules, I exist. I will coexist with the heaven and the earth. As soon as the voice fell, the source rule suddenly exploded, turning into thousands of lights and scattering in all directions. So far the rules are established. Rules are the beginning of the origin of all things, and everything must be established under rules. In an instant, something mysterious appeared in the minds of all the creation gods. Let them all think differently. At the same time, an extremely strong force of merit endowed Yuanrui, making him possess the power of good fortune in an instant. In the future, the source rules will become more and more powerful, enough to swallow the darkness, expand the space, and even derive thousands of rules by itself. Under the rules is the Tao, and the Tao leads to the Tao of heaven. It can be said that both the Tao of heaven and the Tao are descendants of the source rule. One of the creation gods of the Tianwu Protoss seemed to have some insight. And he ran to the end of the sky and the corner of the sea and crossed his legs and stood still. At this moment, Xuanhuan seemed to realize something. In the era of chaos, he led to the way of heaven, promoted the development of history. During the Grand Mist period, he led out the great Tao, prompting the new source plane to develop according to certain laws. Now he created the rules indirectly, and traveled through 3 times by himself, each time getting older. Although this time is not considered time travel, it is no different from time travel. So is he really the initiator of everything in the world? No, there is someone else behind the scenes. And so another 100 years passed. On this day, another god of creation shouted loudly, I am the source space. And I wish to transform myself into space, and use space to stabilize all worlds. His voice was still loud and full of determination. Original space? Do you want to sacrifice yourself too? The Time Patriarch roared. Because the source space is the creation god of the time Protos. At this time, Yuan Dimension sat cross-legged in the void, with a smile on his face. Father God, don't be sad, don't be angry, this is the responsibility of our Creator God and our destiny. And I am not dead. In the future, wherever there is space, there will be my origin space. As soon as the voice fell, the entire body of the source space exploded, turning into the power of space, continuously compressing the surrounding darkness. He also obtained the light of merit and virtue just like the source rule, making himself stronger. The sacrifice of the source rule and the source space made the seven gods suddenly realize something. He quickly found Xuanhuan to see if there was any way, not at the cost of sacrifice. To this, Xuanhuan replied calmly. They didn't die, but became higher-level existences than you. This sentence made the seven gods fall into deep thought. Now they are indeed not as advanced as rules and spaces. After getting Xuanhuan's reply, the seven gods were greatly relieved. Because they are not dead, just beside them. After they left, Xuanhuan had a calm expression on his face. When the heavens and the earth are being created, they themselves will sacrifice something. After the creation of rules and space, the creator gods continued to open up the world. About 100 years have passed. The Lord of Time changed his name to Yuan Time, sacrificed himself, embodied the power of time and established the order of time. Only then did the concept of time exist between heaven and earth. As creator gods, they can clearly feel the passage of time, and it is only now that they understand what the ancestor gods mean by time. After the rules, time and space are all established, the primordial energy between the heaven and the earth will suddenly increase, and the cultivation of the creator gods will begin to leap. However, the creator gods were once again confused. The higher the cultivation base, the less they know what kind of realm they have reached. Thus, after 1,000 years, the eternal ruler and the immortal god venerable sacrificed themselves one after another, creating the division of cultivation realms in the world. Since then, the rules of cultivation have been established. The world has been divided into realms of cultivation, and the order of the world has been consolidated again. Another 1,000 years passed. The law of source seems to cover the truth, voluntarily turning into night and day, creating an alternation of black and white. He is also the first self-sacrificing first-generation god of creation. From this day and night appear. His self-sacrifice caused all the creation gods to fall into contemplation again. Finally, in order to commemorate him, the creation gods named him the great god of yin and yang. Thousands of years later, the god of creation of the sun climbed up and shouted, wishing to turn himself into the sun and shine on the world. He was also given the title of sun god by the creator gods. At the same time, his younger sister turned into a full moon after 100 years. Yuan Mingyue, voluntarily become the moon to fill the night with light. Since then, the moon god appeared. She is a beautiful woman. Although she is lonely, she is indeed one of the great gods that the living beings admire. Not long after, Taisu sacrificed himself to become the original element between heaven and earth, and only then did there exist various elements in heaven and earth. At this time, the patriarchs of the seven great gods are only immortal, eternal, Tianwu, light, and time, 5 creation gods. Xuanhuan, although Xuanhuan saw all this in his eyes, he did not stop or intervene. A world, rules, laws, time, space, cultivation system, etc. are all indispensable. It is an honor for them to have this responsibility. However, to his relief, whether it is the sun, the moon, or the Lord of Time, they all use Yuan as their surname, which makes him very satisfied. It is valuable to illustrate the sacrifice of source rules. It can also be judged from this that they are everything at the beginning, and the meaning of the word source is extremely profound. 10,000 years later, the four found Xuanhuan with sad and confused faces. Ancestor God, is it necessary for the four of us to survive? Immortal asked, sadly. Why is there no need to continue to exist? Hasn't their body and Taoism made you realize anything? Xuanhuan glanced at Wuxian, and then continued. Your responsibility is to continue to create the world, and then open up the world and reproduce. It is your responsibility, and it is also the responsibility of all the creator gods. In fact, you sacrificed more than them. As soon as Xuanhuan said this, the bodies of the 5 creator gods shook violently. Afterwards, Xuanhuan told them to continue to create the world and open up their own space. In this way, the God of creation, who knew the value of his own existence, merged the original 7 races into 5 great god races. Continue to open up space and create your own world. As the ancestral god, Xuanhuan is alone in the place where the gods originated, continuing to practice and gain enlightenment. 10 billion years later, more than 6,000 creation gods have opened up their own world, and they are like thousands of stars, surrounding the place where the gods originated. Standing on the top of the mountain where the gods originated, Xuanhuan was filled with emotion. The glorious world begins with Yongfan. This world was created by him, and he dominates it. Now that there are rules, time, space, and so on, everything that a world should have is available. Next, he will no longer participate in everything, and the creation gods will develop it themselves. He will call himself a true ancestor and watch the world he created continue to develop. Probably another 100 billion years have passed. Xuanhuan finally broke through the 3rd realm of Wanchen creation gong. Incomparably powerful, at least he had never encountered it before. Wanchen creation skill is independent of the existing cultivation system. Only he and the current 5 gods can practice it. But Xuanhuan, who possesses supreme divine power, practiced this technique much faster than the 5 gods. Because he is the holy host of glare. Before entering the memory, the mysterious man transformed him. Moreover, the supreme divine power is based on him as the source of power. Among the 10,000 dharmas, there is no one of the strongest existence. At the same time, the creator gods of various races began to create their own clansmen. My Jin Yuan, create the Jin Yuan family today. My Mukue, today I founded the Mukue clan. My Tianyuan, create the Tianyuan Protoss today. Every once in a while, the voice of the creator god resounded through the sky. Hearing about the Tianyuan Protoss, Xuanhuan's eyes widened. Tianyuan Protoss. Is there still Shiyuan Protoss? Just as he was thinking, a voice sounded again. My Shiyuan, create the Shiyuan Protoss today. Sure enough there is. It turned out that both the Shiyuan Protoss and the Tianyuan Protoss existed. And indeed he created it. Over time, races are born one after another like mushrooms after rain. At the same time, a class system also emerged. Except for the aloof creation god, all of them have the embryonic form of class. And the closer the creation gods are to the end, the less creative creation gods can appear. As a result, there are fewer and fewer creator gods in the world, and more ordinary creatures. Until later, the Creator God remained hidden from the world. The world has become a stage for ordinary creatures. Over time, friction occurs. At the beginning, 5 patriarchs suppressed and wiped out all friction. And so another trillion years passed. The world is getting bigger and bigger, and it has surpassed the chaos it once was. And it is still developing and expanding. At the same time, in order to promote the greatness of Xuanhuan, the ancestor god, the 5 gods set up statues of him in all races. Let generation after generation of beings admire and worship. Because Xuanhuan has lived in the place where the gods originated for a long time, Xuanhuan has become a legend and myth, because he has not shown up for a long time. Let all living beings think that Xuanhuan doesn't exist at all. Is it just a fabrication? On this day, Xuanhuan's consciousness swept across a certain primitive place. The so-called primitive place is an undeveloped area where the origin of all living beings exists. When his consciousness swept over him, he suddenly froze. In the next second, he disappeared in place, and when he appeared. In that space. Here is a cave. When Xuanhuan walked in, he saw 2 babies lying in the light source of the cave. Both babies were white and tender, and both were sleeping peacefully. The reason why Xuanhuan looked strange was because he felt the aura of Nalanking and Tubahong from the 2 babies. Is it a coincidence again? Xuanhuan frowned and thought. But why are they here, and they are still transformed babies? Could it be that they are really their own guards? But why did the 2 of them appear here? Xuanhuan couldn't figure it out, but it didn't hinder his decision. He is raising 2 children. Since then, Xuanhuan has 2 more babies sleeping in the light. Although the creation gods knew about this, they were not surprised. There is a reason for the ancestor gods to do everything. Although sometimes they don't understand, they will respect it. 500 years passed in a blink of an eye. 2 babies, grown up. A burly figure with a simple and honest appearance, almost exactly the same as the later Emperor Qian, Tubahong. The other one is suave, handsome, and he was carved out of the same mold as the later generation Nalan Qing. The names of the 2 seemed to be engraved in the minds of the 2 of them by nature, and when they grew up with wisdom, they would naturally call out their own names. Your Majesty, the God Emperor, my name is Nalan Qing. From today onwards, I will always be with you like a bodyguard. Your Majesty, the God Emperor, my name is Tuobahong. From today onwards, I will always accompany you like a bodyguard. Not only were their names inborn, but the exercises they practiced were already engraved in their minds. Looking at the 2 standing on both sides of him, one on the left and one on the right, they are really like guards. Xuanhuan sighed. Sure enough, the origins of these 2 people are not ordinary. Phew, he deduced that it was probably sent by that mysterious existence. It's just that Xuanhuan couldn't figure it out. Why did he send the 7 living spirits to establish their own forces, and why did he send guards over? Is it for surveillance, or is there some other reason? It's a pity that he can't figure it out, and he hasn't responded to that memory yet. If you don't understand it, then don't want to, just let it be. And so on for billions of years. The development of the world in the primordial era has reached unprecedented prosperity. The number of living beings can be described as countless. At the same time, time, space, rules, etc., everything that the world should have has been perfected. Today, the timeline appears. Xuanhuan stood at the highest peak where the gods originated, looking at hundreds of millions of heaven and earth. His face was full of pride. All of this is led by him. After he leaves, the universe will definitely expand and evolve into the source plane, God's domain, universe, small world, big world, vast and boundless. It has more living beings than hundreds of millions of living beings. Civilization will spread to every corner of the world. The dead darkness became lively and prosperous because of them. The more he thought about it, the more complacent he became. Suddenly, his expression changed. Hastily immersed his mind into his body, Dantian. At this moment, his Dantian is undergoing earth-shaking changes. In his Dantian, the world tree appeared out of thin air. The universe was suddenly born with a burst of colorful storms. Everything is restored in an instant. The wheel of fate that had been standing still in my mind slowly turned. Then, it appeared in his hand. The wheel of fortune, which contains the power of time and space, is also the first magic weapon of the Xuanhuan era. The merits and virtues, contained in him, will be incomparably huge. At the same time, Xuanhuan created the space-time line with his huge power of consciousness, and everything seemed to be developing in a good direction. However, the system still did not wake up. Could it be that my memory has not been unsealed yet? And there was one other thing he hadn't solved yet. Why do you want to reincarnate? This problem has troubled myself for a long time. He is convinced that this problem must have occurred during this period. However, seeing that his wheel of fortune has recovered, and the world in his body has also recovered, everything seems to tell him that he will soon wake up from his memory. However, now he really doesn't want to go back so soon. He needs to figure out a few things. One is the reason for his reincarnation. What is the reason? Let him give up the life of supremacy, but go to reincarnation. Is there a conspiracy? But then again, in this period, it is already very good not to bully others. Who can plot against himself? And many more. Could it be the one behind? When he thought of the person behind him, the only impression he had was a voice. As for appearance, identity, and status, I don't know anything about it. If it was him, what was he doing for it? Also, who is Tianwu? Why do you need me to rescue you? Is she really the beloved woman I met during this period? He also has his own double guards, the God Emperor's left and right guards. Nailan Qing, where did Emperor Qian and the others come from? With doubts, Xuanhuan returned to the place where he practiced. He also figured it out, except for the two guards, he didn't need to look for these things himself. If there was a conspiracy, he would naturally come to him. And I just need to wait. In the following 100 million years, Xuanhuan was still practicing. It's just that there is still no sign of breaking through the fourth realm of Wanqing creation gong. There seemed to be some shackles restricting him from breaking through. No matter how hard he tried, it was useless. This phenomenon made him feel puzzled, but at the same time, he also suspected that all this was really someone's conspiracy? Several other problems are difficult to solve, but my own creation art is even more illusory. On this day, Guangming came to the place where the gods originated alone, and met Xuanhuan. Ancestor God, our Guangming family found the corpse of a living being in the newly opened territory. Would you like to go over and have a look? Because even the power of a child cannot wake it up. Hearing this, Xuanhuan's heart moved. Then he followed Guangming to the territory of the Guangming clan. In a naturally formed cave, Xuanhuan saw the corpse of the creature that Guangming said. This is a sweet-looking, charming woman, wearing a sky-blue palace dress, lying in a crystal coffin with a serene expression. The only difference is that she is not breathing. Like a dead person. Xuanhuan was shocked when he saw her. This woman looks very similar to Tianwu. They are almost carved out of the same mold. Tianwu once said that she is Tianying's clone, so this girl is undoubtedly Tianying. What should come is finally here. I want to see what kind of conspiracy you have. Xuanhuan can now be sure that it must be that voice that dominates all of this. Because this world was created and built by him, so there are no potential enemies, only the voice that sent him down is the only variable. Thinking of this, Xuanhuan's eyes flashed brightly. Then, as soon as the supreme divine power came out, he turned and left holding the crystal coffin. This matter is top secret, don't spread it. The moment Xuanhuan disappeared, the voice came into Guangming's ears. Although the creatures of the primordial era have already started wars or intrigues. However, the first patriarchs of the 5 great god clans still obeyed Xuanhuan, and only Xuanhuan was the highest in his heart. Therefore, they all carried out Xuanhuan's words 100%. With Guangming's blockade on this matter, only Xuanhuan, Guangming, and Xuanhuan knew about the appearance of a mysterious corpse in the Xuan era. As for the creature of the Guangming tribe who discovered the corpse first, the memory was tampered with by Guangming himself. Before he knew it, there was another creature in the place where the gods originated, a beautiful female corpse that made Xuanhuan frown. Because he couldn't wake it up with countless methods. Sitting in the place where the gods originated, Xuanhuan frowned and looked at the woman in the crystal coffin, lost in thought. He was not attracted by the woman's appearance, let alone lust. Instead, he discovered that the woman's body was under an extremely complicated restriction. If he wanted to undo this restriction, he would need powerful mana to back him up, but with his current cultivation base, it was not enough? Interesting. I don't know what you want to do. Why did you bring him to my side, and didn't let me undo her restraint? If that's the case, then let it go. Xuanhuan sneered in his heart, and stopped paying attention to this mysterious female corpse. As for Nailan Qing and Emperor Qian, they didn't have any extra words. From the time the two became sensible, Xuanhuan taught them to be absolutely loyal to him and not to betray him even to the point of death. And so another 100 years passed. On this day, in the place where the gods originated, there was a violent explosion. The explosion was so violent that it resounded throughout the world, even those newly built small worlds could feel it. At the same time, a monstrous coercion swept away. In an instant, the creatures in the thousands of worlds trembled, and those with low cultivation bases immediately fell to the ground. Outside the place where the gods originated, the patriarchs of the 5 great god clans appeared one after another, their eyes all shining with fiery and excited light. This coercion, father, he broke through again? I don't know when the 5 chiefs changed their name to Xuanhuan as father god. According to them, this title is very affectionate. At this moment, Immortal murmured to himself. Yes, Father God is getting stronger and stronger, we will never be able to catch up with Father God's footsteps. Eternal look of longing. Oh, I almost forgot. Recently, our Time clan suddenly unearthed a mountain in the territory. I can't shake it with my ability. I take this opportunity to let the Father God take a look. If the Father God can shake it, it will be a give the gift to God the Father. Time said casually. The other 4 nodded without any doubt. The place where the gods originated. Xuanhuan slowly opened his eyes, and at the same time, the overflowing supreme divine power returned to his body like a long whale sucking water. The fourth realm of Wanchen creation gong. Congratulations to the God Emperor for successfully breaking through his cultivation base. Nalanking and Chandi Tubahong congratulated with excitement. Su Haoyan waved his hand but said nothing. However, Su Haoyan did not show the happy expression brought about by the breakthrough. On the contrary, there was a gloomy meaning deep in his expression. Others don't know why he broke through the shackles in only 100 years. But as the person involved, he knew it clearly. Just as he was trying to break through the barrier, a strange power suddenly came out from the crystal coffin next to him, and it escaped into his body in the blink of an eye. It was because of this power that he broke through the shackles, successfully advanced to the fourth realm of creation of all living beings. Help me break through my cultivation? Why? What exactly do you want to do? Knowing that there is no free lunch in this world, Su Haoyan was not overwhelmed by the huge surprise. The more this happened, the stronger he felt that it was definitely not that simple to establish a power with those 6 guys in the lower realm. At the same time, his own reincarnation is a conspiracy. Father God, I unearthed a treasure, why don't you go and have a look? At this moment, time came to Su Haoyan, and he spoke. What baby? Su Haoyan asked, casually. Time didn't feel that Su Haoyan was absent-minded, and still said enthusiastically. It's a mountain, a silver-white mountain. This mountain is very strange, as if it has some kind of special power, even children can't collect it. Sure scratched his head in embarrassment, like a child who got into something wrong, very shy. If this expression is seen by the creatures of the time Protoss, they will definitely be surprised. In fact, no matter how awesome the patriarchs of the 5 great god clans are, outside, they are still children in front of Su Haoyan. A silver-white mountain? Su Haoyan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be Taishu Shinshan? Is everything coming? After a long while, Su Haoyan took a dark breath, and brought the 2 guards and time to the territory of time. He saw the silver-white sacred mountain that he was very familiar with. Sure enough, it is one of the Taishu mountains. Taiyin Mountain. Su Haoyan walked around this gigantic silver mountain, and with a wave of his hand, he easily subdued the mountain. When Shisher saw this, he was overjoyed immediately, and simply gave him the mountain. Su Haoyan was not pretentious either, he put it away generously. Afterwards, he called the other 4 patriarchs and gave them instructions. All of you from the Hui family have ordered you to go down. Once you encounter this special mountain, report it to me immediately. This thing will be useful to me. Since history develops like this, then I will add fuel to the flames, and there may be unexpected surprises. When the 5 patriarchs heard this, they were overjoyed. Since Su Haoyan created them, Su Haoyan has always been giving, never taking. This was the first time Su Haoyan ordered them to do something so very excited. They all regard this as a top priority. Taking one of the Taishu mountains, Su Haoyan returned to the place where the gods originated. But he didn't refine it, because he knew that he couldn't bring it out of his memory no matter what. Although I can't take it out, why don't I study it carefully, and see what the function of Taishu Shinshan is? In later generations, although he obtained the Taishu mountain, but because his cultivation was too low, he was unable to display the true power of the Taishu mountain. But now it is different. Now that he has time and strength, Taishu Shinshan is still in its initial stage. Everything has just begun, and it is the best time for him to master this supernatural power. He wants to discover the true power of Taishu Shinshan before the system wakes. up and finds the real reason for reincarnation. After a period of time, Xuanhuan changed his previous habits and stopped practicing, but began to study Tianwu mountain. 10 years later, Xuanhuan sat cross-legged in the clouds, with a silver white hill spinning in his palm. Streams of solar energy spilled out from it, surrounding Xuanhuan's body in a magnificent manner. At the same time, a silver-white dragon-shaped phantom flashed on Tianwu mountain. It roared up to the sky, spewing out a wave of solar energy, causing the entire origin of the gods to fall into frost. Seeing this, Xuanhuan was moved. The phantom of the silver dragon broke away from the mountain and climbed onto Xuanhuan's body. At this time, Xuanhuan looked at the little dragon swimming happily on his arm, with a strange look on his face. Taizong Silver Dragon? This dragon is the result of his 10-year comprehension of Tianwu mountain. It turned out that there was a small silver dragon entrenched in the core of this mountain. Seeing that he was hunting, he simply refined Tianwu mountain first, and then refined this little dragon. No, this dragon is not the Taizong Silver Dragon, but a higher level existence of beach. It's like the ancestor of the Taizong Silver Dragon. In that case, I will call you Taizong Zulong. Ow. Seems pretty happy with his name. The silver dragon wrapped around Xuanhuan's arm quickly became 10,000 feet in size, and its high-pitched cry showed his excitement. Seeing the Taizong Zulong roaming happily in the place where the gods originated, Xuanhuan thought to himself. Could it be that there are dragons entrenched in the other mountains of Taishu mountain? For a while, Xuanhuan actually looked forward to it. After decades of this, Immortal finally discovered the second sacred mountain in his territory, Taiqingshan. With the experience of refining Tianwu mountain, Xuanhuan only spent 3 years refining a green dragon entrenched inside. Such a millennium is fleeting. On this day, Xuanhuan was sitting beside a black sacred mountain refining. It is Taisai Yuanshan. At some point. Ow! A sky-shattering roar. The black light of Taisai Yuanshan beside Xuanhuan suddenly flashed. During the rapid shrinking, a phantom of a black dragon flashed out of it. In an instant. At the same time, 6 spiritual lights rose from other places in the place where the gods originated. Immediately afterwards, 6 giant dragons of different colors appeared in front of Xuanhuan. After seeing the black dragon, they immediately screamed happily. Slowly opened his eyes, looking at the giant dragon in 7 colors of black, white, blue, gold, yellow and red. Xuanhuan nodded in satisfaction. After more than 1,000 years, he finally found and refined the 7 sacred mountains. At the same time, he also understood and successfully unearthed some supernatural powers. Some supernatural powers are too mysterious, and he can't penetrate them in his current state. However, it doesn't matter, at least he has completely mastered Taishu Shanshan. After playing around in the place where the gods originated, the 7 dragons rushed towards Xuanhuan while he was dumbfounded, and escaped into his body. In an instant. In the next second, it appeared in the Dantian world. After circling around the world tree for a few times, they began to wander around the Dantian world. Seeing this, Xuanhuan seemed to have something to say. Didn't stop them from going. Anyway, the 7 dragons have already been refined by him, and they won't affect him in any way. On the contrary, with the existence of these 7 dragons, one's own strength will be doubled. Everything is settled, now just wait for his arrival. With the progress of time, the population of the 5 major ethnic groups such As immortal and eternal has increased, and the areas they have developed have also expanded. At the same time, friction has become more and more common. Knowing that war broke out between each other. In this regard, Xuanhuan did not intervene, nor did he say anything. Because he knew it was all necessary to the course of history. Survival of the fittest, the world is gradually becoming more and more perfect. In this kind of cruel competition and elimination, the patriarchs of the 5 great god clans would come forward to stop this kind of war at first, but the increasingly fierce war even dragged the patriarchs of all clans into it. The great melee of the various races has begun. On this day, Xuanhuan finally couldn't see it anymore. He sent out his left and right divine guards to act as law enforcement officers to punish evil and promote good. Known as the god of yin and yang by all ethnic groups of creatures. The guards on the left and right strictly carried out Xuanhuan's orders, not to mention the ordinary creatures. Even the patriarchs of various clans were defeated by the 2 of them. Immediately, the left and right divine guards began to roam among various races, punishing those creatures who relied on their strength to do evil. In this way, thousands of years have passed. This day. Ding. The system has completed the task of unlocking the memory of the host's main soul, and is now officially awakened. Xuanhuan, who was practicing with his eyes closed, suddenly heard a system prompt in his mind. Xuanhuan opened his eyes leisurely. A bright smile appeared on his face. System, have you finally woken up? How is it? Did you gain anything from this? Deep sleep? Xuanhuan asked easily. He was a little worried, but the moment the system woke up, it disappeared in smoke. No matter what the predicament, as long as there is a system, he has the confidence to survive it. The system is asleep this time, and there is only one gain. The system replied. Oh, what harvest? In the memory of the host, the system feels the breath of the same kind, and it is still a very familiar kind, and even feels that this kind seems to be separated from the system. As soon as these words came out, Xuanhuan's eyes widened immediately. But before he could ask a question, a memory appeared in his mind. Boy, in fact, since I came into contact with you, I feel that you are not a creature of my planet. I always feel that you are extraordinary. But our planet is about to collapse. I can't see your glorious day. There are gold and silver here. Take the 2 balls, and take them back in reincarnation. However, at this moment, there was a violent vibration accompanied by an explosion. The golden ball was blown away in an instant, and a pair of big hands only had time to grab the silver ball. The screen stopped abruptly. System, what is this? Is this your memory? Or the place where you were born? And what the hell are those golden and silver balls? Xuanhuan was at a loss, not knowing why the system sent him this endless memory. Actually, I don't know. I only know that this memory has a great relationship with you and me. And as long as you find that golden ball, the system will become extremely powerful. As soon as the system said this, Xuanhuan smiled wryly. System, can you provide me with some clues? Damn, where do you want me to look? Facing Xuanhuan's complaints, the system remained silent. Because he really doesn't know. Forget it, let's take a step at a time. Anyway, there are many secrets that happened to me, and this is not too much. Afterwards, Xuanhuan asked the system some more things, and focused on the maximum range that the system can bear now. In this regard, the system only gives When the host wakes up and returns to the original point, everything will be revealed. In the following time, Xuanhuan waited for that person's next move, while making arrangements in secret. The layout is his habit, and it is also a mind he left for himself. Since I came back with the memory of later generations, I'm sorry, I must make full use of this opportunity. System, can I summon the strong now? Xuanhuan asked secretly. Yes, the host can have an extreme summoning opportunity. In this case, then summon a super strong man for me. Xuanhuan looked excited. You can organize yourself again. Ding. The system is summoning superpowers for the host limit. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning immortal Yang Mei, who comes from ancient myths and legends. It turned out to be Yang Mei. Immortal Yang Mei is the earliest great god in ancient myths and legends, even earlier than Hongjun. It is said that his body is a hollow old willow tree. There is Hongjun first, and then there is heaven. I am thousands of years earlier than Hongjun. This is what immortal Yang Mei loves to say most. According to the legend, immortal Yang Mei must be stronger than Hongjun. But after knowing that Xuanhuan was just a conspiracy of chaos, Xuanhuan really didn't believe it. However, it is not ruled out that the four-element chaos is negligent. In short, Xuanhuan was very happy to summon such a strong man. Call out Yang Mei's attribute list. At this time, Xuanhuan was alone in the place where the gods originated, with no one around him except Tianying's crystal coffin. Immortal Yang Mei, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, chaos creature. Luck level, Taixishan's arrival will change. Cultivation method, promise will turning sutra. Magic weapon, none. Loyalty, 25/100. Fuck, is my eyesight blurred, or you have upgraded the system again? Why is Yang Mei so powerful? And what the hell is his loyalty of 25? Xuanhuan almost didn't jump up. You are so awesome, and your loyalty is so low. The system didn't answer, but was dumbfounded. It took a long time to scream. What's going on? Why has the system become so powerful? Why don't I know? Hearing this, the corner of Xuanhuan's mouth twitched. Can it not be so strong? Do you know how strong I am now, how much light I have absorbed, the supreme divine power, unique in this world, okay? Just when one person and one system are chatting in their hearts, a figure suddenly appeared beside Xuanhuan. This is an old man dressed in white, with a fairy-like demeanor. As soon as he appeared, he immediately fell to the ground. He fell down under Xuanhuan's coercion. Who are you? Xuanhuan asked the question knowingly. I'm here to worship His Majesty. Yang Mei originally thought that with his cultivation base of Taixishan, he would beat up the whole world as soon as he came out. But he didn't expect to be beaten first as soon as he came out. Depressed at the same time, my heart is terrified. So you're the one who worshipped me? Then get up. Xuanhuan received the supreme divine power and said calmly. I'm so. Your Majesty, we don't want to play like this. I came to worship you with good intentions. How about you just rub me on the ground? Although I was depressed, I didn't dare to speak. Standing up tremblingly, he greeted Dou carefully. Your Majesty, the old minister Yang Mei pays homage. Well, just come, but your cultivation base is too weak. I want to promote you. After Xuanhuan finished speaking, he gave instructions to the system. Let Yang Mei die loyally awaken, and then go through the tribulation of Hongmeng, awaken in Hongmeng, quench the body with the primordial qi, and pass on him to devour the Tao. Finally, he will be empowered by divine power. Xuanhuan ordered one after another. Immediately, Yang Mei was sucked in by the system. He wanted to cultivate Yang Mei secretly before other people, including Na Lanqing and Tua Baong, found out. This is the big move he prepared for himself. Ding! Immortal Yang Mei's divine power empowerment is over. May the host choose to release it? Freed. Then, Xuanhuan checked his attribute list. Dominate the 3 realms eternally. Fuck, a whole new realm? Could it be that the realm above the immortal god venerable cannot be achieved? Moreover, the system did not crash. The key is that Yang Mei is full of loyalty. System, you are so awesome. Su sincerely praised. Little did they know that the system was confused again. At the same time, the Daxian Yang Mei who came out of Xuanhuan's eyebrows was also in a daze. With a backhand, he directly promoted himself from the realm of Taixishan to the cultivation base of the 3 realms of eternal domination. Yang Mei was immediately flustered in the wind. It took him a while to react, and he knelt on the ground with a plop and said excitedly, I would like to thank Your Majesty for the promotion, Your Majesty, Daxian Yang Mei, and I will definitely protect His Majesty and achieve eternal dominance. Very good, I hope you agree with what you say. Besides, Yang Mei, I want to tell you to do one thing. After Xuanhuan finished speaking, his voice suddenly disappeared, and changed to sound transmission into secret. After talking for half an hour, Yang Mei stood up sweating profusely. Xuanhuan smiled slightly, flicked his wrist, and in the next second, there was a golden whip in his hand. This is a magic whip, which contains supreme divine power. It can help you complete the tasks I entrusted to you. With him, you can become an existence equivalent to the patriarchs of the 5 great god clans. But your identity must be kept mysterious. How do you get there? Do it, that's your job. When a young man named Heavenly Emperor shines in Qinlongling, that's when you reveal your true identity. At that time, you must show up. Because that's my reincarnated body. Do you understand? Yang Mei held the glittering golden light with patterns all over it, and beat the magic whip mysteriously, said excitedly. Don't worry, Your Majesty, the old minister will definitely complete the task assigned by His Majesty. Although he didn't know why Xuanhuan wanted to be reincarnated, Yang Mei, who was already full of loyalty, still steadfastly carried out what Xuanhuan had told him. Immediately, Xuanhuan asked Yang Mei to leave secretly. In a blink of an eye, only Xuanhuan was left in the huge place where the gods originated to accompany Tianwu in the coffin. Next, he's the only one left. Xuanhuan muttered to himself, then sat up in meditation with his legs crossed and his eyes closed. He arranged for Yang Mei to be in the Xuan era, and in order to prevent accidents, he injected a supreme divine power that belonged exclusively to him into Yang Mei's body. This supreme divine power will become stronger as Yang Mei's cultivation level increases. And it will always be higher than Yang Mei, so that Yang Mei is under the control of Xuanhuan without Yang Mei noticing it. At the same time, if someone in the dark really succeeds and makes him disappear in ashes, that supreme divine power will escape secretly, leaving a glimmer of life for him. The reason why he did this was not only to protect the main gods of the 5 great Protoss, but also to leave behind for himself. In the following time, Xuanhuan wandered around the universe to see if he could find some creator gods with my strength and potential, and then created some opportunities for them before leaving. For a long time, 100 million years have passed in the continuous expansion and continuous war. On this day, a strong aura suddenly came out from a certain area in the universe of the origin era. At the same time, a high-pitched voice suddenly sounded. My Ming Shenmi founded the Mingxin family today, standing among all races. With the belief of the 5 father gods, and my Ming Shenmi as the foundation, it will never fall down forever. Hearing this voice, Xuanhuan was a little stunned. Isn't Ming Shenmi just a simple force in the future? Why did it appear now? And also created a group? Could it be the law of freedom somewhere? The birth of the Ming Shenmi clan caused dissatisfaction among the other 5 ethnic groups in the universe. They all spoke out, intending to denounce Ming Shenmi. Because Ming Shenmi believed in the patriarchs of the 5 great god clans, he did not participate in the action to encircle and suppress Ming Shenmi. It caused the underworld god to kill all directions, killing the creatures of the 5 great gods to throw away their helmets and armor, and they were defeated. Finally had to retreat. Afterwards, he no longer launched a war against Ming Shenmi, apparently acquiescing to his existence. Xuanhuan shook his head, ignoring all this. In the blink of an eye, another 100,000 years have passed. The Tianwu Protoss suddenly changed. They actually gave birth to more than double pupils at the same time. The first person to experience this change was Tianwu himself. He has retreated for 300 million years, broke through the immortal domination realm in one fell swoop, and reached a brand new realm. At the same time, his eyes gave birth to 7 pupils, showing 7 colors, shining brilliantly. Just when he successfully broke through, not only the entire Tianwu god clan erupted, but the other 4 major ethnic groups also erupted. Especially when the 4 chiefs approached Tianwu at the same time, they all showed dissatisfaction. Think that Tianwu abandoned their mutual agreement. Now that Tianyuan's divine power has been greatly increased, he naturally does not agree with what the 4 chiefs said, so the 5 chiefs launched a protracted war in the void outside the sky. Xuanhuan still ignored this. The changes of the Tianwu Protoss did not exceed his expectations, and he also knew that the Tianwu Protoss would step onto the stage of history and rule the Xuanhuan era. However, he didn't know why he was replaced by the Xuanhuan Protoss later. Maybe after he left, this universe has encountered some huge changes. The war lasted for 10,000 years. In the end, Tianwu successfully suppressed the other 4 great gods with his transcendent strength. Became the largest family in the universe. Since then, the universe has been ruled by the Tianwu Protoss. And the Tianwu Protoss changed because of Tianyuan's mutation. From then on, the Tianwu Protoss divided the realm of cultivation by the number of pupils, with 7 pupils being the highest and 1 pupil the lowest. But they also knew that the cultivation realm system that had been passed down for hundreds of millions of years could not be changed, so they did not force it to change. On this day, 10,000 years after the end of the war, the 4 chiefs found Xuanhuan and asked him to uphold justice. Regarding this, Xuanhuan only said one sentence: why do they all exist in this world? The source of the sky has undergone a change, and the cultivation base has greatly increased, but what about you? Why didn't you? Have you ever thought about this reason? Hearing this, the 4 of them fell into deep thought. In the end, all 4 left in shame. In fact, the reason is very simple: the Tianwu Protoss have never participated in any major wars. Never actively bleed the war. Under the leadership of Tianwu, they have been practicing all the time. That's why today's progress has been made. After finding out the reason, the four chiefs stopped the war immediately. Then all ethnic groups recuperated and entered the upsurge of national cultivation. The universe has returned to its former peace. In this regard, Xuanhuan shook his head. He knew that the war stopped not because people were tired of war, but because they were hiding their strengths and biding their time to welcome more cruel wars. In this way, billions of years have passed. On this day, Xuanhuan, who was cultivating, suddenly had a piece of information in his mind. This piece of information turned out to be tempting him to complete his skills. Like an auto-suggestion lingering in the mind. Are you coming? He has been preparing for this for a long time. He even arranged Yang Mei's dark chess in secret. However, after thousands of calculations, but failed to calculate, that person actually used the method of temptation. After thinking about it, Xuanhuan ignored it and pretended it didn't show up. However, in the ensuing 1,000 years, these words kept appearing in his mind, and in the end, even a voice appeared. Shaoqi, let's solve the reincarnation. Only when Bingjia steps into the path of reincarnation can you find your way home. Ding. It was discovered that an unknown energy wanted to tamper with the memory of the host, and the system has automatically turned on the firewall and virus scanning. This voice is full of majesty and full of temptation. In fact, if the system hadn't woken up, he would have been caught in it the first time it appeared. However, as the voice became more and more urgent and appeared more and more frequently, the system was a little overwhelmed. Even at the end, Xuanhuan started to hold his head, and used a deep scream to relieve the dizziness of wanting to fall into it. Until this time, he finally understood why he had to go to military solutions and reincarnation when he was full. In fact, the man behind the scenes was the guy who let him establish influence in the lower realm to control all this. Just, why would he do this? What good would it do him? However, although he knew who was behind the scenes, he couldn't solve it. Because he had never seen where and who that person was. Every time this time came, he felt a sense of powerlessness. Whenever feeling powerless, Xuanhuan wanted to grit his teeth, stomp his feet, and die. But now it is impossible for him to die. Because once he has this kind of thinking, he will be ruthlessly destroyed. Let him live without love. This feeling of being extremely painful, but not dying, drove him extremely crazy. He already had an unforgettable hatred for that person in the dark. After thinking about it, he finally compromised. It's not that he can't bear the pain, but that he feels that he has found the real reason why he wants to reincarnate. It's time to go back, lead his forces, and counterattack. At the same time, although the system did not remind him that he had finished finding the root cause of himself, but with all the signs and the electronic screen in his mind reminding him of his death, he suddenly had a bold guess. If this guess is true, then he and his people will be under the most serious threat. For this reason, it is kingly way for him to return to the future as soon as possible. On this day, he recalled the patriarchs of the 5 great god clans. Father, what happened? Immortal asked suspiciously. Xuanhuan hasn't seen them for 1 billion years. Why did you summon them all of a sudden? Xuanhuan didn't answer Immortal's question, but just looked at them quietly, his eyes full of deep meaning. Seeing this, the faces of the 5 gods changed one after another. Even though Tianwu was the most powerful person in the universe, Xuanhuan looked down upon him, and then the 5 gods all knelt down in unison. they all thought. They did something wrong. I have 3 things to tell you, Xuanhuan said. Not only did he want to tell about his departure, but he also wanted to do things that were suddenly decided. First, from now on, you all stop the creation of the world and don't practice anymore. To be honest, there is an accident in my skills, and I may fall at any time. I don't want you to follow my example, follow suit. As soon as Xuanhuan said this, the 5 people's eyes widened immediately. Their heads roared and they looked at a loss. Seeing this, Xuanhuan was a little embarrassed, and he only wanted to understand this recently. The origin of his Xuanhuan creation art is unknown, and it does not exist in his memory at all. And when he suddenly appeared in this world, he already had it. There is nothing, only the memory of this exercise exists. What does this mean? It shows that the person who has no use for others cares about this skill. This incomparably heaven-defying creation skill. Reminiscent of the 1,000-year-old man's constant hints and temptations, the purpose is to allow himself to perfect this exercise, and everything is concentrated on the exercise of Xuanhuan creation art. Although this is his guess, if it is really because of him that his people suffer the threat of extermination, how can he bear it? I am afraid that I will never be able to get out of the shadow of self-blame for the rest of my life. Father God, but we don't have any other exercises to practice? Bright looked confused. The same goes for the other 4 gods. Looking at the entire universe, there are countless beings practicing the art of creation of myriad lives. If all of them stop, the whole universe will be in chaos. It doesn't matter, I will give you thousands of exercises. You pass them on to your clansmen. As for the current exercises, you can slowly transform them according to the method I gave you. Afterwards, with a wave of Xuanhuan's hand, thousands of light spots escaped into the minds of the 5 gods, respectively. These points of light were undoubtedly exchanged by Xuanhuan by using his fame. There are a total of hundreds of millions of exercises, which contain various attributes and can be used by all races. Seeing this, the 5 gods changed their expressions. Sitting cross-legged in front of Xuanhuan, he began to investigate. 10 years later, the 5 gods opened their eyes, one after another. Thank you, Father God, for bestowing the exercises. The 5 gods thanked excitedly. Cultivate here, and correct the shortcomings of the Xuanhuan creation art as soon as possible. In the near future, I will leave. Leave here? Eternal froze for a moment and asked. Father God, it turns out that you are tired of being here, so where do you want to go? My sons will find it for you, Tianwu said cheerfully. The other 4 gods also nodded. No, since I discovered the fatal flaw of the Xuanhuan creation art, I feel ashamed of all beings, so, for the sake of all beings and the future of this universe, I decided to reincarnate and find a solution to the Xuanhuan creation art. But don't worry, I will return one day in the future. You have to keep in mind that when a young man named Heavenly Emperor is born one day in the future, that is my reincarnated body, you have to come to welcome me. Xuanhuan talked eloquently. Narrated himself as a savior-like existence. The 5 gods were stunned when they heard it. Then they all broke down in tears. At this moment, Xuanhuan seemed to be the real savior in the hearts of the 5 gods. For the sake of this universe, he was willing to reincarnate. This kind of self-sacrificing behavior and lofty image have been deeply imprinted in the minds of the 5 gods. In the next 100 years, Xuanhuan was no longer practicing, but began to reshape the physical body for the 5 gods, and the five gods also chose their own unique exercises among hundreds of millions of exercises. Finally, when the five gods all changed their cultivation systems, the inevitable still happened. On this day, Xuanhuan was preaching for the five gods, trying to solve all obstacles for the five gods before he left. However, Xuanhuan, who was smiling, suddenly burst out with bright light all over his body. This hanging light was full of destruction and wanted to tear Xuanhuan apart and destroy everything. Xuanhuan's face immediately turned ferocious. What? Father God, you. Five gods panicked immediately. Remember, before I return, you must not practice the 10,000 lives creation art without authorization. In addition, close this space. When I return, when will it be opened again? Now Xuanhuan's whole body was full of tearing pain, and at the same time, a voice appeared in his mind. Let's end it. Since you are disobedient, you will have to endure endless reincarnation. 99 is the extreme number, so suffer from 99 and 81 reincarnations. No, who the hell are you? For countless thousands of years, Xuanhuan questioned this voice for the first time. Go, this is the end of your disobedience. However, I never thought that you would have a reversed heart. It is really strange. If you can really grow up, you must be much better than those trash. About this, God is looking forward to it. The sound stopped abruptly, but the tearing pain continued. System, is there any way to destroy this tear? Xuanhuan had to turn to the system for help. To be honest, the host, I thought that the host is now in memory, and everything is not real. But the system seems to be wrong, and the host actually recovered from the memory. It's really strange. Could this be the real reason for the system to become stronger? Is there a reason? However, I'm sorry, the system has tried its best to deal with the pain of the host and cannot change the status quo. That kind of power is very mysterious, and the system alone cannot resist it. Now the system can only accompany the host to go through reincarnation again. Damn it, wouldn't I want to start from the beginning? Wouldn't all my plans for the primordial heavenly court be in vain? At this moment, Xuanhuan was afraid. He has planned countless billions of years for this, but in the end, he still followed his way. How to do? Xuanhuan's eyes were about to burst. The five gods were already at a loss. Seeing Xuanhuan's painful expression, their faces were all covered with tears. But at this moment, a voice? Suddenly it sounded in everyone's ears. Your Majesty, my concubine has been with you for countless millions of years, but you have always ignored me. I thought you would let me disappear, but you didn't, and you have been with me for countless years. For this reason, Chinchia is very grateful. Today is nothing but for the company of hundreds of millions of years. Chinchia will block this pain for you. The voice came from the coffin next to him. Xuanhuan turned his head with difficulty, just in time to see the woman in the coffin slowly opened her eyes. What a pair of eyes, as clear as autumn water. How could there be two innocent and extremely resentful eyes? Immediately, the woman smiled brightly, and two white rays of light shot out from those eyes, ignoring the barrier of the coffin, and directly escaped into Xuanhuan's body. Xuanhuan felt that he fell into the hot spring immediately, and all the pain disappeared in an instant. At the same time, some kind of restraint on him disappeared in an instant. At this time, the wheel of fate that had been standing still in Xuanhuan's body suddenly appeared on Xuanhuan's head, and a wave of spacetime power spread out, covering Xuanhuan in it instantly. "Are you finally coming back?" Xuanhuan muttered to himself and couldn't help but look back. In an instant, he and the woman's eyes met, and they both understood each other's true meaning in an instant. "My concubine's name is Tianwu. I will wait for His Majesty to come back and unblock me. At that time, my concubine will always be with your Majesty. Don't worry, I'll be back soon," Xuanhuan said firmly. "Five gods, I'm leaving. Remember my instructions. If I don't return, I will definitely not be able to cultivate in the creation of the world. My disappearance is only temporary. One day, I will return as the Emperor of Heaven." After saying this, Xuanhuan disappeared in place out of thin air. The five gods knelt in the void, blankly, looking at the place where Xuanhuan disappeared with teary eyes, repeatedly repeating Xuanhuan's words. "For a long time, Father God was reincarnated for us. He carried everything alone and sacrificed himself. As his son, we can only watch him leave. I feel very incompetent," Tianwu said sadly. "Although we can't do anything, we can still guard this world for Father God. And do what we should do. Just don't let Father down." After Eternity finished speaking, he stood up. Taking a complex look at the crystal coffin, he muttered to himself. "She saved Father God, we must protect Father God well." The other four nodded in unison. "How about we build a world around the place where the gods originated, and then sit in the town and guard it?" Bright finally suggested. At the same time, Nalanking and Tubahong, who were running around outside to maintain the order of the universe, immediately felt the disappearance of Xuanhuan's breath. Before they could react, they disappeared out of thin air. In the countless years that followed, the left and right guards around the God Emperor were also like the God Emperor, and the ancestor god, Xuanhuan, generally never appeared again. Over time, the ancestor god became a myth and a legend. Time continued to pass. The origin of the gods is gradually forgotten by the world. Hundreds of millions of years after the patriarchs of the five great protoss passed down hundreds of millions of exercises, they were unable to retreat in their respective small worlds at the same time. And so on for billions of years. The god of creation, Xuanhuan, suddenly sprang up, and used tyrannical means to integrate the five great gods without a leader, and created the Xuanhuan god clan. Under the leadership of the god of creation, the Xuanhuan protoss took trillions of years to unify the universe. It took another billions of years to establish the Xuanhuan imperial clan and the imperial court at the same time. After a long time, the world's first source plane was born, and some of the former creation gods moved away from the highest source plane. Therefore, the Xuanhuan protoss officially entered the stage of history. This is the history before the imperial court and before the opening of the source plane. In the long years, there were brilliant splendor and tragedy. In the long river of history, god emperors and ancestor gods have been completely dusted. Except for the forbidden area in the highest source plane, where the gods once originated, there are no legends about ancestor gods in other places. Finally one day, the patriarch of the Tianwu god clan was entrusted by the gods to go out to explore the universe. His investigation was immediately furious. Among all the races in the universe, none of them worshipped the god emperor. The world seems to have forgotten the existence of the god emperor, the supreme creator god. So, in a rage, he went all the way to the imperial court, controlled by the Xuanhuan god clan, and after killing all the masters of the Xuanhuan god clans, lineage at that time, he trampled the then Xuanhuan God clan patriarch under his feet. But Tianwu didn't kill him, but imprisoned him in a small world, enjoying the loneliness for generations. Afterwards, he supported the collateral branch of the Xuanhuan Protoss to be the master of the imperial court. At the same time, he spent hundreds of millions of years and used powerful means to create 8 other source planes to surround the highest source plane. Although the collateral branch of the Xuanhuan Protoss ruled the universe, they were restricted by the Tianwu Protoss. At the same time, statues of ancestor gods were erected among all races to worship the gods and emperors from generation to generation. How long has your majesty been meditating? What's wrong? Why haven't you woken up yet? Li Yuanba was standing 100 miles away from Xuanhuan, muttering irritably. Seeing this, Jiuling Yuansheng shook his head speechlessly. He was about to say a few words, but at this moment, when his eyelids raised, his expression changed. At the same time, everyone felt it, and all looked in one direction. I saw that in the depths of the starry sky, at this time a golden light suddenly shone, shining brightly, and among the shadows a large group of people roared towards them. The voice came before the person arrived. I am Dou Yu, from the Tianwu God clan. Where is the heavenly emperor? The voice is loud and full of endless coercion. Immediately, the surrounding creatures exploded. Tianwu? Isn't that the legendary creator god? Could it be that Tianwu really exists in this world? Oh my god, it's not in vain to meet the legendary god of creation. All the living beings boiled up and talked a lot. All looked at the army roaring over there. Humph, what nonsense, call as soon as you want. If you want to touch my majesty, don't even think about it. The starry sky was filled with the roar of Li Yuanba, as well as the roars of Zhao Yun and other strong men. At this moment, in front of Qin Longling, the team finally came in front of everyone. The leader is surrounded by stars, and his aura is ethereal, like a fairy. Wearing a set of gilt armor, he was tall and powerful. Even Li Yuanba, who is a rank 1 immortal deity, just frowned. You and other lowly clans dare to come to my plane to act wildly, you really want to die. The cold words came out from this person, which immediately made Li Yuanba and others angry. We must act recklessly. But at this moment, Xuanhuan, who was sitting motionless in front of Qin Longling, suddenly shook. Immediately afterwards, Xuanhuan's body exploded continuously, followed by the continuous skyrocketing of his aura, and the momentum of constantly rising. In Xuanhuan's mind, sections of memories appear and disappear, appear and disappear, and repeat this way, finally imprinting all the memories deep in his mind in a very short period of time. Huge memories filled Xuanhuan's mind in an instant. At this moment, when his consciousness returned, he finally remembered everything. It turned out that just after he was attacked by that mysterious force, and after Tianwu rescued him with her own divine power, he still failed to escape and entered reincarnation. Then, he started a long and legendary road of reincarnation. In the first life, he was reincarnated as a big tree, the first big tree at the beginning of this world. After years of baptism, after 10,000 years, he suddenly became conscious, and in a haze, a piece of magic formula suddenly appeared in his mind, so he began to practice passively. When his consciousness was fully awakened, he suddenly realized that what he was practicing was Xuanhuan creation art, and he was about to give up, but at this time, he was unexpectedly struck to death by lightning. Then, he fell into confusion again. In the second life, he was a stone, the first stone in the world. Still the same ending: wake up, practice Xuanhuan creation art, still fully awake, die, reincarnate again. Soil, flowers, bricks, livestock, and more. He has personally experienced everything that exists in the world. And the tools are all the first in the world. It can be said that they have tasted all kinds of things in the world. Countless ages have passed since then, and finally, in the 70th birth, he escaped from his inanimate, unconscious incarnation and became a human being. A human being who is conscious from birth. He is a dementia patient, he is a deaf-mute patient, he is congenitally deformed, he is an imbecile child born of poisoned parents, etc., etc. In the incomparable pain, he experienced the reincarnation of the 8th life, which made him understand a lot, and what's even more frightening is that no matter how many generations of inheritance he has experienced, he can remember all of them at the moment of leaving in this life, and then there is a flood of memories. After tasting and reminiscing carefully, he will always realize something in it. Immediately, he will lose consciousness and continue his reincarnation in the next life. In the 79th world, he actually became a high-ranking citizen of a mysterious planet. The so-called high-ranking citizen is actually a strange combination of half machine and half human. Since he became conscious, he has been lying in a laboratory, being manipulated by many robots, and finally, except for the brain, everything is replaced by machines. Afterwards, the experiment was successful, and he was sent to the front line to fight against some strange creatures. His teammates are also some strange creatures with grotesque shapes, and he is the only one who resembles a normal human being. Because he was different, he was invincible, and soon became a hero of the whole planet, admired by all living things. So, he passed 10,000 years in admiration, fighting. On this day, the entire planet suddenly boiled. The planet's technology finally broke through the shackles and developed an extremely advanced intellectual brain. A robot brain with great intelligence. Subsequently, after a referendum, he was elected by all the people as the first experimental subject. In fact, he is so good that there is a tendency to overwhelm the master with his achievements. Under the deliberate guidance of the high level, he became a test product. When he got the news, he was still fighting and was forcibly taken away from the battlefield by the officer. Looking at the 2 eyeball-sized balls in front of him, one gold and one silver, he felt sad. Are you going to reincarnate again? I don't know where the reincarnation will be. With the pride and sorrow of this life, he is about to come to the end of this life. However, at this moment, perhaps because he, the hero, left the battlefield, the aliens suddenly attacked in a large scale, and quickly attacked the capital. Everything collapsed in an instant under the artillery fire, and the highest research room was about to collapse. The first professor who was implanting his artificial intelligence brain didn't panic when he saw this. He let out a long breath and said to him who opened his eyes, "Boy, in fact, since I came into contact with you, I feel that you are not a creature of my planet. I always feel that you are extraordinary. But our planet is about to collapse. I can't see your glorious day. There are gold and silver here. Take the 2 balls, and take them back in reincarnation." The professor held the gold and silver ball and was about to stuff it into his big hand. However, at this moment, there was a violent vibration accompanied by an explosion. The golden ball was blown away in an instant, and the big hand only had time to grab the silver ball. He fell into endless darkness. When he regained consciousness, he found himself a baby waiting to be fed. Xuanhuan was just born, and he still couldn't open his eyes, so anxious that he yelled, "Old Su, Lao Su, come and see, your wife gave birth to a fat boy. Listen to this movement, how loud it is." In this life, his name is Xuanhuan. He is a child of an ordinary family named Earth. His parents were very kind to him, and for some reason, he didn't awaken the memory of his previous life, which allowed him to spend 20 happy hours leisurely. However, this life is still not his end. When he was 20 years old, he died again under the dual effects of that mysterious force and another force. When he woke up, he became the young master of a family in Xuanhu Great World, Shantian Kingdom, thus triggering the silver ball that traveled with him to the earth. In this life, he has the silver ball, which is the system, the result of research by an old professor on that advanced planet. Then there is the story behind. Ding. Complete the main task, find the real reason for the host's reincarnation. The system rewards the host with a chance to supremely summon a superpower, a chance to be empowered with divine power, and a chance to awaken the supreme divine body. 50 times the chance to awaken the primordial spirit, 50 chances to cross the tribulation of the primordial spirit. 50 chances to quench the body with primordial chi, 50 chances to inherit Taoism, 50 chances to awaken beyond the limit, and 50 chances to copy the strong. The system beep sounds at this time. Xuanhuan's consciousness finally came to his senses. It turns out that my system was obtained in this way, and the current system is only a part of the whole system, and another part has been lost. So, with the help of this incomplete system, he founded his own country. Soared all the way, gained the ability to travel through, created chaos, founded Hongmeng, and became the overlord of a world. Finally, at this moment, I remembered everything. Although there are still some memories that have not been awakened, I believe that day is not far away. In fact, who would have never thought of this in the dark? In fact, my experience of the 81st life, rather than a passive punishment, is actually a kind of opportunity. At least Xuanhuan creation art has no regrets. The creation of 10,000 lives was created on the basis of all living beings. After 81 lives, I am perfecting this practice, and now my merits and virtues have been completed. I'm afraid you didn't expect me to have such a chance, right? Since you need me to taste the warmth and coldness of the world to complete the creation of the world, then I will grant your wish, and I want to see how you can realize it from my hands. Deprivation, in this life, I am no longer at your mercy. Let's start the contest between us. When thoughts came here, Xuanhuan slowly opened his eyes. The moment his eyes were opened, in the starry sky full of stars, thunder suddenly rumbled. The sound of thunder was not too violent at the beginning, but it quickly reached its peak, and there was a huge roaring and explosive sound that shook the sky and the earth. The thunder seemed to tear everything apart, tearing apart the injustice and evil in this world, and the moment the thunder rushed out, it became more intense. In this quiet starry sky, it reverberates in all directions instantly. Xuanhuan was wearing the Lone Star glazed armor. At this time, there were many different things on the Lone Star glazed armor. The stripes of the 3,000 avenues, the Wheel of Fortune, etc. were clearly visible, profound, and gorgeous. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully refining the source of time. The system rewards the host with a chance to make an ultimate fortune. As the system prompt sounded, Xuanhuan felt that there was an extra purple gold leaf on the top of the tree of the world in his body, shining brightly. It looks like a dream. At the same time, the surface of the Lone Star glazed armor was instantly covered with a layer of silver-white flames. As the flames swirled, it seemed as if he was welcoming his king. Xuanhuan opened his eyes, his left eye was surrounded by flames, and his right eye was frozen in time. His expression revealed a sense of enlightenment, but in that enlightenment there was an aura of disdain for the world. The source of fire. Xuanhuan's cold voice came out slowly. Even with this voice, in an instant, the sky thunder roared and moved, and all the flames of various colors in the starry sky gathered together at a very high speed. There were a total of 3 colors of flames. Mark of fire. It was firmly imprinted in his left eye. At the same time, a terrifying aura blasted out from Xuanhuan's left eye, spreading rapidly. This breath is so powerful that it can change the color of the situation, but the flame, that is the most original flame in the world. The one who can control the fire is Vulcan. Although this flame imprint is still in its infancy, it has unlimited room for growth. It's not over yet. After the flame imprint was formed in his left eye. The origin of time. Xuanhuan's voice was full of vicissitudes and chills. The moment it spread, the starry sky stopped for an instant. Everything stopped, and Liu Anba, who was walking towards Xuanhuan, still kept raising his feet, with an excited expression on his face, and just stopped. Everyone stopped, including Zhou Tianwu, who was facing him with a shocked face. He struggled a little, and finally stopped still. All the power of time, at this moment, all condensed towards Xuanhuan. Converged on his right hand with a bang, condensed a ball of light of nothingness. This is the source of time. Even at the moment of appearance, Xuanhuan became more enlightened, and felt the passage of time in the Xuan realm very clearly. At this moment, this group of nihilistic light instantly turned into a time imprint and flew into his right eye. Everything is at this moment instantly restored to freedom. All the creatures in the starry sky looked confused, only Zhou Tianwu looked shocked. How is this possible? He actually condensed the original mark of flame, and the original mark of time? Who the hell is he? Why is there such a chance? Could it be that there is a heaven-defying chance in Qinlongling? No, this time, in addition to obtaining his heaven-defying supernatural powers, he also needs to obtain the entire inheritance of Qinlongling. At this moment, as the creator god who has survived since ancient times, for the first time in his life, he has a greedy heart. It wasn't just him, the hundreds of millions of beings who had woken up at this time were all stunned by Xuanhuan's instant strength, and at the same time, they all had a greedy desire. However, all this is not over yet, as Xuanhuan stood up. He stretched out his left hand and shouted. Chaos comes. Following his shout, it is unknown how many miles and miles deep in the primordial world, this place is the chaos of its own world. Suddenly the chaotic world trembled suddenly, and then calmed down. As if nothing happened, only Yun Zhongzi, the first-class god guarding chaos in the primordial heavenly court at this time, opened his eyes as if aware of it. Is it His Majesty? At the same time, a milky white light cluster escaped from the depths of the chaos and quickly disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. Standing in the starry sky, Xuanhuan suddenly had spiritual light flickering all over his body, and a milky white gas in the shape of a dragon appeared. Suddenly, the heavens and the earth were first opened, and amidst the chaos, the purest primordial energy of chaos was condensed from the energy of chaos. This air, milky white, surrounds Xuanhuan's body, and as it surrounds, surges of chaotic original power suddenly spread in all directions, and everything within 1,000,000 miles around him vanishes into nothingness in an instant. This source of power shocked all living beings, including Li Yuanba and other powerhouses in the Hongmeng heavenly court, to retreat. At this time, Xuanhuan actually gave them a feeling of facing a world, a universe. That feeling is extremely depressing, and I feel that the whole body is trembling. Although Zhou Tianwu didn't feel much of this kind of depression, he also showed a look of shock. This sun absolutely can't stay. Because his back was facing him, he couldn't see Xuanhuan's face clearly. Otherwise he would pee in fright. At this time, the primal chaos chi was hovering rapidly, looking extremely happy, as if seeing his father, and it was condensing rapidly while circling at extreme speed, and in the blink of an eye, it condensed into a ball on the palm of Xuanhuan's left hand. Seeing this, Xuanhuan smiled slightly. Then he opened his mouth and said, "Hongmeng is here." Rumble. Emperor Hongmeng, who was meditating at the highest place in the Hongmeng heavenly court, opened his eyes violently, and at the same time, the 5 sons of Hongmeng appeared beside her immediately. "Mother, this is..." Mu Guiying's face was terrified. Just now, she was comprehending supernatural powers when she suddenly felt the vibration of the primordial earth. Just came to check it out. Then, immediately after, the vibration stopped, as if it had never occurred. Emperor Hongmeng was thoughtful. Could it be the father? At the same time, on Xuanhuan's outstretched right hand, a group of extremely pure primordial purple energy emerged out of thin air. Even at the moment of appearance, a force of primordial power rushed out. Rumble. In an instant, everything within hundreds of millions of miles around Xuanhuan turned into nothingness. My God, when did His Majesty become so powerful? The power of chaos, the power of primordial spirit, what did His Majesty experience in Qin Longling? Everyone was stupefied. At this time, Xuanhuan seemed to be the real focus of the starry sky. At this time, Xuanhuan entered a mysterious world. He saw Yun Zhongzi, who was sitting in chaos, and saw the soldier named him, who conquered the world. He saw the astonished Emperor Hongmeng, the 5 pale-faced Hongmeng sons, Bai Suzhen and the children, and even Sun Wukong walking aimlessly in Xiuan realm holding Xiao Tianyuan. At this moment, he finally realized. He created chaos and primordial origin, and at the moment his memory came back to life, he truly controlled the 2 worlds. Therefore, the palm of my left hand is chaos, and the palm of my right hand is primordial. Now, I will combine primordial and chaos into one, and the seal of karma will appear. Following Xuanhuan's enlightenment, following the sound of the voice, the moment his hands merged, Xuanhuan finally created this earth-shattering karma seal. The karma seal uses Xuanhuan's palm to turn it into the cause of heaven and earth, and his grasp to turn it into the fruit of extinction, and the process of holding the palm is fate, and based on this fate, it turns into the karma seal. Once this seal is issued, it is enough to put people into the cycle of karma, which can be described as extremely overbearing. To a certain extent, Xuanhuan at this time has mastered life and death, mastered primordial, chaotic karma of sentient beings. I'm afraid this kind of method has already surpassed the category of supernatural powers, and it already belongs to Taoism? Xuanhuan looked at his right hand. A lavender mark was slowly forming on the palm. At the same time, a breath of heaven and earth is forming on his body. This breath can frighten everything away, and it can destroy everything under the immortal under one glance. With one word, the eternal ruler retreated in horror. Because of this kind of comprehension, this awe-inspiring aura was born, and while he comprehended the principles of heaven and earth, he was actually heaven and earth. Half an hour. The moment when everything disappears. Xuanhuan slowly walked out of nothingness. Your Majesty, you are finally awake. Xiangyu flew to Xuanhuan's side in surprise, and the rest of the experts also came to Xuanhuan's side immediately. Xuanhuan stood up slowly. He took a deep look at the starry sky, and there was a cold flash in the depths of his eyes. Back from the Xuan era, Xuanhuan finally knew that his birth, time, travel, all of this was controlled by someone behind the scenes. Even his father Su Yun and the clone in Qin Longling were specially arranged by someone. Everything points to his cultivation method. Wanchen creation art. Specifically, it is the process of the creation of the world. What is he feeling? What is he planning? Maybe one day, when I meet him, the reason for all this will be revealed. And that day will not be too far away. I'm afraid you won't think it is because of the punishment of the 981 that I have obtained great benefits. The fruit of the system is your cause, but it is my fruit. Soon, you will fall under the karma that I planted. Xuanhuan muttered to himself. Your Majesty, were you enlightened just now? Your Majesty, have you entered Qinlongling just now? His Majesty. The strong men asked one after another. Xuanhuan looked around, feeling an inexplicable warmth in his heart. It's been a long time since I've had this feeling of standing with them. System, feel it, what is your limit now? Xuanhuan asked secretly with a twitch of his mouth. The host, how is this possible? How could the highest authority of the system increase so high? Wasn't it the eternal domination realm before? How is it possible that now? The system was in shock, and he was instantly stunned. At this time, a cold voice suddenly sounded. You are the Emperor of Heaven? Hearing this, Xuanhuan turned his head to look at him. His eyes were slightly cold, and when he swept across all the enemies, his heart jumped. Hiss. How is it possible? His eyes. Zhou Tianwu frowned and thought. For some reason he felt that Xuanhuan looked familiar, and this feeling became more and more intense as he observed. Die. Xuanhuan said a word indifferently. In an instant, except for Zhou Tianwu, all the creatures from the Emperor's court were turned into fly ash, and they died without pain and without warning. Boom. Zhou Tianwu only felt his head roar and explode, and his eyes widened. Instantly. Feeling creepy, scalp tingling. The surrounding creatures watching the battle were even more sluggish. A promise of life and death? Fuck, I don't know my eyesight, do I? Snapped. Why did you hit me? Does it hurt? Pain. Oh, then it's not a dream. For a moment, all the creatures in the starry sky looked at Xuanhuan as if they had seen a ghost. Heavenly Emperor, we didn't hurt you in the slightest? What are you doing? Even if more than a dozen immortal gods, more than 100 immortal saints, and more than 1,000 immortal law innates died tragically, after a short adjustment, Zhou Tianwu quickly stabilized his emotions. It really deserves to be the earliest creation god of inheritance. Xuanhuan raised his head and said coldly, "If you disturb my rest, you will die." As soon as the words fell, he raised his right hand, and then suddenly moved towards his arms. Dou Yu immediately flew towards him uncontrollably. The current Xuanhuan is in the three realms of creation of all life. Although the Xuanhuan creation technique has been passive, it is indeed a cultivation system independent of the Zhou universe. The three realms alone are not comparable to the eternal domination realm. Moreover, he has just experienced the inheritance memory of 80 generations, and he has already seen through the world's various states, and he has been sublimated in both his state of mind and his skills. Although it has not broken through the three realms and entered the four realms, but the strength has surpassed the three realms by a lot. Dou Yu wanted to stop him, but he was horrified to find that he couldn't break free from Xuanhuan's shackles. Soon he was held by Xuanhuan's neck and lifted up. Dou was captured? Everyone, including the experts in Hongming Heavenly Court, was stunned. Fuck, when did your majesty become so powerful? A word of life and death killed more than 1,000 immortal realm powerhouses in the imperial court, and now they are still strangling Zhou Tianwu's neck? Li Yuanba is very honest, he is not Zhou Tianwu's opponent. The opponent is likely to have surpassed the realm of immortality. But it was such a strong man who was strangled by His Majesty? I can't believe it. How high is His Majesty's cultivation? You made a name for yourself. You, pretending to be the supernatural power I bestowed on you. You, pretending to be the god of creation. Xuanhuan roared at Zhou Tianwu. In an instant, he was so shocked that his eardrums hurt and his head buzzed. Zhou Tianwu opened his eyes wide at this time, staring at Xuanhuan firmly. At this moment, he no longer cared about being arrested, and Xuanhuan's face was completely lost in his eyes. In an instant, the memories that had been buried in his dust for a long time gushed out from the depths of his mind like a tide. In a trance. What's your name? The ancestral god had a gentle smile, which made him very excited when he just took shape. My name is Zhou Tianwu. I want to become the world's attention like the ancestor god. The young Zhou Tianwu said crisply. Well, very good, I am optimistic about you. Now I will give you a supernatural power to help you soar into the sky. When Xuanhuan's fingers touched his young eyebrows, Xuanhuan's eyes full of encouragement were deeply imprinted in his mind. Zhou Tianwu's body trembled violently, and he stammered. Ancestor. Zhu God? Are you back? Zhou Tianwu's trembling voice sounded. Immediately after. Wow. God ancestor, Zhou Tian misses you so much. Fuck, are you sick? Xuanhuan was taken aback suddenly. In the next second, Zhou Tianwu was thrown out in disgust. Zhou Tianwu was unmoved, and hugged Xuanhuan's thigh while rolling and crawling in the starry sky. Howling. Quiet. The starry sky was silent. All the living beings looked like children. Zhou Tianwu, the earliest creation god who hugged Xuanhuan's thigh and wailed loudly, was in a daze. Can you be like a man? Crying and crying, what's the point? Xuanhuan couldn't stand it anymore. He stretched out his hand and pulled Zhou Tianwu up. The whole thing was a reprimand. But, twitching, Zhou Tianwu lowered his head and sobbed like a child who had done something wrong. I'm so. Xuanhuan was speechless. How could this kid look like Zhou Tianwu, who dominated the universe? This is clearly a child who has done something wrong. As everyone knows, the moment when Xuanhuan bestowed treasures on the gods of the first generations of creation has been deeply imprinted in their minds. Even if the situation changes, even if there are thousands of reincarnations, even if there are hundreds of thousands of years, this memory is eternal. So, when Xuanhuan lifted him up and reprimanded him, Dou Yu remembered everything. Okay, tell me how you became the lackey of the imperial court. And tell me, who is in charge of the imperial court now? Well, good ancestor god. In fact, the emperor's court is just a puppet now. Because they are just a sideline of the Xuanhuan god clan who stole the achievements of the Xuanhuan god clan's direct line. Actually, I'm not considered a running dog of the imperial court, but an inspector sent here by the creation gods. We, the first generation of creation gods, are not much left. In the long years, in addition to cultivation, I went to various source planes to sit in town every 100 million years. Because all the source planes and this imperial court are under the restraint of the Tianwu Protoss. Hearing this, Xuanhuan was thoughtful. By the way, why do I feel that there are only these 3 source planes in this world? Where are the other source planes? And immortal, where are Guangming and the others now? Where is the origin of the gods? Xuanhuan asked. Back then, when the 5 patriarchs announced that for the sake of all living beings, you had to dissolve the army to seek the road to longevity, the creation gods were sad for a while, and after all the living beings returned to the right track, they continued to open up the universe, but because without your restriction here, and the retreat with the 5 patriarchs, the ambitions of the creator gods are getting bigger and bigger. When new worlds are constantly being opened up, the conflicts between each other become more and more acute. At the beginning, the 5 patriarchs could show up from time to resolve the conflicts, but later, with the change of the Tianwu patriarch, each clan finally embarked on its own path. In order to fight, the situation of fighting with each other. The Tianwu patriarch didn't know what he had practiced, but he suddenly became extremely powerful. He suddenly shot and sealed the other 4 patriarchs, and then led the Tianwu Protoss to seize control of the universe. He divided the universe into 3 levels, of which the 7th, 8th, and 9th source planes are the outer universes, which are controlled by the collateral lineage of the original gods, and the 4, 5, and 63 source planes are the middle universes, which are returned to the original universe. The direct descendants of the Yuan god clan are in charge, and the 1, 2, and 3 source planes are under the control of the Tianwu god clan. They belong to the inner universe. The 3 universes are connected to each other by particle space. Every 100 million years, all races have to meet. I don't know why, because since the patriarchs were sealed, the whole world is like a piece of sand. And in the year you left, the 2 divine guards also disappeared for no reason, and no one can restrain the living beings. Dou Yu came forward, making Xuanhuan fall into deep thought. Because he used the supreme divine power to envelop the 2 of them, so that the powerhouses of Hongmeng Heavenly Court could not hear what the 2 of them said. So, the direct line of the Xuanhuan god clan was not expelled by the collateral line at all, and everything was fabricated by those guys in the imperial court? Xuanhuan asked with some doubts. The information he got in those sealed places was not like this. And those creatures are indeed sealed, this is not a lie. So what's going on here? Are you talking about those creatures who are sealed in the particle space? They are really the direct descendants of the Xuanhuan god clan. The reason why they are sealed is the punishment given to them by the creation god of Xuanhuan. Because, the reason why the 7th, 8th, and 9th source planes were robbed was that they practiced the 10,000 life creation art left by the ancestor gods privately, and were caught by the origin creation god and forcibly sealed. The only one who can break the seal is the ancestor god. As soon as these words came out, Xuanhuan was stunned again. For a long time, the direct descendants of the Xuanhuan god clan were sealed. Like this. Xuanhuan guessed that the reason why they hated those collaterals might be due to the passage of time and blurred memories. In fact, the reason why he ordered not to practice Wanchen creation art at the beginning was to prevent the person behind him from attacking them, the creatures of the primordial era. What's more, what he left behind was only the exercises of the previous 3 lives, and they were still simplified versions. Even if he succeeded in cultivation, it would not help. It now appears that these boys really carried out his orders. This made him very relieved. No, something is wrong? You said Tianyuan suddenly became very powerful? Xuanhuan frowned and asked. It stands to reason that the exercises he left behind shouldn't cause a huge contrast to a certain creature? Unless. Xuanhuan instantly thought of a certain possibility. But, does Tianyuan really have such courage? Or is someone leading all this behind the scenes? Yes, the ancestor god, he is too powerful. At that time, because of the ambition of Tianyuan's patriarch, 5 of their patriarchs fought in the starry sky, and 4 of them besieged one of him. They were all defeated, and finally succeeded in sealing the 4 of them. Fortunately, Tianyuan the patriarch has not yet reached the point of being insane, and the god of creation has not acted. Hearing this, Xuanhuan probably understood why the Tianyuan god clan was the leader here. However, although Tianyuan is powerful, there are others who are more powerful than him. It was a long time ago. The patriarch of Tianyuan wanted to unify the world, and in the end he wanted to eliminate the alien Xuanhuan, Protoss and other races from ruling the world. In this regard, the Xuanhuan, Protoss and other ethnic groups are in constant fear. But just as Tianyuan started attacking those weak races, and it was about to be the turn of several big clans, a god called Yang Mei suddenly appeared, holding a golden whip, and repelled Tianyuan. Later, I don't know what agreement they reached. The Tianyuan patriarch divided the universe into 3. After formulating the rules, it has never appeared again. Up to now, it has been countless years. Listening to Zhou Tiande's narration, Xuanhuan heaved a sigh of relief. At the critical moment, the backhand he left behind finally played a role. By the way, ancestor god, you must pay attention to the collateral lineage of the Tianyuan Protoss. They have the intention of turning against customers and dominating the Xuanhuan realm. It is said that there are already shadows of other creator gods appearing here. Also, Mingxin Mia has been looking for your reincarnation, don't know why? Hearing this, Xuanhuan probably knew something about the general situation after he left. As for the situation of the middle universe, the inner universe, and even the place where the gods originated, Zhou Tiande doesn't know yet, and he is not in a hurry. The top priority is to destroy the imperial court first, and then integrate the source plane, integrate Hongmeng into the source plane, and establish a new world. Now how many of you creator gods are left in the world? Xuanhuan asked a question that he was more concerned about. There are less than 20 of the 2,000 creation gods left. Xuanhuan's face was ugly. He didn't expect this kind of fight to be so brutal. Could it be that in the face of interests, he really didn't care about fellowship? Now, the four patriarchs don't know when they will be able to unblock, and even the patriarch Tianwu hasn't shown up for a long time. Something seems to be affecting everyone in the dark. 1,000,000,000,000 years ago, I heard that the surviving god of creation, it is said that when they traveled the universe, they saw with their own eyes that a new source plane just established by Tianwu was swallowed by something, and disappeared instantly, just like being wiped out. This time, the reason why I agreed to the emperor's court to go out is because I smelled a danger approaching the three source planes, which is a danger of destruction, so I wanted to enter the cave left by the ancestor god to see if I could find a way to solve this. However, now that the ancestor god returns, everything can be solved. I am relieved. Zhou Tianwu sighed. God ancestor, now that you are in charge of the outer universe, I feel relieved and can go back. I will wait for you in the inner universe. Do you need me to do anything? It stands to reason that Zhou Tianwu should be by Xuanhuan's side, but he still has a lot of things to do, so he had to leave. Help me find out what's going on in the land where the gods originated, and whether that thing is still there. Also, pay attention to the Tianwu. Protoss, I will go to the inner universe in a few days. I want to see why Tianwu slaughtered the same race like this. Ding. Trigger an epic mission, control the origin of the gods. Mission. Details, the first generation god of creation revealed that a mysterious existence was found near the origin of the gods, and may want to devour the origin of the gods, or even the entire universe. If the host controls this mysterious thing before it devours the origin of the gods, the system will reward the host with a chance of extreme summoning, a chance of supreme awakening, a chance of extreme good fortune, a chance of divine power empowerment, and 10 times of primordial a chance to cross the catastrophe, 10 chances to awaken the primordial spirit, 10 chances to inherit Taoism, 30 chances to awaken to the limit, and 30 chances to be the peak of the strong. The system prompt sounded, making Xuanhuan clenched his fists secretly. Could it be that the person behind him really did something to the world he created after he left? After thinking about it, there is only this kind of explanation, and only that existence can do this. Of course, it does not rule out that creatures from other worlds have discovered this place, but this possibility is unlikely. It seems that I must become stronger as soon as possible, and then enter the place where the gods originated. Xuanhuan thought to himself, and even thought of several possibilities. Subconsciously, he looked at the reminder clock in his mind, and saw that the time had changed to 10 years and a few days. My heart is tight. Sure enough, after he entered the dream, time was still running, so that the outside world only passed for a while, but the electronic clock passed 90 years in the dream. It's really urging. Although complaining in his heart, Xuanhuan became more urgent. Later, after Xuanhuan asked a few more questions, he withdrew his supreme divine power. Go ahead and do what I want. Don't worry, since I have returned, I won't let this world be destroyed. After receiving Xuanhuan's reply, Zhou Tianwu was obviously in a good mood. After clenching his fists to Xuanhuan, he left. Seeing Zhou Tianwu leave, the strong men immediately surrounded him, but they didn't ask where Xuanhuan was going next, but all looked at Xuanhuan. Seeing this, Xuanhuan ordered the system secretly. Use a chance to teleport from the strong to teleport Monkey King over here. Ding. The system is using the teleportation function to teleport Monkey King to the host. As the system prompt sounded, Monkey King, who was flying aimlessly on the ninth origin plane with Tianwu in his arms, suddenly disappeared. At the same time, there was a flash of inspiration next to Xuanhuan, and Monkey King appeared in a trance. Monkey? Why are you here, and you're still hugging the little emperor? Li Yuanba immediately discovered the sudden appearance of Monkey King, and exclaimed immediately. Only then did Sun Wukong react. At the same time, Tianwu in his arms also found Xuanhuan. His big watery eyes suddenly widened, and he was about to throw himself into Xuanhuan's arms with his little hands outstretched. Still yelling, "Father, father." Seeing this, Monkey King quickly handed over Tianwu to Xuanhuan, and explained why he escorted Tianwu here. Xuanhuan took off the Lone Star glazed armor in an instant, and regained his suave figure. After taking over Tianwu, a feeling of blood and family affection emerged. Leisurely. While teasing Tianwu, he listened to Monkey King's narration. At the same time, what Sun Wukong didn't know was that a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly appeared where he disappeared just now. These eyes are extremely huge, like small stars. They suddenly opened in the dim starry sky. It looked coldly at the place where Sun Wukong had just disappeared, and surprise appeared in its emotionless eyes. He disappeared? Why did that happen? Just when he couldn't figure it out, he suddenly seemed to feel something. Looked in the direction of Qin Longling, and then showed a look of shock. How is this possible? Why are they so fast? Could it be the great circumferential teleportation technique? However, that hairy-faced monk is only at the peak of the first step, and he doesn't even have supernatural power. How could he be able to master Taoism, such as the great circumferential teleportation? However, no matter where you are, as long as you are in this world, you will not be able to escape from my grasp. After raising you for a long time, you finally have a clue. A cold voice came out slowly, and then, the starry sky suddenly creased, and then a big black hole suddenly appeared. In an instant, a super strong suction force came out from the black hole, and instantly ravaged the nearby starry sky for hundreds of millions of miles. Stars, worlds, meteorites, and other substances were all sucked into the black hole. In a blink of an eye, everything here except the black hole disappeared. You said that there is an unknown energy that wants to take Tianwu away from the primordial realm? At this time, everyone is in an abandoned small world. Xuanhuan's face was gloomy and terrifying. Tianwu had already fallen asleep in his arms. With a warm smile on his face, he is very cute. Yes, Your Majesty, that kind of energy is very strange. It was Hongmeng who gathered the power of the whole Hongmeng to expel that energy. Afterwards, in order to prevent this from happening again, Tianwu sent a minister to send Tianwu to your side. After listening to Sun Wukong's narration, Xuanhuan's heart was filled with rage. Who is this guy? Why are you targeting Tianwu? He didn't doubt the person behind him, because there was no need for that person to do so. Instead of capturing Tianwu, it is better to capture him directly. And with that person's style, he wouldn't do it so quickly. After thinking about it, Xuanhuan immediately stood up and said, Go to the imperial court, first destroy the imperial court, then merge the primordial plane with these three source planes, and then march into the middle universe and the inner universe. At that time I will search all corners, and I will find it that person. Emperor, please come out and talk. At this moment, outside the small world, a woman's voice suddenly sounded. Instantly attracted everyone's attention. At the same time, there was an aura that surpassed the immortal god venerable, which made everyone change color. Go, and have a look. After Xuanhuan finished speaking, he hugged Tianwu, turned around and disappeared. Seeing this, all the strong men did not dare to hesitate, and Chi appeared in the starry sky after him. When everyone appeared in the starry sky, they saw a young woman standing hundreds of millions of miles away from them. Who are you? What can I do for you? Xuanhuan stared at the woman opposite, and said coldly. He could feel that this woman's cultivation base was actually higher than Dou Yu's, and it could even be said that she was not in the same realm. But for him, it's still not enough. He doesn't know how strong he is now, but it should be no problem to kill the eternal realm in seconds. As for those higher than the eternal realm, he didn't know, because he had never seen them, let alone fought against them. However, even if you can't win, you won't lose. I'm the 8th source, Fairy Xia. I'm here today to ask the Heavenly Emperor about something. The 8th Origin Master? Xuanhuan was a little surprised by the woman's self-introduction. Although he didn't plan to find the 7th and 8th sources of trouble immediately. He planned to destroy the imperial court before looking for them. Unexpectedly, the 8th source master actually found him directly. The 8th master looked at Xuanhuan, and for no reason, a person suddenly came to mind in her mind. A statue of an ancestor god standing in various source planes. Standing aloof and ignoring everything, even the once invincible Tianwu had to bow down in front of the statue. Suddenly, the 8th source master thought of an ancient legend. It is said that the ancestor god who created all these things in the first place, for the sake of all living beings, spared no effort to solve the reincarnation. When a young man named Heavenly Emperor rises in the starry sky, it is the reincarnation of the ancestor god, and all living beings must bow down and worship. This is the oldest legend in the whole world. She looked at Xuanhuan, and the ancestor god in her mind overlapped with it. And her body couldn't help trembling. Are you, the descendant of the ancestor god? Descendants of the ancestral god. This was the most likely possibility she could think of. As for the real reincarnation of the ancestor god, she didn't think about it. Because she felt that such a thing was impossible. The descendant of the ancestor god? Xuanhuan narrowed his eyes immediately. Immediately, he used the soul spying technique that had not been used for a long time, and began to spy on the inner activities of the 8th source master. When he learned that the 8th source thought that he was the reincarnation of a certain creator god, he was immediately speechless. Why doesn't this girl dare to think that he is the reincarnation of the ancestor god? The creator god can only be regarded as his grandchildren, okay? Thinking of this, Xuanhuan asked. What do you want to prove to me? When the 8th source master heard it, his face changed drastically. Xuanhuan didn't deny it. Could it be that he admitted it? God of creation. The original gods created by the ancestor gods were the strongest beings in the minds of all races. And they all look like ancestor gods. Therefore, the patriarchs of the major protoss are called the strongest existence by these younger generations. Thinking that Xuanhuan might be the strongest reincarnation, the face of the 8th source master became ugly. She let out a long breath. Where is the Emperor of Heaven going next? How about following me to the Seventh source plane, the Lord of the seventh source and I are like sisters. And she asked me to invite the Emperor of Heaven this time. Hearing this, Xuanhuan's heart moved. This suggestion of hers was exactly what she wanted. Instead of going to the imperial court to solve the problem first, it is better to take this opportunity to solve the two source planes. Lead the way ahead. Hearing this, the eighth master of the source was overjoyed. Xuanhuan's mind moved. A golden panlong appeared in the starry sky. It is his Taishu Shinshan mountain spirit. As soon as it appeared, it roared excitedly, and circled around Xuanhuan. Endlessly, appearing extremely cheerful. The mountain spirit of Taishu Shinshan has already merged with him, and their hearts are connected. Xuanhuan stroked the faucet lightly, and his mind moved. The golden panlong quickly grew to the size of 1,000 feet, and stopped at the feet of everyone. Everyone stepped onto the dragon's back in shock. Especially Zhao Yun and Yingjing were shocked the most. The moment the golden dragon appeared, a coercion from the bloodline suffocated the two of them, and they were almost crushed in the starry sky. One of them is Taicang Yinlong and the other is Zulong. Although the strength is extremely powerful, the coercion of the blood is still irresistible. Your Majesty, this is too powerful. You can even subdue the ancient golden dragon. You can't accept it. The two thought to themselves. The other powerhouses were also amazed. The master of the eighth source was naturally incomparably shocked. The gaze towards Xuanhuan became more and more urgent. In this way, everyone stood on the back of the dragon, and the eighth source guides the direction, leading Xuanhuan and others to the main star of the seventh source plane. Soon the golden coiled dragon traveled through the space and came to the main star of the seventh source plane controlled by the sideline of the Xuan Protoss. Along the way, Xuanhuan wrapped Xiao Tianyuan with supreme divine power, letting him float on his chest, playing casually. Xiao Tianyuan blinked his big eyes, looked at the radiant starry sky, felt Xuanhuan's breath, and kept giggling along the way. Let the eighth source master be amazed. She didn't quite understand why Xuanhuan had to bring his child by his side when he was walking outside. Soon, everyone arrived at the location of the main star of the seventh source plane. This is a small world located in the turbulent flow of time and space. Only the branch of the Xuan Protoss is eligible to enter. As for other creatures who stray into it, they will only be bombarded and killed. At this time, at the entrance of this small world, there was a woman with the same sweet appearance standing there. Far away, the woman bowed and bowed. Fairy Jinling, the Lord of the Seventh Origin, welcomes His Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven. Upon hearing the name, Xuanhuan was a little puzzled. The two source masters of the seventh and eighth source planes were both named after fairy. It's also a bit weird. When he came close, Xuanhuan took a look at the woman in front of him, and then asked, "What do you mean by inviting me here?" Xuanhuan cut to the chase. "Don't want to waste time. It's no accident that His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven is so forthright. He was able to turn the outer universe upside down in a short period of time. Your Majesty, how about we go in and talk?" Xuanhuan naturally agreed, and soon, Xuanhuan put away the golden dragon and followed Fairy Jinling into the palace of the Lord of the Seventh Source. Without any politeness, he walked directly to the highest seat and sat down. Put Tianyuan aside and let him play. Seeing this, the guards in the hall were all moved, but when they saw that the Source Master was not dissatisfied, they didn't make a sound. "Tell me, what's the matter with you?" Xuanhuan asked as soon as he sat down. Actually, we just want to ask you, do you really want to destroy the imperial court? Fairy Jinling asked somewhat speculatively. Of course, the imperial court has deteriorated and is no longer suitable for ruling this world. After the imperial court is destroyed, I will merge the 3 source planes together. Re-establish the rules. As soon as Xuanhuan said this, the entire hall fell silent. Only Tianwu giggled happily from Gugu, carefree and very cute. If that's the case, Your Majesty, what should we do? The faces of Fairy Jinling and Fairy Jinling were a little pale, apparently Xuanhuan's words frightened them. I very much welcome you to join my Hongming heavenly court, but if the two of you do not intend to join, I will not force you. Although Xuanhuan said so, but with the clever minds of the 2 girls, how can they not understand how there is a free lunch in the world? Where is the Emperor of Heaven? I am the fire cloud evil god, hurry up and die. At this moment, an extremely rampant voice suddenly sounded outside the small world. Instantly spread throughout the small world. What, Fire Cloud Cthulhu? Isn't that the great god passed down from ancient times? Why did he come? What's going on? Could it be that someone from our 7th source plane offended Huayun Cthulhu? Who is the heavenly emperor? In the small world, countless powerhouses flew into the sky one after another, talking a lot, with shocked expressions on their faces. Fire Cloud Cthulhu. A super strong man from ancient legends. Fire Cloud Cthulhu, one of the 10 giant gods. The controller of the flame rules, any flame in front of him must surrender. At the same time, he is also one of the giant gods personally canonized by the Master of the 1st source plane, the existence of the eternal ruler of the Great Perfection. Heavenly Emperor, did you offend Huayun Cthulhu? In the main hall, Fairy Jinling's 2nd daughter stared at Xuanhuan in disbelief. Well, I killed his puppet, the origin of the 3rd grade flame. Xuanhuan said easily. It's just right, I'm going to the imperial court, you too, who knows the main star of the imperial court, wait for me to solve the fire cloud evil god, and take me to the main star of the imperial court. After finishing speaking, Xuanhuan picked up Tianwu, turned around and disappeared into the hall. Seeing this, the strong men of Hongming heavenly court hurriedly followed. In the blink of an eye, only the 2nd daughter of Fairy Jinling was left in the hall. He wants to get rid of Huayun Cthulhu, do you believe it? Why don't you believe that he is the strongest reincarnation, a fire cloud? Cthulhu can still block his footsteps? Fairy Jinling ran out of the main hall as she spoke. Fairy Caixia thought for a while, pursed her lips and smiled, and followed her out. In the starry sky, I saw a stalwart giant covered in colorful flames stepping forward. He was so tall, his whole body was covered by flames of 7 colors. And his long flaming hair hung down like a waterfall, dancing in the starry sky non-stop. Fuchsia, like 2 suns, burst out 2 flames, which are extremely stunning. He looked at Xuanhuan, who appeared in the starry sky ahead, and smiled ferociously. Heavenly Emperor, you are quite courageous, dare to kill my substitute, how? Do you want to die? Overbearing. Madness. He doesn't have the airs that a giant god should have at all, and the current Huayun evil god seems to be a demon god. I should have said this to you. However, you came at the right time. My mark of the original flame is still relatively dim, and I just absorbed you to make up for it. As soon as Xuanhuan finished speaking, he handed Tianwu to Monkey King next to him. Then he put his hands down and walked towards Huiyun Cthulhu with a smile on his face. At the same time, the Lone Star glazed armor suddenly appeared, covering his body in an instant, and his figure was also raised in an instant. In the blink of an eye, a huge figure no less tall than Huiyun Cthulhu appeared in the starry sky. Boom! Even at the moment when his figure was raised, a layer of silver-white flames covered the Lone Star glazed armor. An aura that would not lose to Huiyun Cthulhu burst out suddenly. With Xuanhuan as the center, they rushed towards the opposite side. Huiyun Evil God? You have such a great reputation. Today I want to see if you, the evil god, have earned your name in vain? With blazing flames all over his body and unparalleled aura, Xuanhuan arrived within Wanli of Fire Cloud Evil God in the blink of an eye. Since you want to seek death, this god will help you. Seeing that Xuanhuan used flames to deal with him, Huiyun Evil God immediately became angry and shouted immediately. Immediately after a thought, 7 fist-sized flames, with endless colors, appeared in front of him. He smiled cruelly and pointed at Xuanhuan. Boom! Following his pointing out. Roar! In an instant, the 7 flames bang and transformed into 7 giant flame dragons. While shaking his head and tail, he roared towards Xuanhuan. The flame dragon sound shook the starry sky, and at the same time, the power of the law of fire burst out from the flame dragon in an instant. The starry sky is shocked. The main star of the 7th source plane was shocked. The nearby stars, worlds, and meteorites within hundreds of millions of miles were instantly reduced to fly ash, and even the starry sky was distorted and deformed. Where the 7 flaming dragons passed, they were devastated, and space cracks flashed in the starry sky. Seeing all the creatures tremble with fear. Seeing the 7 flaming dragons roaring towards him with great momentum. Jun's face not only showed no shock, but a strange smile on his face. Xuanhuan didn't hide or dodge, he just stood in the starry sky and looked at the flaming dragon running towards him with a smile. His Majesty. Seeing this, Fairy Jinling's second daughter immediately exclaimed. However, the powerhouses of the Hongmeng Heavenly Court did not show any signs of worry. Monkey King is even teasing, Xiao Tianyuan. The second daughter was instantly stunned. Is the Emperor of Heaven very powerful? Just when the second daughter was frightened, the silver flames around Xuanhuan suddenly turned into the color of glass. And then a glass-colored pan-dragon rushed out of him. Woohoo! After the Liuli Panlong rushed out, it roared, then opened its mouth wide, followed by a sudden burst of devouring power. The 7 Panlongs with different colors had no time to react, and they were swallowed by the glazed Panlong. Quiet. The starry sky was silent. All the living beings stared at Xuanhuan's first-class glass-colored Panlong in a daze and amazement. Especially Huiyun Cthulhu, whose raised arms were frozen in the air, his mouth was wide open, and his eyeballs were about to fall out. Void-glazed fire? How is it possible? Why do you have the void-glazed fire? One of the 3 supreme flames? Wow! After a while, Huiyun Cthulhu exclaimed. As soon as this remark came out, the creatures in the starry sky, including the powerhouses of the primordial heavenly court, instantly exploded. That glazed flame turned out to be nothingness glazed flame? How is that possible? TSK, the golden crow spirit fire, the phoenix purple flame, and the void glazed fire are the 3 supreme flames in the world. I really can't believe that His Majesty owns the void glazed fire among them. Void glazed fire. No wonder the 7 flames of Huiyun Evil God have no Ability to resist. How can ordinary spiritual fire resist in front of the king? All the creatures were talking, their faces were full of excitement. Fairy. Jinling's second daughter immediately covered her small mouth, her beautiful eyes swept around Su Haoyan's body, and the eyes were full of splendor. Huiyin Cthulhu quickly recovered from the shock, turned around and was about to leave. People have the supreme flame, the king in the flame, how can they play? Although he is known as the Huiyin evil god, he is not even a fart in front of the void Lilihuo. Still life matters. However. Want to run? It's too late. At this time, Su Haoyan's cold voice suddenly sounded. It made Huiyin Cthulhu tremble. Heavenly Emperor, don't force people too much, killing my first source will not let you go? In order to escape for his life, Huiyin Cthulhu didn't care about face. At this time, he opened his mouth to threaten. The first master? It just so happens that I am still worried that I won't be able to find him. It would be great if he came to find me. As soon as the words fell, Su Haoyan appeared in front of Huiyin evil god. Before he could react. As soon as he stretched out his hand, he grabbed his neck and lifted him up high. The pupils of the seventh and eighth masters shrank suddenly. So fast. You. Just as Huiyin Cthulhu was about to curse, his body suddenly exploded, and the soul of the fairy baby was not spared, and fell instantly. Ding. Complete the main task, the anger of the flame source. The system specially rewards the host with 1 chance of supreme awakening, 1 chance of divine power empowerment, 1 chance of ultimate good fortune, 3 chances of powerhouse teleportation, 5 chances of primordial awakening, 5 chances to pass on Taoism, 5 chances to cross the tribulation of primordial origins, 5 chances to awaken beyond limits, and 5 chances to awaken die-hard loyalists. At the same time, trigger the next task. Ding. Trigger the main mission, comprehend the source of the rules. Task. Details, because the host absorbed the flame source, the host has the first source imprint. If the host can comprehend more rules and sources, condense more original imprints. The system specially rewards the host with 3 chances of ultimate summoning, 3 chances of supreme awakening, 3 chances of divine empowerment, 3 chances of extreme good fortune, 10 chances of Hongmeng reawakening, 10 chances of Hongmeng crossing the catastrophe, and 10 times of inheritance of Taoism, 10 chances to temper the body with primordial qi, 10 chances to awaken primordial spirits, 10 chances to awaken to the limit, and 10 chances to be the peak of the strong. The moment Huiyin Cthulhu was killed by him, system prompts sounded one after another. Let Su Haoyan smile and remain silent. At the same time, Huiyin Cthulhu fell. All the powerhouses in the primordial heaven, including the 7th and 8th Source Lords and the creatures in the nearby starry sky, were all dumbfounded. The Huiyin evil god, who was so arrogant, before killed him in a flash. This method. How strong is Su Haoyan's cultivation? Su Haoyan's expression was extremely calm. He didn't take back the void glazed fire, but quietly watched how the void glazed fire would change when it devoured the 7 heavens and earth of the fire cloud evil god. At this moment, the glazed fire dragon transformed by the void glazed fire suddenly trembled. Boom! Immediately afterwards, it shattered with a bang and turned into thousands of fire seeds. In the blink of an eye, the nearby starry sky for hundreds of millions of miles was filled with an endless sea of flames, and then all the flames gathered towards the center. Suddenly, the sea of flames disappeared, followed by 9 colored flames. Floating in the starry sky, arranged in a plum blossom shape. 9 colored plum blossom flames dripping and turning, merged into one. Between heaven and earth, a glass-colored virtual fire was born suddenly. It was at the moment when this virtual fire was born, the color of the sky and the earth changed, the wind and clouds changed, and even the starry sky trembled violently. At the same time, no matter how far away, no matter how big or small the world is, the flames on the stars are shaking at the same time. As if meeting the new Flame King, while being extremely devout, he directly escaped from his habitat and flew to the starry sky. For a moment, all the heavens and worlds, the stars and the universe, saw densely packed fires of various colors, rushing towards a certain place in the starry sky like a meteor shower. Then, like a moth to a flame, it directly plunged into the nothingness glazed fire. In the Hongmeng heavenly court, Xuanhuan, who was chatting and laughing with the other concubines, suddenly changed his expression, and immediately fell to his knees on the ground with a plop. At the same time, a colored flame escaped from the top of her head. But it didn't fly away. The sudden change made all the girls look pale. Phoenix. It's Your Majesty. Your Majesty must have realized some kind of supernatural power. He needs the nourishment of flames now. Go to Fire Spirit. Go to Your Majesty's side. Phoenix immediately felt Xuanhuan's aura. Said quickly. When she heard her kindling, she immediately chirped cheerfully, and disappeared into the void. At the same time, Zhu Rong, Dong Huangtai, Di Jun and other powerful people related to flames in the Hongmeng heavenly court immediately felt the call from Xuanhuan. Without any hesitation, he sent out his natal fire directly. At the same time, the seventh source plane where Xuanhuan is located is the main starry sky. Apart from the sound of flames escaping into the sky, there is no other sound. In the starry sky with a radius of hundreds of millions of miles, everyone stared wide-eyed, watching the densely packed flames of various colors flying towards the flame like moths, while being shocked, their scalps felt even more numb. At this time, Xuanhuan seemed to feel something, and turned his head to look. Right in front of him, the space fluctuated together, and 5 flames suddenly appeared. Phoenix's natal spirit fire, Zhu Rong's birth fire, Dong Huangtai brothers' golden crow spirit fire, and Mo Yentian's black magic fire. Very good, you will get what you deserve for your efforts. Xuanhuan muttered to himself, waved his hand, 5 flames of various colors turned around, and disappeared into the void of glass fire. Rumble. Soon, after absorbing hundreds of millions of fire seeds, its size like a millstone did not increase but decreased, and finally shrunk to the size of a fist, with a deeper color. Although it is still glazed in color, it has already surpassed the scope of ordinary void glazed fire, and a breath of Dao overflows from it. This flame has already mutated into Dao fire, and even under this Dao fire, a breath of great perfection of the original flame burst out directly. At this time, the void-glazed fire condensed from countless flames and became the first Dao fire in this world. It swayed in the starry sky, and it came to Xuanhuan in the blink of an eye. From a distance of hundreds of millions of miles, it turned into a glazed flame totem and was directly imprinted in his left eye. Rumble. At this moment, a 10-meter-sized golden ball of merit suddenly fell from the sky, directly covering Xuanhuan in it. This time the merit is not one, but falls in the form of floors. Immediately, all the creatures in the distance exclaimed, "Merit!" It turned out to be a merit. Oh my God, what did His Majesty create to attract merit and virtue, and it is also the merit of the Dou rule? The void demon patriarch who existed in the prehistoric period suddenly turned pale with shock. The merits of the Dou rules are only those that are useful to those who created the rules. It is the most difficult of all merits to obtain. And when Xuanhuan came, he was on the 9th floor. 9 is the number. What does it mean to obtain the merits of the 9-level rule? It shows that what Xuanhuan created is the first regular flame in this world. Your Majesty is so powerful? How many cards does he have yet to show? All of a sudden, all the powerhouses of Hongmeng heaven became even more in awe of Xuanhuan. Although Xuanhuan was a little surprised by the merits of the rules from heaven, he felt it was reasonable after thinking about it. A total of 9 levels of merit, shining brightly, 2 of them fell into Xuanhuan's left eye. Let the power of the rules of the void glazed fire further increase. At the same time, the natal fires of Phoenix and other powerhouses have directly climbed to the level of Dou fire. Although they cannot compare with Xuanhuan's void glass fire, they have already stood at the highest point in their respective fields. It is believed that when their respective natal spiritual fires return to their bodies, they will gain great benefits. After the void glazed fire seal in his left eye collected 2 layers of merit. He waved his hand, and the 3rd layer of merit went straight to Sun Wukong and other powerhouses in the Hongmeng heaven, including the 2nd daughter of Fairy Jinling. You witness that I created the rule of fire with a deep opportunity, including the 2 daughters of Jinling, who shared the merits of these 3 rules equally. As soon as Xuanhuan said this, the scene exploded instantly. My God, the heavenly emperor actually gave the merits from heaven to his subordinates and the 2 source masters. Do you want to be so generous? Everyone was shocked and puzzled by Xuanhuan's actions. The 2 source masters were directly stunned. The heavenly emperor bestows merits and virtues on his subordinates, which is understandable. But he even gave away their 2 daughters directly, and they still shared them equally with everyone. Could it be that he already regarded them as a family? Afterwards, the 2nd daughter immediately made a decision, and respectfully knelt down to Xuanhuan, expressing her submission with actions. The merits of the 3rd level were separated and absorbed by the 2nd daughter of Jinling Fairy, Li Yuanba, Yingjing, Bodhi Patriarch, Jiuling, Yuansheng and Hongmeng Heavenly Court. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone gained these merits and cultivated steadily, except for the 2 source masters and Li Yuanba, who did not directly break through the realm, but only reached the peak of the current realm, Dzogchen. Others such as Jiuling Yuansheng, Bodhi Patriarch, and Yingjing with low cultivation levels have directly broken through a small realm. And Xuanhuan absorbed the remaining 4 merits. Boom. Without any hesitation, his cultivation directly climbed from the early stage of the 3 realms of Wansheng creation gong to the middle and late stages of the 3 realms. At a certain moment, Wansheng created the 4 realms of merit. It didn't stop, his aura was still growing, but it wasn't his cultivation, but his physical body. After the huge merit increased his cultivation base to another level, it also improved his physical body. At the same time, the great merit gained from creating the rules resonated with the merit he had obtained in the past, and a golden wheel of merit was faintly formed behind his head. However, the current golden wheel of merit is very vague and illusory. But even that is enough. It took half an hour before Xuanhuan returned to normal. The lonely star's glazed armor disappeared, and Xuanhuan regained his suave and elegant appearance. After receiving Xiao Tianyuan from Sun Wukong, what surprised him was that Xiao Tianyuan also absorbed a bit of merit, and there was a faint golden light floating on his fleshy little body. At this moment, she fell asleep in his arms. It looks so cute. Your Majesty, the little emperor has benefited a lot this time. TSK, I have gained merit at such a young age, and it will be limitless in the future. Your Majesty, how about letting me be the master of the little emperor? Li Yuanba came to Su Haoyan with a smile and rubbed his hands, and said with bright eyes, "Go away, you bastard, don't scare the little emperor. I'm more popular, you." "Say yes, Your Majesty." "Get the hell out of here, the little emperor's master should be me." All of a sudden, all the strong men were in a mess, and the two daughters of Jinling Fairy next to them were stunned. These all-powerful strong men don't care about their image for the sake of a child, even showing their arms and rolling up their sleeves, and there is a tendency to fight if there is a disagreement. The second daughter was in a mess in an instant. In this regard, Su Haoyan showed a face that I understand, and I am proud. Cough, cough, well, he's only too old, please excuse me master, let's talk about it later. As he said, the golden dragon appeared under Su Haoyan, and the Supreme Nine Dragon chair appeared under him, and he sat on the chair with Xiao Tianyuan in his arms. Let's go, conquer the imperial court as soon as possible, I'm a little homesick. Seeing this, everyone smiled at each other, stood in front of Su Haoyan, and flew forward. The second daughter of Jin Ling hurriedly followed without hesitation. After being away from home for several months, he really felt homesick. In fact, he just wanted to merge the source plane as soon as possible. Then go conquer the whole world. Mysterious space. He's here, haha, God help me too. The mysterious man who was cultivating in the underground secret room suddenly opened his eyes with surprise on his face. Heavenly Emperor, this is your own trap, I will not let you leave this fertile nutrient again. Suddenly, he laughed out loud, and his body trembled because he was so excited. Tianfeng, don't be delusional. He can create everything, and he can also destroy everything, including you, a strange species. All of a sudden, Tian Yunzi appeared in front of the mysterious man Tianfeng. At some point. At this time, Yulian said with a frosty face. Humph, when I swallow him and use his son to revive the demon king, you won't say that. The mysterious man named Tianfeng let out a roar, then turned and left. Hateful, I know he is in danger, but I can't help him, this feeling. Tian Yunzi looked anxious. She attached herself to look at a crystal sphere in the sea of clouds below that was so huge that it could rival the entire world. Through the sphere, the silhouette of a huge figure looms in it. Tian Yunzi blinked his big eyes, and there was a flash of struggle in his eyes. On the seventh source plane, a gigantic golden coiled dragon cruised quietly in the starry sky. Su Haoyan sat on the Supreme Nine Dragon chair, playing with Xiao Tianyuan. Wukong, are you ready? At this time, Su Haoyan said with a smile. With nothing to do, Su Haoyan decided to promote Monkey King. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up when he heard it. Hastily replied. Your Majesty, the minister is ready. The system empowers Sun Wukong's divine power to achieve ultimate good. Fortune. Su Haoyan ordered secretly. Immediately afterwards, a purple light shot out from between Su Haoyan's eyebrows, quickly sucking Monkey King into it. Seeing this, the two daughters of Jin Ling suddenly enlarged their beautiful eyes. Come yet? The second daughter muttered to herself. According to legend, the Emperor of Heaven has a supernatural power that can instantly double the cultivation of living beings. It was just heard before, but now they will see it with their own eyes. For a moment, the second daughter felt a little anticipation in her heart. Soon. Ding. Sun Wukong's ultimate creation has succeeded. May the host choose to release it? Release, call up his attribute list. Sun Wukong, from race, Hongmeng God Ape. Lingming Stone Monkey. The Buddha said, Namo Great Sage Relic King Buddha. Bloodline, Xuanhuan God. The Great Tao, Dou Yu. Ultimate Creation, Buddha Creation. Cultivation Method, Wanfa Golden Body Ju. Supernatural Powers, 72 Transformations of Earth Fiend. Sharp Eyes. King Kong is not bad. Wrath the Heavens. Magic Weapon, Siyu and Purple Gold Cudgel. Lucky Level, Eternal Ruler 9 Realms. Special Attribute, Namo Great Sage Relic Xuanhuan Buddha, the Dharma shakes the sky, enhances the sense of oppression against the enemy, and the more you fight, the braver you are. Special Attribute 2, Monkey King, because of the hostile energy passed down from the innate apes, he is prone to become a demon and lose his mind, but his combat power will be doubled. Loyalty, 100/100. Dominate the 9 realms eternally. Su Haoyan's expression was calm. To be honest, after he killed Huiyun Cthulhu, a powerhouse in the Dzogchen realm of the eternal domination realm, he no longer valued the eternal domination realm so much. But don't forget, Sun Wukong and the powerhouses still have a supreme awakening that they haven't used. It is no exaggeration to say that some of the strong men around Su Haoyan have surpassed the eternal master. The moment Su Haoyan was released by Su Haoyan, the tremendous coercion instantly shocked the 2 daughters of Jin Ling. 9 realms of eternal ruler realm. Previously, he had only cultivated in the supreme ancestor realm, okay? The fact that the Emperor of Heaven can instantly create a strong man was finally confirmed by the witness of the second daughter. This further strengthened the determination of the second daughter to worship Su Haoyan. In this way, Jin Long continued to move forward amidst the 2 women's thoughts. At the same time, the Heavenly Emperor obtained the supreme opportunity in Qinlongling. After he came out, he killed hundreds of immortal gods with one word. Let countless creatures be in an uproar. At the same time, he is full of confidence that the Emperor of Heaven can shake the imperial court. Immediately afterwards, the Heavenly Emperor bombarded and killed Huiyun Cthulhu, one of the 10 giant gods, in one fell swoop outside the main star of the 7th source plane, and the news that he killed the Emperor at the same time shocked the 3 source planes again. For a moment, the outer universe was full of turmoil and phantoms. But all the strong men who can reach the grade are dispatched one after another to gather at the main star of the imperial court. On this day, under the leadership of Fairy Jinling, everyone came to a huge continent. Your Majesty, this is a subreddor of the imperial court. Shall we unplug it? Fairy Jinling looked at the mainland in front of her bitterly and asked. This continent is filled with fairy mist, and there are flying islands, fairy mountains and jeweled pavilions, rare birds and animals all over it, writhing endlessly in the fairy mist. All creatures passing by will cast envious eyes inside. Su Haoyan nodded. Seeing this, Jin Ling's eyes flashed with excitement, and he took out a golden longbow. The golden bowstring pulls. With a bang, a golden light flashed. Bang! It directly hit the fairy fog. The cultivation base of eternal ruler of the 3 realms exploded out. directly smashing the large formation on the periphery of the mainland. Who? Suddenly, an extremely angry voice came from the mainland, and immediately after that, figures flew out of the mainland. There are more than 20 immortal gods, and the leader is an immortal god. Its strength cannot be underestimated. It is a pity that they met Xuanhuan. Keep the leader alive, and kill the rest, Xuanhuan said while teasing Tianwu. Seeing this, Fairy Jinling's face flashed with excitement. They had been oppressed by the imperial court for so many years, and today they can finally avenge themselves. Thinking in her heart, her eyes froze directly. More than 20 immortal divine sages were directly annihilated, leaving only the immortal divine sacred in the starry sky, unable to move. This, oh my God, the eternal ruler. The immortal god Venerable's eyes widened, and his heart was filled with fear. Tell me, the power distribution of the imperial court. Xuanhuan's voice floated over, making him tremble in fright. But immediately stared at Xuanhuan with wide eyes and tremblingly said, "Are you, the Emperor of Heaven?" Recently, the Emperor of Heaven has killed many strong men in the imperial court, among which there are as many as a dozen immortal gods. They, the immortal gods under the imperial court, are already in panic, and they dare not walk in the starry sky anymore. But I didn't expect people to come to the door directly. Can't even hide. But how should he answer? Answer truthfully? In the future, if the imperial court finds old debts, he will definitely die. Badly. If he doesn't answer, he will die now. He swallowed hard, and said it honestly. It didn't occur to him to lie before an eternal master, unless he didn't want to live. After a while, when this person finished speaking, his whole body collapsed. You mean, if you want to enter the interface of the imperial court where the imperial court is located, you must go to the fairy forest domain and pass through the teleportation array in the center of the immortal forest domain? Xuanhuan said thoughtfully. This has something to do with what Fairy Jinling's second daughter said. He couldn't help but look at the second daughter. Your Majesty, the place we know is already 100 million years ago, now. Fairy Jinling's expression changed, and she quickly explained. You don't need to explain, I can still tell the difference. You are not lying. He is not lying either. The only possibility is that the Emperor's court has changed the location to enter the main realm. But it doesn't matter. Let's go. The moment he turned around, the immortal god Venerable was instantly wiped out. Although Xuanhuan is not the eternal master, he surpasses the eternal master, and he can also kill enemies with spiritual thoughts. I really didn't expect the main interface of the imperial court to be so secretive. However, Your Majesty, I remember that the immortal forest domain is a huge cemetery, right? It is said that countless powerful people are buried in it. I don't know if it is true or not. Li Yu and Ba stood beside Xuanhuan and chattered. It's true, there are indeed countless strong men from the ancient times buried there. The whole domain is there, so there is a lot of death there, and generally few people go there. Fairy Jinling said. Xuanhuan then said. Let's go straight to Xianlin domain. All the way forward, unimpeded. At the same time, a shocking news spread throughout the outer universe. The Tianwu imperial clan wants to reunify the entire universe, including the outer universe. At the same time, an extremely strange phenomenon appeared on the ninth source plane. Some people saw a large world disappear in an instant. Not disappearing, but disappearing directly, as if being swallowed by something. At the same time, some people saw a pair of eyes as big as the big world appearing in the starry sky, which was very intrusive. As soon as these two pieces of news came out, there was an uproar in the outer universe. The Tianwu god clan is about to be born? What is that on the ninth source plane? Could it be related to the disappearance of the great world? It's over, the sky is about to change. All domains, worlds, and creatures in the universe are talking about it, and even some old monsters who can't hide from the world have begun to appear. While probing those eyes, they are also paying close attention to the movements of the Tianwu imperial clan. Xuanhuan and his party are not riding the golden dragon, but the somersault cloud summoned by Monkey King. Naturally, after hearing these two news, Xuanhuan fell into deep thought on the spot. He wasn't worried about the Tianwu Protoss, but became interested in those blood-red eyes. He always had a feeling that those eyes had something to do with the man behind him. I hope you won't be bumped into by me, otherwise I will kill you. After thinking about it, Xuanhuan ordered Sun Wukong to speed up. Although the source plane is very large, none of them are ordinary strong men. In 5 or 6 days, they have crossed hundreds of god domains and came to the outside of the fairy forest. But before entering the immortal forest territory, there was a breath of death coming out of it. Up to here, there are very few living beings coming and going. Even some big and small worlds are empty, not even ordinary creatures. There are huge or small skeletons floating everywhere in the cosmic starry sky, and the corpses of various creatures such as humans and beasts abound. It is shocking at first glance. Ahead, there is a dazzling light, like a light on the sea, guiding the lost creatures. The bright spot ahead is the Xianlin domain. Fairy Jinling said solemnly. It is said that in order to prevent outsiders from trespassing on the immortal forest territory, there is a strong man in the imperial court all year round. And this strong man is also the former god of creation. I don't know if it is true or not. Fairy Jinling, the second daughter, you said to yourself. When Xuanhuan heard it, his eyes suddenly flashed. God of creation? When did God of creation become so worthless? First Zhou Tianwu worked for the emperor's court, who was at this time. Just as he was thinking about that time, the somersaulting cloud swished and flew directly into the immortal forest domain. The immortal forest domain is very large, even much larger than the average god domain. Looking around, countless flying islands are suspended in it. When everyone looked carefully, they couldn't help but gasp. I saw, what kind of flying islands are those flying islands? They are clearly huge tombs, scattered in the starry sky, and sometimes there are screams of innocent souls. Let the entire Xianlin domain cast a layer of gloomy atmosphere. Everyone's aura was very strong, frightening those innocent souls to hide far away, just like avoiding natural enemies. It was very quiet all the way. Soon, everyone finally came to a huge statue. This statue is very tall as 1,000,000 feet. It is a stalwart god who sits cross-legged. However, when everyone saw the true face of the statue, they suddenly became weird. They all looked at Xuanhuan in unison. Xuanhuan's expression was the same, his brows were wrinkled. He doesn't think it strange that there are his gods in the Xuan world. After all, he created all these things by himself. What makes him feel very strange is why his idol has become the entrance and exit of the imperial court. When did his idol become so worthless? Inexplicably, Xuanhuan was a little angry. However, compared to the statue of the ancestor god, he is most concerned about another thing. Come out, people are not ghosts or ghosts, what are your intentions? At this time, Xuanhuan turned his head, and said jokingly to the empty place next to the statue of the ancestor god. When everyone heard this, they immediately became suspicious. Who is your majesty talking to? With their cultivation, they didn't feel anything, did they? Just when everyone was puzzled, a black figure suddenly appeared next to the statue of the ancestor god. This black shadow is like a cloud of smoke, a little ethereal, even he is actually just a cloud of fog. Everything has a cause and effect, ancestor god, you are still you, but I am not me anymore. An ancient, boundless voice came out of the black mist. There was no surprise in the voice, only a touch of sadness. Source space? Xuanhuan asked in disbelief. In fact, the black mist in front of him, the aura surrounding him, and the voice are all very similar to the original source space where he was in harmony with the body. However, according to the rules formulated by the source rules after the body fits the Tao, he, Yuanshi, and other creator gods who fit the body have all disappeared. Even if it doesn't dissipate, it doesn't have consciousness. Right? Unexpectedly, the ancestor god still remembers us. As soon as Xuanhuan's voice fell behind, Tianwu became excited. He thought Xuanhuan would forget him. But he didn't expect Xuanhuan to tell the truth. Ancestor god, more than 2,000 creator gods, do you still remember their voices and smiles? Black Mist's voice trembled a little. Nonsense, you were created by me, how can you not remember? Tell me quickly. Why are you conscious? Xuanhuan urgently needs to find out the situation. Ancestor god, in fact, you shouldn't come back. You don't know, this world is very big, and I'm afraid it's not just a world you created. The most important thing is that someone wants to harm you, whether it's you breaking the reincarnation, or us, the first-generation creator gods who fit the Tao possess spiritual intelligence, and are all restrained by a mysterious force. They are neither born nor dead, and this is our current form. At this time, the black mist suddenly changed to spiritual sound transmission. Make Li Yuanba and others unable to hear. Although curious, but did not act rashly. He could only watch Xuanhuan chatting with the shadow secretly. You mean, the original source rule, the original time, and even the sun, the moon, and the creator gods are all alive? Or are you living like you? Xuanhuan couldn't believe it. And what is that guy behind him trying to do? Isn't it just to create gong for all living beings? Does he have other plots? For a moment, Xuanhuan's thoughts raced, his brows furrowed deeper and deeper. No, only me and Yuanshi are still conscious, and it's because of him. Tianwu pointed to Tianyuan in Xuanhuan's arms and said, What, you mean my son? Xuanhuan was even more confused. This matter became more and more weird, it went around, and it actually came around Tianyuan. He is actually the reincarnation of Yuan Rule, and we were entrusted by Yuan Rule to train him. This is also Yuan Rule's last entrustment to me, and Yuanshi, before losing consciousness. Actually, we have been waiting here for a long time, just to wait for his arrival. Unexpectedly, he came much earlier than we expected. However, the source time is about to collapse now. Ancestor God, hurry up and enter the statue of the ancestor God. There are all the inheritance of me and Yuanshi. As long as he enters, everything will be automatically passed on to him. If Tianyuan absorbs the inheritance of time and space, will you disappear? Xuanhuan glanced at Tianwu, and opened his mouth to ask. This time he did not secretly transmit the voice. Don't worry, Ancestor God, since we are entrusted by the source rules, we will naturally not disappear, and will appear in another form. From then on, we will always be by his side. At this time, Tianyu seemed to have a feeling, woke up from the dream in a daze, and looked around looking for the feeling. His big eyes suddenly lit up. With one small hand, he was about to rush towards the black mist. Seeing this, Xuanhuan made a bold decision and immediately let go of Tianyu. He has spying skills, and he clearly knows that what the source space turned into black mist is telling is true. Only now did he understand why Tianyu was born as the god of Xuan. Source rules, the maker of the rules between heaven and earth, formulating rules with his body and way, is indeed of great merit. His reincarnation is not against the genius. It was precisely because what Yuan Space said just now was true that he boldly let Tianyu go. Seeing this, Heiwu squirmed for a while, and then turned into a young man in white, who looked a bit like Xuanhuan. He immediately hugged Tianyu. There was a bright smile on Unreal's face. Without hesitation, he hugged Tianyu and flew towards the light gate located on the chest of the ancestor statue. Your Majesty, where is he taking the little emperor? Li Yuanba became anxious immediately. He regarded himself as Tianyuan's future master. Naturally very nervous. The others also looked nervous. It's okay, he won't harm Tianyu. Let's go, let's keep up, maybe this is Tianyuan's opportunity. After Xuanhuan and his group entered the light gate on the chest of the statue of the ancestor, they found that the surroundings were like endless emptiness, and when they looked around, they were all pale. But there are countless colored electric lights passing by, forming an endless passage. Hey, Space Avenue? No, there is also the Avenue of Time in it, which is very strange. How can time and space be so compatible? Sun Wukong scratched his head and muttered to himself in doubt. The rest of the people are not mediocre and can naturally feel the aura of the two avenues. What's so strange, the place of inheritance transformed by time and space can naturally blend together, and the two ways are still brothers, okay? When everyone heard it, they were stunned. Could it be that Xuanhuan is really the ancestor god who created all this? While everyone was puzzled, they saw that Tianyu was already sitting cross-legged in the thousands of lights. The young man transformed from the black mist was standing beside Tianyu with his hands on his back, staring closely at Tianyu, who was meditating with his eyes closed. Your Majesty, what is the little emperor doing? Li Yuanba asked suspiciously. He is accepting the inheritance of Space Avenue. Ancestor God, I never thought that the inheritor of the original rule would have merit, and it is also the merit of the rule. TSK, he is indeed the descendant of the ancestor God, and he is indeed the reincarnation of the rule. Boss. As soon as Xuanhuan's words fell, the phantom of the youth transformed into the source space over there suddenly became excited. When Xuanhuan heard it, he was taken aback for a moment, but his expression immediately became weird. Does everything have a definite number? Why is Tianyu attracted by the mysterious force, and then he comes to his side, and then he covers the mark of fire, and obtains the merits of the rules, and Tianyu is also taken care of by the merits, because of his presence. Is it really just a coincidence? Just when his thoughts were racing, over there, Tianyuan's young body suddenly burst into bright light, and then a terrifying suction force protruded from his body, sweeping away in all directions. Terrifying suction swept all directions, and immediately caused the entire ancestor statue to vibrate. At the same time, the imperial court realm located in the depths of this space passage is an independent universe, which is as large as the previous primordial origin. It is extremely empty, with few stars, but the energy of origin is extremely vigorous. With the generation of the suction force of Tianyuan's body, the space also vibrated, and at the same time, countless Xuanhuan qi suddenly became restless, and then they scrambled towards the passage. It was so strange that it was immediately noticed by the powerful emperor. A series of powerful imperial court experts quickly appeared and gathered at the entrance of the passage in a blink of an eye. What's the matter? Why is there a strong suction force in the passage? Is there a strong person sneaking in? A strong man in the imperial court frowned and asked. At this time, the suction inside has become more and more intense, and there is a tendency to suck away all the qi of origin in the imperial court realm. God Ancestor, the Emperor's court has discovered Tianyuan's movement. It's up to you to act, don't let them break in. At this time, the opening of the source space said. Okay, I will leave my son to you, and I will take care of the rest. Xuanhuan smiled slightly. Then he took the people and flew towards the end of the passage. The other side. Someone is absorbing the space avenue in the channel, go in and capture this person. At this moment, a majestic voice suddenly resounded throughout the imperial court. As soon as the strong men heard it, they rushed into the passage, but at this moment. No need, I'm coming in. As soon as the words fell, the figure at the entrance of the passage flashed. And Xuanhuan rushed out with everyone. After standing still, Xuanhuan glanced at the powerhouses of the imperial court standing in the air in the distance and smiled slightly. Today you can flex your muscles and kill as much as you want. Xuanhuan's order made everyone excited immediately. Everyone who has been holding back for a long time without activities has long been bored. Can they not be excited to have a fight today? Seeing this, Fairy Jinling's two daughters all showed doubts on their faces. Are you that excited about fighting? Isn't peace good? Your Majesty, there is an aura that surpasses the Eternal Master. At this time, Sun Wukong said. Zhao Yun, come here. Since there are strong men who surpass the Eternal Ruler, then I will get some of them out. The system awakened Supreme Zhao Yun. Now only the Supreme Awakening can promote all the powerhouses on the scene. They have gone through extreme good fortune and divine power empowerment, and only the last Supreme Awakening is left. Afterwards, Zhao Yun was sucked in by the system. Who are you to trespass on the Emperor's court realm and seek death? At this time a majestic voice came from the depths of the imperial court. The voice contained boundless anger. Recently, the prestige of the imperial court has been most severely challenged, with successive emperors, saints, and even gods falling. Now there are still people who dare to enter the emperor's court realm. If they really don't take the emperor's court seriously, how can they not be angry? Ding. Supreme Zhao Yun's awakening is over, may the host choose to release? At this time, following the sound of that voice, the system prompt ensue. Xuanhuan's mind sounded. Release, and call up his attribute list. Zhao Yun, from Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Race, Primordial God. Inheritance, Fighting Avenue. Lucky Level, the 11th Realm of Eternal Ruler. Cultivation Technique, Battle Dragon Profound Kung Fu. Magic Weapon, Hongmeng Silver Dragon Spear. Special Attribute, God of Spears, when fighting with people with guns, you can Easily crush the battlefield. Play a dominant role. The combat power will be doubled. Ultimate creation, Taitsong Silver Dragon. Loyalty, 100/100. Eternal ruler of the 11 realms. It's not bad, although it hasn't broken through the eternal domination realm. But it's already very good. Immediately, Xiaoyan flew out from between Su Haoyan's eyebrows. This move immediately attracted the attention of all the strong men in front of the imperial court. Are you the Emperor of Heaven? At this moment, an aura beyond the eternal domination realm swept from the depths of the imperial court realm. The visitor was wearing a dazzling golden armor, a supreme crown on his head, and a resolute face. What is surprising is that he has 5 pupils. He stared at Su Haoyan and asked with a smile. You are the Emperor of Heaven? The Lord of the Imperial Court. Su Haoyan didn't answer, but asked instead. It's not surprising to be able to recognize him in one fell swoop, because the difference between Zhao Yun's front and back has already explained everything. What? God? The powerhouses behind this person were suddenly in an uproar. The current predicament of their emperor's court was caused by the heavenly emperor alone, and they lost hundreds of emperors, saints, and even more than 20 gods one after another. The loss is huge. The majesty of the imperial court was also completely swept away. But because of the lord of the emperor's court coveting the Emperor of Heaven, they dare not show their anger. Give me an explanation. Why do you want to move my primordial spirit? Why do you want to intercept and kill me? If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I will destroy your imperial court. Su Haoyan said indifferently. He could clearly feel the greed in the eyes of the lord of the imperial court. At this time, there is still an infinite source of energy rushing into the passage. Although the lord of the imperial court didn't know what was playing tricks in the tunnel, the matter must have something to do with the heavenly emperor. As long as the heavenly emperor was subdued, everything would be resolved. Emperor of Heaven, surrender to me and serve me. I will make you a person under 1 person and above 10,000 people. The lord of the imperial court opened his mouth, and the expressions of the powerful members of the imperial court behind him were suddenly moved, a little unbelievable. When Su Haoyan heard it, his eyes lit up and he pretended to be pleasantly surprised. Really? Naturally it is true. The lord of the imperial court said with a smile. That's really great. Come on, kill him and I will be the master of the imperial court. Su Haoyan said excitedly. After his words fell, Zhao Yun, Sun Wukong, Li Yuanba, the 2 daughters of Jinling Fairy and 5 went straight to the lord of the imperial court. Yang Jian and other strong men rushed to the other strong men in the imperial court. The lord of the imperial court was furious immediately. He was actually played by Su Haoyan as the majestic lord of the imperial court. Immediately fought with 5 people together. The war broke out in an instant. Su Haoyan didn't rush forward, he wanted to guard in front of the passage. After all, it was his son who was receiving the inheritance behind him, so there was no room for loss. Boom! At this moment, Li Yuanba over there was directly blown away by a powerful force. In the blink of an eye, it flew into the depths of the imperial court and disappeared. It was also seen that the other 4 people's siege of the lord of the imperial court not only failed to achieve results, but was dangerous. Seeing this, Su Haoyan frowned. Guan Yu, come here. He now needs a strong man who surpasses the eternal master to come to the scene. Your Majesty, the minister is here. Guan Yu came to Xuanhuan after blasting and killing one of the emperors. Gods. System, awaken Guan Yu Supreme. Like Zhao Yun, now only the Supreme Awakening can allow Guan Yu to improve his cultivation. In turn, Guan Yu was sucked in by the system. Although the Lord of the Imperial Court, who was fighting with the four of them, was fighting, his eyes never left Xuanhuan. At this time, seeing that Xuanhuan was promoting his subordinates again, his eyes suddenly became hot. It's a god-defying supernatural power. If I got him, why would Ting nest in such a place where no shit, the Tianwu Protoss are nothing? No, we must get him. The greed among the masters of the Imperial Court is getting stronger and stronger. Ding. Supreme Guan Yu has successfully awakened, may the host choose to release it? At this moment, in Xuanhuan's mind, a system prompt sounded. Release, bring up the property list. Guan Yu, from Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Identity, Hongmeng Dragon God. The said Avenue, Wuxing Avenue. Ultimate Creation, Longxiang Ditian. Cultivation Technique, Heaven and Earth, Profound Kung Fu. Lucky Level, Eternal Ruler Realm Dzogchen. Supernatural Powers, Qinglong Yao Tian. Wuxing Shenwei. Special Attribute 1, Martial Saint is angry, once he goes berserk, he will activate the unparalleled combat power, and his strength will be doubled. Special Attribute 2, Qinglong Xuantian, at this time, Guan Yu has already surpassed the scope of a great emperor. Once he shows his power, it only takes one thought to destroy a god's domain. Immortal Title, Wu Xingzuan. Loyalty, 100/100. The Eternal Ruler Realm is perfect? Seeing Guan Yu's attribute list, Xuanhuan frowned. Still not out of the Eternal Domination realm. It seems that I need to send a strong man with excellent qualifications. At this time, Guan Yu flew out from between his eyebrows. Go ahead and kill that guy. Although a little disappointed, Xuanhuan didn't show it. Seeing this, Guan Yu immediately inspired Longxiang Ditian, and directly killed the lord of the Imperial Court. Xuanhuan stood where he was, and began to search his guts, trying to teleport a certain strong man over, when suddenly his eyes lit up. A figure became clear from blur in his mind. System, send Daoist Tai here. As the disciple of Yuan Tianzuan, Su Lingtian's master, his aptitude is naturally extraordinary. While talking, Daoist Tai appeared beside Xuanhuan. Your Majesty, you brought the old minister here? Sensing the strong wind raging around, Master Tai asked with a changed face. Well, Tai, I need you, and now I want to make you stronger. As soon as the voice fell, Xuanhuan secretly instructed the system. Let Daoist Tai awaken beyond the limit, inherit the Tao of Feijian, and then quench the body with the primordial qi, go through the tribulation in Hongmeng, limit the good fortune, empower the divine power, and finally awaken the Supreme. This can be said to have skyrocketed all the way, directly to the top. Immediately, the system sucked Daoist Tai into it. Lord of the Imperial Court, I don't believe I can't kill you. At this moment, in the depths of the Imperial Court, there was an earth shaking loud noise, which was also mixed with Li Yuanba's crazily shouting. Haha, Lord of the Imperial Court, I can't beat you, so I destroy your palace and kill your subjects, and I want you to be a polished commander. I'm so mad at you. Hearing this, Xuanhuan was overjoyed. This kid is really a destroyer. The face of the Lord of the Imperial Court, who was in the middle of the battle, suddenly changed drastically, and he wanted to turn around, but was entangled tightly by the other four people, unable to escape. He was so angry that he yelled. Ding. Tai Daoist Supreme awakened successfully. May I ask if the host chooses to release? At this time, the system prompt sounded, making Xuanhuan look forward to it. Immediately. Release, call up his attribute list. Tai real person, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, Xuan God. Dao inheritance, flying sword Dao. Ultimate creation, fortune creation. Lucky level, transcendent Xuanhuan, 3 changes. Kung Fu, Sanyuan Shengong. Supernatural powers, move mountains and fill seas, 3 heads and 8 arms. Golden Lotus clone. Ancient Kunlun Taoism. Treasures, 9 dragons, divine fire cover, Tai Yinyang sword, silver whisk. Special attribute, gather luck for the Lord, staying next to the Lord will continue to gather luck, and gather luck for the Lord. Loyalty, 100/100. Beyond God. Sure enough, Tai did not disappoint me. Lord of the Imperial Court, aren't you greedy for my supernatural powers, so I will let you have a taste of it. Immediately, Daoist Tai walked out from between Xuanhuan's eyebrows. In an instant, a coercion that surpassed the realm of eternal domination suddenly spread, and it spread to every corner of the imperial court in an instant. The expression of the lord of the imperial court, who was about to throw fairy Jinling away, suddenly changed. What is the origin of this guy? I thought it would be great for him to be able to cultivate the eternal master, but now even the god of transcendence has appeared. How can this be played? Although he is also a source of detachment from the gods, he is nothing compared to the aura of Daoist Tai. No, I have to go, keep the green hills, and don't worry about running out of firewood. Thinking of this, he was about to turn around and leave. However, at this moment, where are you going? An indifferent voice sounded in his ear. Let him be taken aback. Turning his head, he saw an old Taoist priest with a sword in his hand, looking at him with a smile. Old man, who are you? Why bother fighting me for a brat? The old Taoist is under the throne of the Emperor of Heaven, so is the Real Tai. Although Master Tai spoke slowly, his voice was extremely loud and shocking. Boy, it is really reckless to fight against my majesty. Therefore, you can stay. Master Tai raised his eyebrows as he spoke. The Tai Excalibur behind him suddenly disappeared, and when it appeared, it was already a short distance above the Lord of the Imperial Court. What? The Lord of the Emperor's Court did not expect that the real Tai shot so fast. Before he could react, he was split in half by the sword that fell from above. Even the primordial spirit and the baby fairy couldn't escape, and disappeared instantly. The lord of a generation of emperors fell in this way. Do you still want to resist? Your master is dead, so if you are sensible, surrender quickly? Master Tai's voice sounded. In an instant, the entire battlefield fell silent. Everyone was shocked and stared at the real Tai standing in the clouds in a daze. When did this old man come? Why is he so strong? Xiangyu scratched his head and muttered to himself. Idiot, it must be His Majesty's masterpiece. Guanyu had a complex look on his face. Seeing the fall of the Lord of the Imperial Court, all the powerhouses of the Imperial Court, instead of showing anger, showed a look of relief and joy on their faces. Emperor of Heaven, we are willing to lay down our weapons, please raise your hand high. A strong eternal ruler clasped his fists and said. Seeing this, the rest of the powerhouses clasped their fists together. Express surrender. Seeing this, He Yunlong smiled slightly. You can leave on your own, or you can join my heavenly court, but no matter what you choose, I don't care. When everyone heard this, hesitation appeared on their faces. To be honest, they were forced to work for the imperial court. They had already feared the emperor in their hearts, and they really didn't want to be courtiers anymore. So they all had the idea of retreating. Forget it, Guan Yu, send them out. In the future, they will have nothing to do with the emperor's court, and they will have nothing to do with me, life or death. Seeing this, the dozens of people breathed a sigh of relief. Then he was sent out by Guan Yu. Ding. Complete the epic mission, destroy the emperor's court. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to awaken the supreme being, a chance to be empowered with divine power, a chance to achieve extreme good fortune, a chance to reawaken the primordial being, and a chance to quench the body with primordial chi. Opportunities: 10 chances for primordial awakening, 10 chances for primordial transcendence, 10 chances for primordial recruitment, 10 chances for transcendent awakening, 10 chances for a strong man to peak. Ding. Trigger the main quest, merging the source planes, to create a new heaven. Mission details: the host has already destroyed the imperial court and has 4 source planes alone. If the host can fuse the 4 source planes to build a new heaven, the system specially rewards the host for a chance to awaken the Supreme One, a chance to be empowered with divine power, a chance to create the ultimate good fortune, 10 chances to temper the body with primordial energy, 10 chances to reawaken the primordial spirit, and 10 chances to cross the catastrophe of the primordial realm, 10 chances of overlimit awakening, 10 chances of diehard awakening, 10 chances of the peak of the strong, 10 chances of a copy of the strong, and trigger the supreme level task. System prompts sounded in Xuanhuan's mind one after another. A bright smile appeared on Xuanhuan's face. It seems that the fusion of the source plane can also trigger the supreme task. Really looking forward to it, Xuanhuan thought to himself. And the Jinling fairy and sisters saw that the imperial court that ruled the outer universe had finally been destroyed. While feeling happy in my heart, I also feel extremely emotional in my heart. This heavenly emperor, who is suspected to be the strongest of the Tianwu God clan, gave them too much surprise and shock along the way. Especially when they knew that Xuanhuan was the ancestor of the gods, they were even more shocked and at the same time strengthened their determination to seek refuge in Xuanhuan. Boom! At this moment, there was a loud noise in the passage. At the same time, in the perception of Xuanhuan and everyone else, Tianyuan's breath became stronger and stronger. Soon, Xuanhuan flew into the passage, and saw that in front of Tianyuan, Yuan's base was clasping his palm on Xiao Tianyuan's head. And he himself became more and more vague. At this moment, Tianyuan suddenly opened his eyes. 2 bright beams of light shot out from his eyes. One side of this beam of light is silvery white, and the other side is golden. A ferocious look of pain appeared on the cute little face. Your Majesty, what happened to Tianyuan? Fairy Jinling asked, with a worried look on her face. After all, she is a woman, although her strength is extremely strong, but seeing Tianyuan's painful appearance, she suddenly became pregnant. He is awakening his divine power, Xuanhuan said solemnly. Boom! At this moment, Xiao Tianyuan's aura surged again. Immediately, all the powerful people on the scene were in an uproar. My God, this little guy is too perverted. Yingjing was surprised. TSK, Your Majesty, the father is an evildoer, and the son is also an evildoer. What a tiger father without dog son. I don't know which fellow Taoist has such an opportunity to be the master of this little guy. When everyone was discussing the source space that was about to dissipate, suddenly turned around and said to Xuanhuan, Ancestor God, our three brothers will follow you in another form in the future, and will always be with you. After the source space finished speaking, the entire phantom immediately turned into a stream of light and was completely absorbed by Tianwu. Boom, boom, boom. After Tianyuan's body was transformed into light from the source space and entered the body, the aura of the whole small body suddenly surged again. The gold and silver rays of light shot out of the eyes suddenly exploded. However, the ferocious expression on the little face has disappeared, replaced by an extremely comfortable expression. The swarming Xuan Qi did not escape into Tianyuan's body, but turned into several rays of light, surrounding his body, nourishing his tender skin. Hongmeng Rongdao. Li Yuanba opened his mouth wide and stared at Xiao Tianyuan's shocked face. How big is Xiao Tianyuan? I'm afraid it's about 5 years old. 5-year-old Hongmeng Rongdao realm? My God, how is this possible? Feeling the coercion released from Tianyuan, everyone gasped. Xuanhuan was also suppressed by Xiao Tianyuan. This kid is even more against the sky than himself. How far will such a small primordial harmony Dao realm grow in the future? Xuanhuan thought with emotion. Soon, Xiao Tianyuan opened his eyes. He first looked around in a daze, and then did something that made everyone dumbfounded, with black lines on their foreheads. Wow! Father, I want father, I'm afraid. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Xuanhuan slapped his forehead and was speechless. This is so. It seems that this Hongmeng Rongdao realm powerhouse is quite timid. Seeing the crying and pitiful little Tianyuan, Xuanhuan quickly flew over and hugged him into his arms, giggling. As soon as he got into Xuanhuan's arms, Xiao Tianyuan burst into laughter. Immediately. When everyone saw this, the corners of their mouths twitched violently. No matter how powerful he is still a child after all. Everyone laughed, and the shocked scene of the 5-year-old Hongmeng Rongdao realm powerhouse suddenly eased. Okay, the next thing to do is to merge the source planes. First merge the primordial origin with the 9th source plane, and then merge with the other source planes. Xuanhuan hugged Xiao Tianyuan, walked in the starry sky with everyone, and said calmly. Everyone followed behind with excitement on their faces. Fusion source plane. What an epic-making creation, how spectacular it is. The second daughter of Jinling Fairy, after leaving the imperial court realm. It was convenient for Xuanhuan to temporarily separate, and they wanted to return to their source planes to wait for the fusion to begin. Soon, Xuanhuan led everyone back to the main star of the 9th source plane. Tuobahong took the direct lineage of the Xuan god clan to welcome Xuanhuan's return outside the starry sky. After glancing at the direct descendants of the Xuan god clan, Xuanhuan said, Your ancestors practiced wanton creation Ju privately and were restrained. That is the punishment your ancestors deserved. However, I think you are their descendants, and you have also endured countless years of suffering in the sealed space. It is officially announced today that you will regain your freedom. But it is impossible to regain control of the outer universe. Afterwards, I will merge the source planes and establish a new order, so you can be my people. Although Xuanhuan's voice was calm, it was still incomparably loud, spreading across the 7th source plane in an instant. When all the descendants of the Xuanhuan god clan heard this, they were shocked. At first, and then turned cold. It turned out that the Emperor of Heaven knew everything. I thought that my own people would be wrathed by the Emperor of Heaven. But they didn't expect Xuanhuan to accept them. While they were relieved, they felt even more grateful to Xuanhuan. Afterwards, with the support of everyone, Xuanhuan returned to the main star of the ninth source plane. It is worth mentioning that the main star of the ninth source plane is not far from homing spatial obstacle avoidance. This will facilitate his next actions. Inner universe, one side of heaven and earth. Nalanqing was standing in the pavilion with her hands upside down, looking into the distance. And standing next to him was a middle-aged man in golden armor. This person is none other than Nalanq. Sovereign, it's not in your character that you care so much about the Emperor of Heaven? Nalanq couldn't help asking. Although he was wearing golden armor, it still couldn't hide his strong body. However, at this time, his resolute face was full of puzzlement. Nalanqing didn't look at him, but said softly, "It's very worth it, because without him, there would be no me. In a sense, I was raised by him. And he is the strongest existence, not subject to time, space, cause and effect, reincarnation, and not to be restrained by luck. It is the strange number of this world, and it is also the savior of this world." Sovereign, are you joking? How old is the Heavenly Emperor? How could it be possible for you to raise him? Nalanq frowned. How long have you been following me? Have you ever seen me tell a joke? Nalanqing glanced at him, his eyes were a little cold. Remember, Emperor of Heaven, you must do your best. I still have other things to hinder me, otherwise I would have stayed by his side long ago. It is still up to you, and one day I will return to him. Emperor of Heaven is the you. Xuanhuan, talking about it? Remember this period of time. If that guy has any changes, he must notify me. By the way, what has Immortal Yang Maid been doing recently? Nalanqing changed the subject after admonishing her. Nalanq's body shook. He never thought that Nalanqing would value the Emperor of Heaven so much, and even regarded himself as a guard. He took a deep breath. Recently, Immortal Yang Mate seems to have set his sights on the first source plane. He has killed several eternal masters with his magic whip. The first source master is so angry that he plans to go out and solve the matter himself. In addition, that strange number is also acting recently. It seems that from various signs, Tianwu's missing body seems to be in his hands. Could it be that he is targeting the Emperor of Heaven to revive Tianwu? Narange looked puzzled. Delusion to revive Tianwu? This is in line with his usual style. But I'm afraid it's not that simple to revive Tianwu. Your task is to keep an eye on his movements. I will take action at critical moments. The outer universe, the edge of the ninth source plane, a place of endless nothingness. Xuanhuan sat cross-legged in the endless void, looking at the opposite void, with a bright smile on his face. Immediately, he closed his eyes and began to extend his divine thoughts. At the same time, his right hand flipped. A mass of purple air the size of an egg yolk emerged out of thin air. The power of divine sense penetrated into the purple air without reservation. At the same time, in Hongming Tianting, Xuanhuan, who was playing in the imperial garden, looked up inadvertently. Suddenly, the beautiful little face froze. Little sister, why do you? Su Jing'er wanted to go up to pull Xuanhuan, but suddenly found a huge face in the sky. This face is very familiar to the second daughter. Wow, it's Royal Father is back. The second daughter's shouts immediately startled Linghu Xuanhuan, Xuanhuan, and other concubines in the gazebo. After a while, the entire Hongmeng heavenly court was alarmed. Even this primordial creature saw this face. Wearing the 9-dragon supreme robe, Su Lingtian walked out of the palace with the support of all the courtiers, and looked excitedly at the face in the sky that they admired. Emotionally. Father, what is this for? Su Lingtian is now the new emperor of Hongmeng Heavenly Court. Although he is not as domineering as Su Haoyan, after Su Haoyan preached last time, he has transformed himself. With the help of Tai Bai Jinxing, Lu Boan and other veterans, he managed Hongmeng Heavenly Court in an orderly manner. It also has a good reputation among the public. It's a pity that no one can answer his question, because everyone is now waiting. Endless nothingness. Su Haoyan closed his eyes, slightly raised the corners of his mouth, and said, I, the Emperor of Heaven, is in charge of the primordial realm, the Grand Mist, Chaos, the land of the ancient sages, and the universe of the heavens. Today I want to integrate the entire primordial realm with the outer heaven. I want to make all living beings stronger and build a bigger plane for you. As soon as Su Haoyan's voice fell, the whole Hongmeng fell silent. But immediately there was a shocking exclamation and cheers. All primordial beings widened their eyes and opened their mouths wide at this moment, revealing expressions of disbelief. Su Haoyan's voice resounded through Hongmeng, Chaos, Tianwu universe, and the entire ninth source plane. In an instant, the entire primordial realm vibrated, and the ninth source plane vibrated. Countless creatures were in an uproar. My God, if the Heavenly Emperor wants to expand the primordial mist, doesn't that mean that we will have a wider world? Great, a new era is coming, and our Hongmeng is about to go beyond the sky. The Hongmeng Heavenly Court was boiling, and the powerhouses in the Hongmeng Heavenly Court were extremely surprised. Your Majesty's cultivation has improved again? Otherwise, I wouldn't boast about it. Immediately, Su Haoyan closed his eyes, and began to extend his divine sense, like a big net, to cover the entire primordial world. Now he is already in the fourth realm of creation of 10,000 lives, and his cultivation has already surpassed the eternal domination realm. It is very easy for him to merge the source plane. So it took him less than a day to cover the entire primordial mist. In fact, the reason why it is so easy, apart from his own cultivation, is also related to the fact that he has already refined the entire primordial spirit. At this moment, when Su Haoyan's divine sense covered the entire Hongmeng, his whole body suddenly erupted with incomparably majestic power, together with his divine sense, enveloped the entire primordial mist and then pulled it towards the ninth source plane to avoid obstacles. Boom! When Hongmeng space obstacle avoidance touched the space obstacle avoidance of the ninth source plane, Hongmeng vibrated, and the ninth source plane also vibrated. At this moment, no matter whether it is the primordial creature or the ninth source plane, they are waiting nervously. With the collision of the two source planes, as Su Haoyan continued to integrate his divine power and divine sense, gradually, the primordial realm began to expand outward, and the endless nothingness in front of Su Haoyan began to shrink, and not only one primordial realm, the four great origins, including the old sacred land, are also expanding. Grand Mist is expanding, but the ninth source plane is decreasing, and at the same time a brand new source plane is being born. The miraculous change was immediately discovered by countless creatures, and, for a while, the entire primordial world, as well as chaos, and the ancient Holy Land suddenly cheered. Listen, all beings, don't worry about thousands of changes during the fusion of the Hongmenjian Plain and the Tianwu Plain. Xuanhuan's majestic voice sounded in the minds of all beings. Immediately, let all beings calm down. The vibration did not stop, and the fusion continued. To Xuanhuan's surprise, when he was merging the source plane, the bright red electronic clock in his mind stopped. It was as if time had stopped. This discovery made Xuanhuan's eyes light up. He couldn't help guessing that merging the source plane would stop time, but why? Is there any mystery in this? He was puzzled, but Xuanhuan did not give up pursuing this discovery, because he suddenly had a bold guess. However, further experiments are required to confirm this conjecture. Tubahong, send a message to the two daughters of Jinling, asking them to merge the 7th and 8th source planes at the same time. Then move closer to the 9th source plane. Xuanhuan intends to combine all the source planes with a two-pronged approach as soon as possible, and then truly refine them and put them into his body, so that they can truly become one with him. His bold guess is that any person or thing that is closely related to him, or even the source plane, the closer he is to him, the slower his perishing speed will be. If he unifies the other two universes and builds a highly unified world, then this kind of will the crisis go away? Even if he doesn't disappear, he will take 10,000 steps back, to some extent. He will still buy the most time for himself. Soon, with the traction of Xuanhuan's divine power, Hongmeng gradually merged into the 9th source plane. As Hongmeng gradually merged, Xuanhuan's figure also gradually receded. The gods, and stars encountered along the way also merged together. At the same time, the two daughters of Jinling also controlled their respective source planes, and while moving closer to the 9th source plane, they both eliminated their space obstacles and merged with the 9th source plane. Soon, primordial origin and the 9th source plane were completely merged, without distinction. At this time, in Hongmeng Heavenly Court, Bai Suzhen was holding the 7-year-old Xiao Tianyuan with a smile on her face was full of doting. Wearing a dragon robe, Su Ling Tian strode into the palace, and after greeting everyone, he embraced Xiao Tianyuan enthusiastically, with the same doting look on his face. Surrounding him were Su Tianfeng, Su Rui, Su Jing'er, Su Miao, and other children who were born later, chattering non-stop. Su Tianyuan is the youngest child of Xuanhuan, so he is the proud son of heaven who is loved by thousands of people. The family is happy and harmonious, but Xuanhuan has not stopped the great cause of the fusion of his source planes, and is still working hard for the birth of the new world. Time continued to pass. 10 years. Century. Hongmeng Tianting, colorful stars on the road. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Su Tianfeng, Su Rui, Su Jing'er, Su Miaoer, and Xuanhuan's other 4 children. Now that they have grown up, Su Tianfeng is even bigger and stronger, and his gestures are very domineering. He won the essence of the gods and generals of the Hongmeng Heavenly Court. The girls were even more graceful, chattering and walking together like fairies. They are accompanied by younger siblings, all of whom are also in their teens. The boy is rich and handsome, and the jade tree is facing the wind, while the girl is petite and exquisite, and is extremely beautiful. At this time, they traveled together in Hongmeng, led by the second brother Su Tianfeng. At this moment, a bloody figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Fei took a closer look, and it was the Xianming resentful child who had disappeared for more than 20 years. The current Xianming wrathful embryo is not what it used to be, and has become extremely powerful, but compared to the proud women of the Hongming heavenly court, it is more than a star and a half behind. Second brother, look, what is that? It looks so ugly? Su Jing'er covered her small mouth and said in surprise. Hey, is it Xuanming's resentment? Isn't this guy the guy who gave father a headache all those years ago? Haha, it's fun, I didn't expect to meet him as soon as I came out. Hee, I must regret that my younger brother didn't come out, Xianming resents the child, it must be fun. 7 or 8 children were chasing and laughing. They didn't pay attention, but behind them, 2 figures followed quietly. It was Patriarch Bodhi and Yun Zhongzi. 8 little guys, how naughty. Patriarch Bodhi shook his head and smiled. However, his eyes are full of doting, so there is no blame. Worthy of being the sons of the Emperor of Heaven, all of them are extremely talented. They have all broken through to the primordial Dao realm at such a young age. It's incredible. However, when it comes to innate talents, the little Emperor Tianyuan is still counting. How old is he? He has already reached the realm of transcending tribulations. It is hard to say when he will break through and become the youngest ancestor of the primordial origin in history. Yun Zhongzi sighed. While the 2 strong men were chatting in secret, Su Haoyan's children chased Xuanming's resentment like crazy. He is a frightening existence in the mysterious world, all creatures will run away after seeing him, but this group of children actually chased him to play? Especially Su Tianfeng, who couldn't help but remind him of a person who frightened him so much. You will regret it, I will definitely eat you later. Xianming resentful fetus roared frantically. But as soon as his words fell, Su Tianfeng unleashed a stance of Futian palm, blasting Xuanming's resentful fetus until he vomited blood. Little brat, I want to eat you. I want to eat my second brother, are you tired of life, little guy? At this moment, a child carved in powder and jade suddenly flashed in the starry sky ahead. It was Su Haoyan's youngest son, Su Tianyuan. At a young age, he already has the cultivation base of the primordial tribulation, known as Hongming's number 1 evildoer. He was wearing a red apron, his hair was braided into the sky, his little face was flushed, his eyes were blinking, and he stretched out his little finger to point at Xuanming's resentment and said in a crisp voice, Stop. As soon as his words fell, the Xianming resentful fetus, which was speeding, suddenly stopped, its eyes suddenly enlarged, and the cold sweat fell down. Suddenly, and it was extremely frightened in its heart. What's wrong? Why can't you move? Xianming resentful fetus fell into an unprecedented panic, it exclaimed, Who are you? At this time, Su Tianfeng's 8 children flew over, and they were pleasantly surprised when they saw the little doll. Wow, brother, why are you here? Su Rui exclaimed. Hee, aren't you a good black boy? I heard that you once gave my father a headache? But, you don't have any superpowers, do you? Su Tianyuan bit his little finger and said doubtfully. Immediately, he made a move with his right hand, and Xuanming's resentful fetus was involuntarily taken into his hand. Ah, you kid is too naughty, hurry up and let go of your little grandpa. Otherwise. Snapped. What are you talking about? Your mouth is too stinky, why don't you ask for a beating? Tianyuan slapped Xianming Yuan before he finished speaking, and Xianming Yuan Tai immediately became quiet on his face. Su Tianyuan bit his little finger and glanced at the Xianming resentful child. in his hand, and suddenly his big eyes lit up. Seeing this, Xianming suddenly trembled. Seeing this, Su Tianfeng and Su Haoyan's children all slapped their heads. It's over, I'm afraid this Xianming grudge will be in trouble. Patriarch Bodhi and Yun Zhongzi forgot to look at each other and showed a look of crying and laughing. In the past 100 years, Su Tianyuan has earned a famous name in the entire Hongmeng and even the entire New Source Plane. In addition to his perverted cultivation, there is also his ability to tease people, which can be called a masterpiece, even if it is better than Taoist. Tai, Su Lingtian, the current emperor of Hongmeng, is confused by him. Riding on Su Lingtian's neck and playing all day can be said to be extremely playful. However, what puzzled all the creatures and Su Haoyan was that Su Tianyuan still maintained the height and face of a child, and there was no sign of growing up in 100 years. While Bai Suzhen and Su Haoyan were secretly anxious, they were all looking forward to how far Su Tianyuan could grow. Xianming grudge, let him get it, one can imagine its fate will be extremely miserable. At this time, Su Tianyuan was pinching Xuanming's resentment, and a whim occurred in his little head, and he wanted to play with Xuanming's resentment. But at this moment, a super strong suction force suddenly came out of his body, acting on Xianming Yuantai's body, and immediately, Xianming Yuantai's infinite mana was absorbed by Su Tianyuan. What? No, you. Feeling the passing of mana in his body, Xianming Yuantai's eyes were about to burst, and he opened his mouth to make a sound, but immediately it fell into endless chaos. Seeing this, Patriarch Bodhi and Yun Zhongzi immediately appeared, trying to stop Su Tianyuan's actions. However, at this moment, Su Haoyan's majestic voice sounded. Don't worry about it, this is Tianyuan's opportunity. As soon as Su Haoyan's words fell, Su Tianyuan and Xuanming's resentment suddenly disappeared. Then Su Haoyan's voice sounded again. Let's all go play, your younger brother will be in seclusion for a while. Don't worry. Also, I will be preaching to all living beings. Do you know when you go back to heaven on time? When the children heard this, they immediately became excited. They were happy that Tianyuan had this opportunity, and they were also proud to hear their father preach in person. In the endless void, Su Haoyan sat cross-legged in the void, and Su Tianyuan appeared beside him out of thin air. Father, why can I absorb his mana? Although Su Tianyuan said so, there was not even a shred of fear on his small face, instead there was an expression of eagerness to try. Su Haoyan had a headache, this child had a huge heart and even more courage than the sky. It seems that Yuan rule and the three of them are dissatisfied with your appearance at this time, and they are joining hands to give you even more heaven-defying magical powers. Now, you sit cross-legged, think hard, and try your best to receive all the information from Xuanming's resentment. Xuanming's resentful fetus has now matured into a mature body, with the blood of thousands of races as one body, which means that he now possesses thousands of talents and supernatural powers. If it is passed on to Tianyuan, it will be a great opportunity. Not caring about Tianyuan's inheritance, Su Haoyan sent a voice transmission to Bai Suzhen to let her not worry. Then continued to merge the source plane. Time turned. 500 years passed in a flash. On this day, Su Tianyuan, who was sitting cross-legged next to Su Haoyan, accepting the inheritance, suddenly burst out with a domineering force. Su Haoyan was so startled that he opened his eyes. Turn around and look. At this time, Su Tianyuan was surrounded by countless sources of energy, and thousands of rays of light erupted from his body. This is Could it be that he has really fused 1,000 bloodlines into one body? Xuanhuan couldn't believe it. After another 100 years like this, the Xuan qi that enveloped Su Tianwu finally disappeared. Su Tianyuan's real body was revealed. Xuanhuan's eyes suddenly lit up. At this time, Su Tianyuan has completely changed. Tall figure, handsome face, charming appearance. Tisk, I'm afraid this son of mine will cause chaos in the interface in the future. At least those little girls won't be able to escape. Xuanhuan shook his head and sighed. Soon, Su Tianyuan opened his eyes, and 2 rays of light burst out from his eyes. Because he had just broken through, the aura on his body could not be completely controlled, so it overflowed without reservation. Father, the child has advanced to the ancestral realm of the origin of the primordial. How is it? Not bad? Su Tianyuan stood up, just said a word, and immediately realized something was wrong. He quickly squatted down with a flushed face. Seeing this, Xuanhuan smiled slightly, and with a big wave of his hand, a blue brocade robe appeared on Tianyuan's body. It seems that he is more handsome and handsome. Well, yes, the inheritance has been completed. Go, I won't see you for 500 years, your mother misses you very much. Hearing Xuanhuan's words, Su Tianyuan laughed, turned and left. In Hongmeng Tiandi Palace, Bai Suzhen was drinking tea and chatting with the concubines. The current Heavenly Emperor Palace has become the highest forbidden place in the Hongmeng Heavenly Court, and no one can enter without the permission of the Heavenly Emperor. Although she was chatting with the girls, Bai Suzhen's face was inexplicably worried. Seeing this, Xuanhuan quickly said with a smile, Sister Zhen, Tianyuan is practicing with His Majesty. What are you worried about? Yes, Sister Zhen, Tianyuan has a profound opportunity. You should be happy. Seeing this, Bai Suzhen felt extremely warm in her heart. She smiled. I'm worried. Why will that child never grow up? Will that little girl like him in the future? It's okay. When the time comes, I will spend the rest of my life with my mother. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. Who could it be? Tianyuan? The girls were startled, but they were stunned when they saw a handsome young man with a fan in his hand in front of them. What's wrong with mother? I'm Tianyuan. Tianyuan, you brat, why did you grow up so big all of a sudden? Bai Suzhen was so excited that she quickly hugged Tianyuan into her arms. Su Ling Tian, who got the news, ran over wearing a yellow robe. There is a large group of younger brothers and sisters dragging behind. Ah, my younger brother, are you really my younger brother Tianyuan? Su Ling Tian asked in shock. Certainly. My younger brother is so handsome, he is so handsome. It's so handsome, how can the eldest brother and the second brother live? Tianyuan was embarrassed by everyone. Su Tianyuan had been separated from everyone for 500 years, so he thought he would be estranged from everyone, but it was not the case. It warms my heart to see how enthusiastic people are towards him. Haha, I announced to the whole Hongmeng today that my younger brother has grown up. By the way, brother, you have to be prepared mentally. I can guarantee that if you show up, those beautiful women will definitely surround you. Su Ling Tian said happily. Now he has become the emperor of Hongmeng Heavenly Court. It is not an exaggeration to call me that. Feeling the joy and harmony of the Hongmeng Heavenly Court, Xuanhuan smiled slightly and continued to merge with the source plane. Time continued to pass. In the blink of an eye, thousands of years have passed by. Xuanhuan finally completely merged the 7th, 8th, and 9th source. Planes with Hongmeng. However, although the source plane has been merged, this is a new source plane. After all, and it is an unprecedented new source plane. It must take a long time to derive his rules of time, space, and so on. Because there is no endless emptiness in the mature source plane and world, it should be full. It seems that it is not so easy to create a brand new world. At this moment, Xuanhuan was sitting cross-legged in the center of the whole world, and there was no one around him. Although he seemed a little lonely, it showed his incomparably majestic and lofty image even more. It seems that it's time to start preaching again, and deduce the development of the world while preaching, so that it will be easier to integrate the whole world. Thinking of this, Xuanhuan spoke. Listen, all beings, I am the Emperor of Heaven. Now I have completed the integration of the three major planes of origin and the primordial mist. From now on, I will help all beings become stronger. Next, I will start preaching. Help all beings become stronger. My way is the way of thousands of roads. Qi training is the beginning, the origin of Qi. Xuanhuan started talking on his own. To completely integrate the creatures from the three source planes with the primordial creatures, they must first have a cohesive force. So how can we have cohesion? God. To make all living beings believe in Him, all living beings will naturally have cohesion. At the same time, it can also enhance the luck of the whole world and speed up the progress of the world. At the beginning, the creatures from the three source planes kept cursing, thinking that Xuanhuan had invaded their source planes and made their world smaller. But as Xuanhuan's preaching continued, all living beings became quiet. Shortness of breath, eyes wide. The God of Heaven preached. What he said made sense. And the more people listen to it, the more frightened they become. In order to completely integrate the creatures from the three source planes with the primordial creatures, Xuanhuan began to talk about the Qi of origin, then absorbed the way of refining, and finally talked about cultivation. Xuanhuan is backed by the creation of all living beings. It can be said that his cultivation method is much ahead of all living beings. So when he started speaking, the primitive creatures of the three major source planes immediately exploded. And Hongmeng was even more excited. What the hell is the Emperor going to do? Could it be that the Emperor of Heaven has robbed my home, but also robbed the hearts of the people? The Heavenly Emperor's preaching is so profound. Your Majesty has started to preach. It seems that His Majesty wants to let all living beings take off together this time. Oh my God, is this the Qi of Xuanhuan? It is indeed more pure and powerful than primordial purple Qi. The discussion of all living beings lasted only a short time before they fell into contemplation. At the same time, Xuanhuan could clearly feel that whether it was the primordial purple Qi, the chaotic Qi, or the Xuanhuan Qi, they all began to riot. Has it finally started? The Great Way, the first kind of Great Way between heaven and earth, is about to appear. Xuanhuan was thinking to himself while preaching. Great Creator. Its greatest ability is to create something out of nothing, and to create everything under the will of all living beings. All kinds of auras are mixed together, they sometimes merge, sometimes burst. Merge, burst, and so on. Finally, after 100 years, when these auras are about to be exhausted, Xuanhuan started to create. In an instant, the rolling divine power overflowed from his body, and the moment it overflowed, it immediately turned into a brand new spiritual energy that combined primordial purple Qi, chaos Qi, and origin Qi. This kind of aura is extremely pure, and as it appears, it will soon be confused, fused, and mutated with the few remaining auras in the outside world. This kind of aura is suitable for all cultivation methods. There is no limit of cultivation level, no practice methods, no boundaries of demon cultivators, human monks, grass, and trees. In other words, it can be used for all life. Today, I merged the chi of origin, the chi of primordial purple, and the chi of chaos to create a brand new aura. I named it the chi of good fortune. The chi of good fortune can flow continuously in the new world. All sentient beings can use it for cultivation. As Xuanhuan's voice sounded, as the brand new gas was named. Rumble. A palace, a golden light of merit and virtue, descended from the sky, with a full 12 floors. Because Xuanhuan is sitting cross-legged in the center of the whole world. His every move is in the eyes of all living beings. Seeing that Xuanhuan was actually covered in golden light at this time, he immediately exclaimed, "Is that the golden light of merit?" Unexpectedly, His Majesty created a brand new aura, which attracted the golden light of merit. Your Majesty's benefit to all living beings is indeed immeasurable. It is only normal to obtain the merit of heaven. If these golden lights fall on me, don't even think about it. Why, no way? This. Just when all beings were envious, they saw that Xuanhuan waved the golden light of 8 levels of merit to the whole world. In an instant, all the creatures in the whole world were bathed in the golden ocean. People also didn't care about being grateful to the Emperor of Heaven. They closed their eyes and tried their best to absorb the golden light of merit. It is also Xuanhuan's deliberation to give the golden light of merit to all living beings. This move will not only make the new world more stable and promote the cultivation of all living beings, but also leave an indelible image of tallness in the hearts of all living beings, which is beneficial to his rule. Of course, he is not a saint, and he does not want to be a saint. There is a selfish heart. He sent out 8 layers of golden light of merit for sentient beings, leaving 2 layers behind, and the remaining 4 layers directly entered the Hongmeng heavenly court.